Su Zhihan merely vented her frustrations about the Mary Sue romance she had penned with her roommate, never anticipating that upon awakening the next day, she would find herself through SD into the very narrative, transformed into an unfortunate female supporting character. The system coldly decreed that she must traverse 10 distinct worlds to regain her reality. In the first realm, she became the male protagonist's female friend and physician. When the female lead suddenly fell ill with a high fever in the dead of night, the male lead, in a fit of urgency, bellowed, "Hurry and cure her." Su Zhihan, rolling her eyes inwardly, retorted with exasperation, "I am a veterinarian, not a physician. You must have mistaken me for someone else." Transitioning to the second world, she morphed into the male protagonist's female secretary. The female lead, consumed by jealousy, grew increasingly irritable towards her female colleagues. To placate the female lead, the male protagonist commanded, "Dismiss all female employees. I do not wish to see another woman." Yet, no sooner had Su Zhihan left her position than she received a call from the male lead summoning her back. Exasperated, she exclaimed into the phone, "Brother, I've already resigned. You must have dialed the wrong number." To which the male lead coolly replied, "You don't count as a woman." Su Zhihan was left speechless, her mind racing. In the third world, she became the male lead's disdainful fiancé. The male lead, with a look of distaste, insisted, "I am in love with another. Please inform your family to annul you." Our engagement, Su Zhihan's eyes lit up as she swiftly produced a payment code, boldly declaring, "Please make the payment as long as the funds are in order. I can easily dissolve any engagement." In the future world, she alternates between being the male protagonist's beloved substitute and his childhood friend, leaving him bewildered with her every word. "Sister, you've returned." This promptly leads him to believe she is the beloved sister. At times, she assumes the role of a childhood companion, sparing no dignity for him, as she reveals. Indeed, at 15, he's still wet the bed. "I would never stoop to someone who does." This provokes the male lead to exclaim in frustration, "Please be quiet." Traversing through various realms of sweet romance, Su Zhihan activates her mode of relentless confrontation, vowing to rewrite the fate of the supporting character. Yet, within each world, there exists a familiar figure who stirs her heart with unbidden emotions. Chapter 1. The male protagonist physician friend female version. "Hurry up and treat her. Aren't you a doctor? How can you not cure a mere fever?" Confronted by the distraught man before her, Su Zhihan remained impassive, scratching her face in resignation. "Brother, I am, in fact, a veterinarian. I thought you summoned me in the dead of night because your pet was unwell. It is utterly absurd to seek out a veterinarian for human ailments." Countless sarcastic remarks swirled in Su Zhihan's mind, yet the moment was ill-suited for such expressions. Originally, she was an ordinary girl, but inexplicably, she found herself traversing into a narrative penned by her roommate, becoming the supporting character. This female doctor is a veterinarian, having previously treated the male protagonist's pets. Unbeknownst to all, this supporting character harbored ambiguous feelings for the male lead, even using her friendship to create obstacles in the romance between him and the female. Eventually, upon the male lead discovering her feelings, she was unceremoniously dispatched to Africa. In order to avoid a future in Africa, Su Zhihan resolved to forge her own path. As for the male protagonist, this hysterical individual who could not distinguish between humans and animals, she deemed him more suitable for the female lead. Zhihan gazed at the feverishly flushed face of the female protagonist, Song Miaoka, his eyes brimming with concern. "Do not fear, do not worry, everything will be all right." Tears welled in Song Miaoka's eyes, filled with profound emotion. Witnessing the depth of affection between this couple was truly heartwarming. Yet, no matter how strong their bond, it could not combat the ravages of illness. When one is unwell, a visit to the hospital is imperative. Calling for an ambulance is certainly an option. Su Zhihan felt exasperated and finally could not restrain herself from saying, "Quickly take her to the hospital. If you delay any longer, she may well lose her senses." Upon hearing the mention of a hospital visit, Song Miaoka immediately protested. "I refuse to go to the hospital. I'd rather perish than set foot in one. Ahan, please don't take me to the hospital." Zhihan, with a heavy heart, embraced Song Miaoka and gently reassured her, "We won't go to the hospital, I won't take you there." Su Zhihan, a silent observer of this entire spectacle, thought to herself, "Dear siblings, it is merely a visit to the hospital for a checkup. You make it sound akin to a trip to a dissection room. It is no wonder this is a Mary Sue world, as it is utterly devoid of logic." Watching as the two consoled each other and then resumed their tender exchanges, Su Zhihan let out a deep sigh and exited the room. Given the circumstances, she doubted the efficacy of taking them to the hospital. Perhaps a mental health facility would be more appropriate for their needs. The servant outside stood nervously in the corridor, and upon seeing Su Zhihan emerge, the legendary Lima immediately approached to inquire about the situation. "Miss Su, how is Miss Song faring?" With a stoic expression, Su Zhihan replied, "She is doing quite well. The two of them are engaged once again. However, I advise you not to enter just yet, lest you witness something inappropriate." At her words, a flicker of embarrassment crossed Lima's face, indicating that the two inside had likely been caught in a compromising situation before. Su Zhihan chose not to leave outright. Instead, she waited outside, curious to observe what the two would undertake next. If she departed too hastily, there was a chance the pair might harbor resentment towards her. The two within were unafraid of the consequences, but as a humble veterinarian, she was indeed wary of potential calamity. Thus, she contacted another friend of Jihan's to arrange for a doctor to come over. In this world, her interactions with Jihan had been limited, yet her rapport with his other friend, Song Yu, was rather pleasant. Song Yu, hailing from a family comparable to Jihan's, was a refreshingly normal individual, a rarity in this realm. When Song Yu received Su Zhihan's call, he expressed surprise. "Why are you calling at this hour? And you require a doctor? Are you unwell? Should I come and check on you?" With a light chuckle, Su Zhihan retorted, "I am not ill. Jihan summoned me in the dead of night to attend to his girlfriend, who is unwell." Upon hearing her words, Song Yu was momentarily taken aback. "Aren't you a veterinarian? Why did he summon you to attend to his girlfriend?" Su Zhihan replied, "Indeed, I too am perplexed by his reasoning. You cannot imagine how absurd the scene was. I felt that if his girlfriend's condition worsened, he might very well turn on me. Have you ever watched those palace intrigue dramas? I am akin to the physician on the verge of being executed." This predicament was hardly preferable to being transported into a palace drama. At least there were no physicians relegated to the role of a mere supporting character. A light chuckle emanated from Song Yu, his voice resonant and magnetic, causing a delightful shiver to run through Su Zhihan. Rubbing her ears, she continued, "I am presently outside their room. The two of them have resumed their affectionate exchanges, and I fear I might witness something inappropriate. So, I stepped out. Please send a doctor post-haste. His girlfriend's condition appears dire, and I dread the potential for a tragic outcome." While the likelihood of the heroine's demise was exceedingly low, one could never be too certain. She might survive, but if he were to fall gravely ill, those surrounding him would undoubtedly suffer the consequences. After ending the call, Su Zhihan pressed her ear against the door to listen. Yes, it seemed there was an atmosphere of burgeoning romance within. When Song Yu finally arrived with a doctor, half an hour later, he found Su Zhihan dozing at the entrance. He snapped his fingers to rouse her. "Why did you not find a chair to sit on and wait? What is the situation inside now? No one has perished, I hope." Song Yu genuinely felt exasperated. Summoning a veterinarian in the midst of an illness was truly an absurdity, a notion only Jihan could conceive. Even with a girlfriend gravely ill, he remains preoccupied with such matters. I truly cannot fathom his thoughts. Su Zhihan stifled a yawn and rapped lightly on the door, calling out, "Are you done yet?" "The doctor has arrived." Both Song Yu and the doctor bit their lips, lowering their heads in unison. It was the doctor's first encounter with such a scene. Before long, the door swung open, revealing Jihan, his hair damp and expression stern, his attire disheveled, and a wave of warmth rushed out as he opened the door. Holding her breath, Su Zhihan spoke. "I asked Song Yu to bring the doctor over. How is Song Miaoka doing? Is she all right?" Jihan, maintaining a cold demeanor, nodded and permitted them to enter. A peculiar odor lingered in the air. On the bed lay Song Miaoka, her cheeks flushed, whether from fever or another cause remained uncertain. Song Yu and Su Zhihan exchanged a glance, their eyes reflecting the same sentiment of speechlessness. The doctor diligently commenced the examination, and upon its conclusion, he sighed in relief, stating, "Miss Song has merely caught a common cold and developed a fever. She is now gradually recovering and faces no significant issues." Chapter 2. Zhihan. Someone is coveting my girlfriend. It is quite absurd for a mere fever to cause such an uproar. The night passed in a flurry of activity, and as Su Zhihan glanced outside at the lightening sky, she felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. She still needed to go to work in the morning. She was employed at a veterinary hospital, a position she found quite satisfying. Every day, surrounded by so many adorable, fluffy creatures, one's mood inevitably brightens. Zhihan, it seems, has not entirely lost his sense of compassion. He prepared breakfast for them in the morning. As Su Zhihan was eating, her eyes nearly closed in fatigue, and just as she was about to plunge her face into her plate, Song Yu swiftly caught hold of her ponytail. Startled, Su Zhihan gasped in pain. "What are you doing?" Embarrassed, Song Yu waved his hand dismissively, justifying his actions. "I didn't mean to. If I hadn't caught you, you would have toppled right into your food." In truth, there was little else to grasp, and her hair was simply the most accessible option. Su Zhihan loosened her hair, feeling her frustration simmer without any outlet. It seemed unlikely that she would manage to work today. Her energy was utterly depleted, so perhaps a day off was in order. She hoped that the next encounter with the male and female leads would be devoid of complications. She merely wished to exist as an inconspicuous bystander, uninterested in entangling herself in their affairs. 8:15 noon, Song Yu delivered lunch. Gazing at this impeccably polished male beauty, Su Zhihan, ruffling her tousled hair and stifling a yawn, asked, "Don't you have to work?" With a smug grin as he stepped into the room and unpacked the food, Song Yu replied, "I'm the boss of the company. Whether I work or not is entirely at my discretion. Hurry and tidy yourself up. It's a shame to see a beauty like you looking so disheveled. It pains my eyes. If you don't want to look, you don't have to. I'm not forcing you to." Su Zhihan had grown accustomed to this overly familiar person. The lunch was exceedingly lavish, particularly for Su Zhihan. As the two dined, they engaged in conversation about Zhihan and Song Yaoka. "Doesn't a distinguished CEO have a dedicated family doctor?" Su Zhihan remarked. "Are you not his family doctor? He often summoned you when his pets fell ill," her companion replied. Su Zhihan responded with exasperation, "Goodness, I am merely his pet's family doctor." The female protagonist endured both physical and emotional torment. She might even be dragged out against her will. Just contemplating her bleak future filled Su Zhihan with despair. As she observed Song Yu eating gracefully, an idea suddenly sparked within her. How about introducing her to a family doctor? Ideally, a female one. Song Yu was perplexed by her suggestion. While he understood the concept of introducing a family doctor, he questioned the necessity of it being a woman. "Do you harbor a bias against male doctors?" Song Yu's gaze shifted, sensing an unusual undertone in Su Zhihan's demeanor. She had never perceived any gender prejudice in her before. Indeed, appearances can be deceiving. Noting Song Yu's bewildered expression, Su Zhihan retorted, "You are the one with a gender bias. If I had such sentiments, would we be sharing this table? Did you not witness Zhihan's expression while he was with that doctor last night? It felt as though he might have skinned the poor man alive. When Song Yaoka merely revealed a hint of her neck, he covered her with a quilt so tightly. The look in his eyes when the doctor lifted the blanket was utterly terrifying. This seems to be a common flaw among domineering male protagonist possessiveness, perhaps even a took. H of paranoia. So, if you're seeking a doctor, it would be preferable to find a female physician, ideally someone older, married with children, whose expertise is evident, Su Zhihan remarked, ing, quite impressed with her own thoughtful consideration. Song Yu. Observing the look of utter disbelief on Song Ye's face, Su Zhihan felt dissatisfied with his expression. "What does that expression mean? Do you disagree with my suggestion?" Song Yu shook his head. "No, I believe your proposal is quite commendable and thoroughly considered. Are you planning to act as a love guardian for the two of them? One would think a love guardian wouldn't contemplate such minutiae. Do you think I wanna? I'm merely concerned that they might come back to me in the future. What if you choose a young female doctor, and it causes issues in their relationship? They might very well place the blame on you." From her experience with Mary Sue novels, she knew that any unmarried young woman surrounding the male lead often harbored feelings for him. Sending a young female doctor into the mix would undoubtedly complicate matters. Regardless, please do me this favor. Given the strength of our friendship, you wouldn't abandon me, would you? Su Zhihan believed that her rapport with Song Yu was quite solid, and surely friends help each other out in times of need. Song Yu finished the last morsel of rice in his bowl and retrieved the information of his family doctor on his phone. "You may choose," he said. As Su Zhihan perused the profiles of the dozen or so doctors, she truly realized she had underestimated Song Yu. How remarkable it was for one individual to be associated with so many doctors. Who exactly was the protagonist here? The male lead, Zhihan, had no family doctor, while this supporting character boasted an impressive roster of over 10 esteemed practitioners. Each profile revealed a distinguished figure. Su Zhihan's gaze towards Song Yu shifted, tinged with intrigue. Song Yu swiftly covered her eyes with his hand. "Please do not look at me like that. I assure you, I have not squandered medical resources. These doctors are engaged in their regular duties at the hospital, tending to other patients. I merely contact them when needs." Sorry. Su Zhihan removed his hand, wrinkling her nose in disdain. "You just peeled shrimp with your hands and then touched my face. How unsanitary." With a bright smile, Song Yu handed her a tissue to wipe her face while he began to introduce her to the doctors. In the end, Su Zhihan selected the formidable-looking female doctor, who appeared to be in her 40s, someone whose expertise was evident both in her appearance and skill. It was unlikely that a woman in her 40s would develop any romantic feelings for Zhihan. She was of an age that could well be his mother. If such feelings were to arise, Su Zhihan would genuinely consider this world to be mad, though it was not particularly normal to begin with. When Song Yu introduced this doctor to Zhihan, the first thought that crossed Zhihan's mind was that Song Yu was perhaps being exceedingly kind to Song Miaokao. Otherwise, why would they send a female doctor here, when it is evident that they have never had any prior contact?
Chapter 3. Song Yu. A pot falls from the sky. While sitting at home, Song Yu remained oblivious to the fact that his actions had stirred his brother's imagination. He kindly explained, "This doctor is someone I have carefully selected. She is very responsible and lives not far from you. If anything arises in the evening, feel free to call her directly." Zhihan leaned back on the sofa, gazing at Song Yu with a complex expression. Song Yu was his childhood companion, and their bond was unparalleled. One must never wrong a brother's wife. Zhihan hoped that Song Yu understood this delicate boundary. "I appreciate your consideration for me and Miaoka, but I did not expect you to be so attentive. You have truly exerted yourself." With a smile, Song Yu replied, "It's nothing, just a small matter." Observing Song Yu's smile, Zhihan closed his eyes and took a deep breath, feeling a knot in his chest. On one side stood his childhood brother, and on the other, the woman he deeply loved. It was implausible that Song Yu had fallen for Miaoka at first sight that night. Moreover, why had Song Yu arrived so suddenly? Surely, there was no need for him to personally escort the family doctor. Could it be that they had been in contact privately? The more Zhihan pondered, the more he believed in this possibility. After a brief visit, Song Yu departed, leaving Zhihan to ascend the stairs to confront Miaoka. What had begun as a simple delivery of a family doctor had inadvertently ignited conflict between the protagonists. "When did you first meet Song Yu? Tell me at once." Miaoka sat on the sofa, tears streaming down her face as she shook her head, exclaiming, "I truly do not know why. How can you expect me to explain?" Jhn, with a self-deprecating smile, retorted, "If you do not know why, then why did he come to see you that night when you had a fever? Today, he even sent a family doctor for you. He is my brother. Why must you entangle yourself with my brother? There's not been a single day of genuine peace in our home." Zhn was out shopping when she received Miaoka's call. Hearing the sound of the distressed girl sobbing on the other end, she instinctively felt that something was amiss. Sure enough, Miaoka soon began to lament about Jhn, mentioning why as well. "I truly do not know why, she cried. "Jhn insists that I have a connection with him. I do not understand why he came to see me that night, or why he sent a family doctor today. Jhn and I ended up having a huge fight over this, and now he has left." As Miaoka spoke, her sorrow deepened, and she succumbed to uncontrollable weeping, her cries echoing in despair. North could only close her mouth in astonishment, marveling at how the protagonists could manage to quarrel over anything. Moreover, Jhn's pettiness seemed excessive. How could he harbor doubts about his own brother? Chapter 4. Why Schn was detained while Jhn sought to rescue her. Is it true that those in romantic relationships experience a decline in intelligence? Jhn's intellect appeared to be plummeting to an all-time low. The scolding he received left him feeling somewhat embarrassed, realizing that the misunderstanding was entirely of his own making. Observing that his two friends were nearly driven to exasperation, Zhihan awkwardly pressed his lips together and fidgeted with his fingers, softly murmuring, "I acknowledge my fault. Is that not sufficient? I have been petty and misjudged you both." Su Zhihan rolled her eyes and let out a huff, clearly uninterested in engaging with him. Ultimately, it was Song Yu who broke the tension, saying, "Zhihan, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but which couple doesn't quarrel? Yet every time you argue, you come to this chaotic place. It seems you truly do not wish to keep a girlfriend." Su Zhihan chimed in, "Indeed. If Song Miaoka were to seek out another man after a quarrel, I wonder how you would react." She continued passionately, "Next time you two argue, if Song Miaoka comes to me, I shall introduce her to a man. There are plenty of good men in this world. There's no need to hang yourself on this crooked tree." As she grew increasingly animated, she even pulled out her phone, displaying her contacts to them. Look. This one is an incredibly handsome college student, and this one is the sophisticated uncle type. He. I have many handsome gentlemen's contact information." As a veterinarian at a pet hospital, she had accumulated numerous contacts from pet owners, including many attractive individuals. Jihan's face darkened at her words. The thought of Song Miaoka being surrounded by a horde of chaotic men ignited his temper. Watching Su Zhihan becoming more fervent, Jihan scowled and exclaimed, "You dare to introduce her to men?" Su Zhihan, taken aback by his fierce tone, retorted, "You're scolding me. How dare you raise your voice at me? Just watch if I don't." Having spoken, she reached for her phone to call Song Miaoka, but Song Yu swiftly snatched it away. "Oh dear, please don't stoke the flames any further," he implored. Jihan, wide-eyed, protested, "It's not that I wish to quarrel with her, but she intends to introduce men to my girlfriend." The incessant turmoil was truly vexing. Not a single day offered him respite. As Su Zhihan was dragged away, she continued to hurl a barrage of curses at Jihan, her vocabulary seemingly boundless. After a strenuous effort, they finally managed to shove her into the car, leaving Song Yu drenched in sweat. "This won't do. I must devise a plan." In the next moment, he miraculously produced a plastic bag. He affixed the bag as handles to Su Zhihan's ears and cautioned, "If you feel the urge to vomit, do so into this bag. Remember that." Su Zhihan tugged at the bag hanging from her face, closed her eyes, and promptly fell asleep. Some days, misfortune clings to one like a shadow. Today appeared to be Song Yu's ill-fated day. The traffic officer, observing the inebriated Su Zhihan in the passenger seat with the plastic bag adorning her face, instantly adopted a grave demeanor. "What is your relationship with this lady? Why have you bound her mouth with the plastic bag?" Despite his explanations, the officer remained skeptical. He shook Su Zhihan awake and inquired, "Madam, are you aware of your surroundings? Do you recognize this gentleman?" Just as Song Yu was about to explain once more, Su Zhihan interjected, "Who knows him?" "I certainly do not. This man has issues, serious issues. There are so many women in his room. It's utterly revolting. Wait, how did I end up in the car? So many women?" The traffic officer's gaze towards Song Yu grew increasingly suspicious. Song Yu felt an overwhelming rage, nearly choking on his frustration. What had he done to deserve this? He understood that Su Zhihan's description of disgusting referred to Jihan, yet her words were likely to lead the officer to misinterpret the situation. "For heaven's sake, look at me. I am Song Yu, not Jihan." At this moment, Su Zhihan, fully intoxicated, waved her hand dismissively and shoved Song Yu aside, saying, "I don't care who you are, move away, don't obstruct my view." Song Yu was on the verge of losing consciousness from anger. What on earth was happening? He turned to the traffic officer, adopting an exceedingly earnest demeanor, and pleaded, "I assure you, I am not a bad person. Do I appear to be one?" The officer nodded. "Quite the contrary. There are indeed many high-profile criminals who exploit their looks as a bait." In the end, they were still taken away by the officer. Song Yu retrieved all his credentials to show the police, hoping to prove himself as a respectable entrepreneur. However, that did little to clarify his relationship with Su Zhihan. Ultimately, he had no choice but to call Jihan, for the entire predicament stemmed from this individual. Who else could he contact to resolve this? "Brother, I'm in trouble. Could you please come to the police station and pick me up?" Zhihan. What on earth? They've been apart for less than half an hour. And in this brief span, trouble arises. Originally, Zhihan and Song Miaoka might have engaged in a quarrel, with Zhihan needing to sincerely apologize to Song Miaoka. However, the matter concerning Song Yu diverted their attention, postponing both the argument and the apology. Upon arriving at the police station and grasping the full context of the situation, they found themselves utterly speechless. They endeavored to explain to the officers while simultaneously trying to rouse Su Zhihan. Ultimately, they managed to clarify that this incident was a misunderstanding. After exiting the police station, the group stood in silence by the roadside. Zhihan patted Song Yu on the shoulder, his expression complex as he said, "Brother, I owe you an apology. Consider this a favor owed." A favor? Can this truly be considered a favor? This debacle stemmed from the complications of your relationship. I have never felt so humiliated in my life. Song Yu laughed in disbelief, pondering if a mere favor could erase the events of this day. How naive. Chapter 5. The rampaging Su Zhihan and the psychologically scarred Zhihan and Song Miaoka felt quite embarrassed by his words. They had never anticipated that their relationship could lead to such chaos. Observing their guilty expressions, Song Yu took a deep breath, attempting to calm his emotions. "All right, you two. Just live your lives well from now on and refrain from causing any more disturbances." Su Zhihan's intoxication had slightly subsided, making her somewhat easier to manage. This night had truly devolved into utter chaos. The following morning, Su Zhihan awoke with a lingering haze in her mind. Yet she recalled the events of the previous night with vivid clarity. Particularly, the incident of having deceived Song Yu weighed heavily on her conscience, prompting an involuntary lament. "Oh, dear brother, I truly apologize. If mischief was to be wrought, it should have been directed at the inept Zhihan, not her good friend. Such a blunder." For several days, Su Zhihan found herself at a loss on how to confront Song Yu and thus chose to avoid him altogether. Conversely, Zhihan and Song Miaoka's relationship had blossomed in recent days, a silver lining amidst her turmoil. Song Miaoka even sought out Su Zhihan to express her gratitude, insisting they go shopping together. "This dress is exquisite, but alas, it is far too expensive," she lamented, her fingers caressing a delicate white gown. "Too expensive?" Su Zhihan leaned closer to assess the price. "Goodness, it is indeed exorbitant. A staggering 120 yuan, such a steep price." The resolute heroine was accustomed to spending her own earnings, holding her dignity in high regard, and would never squander the male lead's money. As for their cohabitation, it was, of course, a result of the male lead's coercion. Su Zhihan often found herself critiquing this trope in novels. However, the authors remained steadfast in their conventions. Chapter 6. Su Zhihan incessantly suggested, ill-conceived, ideas to Song Miaoka. After venting her frustrations, Su Zhihan felt immensely better. Previously, she might have hesitated, considering the protagonists' identities, but now she deemed it unnecessary. The former Su Zhihan's downfall stemmed from her role as a malicious supporting character, competing with the female lead for the affections of the male lead. She does not aspire to be a malicious supporting character, and in truth, she holds no regard for Zhihan. It would be better for the male protagonist, whose mind is quite unhinged, to be paired with the equally eccentric female lead. They are indeed a match made in heaven. However, after Su Zhihan's scathing remarks, the discord between Zhihan and Song Miaoka seems trivial in comparison. Initially, their quarrel was expected to last several days, yet by that very evening, they reconciled. Zhihan even confided in Song Yu about being reprimanded, exclaiming, "Has Su Zhihan recently ingested dynamite? Every time she sees me, she huffs and glares. Her previous demeanor toward me was not like this at all." Song Yu replied, "Perhaps your recent romance has made you insufferable. If she finds you bothersome, I, too, am quite fed up with you, my friend. It's 2 a.m. You already have a girlfriend. Shouldn't you be enjoying some nightlife instead of calling me at this hour?" Countless times, Song Yu contemplated placing Zhihan on her blacklist. The couple's disputes arose swiftly and dissipated just as quickly, largely thanks to Su Zhihan. The better their relationship flourishes, the more leisurely Su Zhihan's life becomes. Her days now consist of clocking in at the hospital and facing adorable, fluffy pets as their quirky caretaker. As long as the couple's romance remains stable, this way of life is rather pleasant. Surprisingly, Song Miaoka was undeterred by Su Zhihan's anger from that night and boldly sought her out for a shopping excursion. This exemplifies another trait of a Mary Sue protagonist, her carefree spirit. Hurry, hurry. I just got paid. Let us rush to buy some clothes. Song Miaoka appeared quite exhilarated. Su Zhihan gazed at the merciless iron grip encircling her wrist, genuinely perplexed by how Zhihan had managed to escape suffocation. Her hand was already engorged, and she couldn't help but wonder which heroine possessed such formidable strength. Sister, please, remain calm and release my hand, she implored, feeling utterly exasperated. She was on the verge of losing sensation in her hand. With such force, why engage in a quarrel with Zhihan? A swift slap would suffice to instill obedience. In all seriousness, with this level of strength, one could easily twist Zhihan's head off for amusement. Finally, Song Miaoka noticed the purpling of Su Zhihan's hand and hastily loosened her grip. I'm so sorry. It was unintentional. Is your hand all right? Su Zhihan rubbed her wrist and flexed her fingers. It's fine, still functional. Glancing at Song Miaoka's hand, she felt an irresistible urge to conduct an experiment. She placed a small apple from her pocket into Song Miaoka's palm and said, apply some pressure and see if you can crush this apple. Following her instructions, Song Miaoka exerted herself, and, as expected, the apple cracked, shattered, and ultimately splintered apart. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Song Miaoka chuckled softly and murmured, I suppose my strength is somewhat excessive for a girl. From a young age, she had realized her strength was rather pronounced, and despite her efforts to temper it, there were times when she would lose control. Su Zhihan couldn't help but applaud in awe, exclaiming, impressive. Who says that having strength makes one less of a girl? That's sheer discrimination. Miaoka, how about I teach you a method to prevent Zhihan from arguing with you? Song Miaoka. Is there really such a method? Su Zhihan, brimming with enthusiasm, exclaimed, in the future, if he provokes your anger, no matter what you have at hand, just grab it and crush or break it as you please. Trust me, he will certainly behave much better afterward. In the face of absolute force, everything else becomes insignificant. Song Miaoka nodded, somewhat understanding, wondering if it could truly work. At that moment, Zhihan, inexplicably at work, shivered slightly. Su Zhihan was now somewhat eager for their next quarrel. Such disputes were certainly entertaining to witness. The next time he acts unreasonable, use this method. If you feel frightened, just call me, and I'll come over to accompany you. I'll come to watch the show, Su Zhihan declared, patting her chest with determination. In any case, she was resolved to enjoy this spectacle. Song Miaoka hesitated, uncertain when their next argument might occur, and if it happened to be in the evening. She timidly inquired, what if we argue at night? Can I call you then? She recalled Su Zhihan mentioning not to call her at night. Su Zhihan. Of course. It depends on the situation. I eagerly await your next call. During the shopping trip, Song Miaoka finally purchased the dress she had hesitated to buy previously. But when it came to selecting a gift for Zhihan, she found herself once again in a dilemma. Having been friends for many years, Su Zhihan naturally became her trusted advisor for gift selection. The items that men typically purchase are rather limited. Song Miaoka has decided to gift Zhihan a shirt. However, she finds herself at a loss regarding which type of shirt would be suitable, causing her considerable distress. Su Zhihan glanced around the boutique, noting its modest size. It was unlikely to be a high-end brand, given its location on the street, and the store was filled exclusively with ready-to-wear garments. Zhihan's wardrobe primarily consists of custom-made clothing, so it is likely that he possesses very few off-the-rack pieces. Nonetheless, since the protagonist is offering a gift, even the simplest item holds immense value. It is the sentiment that counts, after all. As she browsed, Su Zhihan's attention was drawn to a remarkable find, the legendary stretchy shirt. The sales assistant noticed Su Zhihan's interest and promptly brought forth a selection of stretchy shirts. Madam, would you care to examine this shirt? The quality is exceptional, and its elasticity is unparalleled. It cannot be torn, no matter how hard you pull. The sales assistant exclaimed while showcasing the product. Song Miaoka quickly became captivated by the shirt. Su Zhihan's mischievous side emerged as she cheerfully remarked, when purchasing clothing, quality is of utmost importance. Just look at how well made the shirt is. It could easily last a decade or more. Observe the elasticity and the craftsmanship. After completing the purchase, Su Zhihan was enveloped in a state of exhilaration. Song Miaoke, observing the mysterious smile that occasionally graced Su Zhihan's face, couldn't shake the feeling that something peculiar was afoot. Zhihan, have you encountered some delightful news? Your mood seems to have improved remarkably. Su Zhihan raised an eyebrow, striving to suppress the upward curve of her lips. It's nothing really. I merely recalled some amusing incidents from the past. Moreover, if it wouldn't be too much trouble, when Zhihan tears that shirt you purchased, do share a photograph with me. I have the contact of that salesgirl, and she mentioned that if we provide feedback, we could receive a discount on our next clothing purchase. Salesgirl. Did I say that? Su Zhihan exclaimed, live broadcast. I want to see a live broadcast. Song Miaoke nodded seriously. Discounts are indeed significant, as they represent savings. After bidding farewell to Song Miaoke, Su Zhihan's emotions remained unsettled. She yearned to share her feelings with someone. After some contemplation, the only person she could turn to was Song Yu. When Song Yu received her call, he was quite taken aback. For several days, he had been pondering whether he had inadvertently offended her. He had even considered approaching her the following day to apologize. Yet here she was, calling him now. Su Zhihan eagerly recounted the events of the day to Song Yu, her tone brimming with excitement. I can hardly imagine how spectacular their argument must have been. Song Miaoke possesses enough strength to knock Zhihan's head off with a single slap. And that elastic shirt? I assure you, Zhihan won't be able to tear it, no matter how hard he tries. Holding his phone, Song Yu's mouth slightly agape. His emotions were profoundly complex. He found himself beginning to feel a sense of sympathy for Zhihan. Has Zhihan recently done something to offend you? Or have you two developed a feud? Su Zhihan replied, not at all. Hasn't he always been rather unpleasant? I merely wish to reduce their quarrels. Every time they argue, it drives me to the brink of irritation. I have fundamentally resolved the issue. Song Yu's lips twitched, momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, if the problem were resolved at its root, then eliminating the individual would render it non-existent. Wouldn't it? Su Zhihan concluded with a warning. Do not mention to Zhihan that these ideas originated from me. I trust you, which is why I shared this matter with you, so keep your lips sealed. Without regard for whether she could see, Song Yu mimicked a zipping motion across her mouth, reassuringly stating, rest assured, my lips are sealed. Besides, I enjoy the spectacle. Chapter 8. Zhihan fears Su Zhihan's influence over Song Miaoke. Song Miaoke's assertiveness deters Zhihan. The mere thought of Zhihan's current disposition brought a smile to Su Zhihan's face. A domineering CEO, is he? Let us see how he fares in relinquishing that dominance. Fond of tearing clothing, is he? Let us ensure he cannot shred another. Their constant bickering and turmoil must cease. However, Song Miaoke is indeed a well-behaved child. She is exceedingly obedient, complying with every request. Astonishingly, she even sent over such personal photographs. She truly knows how to engage. As for the matter of discounts, even fables can be transformed into reality. With the photographs already sent, she certainly cannot allow them to go to waste. However, considering Song Miaoke's innocent disposition, it is no wonder that the delicate heroine is subjected to relentless torment by numerous malicious female antagonists. Such naivety surely invites cruelty from others. The joy of one is insufficient. It must be shared with friends. Su Zhihan promptly sent the photograph to Song Yu. Upon receiving the image while sipping water, Song Yu was taken aback and spluttered. What on earth is this? Accompanying Su Zhihan's message was a playful note. Zhihan's private bed photo, don't miss it. Song Yu gasped in disbelief. Have you two women become so close that you can share such photos with each other? Is Zhihan aware of this? He genuinely felt an increasing sense of pity for Zhihan, who seemed utterly unfortunate. Song Yu found it challenging to articulate the tumult of emotions within him. Once again, he comprehended the wisdom of the adage that one should never offend women. Su Zhihan remarked, have you not noticed Zhihan's shirt? What do you think? The quality is quite remarkable. It effectively stifled Zhihan's impending air of dominance, ha. He had never witnessed Zhihan in such a furious state, face flushed, veins bulging, and features contorted. One could only imagine how difficult that shirt must be to tear. The duo of Su Zhihan and Song Miaoke was truly formidable together. That night, Su Zhihan enjoyed an exceptionally restful sleep, even awakening for work the next morning with considerably less resentment. The young nurse at the hospital couldn't help but praise Dr. Su, exclaiming, "You look radiant today, Dr. Su. Have you encountered some delightful news?" Su Zhihan smiled gently, replying, "One might say so. How could last night's events be anything but fortunate? Although somewhat mischievous and lacking in virtue, they truly brought me joy." In stark contrast to Su Zhihan's cheerful demeanor, Zhihan wore a glum expression early that morning and chose not to go to the office. Song Miaoke prepared breakfast for him herself, yet it failed to lift his spirits. "Oh, come on, don't be so petty. This has nothing to do with Zhihan. I bought this shirt myself. She merely accompanied me on my shopping trip," she urged. Zhihan let out a cold laugh, muttering, "Nothing to do with it? That is hard to believe." Observing his naive girlfriend, he took a deep breath and said sternly, "From now on, limit your interactions with Su Zhihan. That person is no longer a normal individual." Indeed. In Zhihan's mind, Su Zhihan had ceased to be a normal person. Upon hearing his words, the smile vanished from Song Miaoke's face. She detested Zhihan's interference in her friendships, especially as Su Zhihan was the only girl in their circle who treated her kindly. The others looked down upon her and often mocked her with veiled insults. Thus, she cherished her friendship with Su Zhihan.
Zhihan,
"How can you say Zhihan is not normal? Why are you disparaging her? She has been your friend for many years. What is wrong with my spending time with her? You cannot interfere with my friendships, and as a man, you ought not to be so petty." Zhihan was both amused and infuriated by her words.
petty?
If he were truly so, he would have stormed into Su Zhihan's home last night and confronted her. Zhihan struggled to suppress his anger and replied, "Miaoke, I am not interfering with your friendships. I merely wish to prevent you from being led astray by that fellow." Song Miaoke retorted, her voice laced with indignation. "I will not be led astray. Zhihan is a wonderful person." Sensing that Zhihan was about to utter more words she found displeasing, Song Miaoke quickly recalled the methods Su Zhihan had taught her. Without hesitation, she seized a nearby plate and, with a sharp crack, snapped it in two. Zhihan's eyes widened in shock as he gasped, "Hiss." Song Miaoke placed the plate aside with a composed expression and declared solemnly, "Enough. I do not wish to discuss this any further. I am beginning to feel angered. To avoid an argument, I believe it is best if we both remain silent." Zhihan cast a complex glance at Song Miaoke and silently closed his mouth. Was his girlfriend truly this strong? Why had he never noticed before? Observing Zhihan quietly eating, Song Miaoke felt a surge of joy in her heart, thinking how effective this method was. She had always restrained her strength in front of Zhihan, and maintaining such control was indeed exhausting. In a circle where many admired Zhihan, she faced her share of disdain from others. Those affluent young ladies were all delicate and refined. Her considerable strength made her appear rather uncouth in comparison. Although Song Miaoke appeared to be optimistic and cheerful, she harbored a sense of inferiority within her. She was aware that Zhihan would not disdain her, yet she could not help but subconsciously compare herself to those affluent young ladies. Thus, this breakfast passed in silence. Observing Song Miaoke, who sat with her head bowed in contemplation, Zhihan gently embraced her, saying, "Miaoke, I did not intend to provoke an argument with you, nor did I mean to upset you. I was merely overwhelmed with anger, and my ire is directed not at you, but at Su Zhihan. She has now become a detrimental friend who delights in my embarrassment. I have never experienced such humiliation before others." Zhihan spoke truthfully. Throughout his life, he had always been the object of admiration, meticulously mindful of his conduct in public, and had rarely faced disgrace. However, the previous evening had indeed been an embarrassing affair. Song Miaoke nestled into his embrace and murmured, "I understand, but I do not find you shameful. Zhihan behaves this way because of your close relationship. Detrimental friends are typically those with whom one shares a deep bond. However, you must not criticize me for my strength." Zhihan chuckled as he held her hand, replying, "I would never. It is advantageous for a girl to possess a bit of strength, as it enables her to protect herself. Nonetheless, it is indeed quite startling when you can effortlessly break a plate with your bare hands." Zhihan endeavored to suppress the lingering astonishment within him. His girlfriend truly was exceptional. Chapter 9. Su's supporting role goes on strike. Other supporting roles take the stage. Zhihan had relegated all these shirts to the bottom of his wardrobe. Initially, he intended to dispose of it, yet fearing that Song Miaoka might discover it. He opted instead to conceal it in a hidden spot. Su Zhihan had been eagerly anticipating the spectacle of their quarrel. However, days passed without any word. She even took the initiative to inquire about the state of affairs between Song Miaoka and her partner, to which Song Miaoka responded with a beaming smile. "Our relationship is splendid. The method you taught me last time was truly effective, Zhihan. I cannot thank you enough." Su Zhihan felt as though her face might split with disbelief. "Then why didn't you call me? Do you have any idea how much drama I have missed?" Recently, the bond between Song Miaoka and Zhihan had flourished remarkably, evident from the marks adorning her neck. Su Zhihan cast several glances. Unable to suppress her thoughts, Zhihan is quite the beast. With such delicate skin, how could he be so ruthless? Just look at those red, blue, and purple marks. Merely witnessing them brings her pain. If her boyfriend dared to gnaw on her neck like that, she would undoubtedly retaliate with a swift slap. One must admit, the little white rabbit protagonist possesses an exceptionally good temper. Not everyone is cut out to play the lead role. Suddenly, Su Zhihan perceived several familiar figures approaching. The wicked female antagonists are making their entrance. Just because this particular villainess has taken a break does not imply that others will follow suit. It seems that where one appears, three shall come. Well, is that not Miss Song? Have you decided not to work today? The trio of malicious female antagonists directed their firepower squarely at Song Miaoka, their tone laden with undisguised hostility. Upon hearing their voices, Song Miaoka's smile abruptly vanished, suggesting this was not her first encounter with bullying. Su Zhihan raised an eyebrow, recognizing the trio, all of whom harbored affections for Zhihan. The one in the red dress, Lynn Pingting, hailed from the most privileged background among them and maintained a cordial relationship with Zhihan's mother. In the original narrative, aside from Su Zhihan, Lynn Pingting also played a significant role as a formidable antagonist. Crucially, she enjoyed the backing of Zhihan's mother, who, much like the archetypal domineering matriarchs in traditional romance novels, was often depicted as a tyrannical figure. Zhihan's mother had always aspired for her son to marry someone of equivalent social standing, thus dismissing Song Miaoka entirely. "Miss Song is indulging in coffee here. I suppose a month's salary has gone down the drain," Lynn Pingting remarked, eliciting derisive laughter from her companions. Instinctively, Song Miaoka felt compelled to rise in her defense. Yet Su Zhihan firmly pressed her back down. Unable to contain herself, Su Zhihan expressed her disdain for such venomous female antagonists while reading novels. Born into wealth yet devoid of any virtue, what harm did it do if one was poor? Did they consume and were the fruits of your labor? And why such eagerness to play the role of a mistress, as if knowledge had been wasted on them? Miss Lynn seems quite concerned about Miaoka's salary. "If you're so interested, why not contribute a little?" Su Zhihan said with a smile, unperturbed by the notion of money. "This coffee is on me, however. This CAF is rather pricey. Perhaps Miss Lynn could assist me with a small contribution?" Lynn Pingting found herself lacking confidence in the presence of Su Zhihan. "Su, why are you assisting this impoverished wretch? Did you not previously harbor disdain for her? What has changed? Are you now charmed by her?" Su Zhihan replied with a playful smirk, "Indeed, I have been quite charmed by her. If you wish, you too may endeavor to win my favor. I am open to all." She secretly relished the thought of all of Zhihan's admirers vying for her attention. "Miss Lin," Su Zhihan continued, "instead of targeting Song Miaoka here, it would be more prudent for you to curry favor with Aunt Ji. Your talents in flattery far surpass those of Song Miaoka. Were this ancient times, you would undoubtedly be the foremost maidservant." With that, Su Zhihan raised her thumb in mock admiration, as though genuinely praising someone. The nearby patrons sipping their coffee could not help but chuckle at her words. Such a clever insult, devoid of any vulgarity. Lynn Pingting was incensed. Her face flushed and fists clenched so tightly that her nails nearly pierced her palms. Observing her fury, Su Zhihan feigned fear and took 2 steps back, leaning delicately against Song Miaoka's shoulder. "Oh, dear, is she about to strike? How terrifying. I wonder if Aunt G is aware of Miss Lynn's volatile temperament. I distinctly recall her praising you for your gentleness last time. Could your gentleness involve delivering blows with fists the size of sandbags? That would indeed be frightful. The surrounding guests erupted in laughter. Even Song Miaoka struggled to contain her amusement. Lin Pingting's cheeks twitched with indignation, while the two companions beside her whispered soothing words. Do not be angry. Do not be angry. If you truly lose your temper, you will fall right into her trap. Indeed. Su Zhihan's connection with the Ji family is far from ordinary. If you were to strike her, all your previous efforts would be in vain. In the original narrative, Su Zhihan is portrayed as Jihan's childhood friend, having grown up together since their youth. Su Zhihan's bond with Madame Ji is significantly closer than that with Lin Pingting. However, Madame Ji has always regarded Su Zhihan as a daughter, never contemplating a romantic pairing between her and Jihan. She perceives their relationship as akin to that of siblings. How could siblings ever be together? This also explains why Su Zhihan harbored feelings for Jihan without ever voicing them. Observing Lin Pingting, nearly spiraling into a fit of rage, Su Zhihan shook her head in disdain. The potency of her attack was woefully inadequate. She had yet to unleash her true potential. And the resilience of this archetypal villainess was rather lacking. Song Miaoka gazed at Su Zhihan with eyes alight with admiration. Incredible. Zhihan is truly remarkable. That Lin Pingting can hardly assert herself before her and has been reduced to this state. She wished to possess such prowess as Zhihan. Receiving the adoring gaze of her little admirer, Su Zhihan playfully winked, "Do not be infatuated with me." With the continuous reassurance from her two companions, Lin Pingting's emotions finally settled. Casting a furious glare at Song Miaoka, who stood sheltered behind Su Zhihan, she turned on her heel and departed. Before departing, she did not forget to utter a harsh remark. Song Miaoka, you shall not be so fortunate in the future. Su Zhihan cannot always protect you. Just wait and see. If she cannot offend Su Zhihan, how could she possibly intimidate a mere Song Miaoka? Su Zhihan scoffed, rolling her eyes in disdain, to utter threats before leaving. Is that not the classic line of a nefarious villain? Observing Song Yu, who appeared somewhat intimidated, Su Zhihan gently patted her shoulder, offering reassurance. Do not fret. When soldiers come, we shall meet them with arms, and when water rises, we shall dam it. She is merely picking on the weak. If you stand firm, she will not be able to harm you. With a face full of concern, Song Miaoka nodded, though it remained uncertain how much of this advice she truly absorbed. Nevertheless, Su Zhihan held no expectations for her to heed the counsel, for there was still Jihan to consider. With his beloved being bullied in such a manner, he certainly could not remain in the shadows. Chapter 10. You elope, and I shall assume the role of heir. Su Zhihan promptly called Jihan to relay the recent events. Old Ji, if you do not address your troublesome admirers soon, it will inevitably lead to trouble. If you harbor no feelings for Lin Pingting, it would be wise to speak to Annie at once. This is not the first time they have tormented her. Although Miaoka has not confided in you, are you truly oblivious to it all? Su Zhihan could not believe he had failed to notice the blatant targeting of Song Miaoka. Jihan, momentarily taken aback by her calling him Old Ji, was about to correct her. However, upon hearing the subsequent words, a shadow of gloom suddenly descended upon his face. Where are you now? Is Miaoka by your side? Hurry over. We are currently at my favorite CAF, as you know. Do bring along 2 cups of the milk tea from the shop beneath your office, specifically the top 2 flavors. Miaoka mentioned that the milk tea from that shop is the best. It would be perfect if you could pick it up on your way here.
Jihan,
who was initially seething with anger, found his fury extinguished by the thought of the 2 cups of milk tea. Looking at the suddenly disconnected call, Jihan felt a mix of irritation and amusement. It seemed they were indeed safe, otherwise, they wouldn't be thinking about milk tea. Nevertheless, Lin Pingting truly needed to be dealt with, and Jihan rubbed his temples, feeling a headache at the mere thought of his mother. He simply could not comprehend why his mother disapproved of Miaoka, who was undeniably kind and charming. The journey from the company to the CAF took no more than half an hour, and the milk tea would still be warm upon arrival. All of Jihan's thoughts were consumed by Song Miaoka, and as soon as he alighted from the car, he rushed towards her. Su Zhihan, waiting to receive the milk tea, watched in astonishment as he brushed past her without a glance. Su Zhihan? Am I not noticeable? Miaoka, are you okay? Did anything frighten you? Zhihan anxiously examined Song Miaoka from head to toe. Observing the sweet interaction between the two, Su Zhihan stood to the side, arms crossed, utterly speechless. Hey! Checking her soles is a bit excessive. Lynn Pingting is not an ant. Could she really bite Song Miaoka's feet? Su Zhihan rolled her eyes and snatched the milk tea away. Take it back. Am I not standing right here? You certainly have sharp eyes. Whenever these two individuals came together, she felt as though they existed in a realm entirely separate from others. She found it truly impossible to be so oblivious in her intimacy with her partner. While reading novels, the interactions between the male and female protagonists seemed sweet to her. But witnessing such closeness in reality made her feel uncomfortable. At Su Zhihan's remark, Song Miaoka blushed deeply and nestled into Zhihan's embrace. Zhihan gently stroked her back, offering her comfort. Su Zhihan took a sip of the milk tea and was pleasantly surprised by its rich flavor, the creamy essence mingling beautifully with the fragrant tea. Undoubtedly crafted from quality ingredients. Zhihan intended to fetch another cup for Song Miaoka, but Su Zhihan swiftly slapped his hand away, her expression filled with vigilance. What are you doing? Is this a robbery? Zhihan gazed at his reddened hand, a look of helplessness in his eyes. There are 2 cups of milk tea. Shouldn't you each have one? Are you planning to drink both? Su Zhihan confidently responded. Indeed, both cups belong to me. You can ask your girlfriend if you don't believe me. Zhihan turned to Song Miaoka, his eyes questioning. Song Miaoka, feeling a bit shy, smiled and explained, it's true. Both cups are indeed Su Zhihan's. She did me a tremendous favor, and I was at a loss for how to repay her. She suggested I treat her to milk tea, which is why you brought back these 2 cups. Zhihan's lips twitched slightly. Why was it that every encounter with Su Zhihan left him utterly perplexed about what might transpire next? Su Zhihan, indifferent to his emotions, found the taste of the milk tea quite delightful and considered sampling other flavors on her next visit. Old G, can you manage things with Annie? Lynn Pingting had been putting on a fade of virtue in front of her, and Auntie seemed quite pleased with her. Su Zhihan inserted 2 straws into her mouth simultaneously, allowing her to savor 2 distinct flavors of milk tea at once. Opposite her, Zhihan and Song Miaoka watched her, resembling a leech as she indulged in her drink. Zhihan, momentarily stunned by the sight, stammered, "Could you repeat that? I didn't quite catch it the first time." Su Zhihan reiterated her statement, her gaze laden with disdain. "You really are hopeless. So young and already hard of hearing." Zhihan endeavored to disregard her biting remarks and steer the conversation back to the matter at hand. "I will handle things with my mother, but I hope you can assist me by saying some good things about me in front of her." Su Zhihan anticipated such a request, but had no intention of acquiescing. "That's out of the question. I share a bond with Annie akin to that of mother and daughter. If I speak on your behalf, wouldn't that sever our maternal connection? You can sever your bond with her, but I cannot sever mine with her," Zhihan replied. Song Miaoka, utterly baffled, could only respond with a dumbfounded expression. What was this conversation? Su Zhihan continued. "Moreover, if I were to advocate for Miaoka, Auntie might develop an even worse impression of her, believing that she was merely trying to ingratiate herself with me, which is why I would speak favorably of her. The most prudent course of action is for me to remain passive while the 2 of you make your own efforts. When the decisive moment arrives, I shall intervene to provide a spark. This would enhance the likelihood of success. If I were to assist you prematurely, it would not only jeopardize your relationship with Auntie, but also strain the bond between her and me as mother and daughter. That would be akin to losing both the lady and the soldiers." Su Zhihan felt her reasoning was entirely sound. Zhihan's mother had indeed treated her exceptionally well, always remembering to share good things with her, which is akin to a genuine mother-daughter relationship. She could not bear to pit them against someone who truly cared for her. It was clear that the male and female leads were destined to be together. If she were to hurt Aunt G's feelings, mending that rift would be a formidable challenge. Zhihan and Aunt G shared a biological bond, and even if their maternal ties were strained, they could still be restored. However, if she severed that connection, it would be far more difficult to rekindle it. She was not merely a non-playable character revolving around these 2, she had her own interests to consider. In conclusion, Su Zhihan added, "In fact, I have also contemplated a contingency plan for you. should you ultimately fail to persuade Aunt Ji and find yourselves compelled to elope. I have a strategy in mind. Ji Han and Song Miaoka in unison queried, what strategy? Su Zhihan, reflecting on her relationship with her aunt, mused that by charming her, perhaps she could change her surname and relocate her household registration, potentially usurping Ji Han's position as the heir. If that were to materialize, she could support them all. Although the likelihood was exceedingly slim, one must always harbor dreams. What if they were to come true? Ji Han, with a stern expression and lifeless eyes, retorted, "You're dreaming. Keep your fantasies to yourself." Su Zhihan chuckled, brushing it off as mere jest. Nonetheless, her earlier remarks carried a semblance of truth, prompting Ji Han to abandon the thought of persuading her. As for the so-called mother-daughter bond, he dismissed her words as mere blather, choosing to ignore them. The idea of having such a sister was unfathomable. He could scarcely envision how life would unfold under such circumstances. Chapter 11. The utmost utilization of Su Zhihan on this outing. Their earnings amounted to a mere 2 cups of milk tea, leaving Su Zhihan quite dissatisfied. Consequently, she subtly extorted Ji Han for a little extra. Today's misfortune would certainly not sit well with Lynn Pingting. Upon returning home, she erupted in a furious tirade, smashing everything within reach in her room. Su Zhihan. Why do I despise her even more than before? Doesn't she have feelings for Ji Han? It must be that she knows she cannot be with him, thus she cannot bear to see me thrive. What a vile woman she is. Lynn Pingting's features contorted with rage, and within the confines of her home, she felt no need to mask her true nature. The household staff dared not approach her in her fury. Lynn's father and mother were aware that she had faced difficulties outside, yet instead of offering her comfort, they berated her for being ineffectual. Lynn's mother entered Lynn Pingting's room, her gaze filled with disdain as she surveyed the disarray. Look at what you've become. You're the esteemed daughter of the Lynn family, and such a trivial matter has reduced you to this state. Have all your studies gone to waste? Seated on the edge of her bed, Lynn Pingting felt her anger stifled by her mother's words. The servants swiftly tidied the room, their efficiency suggesting that this was not the first occurrence of such a situation. With her arms crossed and an expression of indifference, Lynn's mother remarked, "Instead of wasting your time here in fury, you would be better off winning over Madame Ji. If she takes a liking to you, you need not concern yourself with that Song Miaoka at all. The Ji family would never allow a girl of such lowly background to enter their household. If you cannot even surpass that insignificant girl, you might as well follow in your aunt's footsteps and prepare for an early marriage." Upon hearing the suggestion of an early marriage, Lynn Pingting's face turned ashen with fear. "No. Mother, I cannot possibly lose to that Song Miaoka. I will marry Ji Han and undoubtedly become the future Mrs. Ji." Lynn Pingting dared not contemplate the life her aunt was currently enduring. It was a life unworthy of a human, akin to being sold off by the Lynn family at a pittance. Though marriage was the common thread, there existed a stark disparity among those wed. Some individuals were hardly deserving of the title of human, and her aunt's husband was certainly not one. The individual in question is over 20 years older than her aunt. At that time, the Lynn family was facing a dire crisis, and this person was able to assist them in overcoming it. Her aunt is merely 6 years her senior. When she was 16, her aunt was only 22. She witnessed helplessly as her parents married her aunt off to that elderly man. Subsequently, the Lynn family acquired a substantial sum of money that alleviated their predicament. Was this not akin to selling her aunt? Even if the Lynn family is now thriving, her aunt's life has not improved significantly. That individual still resorts to physical abuse and verbal scorn. It is evident that they traded her aunt for their current affluence, only to now disdain her. She resolutely refuses to become a second version of her aunt. Lynn Pingting wiped away the smeared makeup from her face with trembling hands and meticulously reapplied it, declaring, "I am the eldest daughter of the Lynn family. I cannot afford to fail." She remains the resplendent eldest daughter of the Lynn family. She will not succumb to being a failure. Lynn's mother, upon seeing her daughter, felt no sympathy. Instead, her gaze was filled with indifference. In this household, one must possess intrinsic value. Otherwise, one is destined for abandonment. The Ji family is currently bustling as well. Ji Han has procured the surveillance footage from that coffee shop and presented it directly to Madame Ji. Observing the arrogant Lynn Pingting within the footage, Madame G grimaced in disgust. Who is this person? She bears an uncanny resemblance to Pingting. Zhihan remarked, this is the Lynn Pingting you adore. Surprised, are we? She feigned gentleness and virtue in your presence, yet outside, she reveals her true self. Today, Su Zhihan almost fell victim to her bullying. Zhihan was aware of his mother's disdain for Song Miaoka, so he refrained from mentioning her name. Moreover, his mother had encountered Song Miaoka infrequently, only catching glimpses of her silhouette on the surveillance footage, which alleviated any concern of recognition. Should Su Zhihan not come to persuade him, he certainly had alternative strategies. Using her as a pretext should suffice. Observe how his mother's demeanor shifted upon hearing that Su Zhihan had been wronged. Recognizing the efficacy of this tactic, Zhihan pressed on. Today, Su Zhihan was out enjoying coffee with a friend, and since her companion is not part of the social circle, they were ridiculed by Lynn Pingting. Mrs. G remarked, what is wrong with that Lynn girl? Did Zhihan provoke her? So, what if she has an ordinary friend? Are ordinary people not human? Upon hearing his mother's words, Zhihan instinctively raised an eyebrow. Indeed, ordinary individuals are still human. He hoped his mother would genuinely grasp this notion and cease to prioritize social status. As Mrs. G observed the arrogant Lynn Pingting on the video, her frustration only intensified. Although the audio from the surveillance was unclear, Lynn Pingting's haughty expression was captured vividly. Subsequently, as Su Zhihan retaliated, Lynn Pingting's arrogant demeanor shifted to one of suppressed fury. Mrs. G commented while watching, I am certain Zhihan must have been scolding her. Just look at how furious she is. Zhihan's retort must have been quite splendid. Truly, she is my goddaughter. Her fiery temperament mirrors my own. Upon hearing the term goddaughter, Zhihan nearly choked on his own saliva. Cough, cough, Mom. When did she become your goddaughter? I was completely unaware of this. Mrs. G shrugged her shoulders and raised her hands innocently, replying, I recognized her myself, although she is still oblivious to it. Zhihan retorted, Mom, a goddaughter cannot be appointed unilaterally. Both parties must consent. He was quite certain that Su Zhihan would undoubtedly agree, especially since she had long coveted his position. Mrs. G, feeling exasperated, interrupted, all right, I understand. You are truly tedious. How are things going with your little girlfriend? Have you broken up yet? Zhihan closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and replied, No, Mom. Our relationship is thriving, and she will undoubtedly be my wife. There is no possibility of a breakup. Just look at the kind of daughter-in-law you have chosen. Compared to Lynn Pingting, Miaoka is nothing short of an angel. Aside from her slightly lesser family background, she is practically perfect. Hearing this, Mrs. G felt a pang of discomfort in her teeth. Perfect. Your girlfriend's petty demeanor hardly qualifies as perfection. Zhihan countered, that is called being reserved. Moreover, Miaoka and Su Zhihan get along splendidly. Since you regard Su Zhihan as your goddaughter, having Miaoka as a daughter-in-law would eliminate any potential sister-in-law conflicts. He then cast a glance at Lynn Pingting in the video and continued, if she were to become your daughter-in-law, do you believe she and Su Zhihan wouldn't clash daily? You might even end up losing that goddaughter. It seems that Madame G has indeed been swayed, yet she must ponder this matter thoroughly. Regardless, Lynn Pingting's ambitions have been thwarted. Zhihan has truly utilized Su Zhihan's potential to its fullest extent, something he himself did not foresee. Given how remarkably effective Su Zhihan has proven to be in his mother's presence. Meanwhile, Su Zhihan, indulging in a bath of red wine at home, sneezed multiple times, wondering which little rascal was speaking of her. Chapter 12. Accompanying the comedian Song Yu to the G residence for a performance, the little rascal Zhihan is currently engaged in a spirited contest with Song Miaoka. After finishing her bath, Su Zhihan received a phone call from Madame G. She made no mention of Song Miaoka, but instead addressed the matter concerning Lynn Pingting. Madame G sighed and remarked, this time, I misjudged a person. I had thought that girl was virtuous, yet she has deceived me so skillfully. Her parents are rather strict with her, and before me, they have always maintained a demeanor of respect and propriety. It now appears that all of this was a facade. The Lynn family is indeed a den of wolves and tigers, where none possess a heart of kindness. However, within the Lynn family exists a tragic figure, Aunt Lynn, who, in the original narrative, met her demise at the hands of her husband. She has never committed any wrongdoing. Rather, it is this family of predators that has brought her to ruin. Although Lynn Painting feigns sympathy for her aunt, she is, in fact, one of the principal architects of her aunt's tragic fate. Even during the family's relentless bullying of her aunt, she played the role of the chief accomplice. Aunt Lynn's marriage was largely facilitated by her, for had it not been for the drug she administered, her aunt would not have been caught in an act of infidelity at the banquet. At a family banquet, a scandal unfolds, orchestrated by the Lynn family themselves. Ultimately, under immense pressure from various quarters, Aunt Lynn is coerced into marrying that unattractive and fierce old man. Lynn Painting, fearing she might become the second Aunt Lynn, incessantly embellishes her own image in her mind, yet in truth, she and her family are no different, equally repugnant. Mrs. G has never faced hardship. She has always been cherished and adored by her husband, resulting in her relatively naive disposition, which ultimately led to her deception. Dear Aunt, do not be disheartened. It is better to have clarity now. In the future, Lynn Painting may come to you with grievances, perhaps even concocting tales about Zhihan's girlfriend. Simply do not believe her, Su Zhihan mused, well aware that Lynn Painting would likely seek to lodge complaints, primarily targeting Song Miaoka. She has now severed that avenue, eager to see how Lynn Painting will proceed. Mrs. G has never doubted Su Zhihan's words, thus readily acquiescing. Their conversation extended over 2 hours, and as they concluded, Mrs. G lingered on the line, saying, Zhihan, it has been several days since you last visited me. Even amidst your busy work, do remember to take care of yourself and come to see this lonely elder more often. With your parents away, I must look after you. Zhihan is preoccupied with his work and his little girlfriend, having seemingly forgotten his old mother. You mustn't follow his example. Su Zhihan beamed radiantly at her words, for their mutual affection was so palpable that it bordered on excessive. Tomorrow, dear aunt, I shall pay you a visit. I shall join in the merriment. And Lynn Painting is likely to come and lodge a complaint as well. After shedding the role of the wicked female antagonist, I find myself with endless entertainment. Whether in times of leisure or urgency, I can always tease Zhihan. How delightful this life is. Attending the theater alone lacks charm. It is far better to bring along a witty companion. The ever-eager Song Yu, who is drawn into this escapade, is more than willing. While he can be summoned for the theatrical outings, it is best to exclude him from any mischief. On the following day, Su Zhihan finished work earlier than usual and drove straight to the Ji family's ancestral home. In novels, the residences of the protagonist's parents and elders are invariably referred to as the ancestral home. Song Yu had already arrived. Despite being a boss himself, he still found time to indulge in leisure and entertainment. Zhihan, despite his busy schedule of meetings and business trips, still manages to carve out moments for romance. Early the next morning, he had to leave for a business trip, yet he could still engage in flirtation by night, truly befitting of a leading man. As the day unfolded, Su Zhihan remarked on Song Yu's relaxed attire, noting that he suddenly appeared several years younger. Such a charming outfit. Why must he don a suit and tie every day? As a boss, should he not have the freedom to dress as he pleases? Song Yu playfully bumped fists with her, grinning. I specifically chose this outfit. It's quite stylish, wouldn't you agree? Upon seeing them, Mrs. G's laughter crinkled the corners of her eyes with delight. The sight of these two brought her greater joy than that of her own son. However, when the subject turned to her son, Mrs. G's mood soured. It seemed as if he had transformed their home into a mere playground for acquaintances. What kind of son is this? He is clearly a source of vexation. As good brothers, Su Zhihan and Song Yu naturally defended Zhihan, each extolling his virtues until Ji's mother was soon beaming with delight. After some light-hearted banter, however, Ji's mother's smile abruptly vanished as she glanced at a message on her phone. Su Zhihan raised an eyebrow, signaling to Song Yu, something's amiss. Stay alert. Song Yu winked in acknowledgement. Got it. Indeed, it wasn't long before Lynn Painting arrived. Even before she stepped inside, her saccharine voice could be heard calling out to Ji's mother. Upon hearing that sweet, syrupy tone, Su Zhihan felt chills run down her spine. Where was that domineering spirit from yesterday? Ji's mother, upon hearing her voice, remained seated on the sofa without moving, instead urging Su Zhihan and Song Yu to indulge in the food. You two should eat more. Everything here is prepared with your preferences in mind. The moment Lin Pingting entered, she spotted the brazenly seated Su Zhihan waving at her, while Song Yu was being coaxed by Ji's mother to eat. A sudden, unsettling premonition washed over her. Nevertheless, she quickly composed herself, donning a gentle smile as she addressed Ji's mother. Aunt Ji, I haven't visited you in a few days. I hope you've been feeling better. I noticed you had a bit of a cough last time, so I had someone deliver some kumquats. These are imported and excellent for alleviating coughs. Ji's mother smiled slightly, her demeanor polite and gracious. I'm quite well, thank you. The kumquats you sent last time were nice, and we have some kumquats at home too. Please take some with you when you leave. However, ours are domestically sourced. I hope you won't mind. Lin Pingting's expression suddenly froze. She was aware that Madame Ji's attitude towards her was peculiar. Yet all she could do was force a smile and say, Dislike? How could I possibly dislike you, Aunt? Please smile more. Su Zhihan and Song Yu exchanged glances, each leisurely holding a fruit platter, clearly relishing the unfolding drama. How delightful. Although Madame Ji was simple-minded, she was certainly not foolish. If she favored someone, she would shower them with kindness. To put it bluntly, if she liked you, even if you merely passed gas, she would praise your digestive health. Conversely, if she held a disfavor towards you, even the finest offerings would not pique her interest. At that moment, Lin Pingting found herself in the latter category. Upon hearing her emphasize the imported kumquats, Su Zhihan nearly burst into laughter. It seemed that kumquats, regardless of their origin, held similar benefits. And domestically produced ones were not only affordable but also delicious. The Ji family was hardly in want of such fruit. By insisting on the import, was she not handing over a weapon for others to wield against her? Yet, Su Zhihan, ever the spectator, popped a kumquat into her mouth, sighed, and remarked, I have never tasted imported kumquats. I cannot ascertain if they possess a different flavor. Song Yu echoed her sentiment with a sigh. I too have not tasted them. It appears our experiences are rather limited. Their playful banter only served to deepen the fury etched upon Lin Pingting's face. Chapter 13. Shattering Lin Pingting's facade. Unveiling the Lin family secrets. Lin Pingting had initially intended to showcase her sincerity, but the interruption from these two transformed her genuine effort into a mere display of ulterior motives. Madame Ji gazed at the two individuals with a smile in her eyes, finding her own childish antics utterly endearing. As for the emotions of the person who had deceived her, she was indifferent. Lin Pingting observed Madame Ji's expression, a flicker of melancholy crossing her gaze. After all her efforts to please, she found herself utterly unheard. Striving to compose herself, Lin Pingting forced a smile and said, Auntie, perhaps I was a bit careless in my speech. If I have offended you in any way, I sincerely ask for your forgiveness. Seeing the earnest Lin Pingting, Su Zhihan felt quite out of sorts. She preferred the more audacious and unrestrained Lin Pingting, who at least appeared genuine. The latter's acting left much to be desired, as all her emotions were writ large in her eyes, though she seemed to believe she was concealing them well. Madame Ji was disinclined to continue their conversation, as there was little left to discuss. Everything felt insincere, leaving no room for dialogue. Pingting, I once believed you to be a kind-hearted child, yet I now realize I was mistaken. You present yourself as virtuous before me, but before others, you are entirely different. I detest those who are hypocritical. You are aware that I once held you in high regard, but now, let us part ways. Madame Ji's words shattered Lin Pingting's last glimmer of hope. Su Zhihan watched in silence as Lin Pingting's eyes abruptly reddened, tears streaming down her face like an unending torrent. Goodness! Was she truly so affected? Did her eyes harbor two faucets? Moreover, she appeared genuinely distressed. It seemed unlikely to be an act, as her thespian skills were far from exceptional. Song Yu was taken aback by how swiftly a woman's demeanor could shift. He glanced at Su Zhihan, seeking guidance on how to proceed, but she merely shrugged, indicating her own uncertainty. Lin Pingting was indeed heartbroken and terrified. She slid from the sofa to the floor, gazing up at Madame Ji with eyes brimming with desperation. Aunt, I truly did not intend to deceive you. I am utterly at my wit's end. My affection for Zhihan is sincere, and my desire to marry him is genuine. However, my foremost wish is to escape my family. Should I be unable to wed Zhihan, I fear my parents will treat me as a mere pawn, marrying me off to anyone who can benefit the Lynn family. My aunt endured such a fate. Her current existence is far from humane, subjected daily to the abuse of my uncle. I dread becoming the second version of my aunt. As Lynn Pingting spoke, her sorrow deepened, and her despair intensified. Had Su Zhihan not been privy to her true circumstances, she might have been deceived. However, Madame Ji remained unaware of the full truth. Witnessing Lynn Pingting's pitiable state stirred her compassion. While marrying Zhihan was out of the question, extending a helping hand was not entirely off the table. Observing Madame Ji's expression, Su Zhihan swiftly resolved to unveil Lynn Pingting's true nature. Miss Lynn, there is yet another matter you have not addressed, such as the circumstances surrounding your aunt's marriage to your uncle. Moreover, the Lynn family is certainly a prominent and respectable lineage. Why, then, does your uncle dare to treat your aunt with such disdain? Your aunt has brought benefits to your family. Does no one offer assistance to her? Upon hearing Su Zhihan's words, Lynn Pingting's countenance instantly transformed, her gaze becoming evasive. Song Yu, nearby, was engrossed in the unfolding drama, his attention unwavering. How captivating! Truly, it was exceedingly riveting. Observing Lynn Pingting's guilty expression, Mrs. Ji realized she had nearly fallen for another deception. Amused by Lynn Pingting's antics, she pondered, "Do you genuinely believe I am so easily swayed?" Su Zhihan and Song Yu exchanged glances, each reflecting a shared conviction. Initially, I felt sympathy for you and was genuinely inclined to extend a helping hand, but you truly consider me a fool, do you not? My relationship with my aunt is quite close. She is merely 6 years my senior and has always favored me in our family. Su Zhihan continued. Thus, you exploited her affection for you by poisoning her drink, leading to her entanglement with that man and ultimately forcing her into marriage with him. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Ji and Song Yu's expressions changed dramatically. They were aware of Aunt Lynn from the Lynn family, often regarded as a figure of pity by many. It is well known that Aunt Lynn married at the tender age of 22. Thus, Lynn Pingting, at merely 16, committed such a heinous act. How utterly terrifying. Song Yu let out a soft sound, rubbing his arms as goosebumps prickled his skin. Fortunately, he did not provoke women. He genuinely felt that those men who courted danger were exceedingly bold, utterly unafraid of losing their lives. If one were merely drugged, they might consider themselves fortunate. But should they fall victim to poison, it would indeed be a farewell to this lifetime. If Lynn Pingting dared to administer drugs to her own kin, she would surely show no mercy to others. The secrets hidden deep within Lynn Pingting's heart had been unearthed entirely, and she was utterly oblivious to how Su Zhihan had come by this knowledge. This secret was known only to her parents and herself. Not even her aunt was aware. Her aunt believed it was merely a case of drunken indiscretion, never suspecting Lynn Pingting's involvement. It's not like that. It's not like that. My parents forced me. I never intended to harm my aunt. They compelled me. But if I don't act, our family would face ruin. And I wouldn't be able to maintain this comfortable life. What else could I do? I don't want to live in hardship. As Lynn Pingting spoke, she began to laugh, alternating between tears and laughter, creating a terrifying spectacle. Mrs. Ji, alarmed, stepped back several paces. Su Zhihan regarded her coldly. These were not justifications for harming her own aunt. If given a choice, who would wish for a life of suffering? To place a knife to the throat of one's own kin, was that an act of humanity? The very aunt who had been the best to her had been reduced to this state, while she continued to flaunt her status as the eldest daughter of the Lynn family, never once considering to assist her own aunt. Su Zhihan gazed at the seemingly deranged Lynn Pingting and stated, "Do not feign madness. Such ruses are futile. You are indeed capable of severing ties with the Lynn family. All you need do is relinquish your identity as a Lynn family heiress and forsake these accolades. In doing so, you would be akin to your cousin, able to extricate yourself from that household." Chapter 14. Seeking benefits from Zhihan. Song Yu interjected, "I too desire this." Although Lynn Pingting's cousin had not made an appearance in the narrative, she was mentioned briefly. This cousin, unwilling to remain in such a den of wolves, sought to escape the role of a mere tool and thus abandoned everything to venture abroad. She was thriving overseas, embodying true wisdom. Moreover, individuals like her, despite relinquishing numerous possessions, still possessed considerable wealth. While they could no longer maintain their extravagant lifestyles, their everyday expenses were comfortably manageable. Lynn Pingting, on the other hand, was purely malicious and selfish. Had Su Zhihan not mentioned her cousin, Lynn Pingting might have nearly forgotten about her. Her uncle and aunt had passed away early, and this cousin had grown up alongside her. Following the incident involving her aunt, the cousin had gone abroad ostensibly for education, after which all communication ceased. At that time, her parents had expressed great anger, accusing her of nurturing an ungrateful wretch. Observing Su Zhihan's indifferent demeanor, Lynn Pingting was genuinely perplexed as to how she had come to know these things. It seemed that Su Zhihan could discern her innermost thoughts, reminding her that one must be cautious, for unless one acts with discretion, secrets shall inevitably surface. Lynn Pingting, along with her belongings, was subsequently expelled. After her departure, Madame G patted her chest, still somewhat shaken, exclaiming, "Good heavens, that was truly terrifying. At such a tender age, how can one be so malicious?" My previous judgment was indeed rather lacking. Song Yu's emotions were exceedingly complex. This performance was quite thrilling, yet these matters, when heard, are truly disheartening. Particularly the issue concerning Aunt Lynn, a woman sacrificed by her family. After sipping a cup of tea, Madame G's mood improved slightly. In comparison to Lynn Pingting, Song Miaoka did not seem so inferior after all. Though a tad petty, such trivialities pale in comparison to character and morality. Alas, with Lynn Pingting as a contrast, Song Miaoka appeared significantly more favorable. However, Madame G remained discontented. She possessed such an exceptional son, yet he chose someone so insipid, lacking beauty and a distinguished lineage. Not to mention her limited perspective. Oh, what a predicament! Su Zhihan and Song Yu, seated nearby, dared not interject. This matter was beyond their purview. The dynamics between mother and son, as well as between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, constituted private family affairs. Furthermore, the relationship between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law has existed throughout history, being one of the most intricate familial ties. Nevertheless, with Lynn Pingting's contrast, Song Miaoka inadvertently gained some favor, which is a silver lining. After a brief period of frustration, Madame G soon regained her composure. She decided to set aside her concerns about Song Miaoka for the moment, as she felt unable to address them. Instead, her focus shifted to assisting Aunt Lynn in escaping her dire circumstances. Su Zhihan and Song Yu wholeheartedly supported Madame G's decision. With her assistance, it was merely a matter of time before Aunt Lynn would find her way out of that torment. Upon exiting the ancestral residence of the G family, Su Zhihan urged Song Yu to relay all the events that had transpired in the old house to Zhihan, particularly emphasizing the matter of indirectly enhancing their rapport. After all, she had played a pivotal role in unmasking Lynn Pingting's true nature, and surely, she deserved some form of reward. As Song Yu dialed Zhihan's number, a look of confusion crossed her face. Do you not have Zhihan's contact information as well? Why not communicate with him directly?
Sofia no ofertaste felizmail.
I merely feel a bit embarrassed. After all, who would directly ask for favors? One must find an intermediary, right? Do make sure to sing my praises and extol my virtues a bit more. If the rewards are substantial enough, I shall treat you to a delightful meal, she added. Song Yu was taken aback by her stinginess. You plan to treat me to a meal? Are you serious? And you, of all people, are feeling embarrassed? Since when has the word embarrassment ever been associated with you? Is the sun rising from the west today? Su Zhihan countered, 2 meals. Surely 2 will suffice. One must not be excessively greedy. Learning to be content is essential. Song Yu retorted, excuse me, who is it now that seeks my assistance in asking Zhihan for favors? Having encountered double standards before, he had never witnessed such a glaring example until now. And Su Zhihan never ceased to astonish him with her peculiarities. When Zhihan saw that it was Song Yu calling, he answered without a second thought. The two exchanged casual banter for a moment, recounting the happenings in the old house, but soon, the conversation turned to the crux of the matter. Su Zhihan is right beside you, isn't she? Ask her what she desires. Stop beating around the bush. It's a waste of my time. Song Yu glanced at Su Zhihan, who quickly signaled her reluctance to answer the phone and whispered her request. Song Yu relayed. She says she feels embarrassed to take your call and wishes for me to convey that you should let it slide for now. Zhihan fell silent for 3 seconds before responding. Tell her that the demands must not be excessive. She cannot covet my position. Upon hearing this, Su Zhihan snatched the phone away, exclaiming, "Who is coveting your position? With your routine of rising at dawn and retiring at dusk, only to submit your dues at night, I wouldn't want it even if it were offered to me." Song Yu hurriedly covered her mouth, exclaiming in a panic, Hey, you've crossed the line. Using my phone to make calls at such high speed is strictly prohibited." Zhihan clutched his chest, once again experiencing that familiar dull ache. This person's words were as venomous as poison. Did she not fear poisoning herself while licking her lips? "It's still early. You may continue your work. Song Yu and I shall indulge ourselves. Goodbye." As Su Zhihan decisively hung up the phone, Song Yu remarked, "Well, I hadn't finished stating my request. I consider myself an indirect helper. I, too, wish for him to owe me a favor." "Why did you hang up so swiftly?"
Su Zhihan retorted.
"Why didn't you mention it sooner?" "Wait, I'll call back. This time, I'll be the intermediary, and I shall extol you to the heavens." Song Yu quickly reclaimed her phone. Thinking it wise to avoid another attempt, fearing Zhihan might be driven to exasperation. It seemed that Zhihan's life was becoming increasingly dire. At that moment, seated in his office, Zhihan felt an overwhelming discomfort. Why must he be confined to his office while those two wander freely? Isn't Song Yu also responsible for managing the entire company like him? Is Dr. Su Zhihan not busy? Glancing at the unfinished work scattered across his desk, Zhihan could not help but utter a rare expletive. What infuriated him further was that these two rascals, Su Zhihan and Song Yu, had sent him numerous photographs of their exploits. The mouth-watering delicacies in the images made Zhihan's stomach grumble audibly. Jifan's face turned dark with displeasure. Chapter 15. Zhihan, who shares a nickname with Teddy. Do you think it's really acceptable for us to leave Zhihan behind like this? Song Yu felt a twinge of guilt in his heart. It was one thing for them to revel in their escapades. It was another to bring along his girlfriend. If he were Zhihan, he would likely be seething with rage by now. Su Zhihan, relishing a large skewer, spoke with his mouth full. "What's the harm? He simply doesn't fit in with us. He's such a pretentious person, never indulging in street food, as if consuming it would tarnish his status. We shouldn't drag someone so lofty down from his pedestal." Su Zhihan had always found it perplexing how characters from novels, born into affluent families, could be oblivious to the delights of street food and even look down upon it. Yet, street food is truly exquisite. The dishes in upscale restaurants may be delicious, but over time they lack flavor. She preferred the vibrant taste of street food, enjoying it while strolling and savoring skewers amidst the lively atmosphere. Song Miaoka greatly enjoys the ambience of this place. It has been quite some time since she last visited the night market. The stinky tofu from this vendor is exceptionally delectable. She has never tasted a more exquisite version. Song Miaoka enthusiastically recommends her favorite snacks to everyone. Su Zhihan and Song Yu are equally enthusiastic, relishing the food without any pretensions. Observing their joy in dining, Miaoka cannot help but reflect on her current life. Ever since officially becoming involved with Zhihan, she has not ventured out to the night market alone for quite a while. Zhihan often claims that these street stalls are unsanitary and insists that the chef at home can prepare food instead. However, no matter how skilled the chef may be, the experience of consuming food freshly made outside is unparalleled. It is not merely about the flavor, it is primarily about the atmosphere. The warmth and liveliness of the street cannot be replicated within the confines of home. In Ms. Song's absence, Mr. G's expression appears exceedingly grim. While dining, Zhihan picks up his phone, feeling uneasy. He is determined that others shall not enjoy themselves either. If he cannot deal with Su Zhihan and the others, he certainly will not spare the Lynn family. Upon witnessing her current demeanor, Mr. and Mrs. Lynn immediately recognize her failure, resulting in even colder treatment towards her. Mr. Lynn coldly remarks to Mrs. Lynn, "Look at the daughter you have raised. She is utterly useless." Mrs. Lynn's countenance darkens at his words, yet she dares not voice a rebuttal. Meanwhile, Lynn Pading trembles in her room, terrified. The secret she has hidden for so long is now exposed. If this were to spread, how could she ever face the world again? Now she can only hope that the events that transpired in the Ji family mansion remain undisclosed. Though this hope is exceedingly faint, it remains her sole source of solace. Yet, this hope is destined to shatter. The resentful father, Zhihan, feeling uncomfortable within himself, has taken her as his target. As more content loads, please hold on. No need to consider Mrs. Ji. Zhihan's strikes are swift, ruthless, and precise. Previously, he had to consider his mother's reputation, but now that concern has dissipated. Su Zhihan, while scrolling through her phone, could not help but chuckle at the news trending at the top. Look. Lynn Pingtian is truly finished this time. The entire Lynn family is doomed, huh? Su Zhihan laughed like a nefarious antagonist, stroking her chin and narrowing her eyes in feigned wisdom. I can assure you, this must have the fingerprints of our dear Ri Batian. Song Yu and Song Miaoka were momentarily at a loss, perplexed by her mention of Ri Batian. Su Zhihan, noticing their bewilderment, expressed her disdain. Really? You two don't even know who Ri Batian is? Just think for a moment about someone who always exudes an aura of dominance. Song Yu's lips twitched as he seemed to realize who she was referring to. Does Zhihan know you've given him a nickname? Song Miaoka exclaimed in surprise. Ah? So, the Ri Batian you mentioned is Zhihan? This nickname, however, is one Su Zhihan often uses for a certain little dog as well. During their recent shopping excursion, Su Zhihan stumbled upon a video featuring a teddy bear, jokingly remarking that the bear seemed to respond to everything, aptly earning the nickname Sun Dominator. However, equating Zhihan with the teddy bear felt increasingly peculiar to her. Song Miaoka discreetly covered her face, striving to dismiss such thoughts from her mind. Noticing the awkward expression on Song Miaoka's face, Su Zhihan curiously inquired, "What are you thinking? Is Zhihan not the Sun Dominator in your eyes?" Song Yu, who was sipping beer at that moment, could not contain his laughter upon hearing her words, erupting in a fit of mirth. "Ha! That's simply brilliant." Thankfully, Zhihan was not present, otherwise, he would genuinely fear for Su Zhihan's safety.
Su Zhihan,
having consumed a bit of alcohol, found her memory of their last shopping trip somewhat hazy. I don't recall, but the nickname for the teddy bear does seem fitting. She earnestly patted Song Miaoka's shoulder, advising, encouraged Zhihan to be a bit more magnanimous. He should share this nickname with the teddy bear, after all. A formidable CEO ought not to be so petty. Song Miaoka offered a dry smile in agreement, feeling that Zhihan would likely prefer not to share this moniker. Or perhaps he simply did not desire it at all. Meanwhile, Zhihan, at home, was plagued by incessant sneezes, suspecting that the trio was incessantly teasing him. He could only hope that Miaoka would not be led astray, particularly not by Su Zhihan. That individual was currently burdened with numerous bad habits, and he wished for Miaoka to remain untainted by her influence. After venting his frustrations regarding the Lin family, Zhihan found himself in a significantly improved mood. That night, it was evident that the entire Lin family would be unable to find rest. Under Zhihan's influence, the affairs of the Lin family garnered immense attention online. A 16-year-old girl had drugged her own aunt, irreparably damaging her aunt's life, and the entire family acted as accomplices. They climbed to greater heights on the blood of their aunt, only to later express disdain for the shame it brought upon them. Such is the conduct of the so-called illustrious Lin family. Chapter 16. Su Zhihan. Look at our little family, Zhihan. Those are my parents. Lin's father and mother were utterly unprepared for this sudden crisis. Upon discovering that her beloved niece had committed such an atrocious act against her, Lin's aunt fainted from shock. The years of hardship she endured were well known to her family. She had long sought their assistance in escaping her marriage. Yet not a single person offered to help her. Even Lin Pingting, whom she had always cherished, urged her to accept her fate, suggesting that she should blame her drunkenness that fateful night. Little did they know, it was not her drunkenness that led to her predicament, but rather the drugging she had suffered. I will kill her. I must kill her. In that household, she held a deep affection for Lin Pingting. How could she betray her in such a manner? After regaining consciousness in the hospital, Lin's aunt was profoundly shaken, repeatedly muttering her desire to take revenge on Lin Pingting. That night, the online realm buzzed with excitement. Night owls on the internet forsook sleep to indulge in the unfolding drama. The male protagonist, as expected, did not shy away from confrontation, striking directly at the heart of the matter. By the following day, The Lynn family's scandal had transformed into a topic of lively conversation for all. Even during her work hours, Su Zhihan could overhear her colleagues discussing matters concerning the Lynn family. Some individuals even sought her insight, eager to uncover any insider information. Dr. Shu, you must be in the same circle as the Lynn family. Do you happen to know what transpired last night? Is there any hidden truth? Indeed. Some netizens are theorizing that it might be the rivals of the Lynn family deliberately orchestrating this. Observing the curious gazes directed towards her, Su Zhihan stroked her chin and feigned profundity. As for any insider knowledge, I am rather uninformed. However, much of what is being circulated online holds a semblance of truth. A collective gasp echoed among those present. So, it is indeed true. How terrifying it is to be part of such a prominent family. Previously, they had envied the life of the affluent, but it now appeared that such a lifestyle was not meant for everyone. One misstep, and one could easily fall prey to the machinations of others. Did these individuals not fear the law at all? If Su Zhihan were to grasp their sentiments, she would undoubtedly remark, "This is merely the realm of a Mary Sue romance novel. In this world, what significance does the law hold?" Yet, in truth, this world had normalized considerably, perhaps due to the presence of her unparalleled beauty, leading everyone to exhibit a touch more decorum. With the troubles that had befallen the Lynn family, rival companies were eager to seize the opportunity to snatch a piece of the Lynn family's success. The Lynn couple even sought out Madame G, hoping she would extend her assistance. However, Madame G was entirely disinclined to meet them, even going so far as to firmly declare that they should refrain from seeking her out. The Lynn family is truly shameless, despite others' reluctance to see them. They still linger at the doorstep. Mrs. G, upon discovering that the trio was blocking her entrance, was infuriated and expressed her displeasure quite vocally. "How dare they? They had the audacity to confront me when I have yet to settle the score for their deceit." Su Zhihan happened to visit and also noticed the family obstructing the entrance. Lin Pingting regarded her with a gaze akin to that of a venomous serpent. However, Su Zhihan remained unfazed, daring her to act on her venomous thoughts. Upon Su Zhihan's arrival, Mrs. G seemed to find an ally, promptly dragging her into a conversation filled with complaints about the family outside. Listening to Mrs. G's grievances, Su Zhihan felt the situation was not as dire as it appeared. If they desired to wait outside, let them. It would be interesting to see how long they could endure. The Lin family clearly did not have the luxury of time to continue their vigil. "Auntie, why concern yourself with them? If they wish to wait outside, let them do so. It won't disrupt your life at home," she advised. "You should take a page from Uncle's book. Look how adept he is at fishing," which clearly reflects a tranquil mind. Meanwhile, Mr. G, who had yet to catch a single fish, remained silent. Su Zhihan picked up a fishing rod herself, uncertain if the pond harbored any fish. Observing Mr. G's empty bucket, she speculated whether the pond was devoid of fish, or if Mr. G's fishing skills were lacking. Just 2 minutes later, as she reeled in a sizable catch, Su Zhihan beamed with delight, her smile broad and infectious. Beside her, Chairman G was taken aback, exclaiming, "Did you not attach bait to the fishing hook? You managed to catch a fish just like that?" Su Zhihan tossed her hair, with a sense of pride, replying, "What can I say? I am simply that skilled." Chairman G felt a surge of competitive spirit. After decades of fishing, how could he possibly be outdone by a mere girl? Moreover, her smug demeanor was undeniably infuriating. With Su Zhihan's presence, the G family's old residence was now abuzz with liveliness. The three of them resembled a genuine family of three, while Zhihan, the biological son, toiled away at the company. Su Zhihan did not forget to send a photo to showcase their camaraderie, captioning it as a family of three. Upon seeing the picture, Zhihan nearly punctured the document he was signing. Zhihan remarked, "Those are my parents. Please do not encroach upon my place." They were indeed a family of three. But what role did he play? Su Zhihan seemed intent on usurping his position. Although her relationship with her own parents was rather tenuous, Chairman G and Madame G undeniably treated her as their daughter, hence the photo could aptly be described as a family of three. The turmoil surrounding the Lin family had escalated significantly, and many suspected the involvement of certain individuals, leading to a general air of caution among the populace. Most notably, fewer people sought to antagonize Song Miaoka. In fact, some even went out of their way to appease her. This was a stark contrast to the past, where she had been subjected to incessant bullying. Feeling somewhat flustered by their sudden cordiality, Song Miaoka refrained from bothering Zhihan, who was preoccupied with the Lin family affair, and thus turned to Su Zhihan for solace. Su Zhihan. So, is it permissible for you to disturb me now? She directly passed the question to Song Yu, as she was not their emotional caretaker. Song Yu also found it difficult to converse privately with Song Miaoka, thus transferring the issue to Zhihan. After a series of exchanges, Song Miaoka ultimately engaged in conversation with Zhihan. Su Zhihan, your matters should be resolved by yourselves. It is inappropriate for outsiders to intervene. Song Yu, who would disagree with that? Zhihan and Song Miaoka, you truly are considerate. Subsequently, it seemed Zhihan had communicated with certain individuals, whose intentions became less overt. Although the Lin family had not gone bankrupt, they were undeniably on a decline, with Lin's father, the chairman, nearing ousting. One night, Lin Peiting fled. Her aunt refused to forgive her and threatened legal action. As for her whereabouts, that remained unknown. Upon learning of Lin Peiting's escape, Su Zhihan could only think one word: damn. The vicious female antagonist has fled. Surely she would cause trouble again, and it would undoubtedly be significant. Chapter 17. Administering minor poison is trivial. Leaving you deficient is serious. Su Zhihan genuinely wished to capture Zhihan and give him a thorough beating. In such narratives, whether it is the male or female protagonist punishing the antagonist, they often allow the villain a small opening due to various oversights, permitting their escape. Why can't they simply pay attention? For her own safety, Su Zhihan expended a considerable fortune to hire bodyguards, ensuring they guarded her around the clock. She even arranged for 24-hour surveillance at her residence. Such grand gestures astonished both Zhihan Song and Song Yu. They realized that they had not seen Su Zhihan for several consecutive days and felt a twinge of concern, prompting them to visit her residence. To their surprise, they were met with an overwhelming display of security. Zhihan, observing the two stern-faced bodyguards flanking Su Zhihan, fell silent for a moment before solemnly inquiring, "Pray tell, what heinous act have you committed? Are you so fearful of assassination that you require such a formidable entourage, with this many bodyguards guarding you around the clock? One must wonder if you are indeed in fear of being murdered." Song Yu took a moment to count the bodyguards, discovering there were precisely 24, 12 men and 12 women. Su Zhihan sighed, her expression heavy with worry, and replied, "I wish it were not so. I too feel uncomfortable with so many around me. But this is for my own safety. Lin Peiting has gone rogue. She surely harbors a grudge against me. She is now unrestrained and reckless. What if she seeks to harm me?" Zhihan and Song Yu exchanged incredulous glances upon hearing her words. Song Yu took a deep breath, a mixture of exasperation and resignation evident in her voice as she said, "My dear lady, we reside in a society governed by law. Are you not aware of the legal ramifications of harm and murder? Furthermore, your residence is not easily accessible. Entry necessitates registration and a confirmation call to ascertain the identity of the homeowner. How could she have gained access to seek you out? To live in such fear is truly unfathomable." Su Zhihan shook her head, perceiving their naivety. Even in a normal world, bizarre and unusual deaths abound. How much more so in a world woven from fiction? In a realm where all are intoxicated, she remains sober. Such is the solitude of the strong. Considering that these two individuals are her friends, Su Zhihan decided to offer them a gentle reminder. It would be prudent for you to exercise caution lately. After all, a little vigilance can never go amiss, especially concerning Zhihan. Zhihan pointed to himself, bewildered.
Me?
What is there for me to be cautious about? With a tone of exasperation, Su Zhihan replied, "Are you truly this oblivious? Lin Peiting has long harbored aspirations to marry you, and given the turmoil you've caused her family, she must surely harbor feelings of resentment. It's not just you. Song Miaoka is also at risk. You both need to be vigilant when you go out. Be especially cautious about what you consume. It's best to avoid outside food altogether, particularly alcoholic beverages. What if she were to slip something into your drink?" Based on her years of reading romance novels, she had come to understand that drugging was a common trope in every Mary Sue narrative.
Je han skuffet.
Believing her concerns to be unfounded, He thought to himself that Su Zhihan was exhibiting signs of severe paranoia. You allow a mere Lynn painting to instill such fear in you? Where has that bravado gone that you once displayed in my presence? Su Zhihan shook her head. I can be audacious in front of you, but when it comes to Lynn painting, who lurks in the shadows, I have no one to confront. At least you are tangible and real. Song Yu's eyes brightened as enlightenment dawned upon him. I see now. Your implication is that Zhihan is easy to intimidate. Zhihan shot him a glare. Shut your mouth. When you don't speak, no one mistakes you for a mute. Having spent considerable time in the company of Su Zhihan, it seems that even Song Yu has adopted such a sharp tongue. Is this venomous wit truly contagious?
Su Zhihan,
with a beaming smile, squinted her eyes into narrow slits. In truth, her observation holds merit. Zhihan is indeed somewhat easy to manipulate. She continued her persuasion, saying, Old Ji, heed my advice, there's no mistake in it. What if she were to slip you a drug, perhaps an aphrodisiac? In that case, you might only end up sharing a bed with her. But what if it were something far worse? If I were in her position and had the opportunity to be with you, I would certainly ensure that you were incapacitated before taking the utmost revenge. Such a fate would be the gravest punishment for you. As Su Zhihan delivered this ominous warning, her expression was distinctly sinister, and she even mimicked the act of cutting with her fingers, portraying an intensity that suggested she might truly wish to sever something. Both Zhihan and Song Yu exchanged alarmed glances, instinctively closing their legs and hunching their bodies slightly. Women could be terrifying, and the one before them was particularly so. Song Yu swallowed hard and leaned closer to Zhihan, whispering, Old Ji, I believe it would be wise for you to exercise caution. As the saying goes, better safe than sorry. What if Lin Pingting's mindset has also gone awry? Here was a clear example before them. Although her thoughts had always been rather twisted, it only underscored her potential danger. Zhihan felt his throat tighten as he swallowed again, nodding gravely. After all, being a bit more vigilant was merely a precaution for his safety. Hiring a few bodyguards was a trivial expense in comparison to safeguarding one's well-being. Upon witnessing Zhihan being persuaded to remain, Su Zhihan nodded in satisfaction. This was precisely the correct approach. One should not always harbor the illusion of invincibility, for many have faltered due to arrogance. Numerous domineering male protagonists have fallen victim to cunning schemes, largely because of their excessive confidence. In the earlier days, many of the male leads in opulent romances were on the verge of marriage with their female counterparts, yet would still find themselves confronted by a lover or a cherished past, accompanied by an illegitimate child. Currently, this individual was at least her friend, and she had no desire to witness her companion being ensnared. After departing from Su Zhihan's residence, Zhihan and Song Yu promptly contacted a security firm to employ a multitude of bodyguards. They not only required additional protection for themselves, but also deemed it essential to safeguard their families. Observing the formidable display from the two families, many affluent clans speculated that something significant was afoot and began to emulate the trend. Consequently, the entire elite circle commenced a frenzy of hiring bodyguards, engaging in a subtle competition to see whose security detail was more substantial. This phenomenon of excessive bodyguard employment within the aristocracy even made headlines in entertainment news, showcasing the affluent offspring accompanied by a dozen or more suited bodyguards, striking a pose that could easily be mistaken for a scene from organized crime. Upon learning of this news and seeing the reports, Su Zhihan could only conclude that these individuals were truly lacking in sense. While following trends is one thing, must one not consider altering their bodyguard's attire for a casual outing, rather than transforming themselves into a conspicuous spectacle? Among these ostentatious displays, one figure stood out remarkably, Song Miao Ko, encircled by 5 or 6 bodyguards in dark suits. She appeared not to be protected, but rather to be the target of intimidation. As Su Zhihan savored her snack, she mused, truly worthy of being the heroine. Even her ostentatious bag stands out the most. Chapter 18. Song Miaoka under scrutiny. Zhihan, when faced with Song Miaoka, seemed perpetually at a loss. Whenever he was with her, he exuded the aura of a domineering CEO, as if he feared that the world might not recognize his affection for her. Observing the news, one couldn't help but wonder if he could exhibit a touch of modesty. It was almost as if he were anxious that Lin Pingting might struggle to locate Song Miaoka. With a sigh and a shake of her head, Su Zhihan felt overwhelmed with unexpressed grievances. Song Miaoka had recently quarreled with Zhihan over the matter of her bodyguards. As an ordinary individual, the constant presence of numerous bodyguards shadowing her at work was indeed a source of significant stress.
Zhihan.
Could you not be so overbearing? I have to go to work, and bringing this many bodyguards to the office makes everyone look at me strangely. The thought of her colleagues' scrutinizing gazes unsettled her. Some, who were not fond of her, even insinuated that she was merely a gold digger. Whispers of rumors circulated throughout the company, and even her boss had begun to harbor doubts about her integrity. Su Zhihan's words had lingered in Jihan's mind, growing increasingly resonant with each passing day. Lynn Pingding had seemingly vanished, her whereabouts unknown, and the means by which she had eluded detection were a mystery. Even the police had no leads on her. In the face of such a person who had lost everything, one could only speculate on the lengths she might go to in her quest for vengeance against society. It was prudent to remain cautious. Jihan had always preferred that she stay at home, desiring her company rather than allowing her to work. Yet she is an independent individual. How could she possibly follow him every step of the way? Moreover, she genuinely enjoys her current occupation. Although there are minor conflicts with some colleagues, they are trivial matters. She finds her life to be quite fulfilling.
Now.
She harbors serious doubts about Jihan's claims of danger, suspecting that the multitude of bodyguards he has arranged is merely an attempt to prevent her from going to work. Jihan, I cannot possibly refrain from working. I have no need for these bodyguards. We live in a society governed by law. What kind of danger could I possibly encounter? Song Miaoka stated coldly, I do not wish to see your bodyguards tomorrow. I merely desire to lead the life of an ordinary person. With that, she ascended the stairs, not forgetting to lock her door behind her. Jihan's expression turned icy, and the air around him felt as though it had solidified in the chill. Why could she not comprehend his intentions? Everything he did was for her own good. If he truly wished to prevent her from working, he could simply acquire her small, dilapidated company, and he was certain the owner would acquiesce. Yet he refrained from doing so. While he was reluctant to see Song Miaoka toil for such a meager salary, he ultimately chose to let her be, as she appeared to relish it. However, this time, his concern for her safety was genuine. Though he wished she would not work, his greater worry lay in her well-being. Leaning against the sofa, Jihan rubbed his temples in frustration, feeling an overwhelming sense of pent-up agitation. Song Miaoka also spent the night in restless wakefulness, and upon rising the following day, she chose to ignore Jihan. He initially intended to speak with her, but upon noticing her reluctance to meet his gaze, he hesitated. Breakfast need not be prepared for me. I shall depart for work first. After instructing Antagonists in the kitchen, Song Miaoka stepped outside, not once casting a glance at Jihan. The tension in the air was palpable, so much so that one could likely hear a pin drop in the silence that enveloped the household, where none of the servants dared to utter a word. Upon failing to spot the familiar figure of her bodyguard clad in black, Song Miaoka finally exhaled in relief, feeling as though she could lead a life akin to that of an ordinary person today. As she mounted her small electric scooter, a disheveled woman with a haggard appearance and a sallow complexion fixated on her with malevolent eyes from the sidewalk. Lynn Pingding observed Song Miaoka alone, a twisted smile creeping across her face. After waiting for many days, she had finally seized the opportunity to confront this woman unaccompanied. Initially, her primary target had been Su Zhihan. Had it not been for Su Zhihan, she would not have found herself in such a wretched state. However, that wretched girl was unnervingly vigilant, rarely venturing out without a horde of bodyguards in tow. Lynn Pingding had intended to infiltrate the residential complex where Su Zhihan resided, hoping to find an opportunity to exact her revenge within the confines of her home. To facilitate this, she had even followed a grotesquely overweight individual, who happened to be a resident of Su Zhihan's neighborhood. Yet upon gaining entry, she discovered that her chances for retribution were even slimmer than anticipated. Even a simple outing to the supermarket within the complex was accompanied by bodyguards. Rumor had it that there were guards stationed at her home around the clock, monitoring her every move. Ultimately, she was left with no choice but to emerge and seek a new target. As she could not approach Jihan, her next objective could only be Song Miaoka. This woman is both foolish and naive. One cannot fathom what Zhihan sees in her. She has noticed that Song Miaoke is quite displeased with the presence of her bodyguards, leading her to surmise that a quarrel between Song Miaoke and Zhihan over this matter is imminent, and that she will undoubtedly seek a way to rid herself of those guards. Today, she finally has the opportunity she has been waiting for, ha ha ha. Observing Song Miaoke's retreating figure, Lin Pingting gritted her teeth and venomously declared, "Soon enough, if I cannot find peace, neither shall you. If I perish, you shall accompany me in death." Upon arriving at the company alone, Song Miaoke's colleagues were taken aback. One colleague, who had never seen eye to eye with her, feigned surprise and inquired, "Oh, where are your bodyguards? Have you dismissed them?" This individual had once assisted her when she first joined the company and had even pursued her, but she had turned him down. Perhaps love had morphed into resentment, for he seemed determined to undermine her at every turn, mocking her with derisive comments, though not excessively. Noticing that Song Miaoke did not engage, he scoffed and turned away, thinking to himself how arrogant she was, a woman who despises poverty and covets wealth. Even if she has secured a wealthy benefactor, her attire suggests she has not garnered much from him. Before long, Song Miaoke received a call informing her that her order of milk tea had arrived. The number was unfamiliar, and the delivery person, a woman, sounded somewhat anxious and excited. "I believe you have made a mistake. I did not order any milk tea," Song Miaoke asserted, confident in her claim. The woman replied, "Is this Miss Song Miaoke? I assure you, it is indeed your milk tea, ordered by your boyfriend, Mr. G." Outside the Song Miaoke company, Lin Pingting, hiding with trembling hands, was overwhelmed with excitement. This phone number had been purchased at a cost, and she dared not use any of her own belongings. Fortunately, she still had some cash on hand. She had been anticipating this day to acquire the phone card. Chapter 19. The World's Mightiest. Su Zhihan. Upon hearing that it was Zhihan who had ordered the milk tea, Song Miaoke's expression softened slightly. Perhaps he realized his mistake and intended to make amends with the treat. With a sweet sensation blossoming in her heart, Song Miaoke descended the stairs. Seeing Song Miaoke emerge with a radiant smile, Lin Pingting stealthily retreated into the shadows, waiting for her to arrive at the designated location. However, upon reaching the spot to collect the milk tea, Song Miaoke found no delivery person in sight. As she searched the area, she was suddenly enveloped by a large bag. Seizing the moment, Lin Pingting attempted to restrain Song Miaoke, but her strength was overwhelming. Not only did she fail to bind her, but she also received several slaps in return. Dazed and seeing stars, Lin Pingting realized that Song Miaoke was about to break free. In a desperate move, she struck Song Miaoke with a stick, rendering her unconscious. Gazing down at Song Miaoke's fallen form, Lin Pingting gingerly touched her swollen face, wincing in pain. She had not anticipated such strength from this woman. Fortunately, she had prepared in advance, or she might have faced dire consequences. Meanwhile, Zhihan, at the company, was suddenly beset by a sense of foreboding. He had refrained from sending bodyguards with Song Miaoke, believing that as she was in a foul mood, she would likely encounter no trouble for the day. Yet just as this thought crossed his mind, his phone rang. The caller was Song Miaoke, and Zhihan initially thought she might be upset, prompting him to promptly answer the phone. However, upon hearing the voice on the other end, Zhihan's expression shifted dramatically. With a cold demeanor, he exclaimed, "Lin Pingting, how could Miaoke's phone be in your possession?" Deep down, he had formed a conjecture. Yet he clung to a sliver of hope that perhaps it was merely a case of a lost phone. Lin Pingting's maniacal laughter echoed from the other side. "Ha ha. Why is the phone in my hands? Of course, it is because she is also in my grasp. Your girlfriend is truly not very astute. I cannot fathom why you are fond of her. Just a couple of days ago, I was hindered by bodyguards, but today, with none around, you've unwittingly presented me with an opportunity. Zhihan, tell me, what do you suppose would happen if I were to kill her? Would you follow suit into the abyss?" Lin Pingting gazed at Song Miaoke, bound to a chair, caressing her face with a knife, her eyes reflecting sheer madness. It was all because of this woman. Had it not been for her, Lin Pingting would undoubtedly have married Zhihan and ascended to the esteemed status of Mrs. G. How could such a foolish woman, lacking a distinguished background, ever be worthy of Zhihan? Song Miaoke looked at Lin Pingting in terror, realizing that this person was indeed deranged. She regretted her argument with Zhihan, but hindsight is always 20/20. Lynn Pingting tore the tape from Song Miaoka's face and pinched her fiercely. Unable to suppress a cry of pain, Song Miaoka found her mouth swiftly silenced once more by Lynn Pingting. Upon hearing Song Miaoka's voice, Zhihan sprang to his feet, exclaiming fiercely, "You dare to harm her?" Lynn Pingting scoffed, "Why wouldn't I? Do not forget, her life is currently in my hands. If you wish to save her, come to this address. I have 1 million cash, but do not involve the police. Should you do so, her life will be forfeit." Fuming, Zhihan glared at the phone after the call ended, slamming his fist onto the desk in frustration. Why had he allowed a quarrel with Miaoka that morning? She was reluctant to have a bodyguard follow her directly, yet he could have discreetly arranged for protection. There were always solutions to be found. Meanwhile, after hanging up, Lynn Pingting delivered 2 sharp slaps across Song Miaoka's face. "Soon, you shall see your boyfriend. Witness how deeply he loves you." With no money left to her name, Lynn Pingting clung to the hope that anyone would wish to survive. With that million, she could reinvent herself and start anew. However, acquiring the money did not guarantee that Zhihan would spare Song Miaoka. She desired the sum, yet she would not relinquish Miaoka so easily. Given her understanding of Zhihan, she was confident he would not involve the authorities. It must be said that Lynn Pingting's naivety in her calculations was striking. While she deemed others foolish, she herself was not particularly astute. Zhihan immediately set about arranging the million, conveying the news of Song Miaoka's predicament to Song Yu and Su Zhihan. Beyond them, he was at a loss as to whom else to inform. Su Zhihan urged him to clarify the sequence of events. After hearing the unfolding of the situation, she contemplated whether it would be better to simply obliterate the matter altogether. Was Song Miaoka lacking in common sense? It was merely a matter of being followed by bodyguards. If she found it bothersome, why not simply discuss it with Zhihan and arrange for discreet protection instead? As for Zhihan, despite his thriving business, how could he be so inept in this regard? Had all his intelligence been allocated solely to commerce? Perhaps it would be best to abandon the rescue altogether and let things be. Su Zhihan felt increasingly reluctant to involve herself in their predicament, as it was evidently a mess of their own making. Song Yuza proposed that Zhihan report the incident to the authorities, as Lynn Pingting's actions constituted extortion and kidnapping. Compounded by her previous offenses, these were serious crimes, so why not alert the police? Zhihan retorted coldly, stating that he could not involve the police, for doing so would put Miaoka in danger. He insisted that he could rescue her himself and would deal with Lynn Pingting afterward. The notion of dealing with Lynn Pingting was undoubtedly not a simple task. Su Zhihan and Song Yuza exchanged glances and simultaneously delivered a punch to Zhihan. After striking him, Su Zhihan followed up with a fierce kick, exclaiming, "This is what you get for trying to handle things yourself. With a nation backing us. Do you truly believe yourself to be invincible?" The female protagonist was unlikely to come to serious harm. At most, she would endure some suffering. Moreover, if she were to suffer, it would be her own fault. She had no business being so pretentious when the situation did not warrant it. If she did not endure hardship, who would? Su Zhihan retrieved a box of marbles she always carried with her for entertainment. She also produced a slingshot she had crafted herself. Having honed her skill since childhood, she could hit her target 9 times out of 10. 3 individuals, accompanied by the police, arrived at the designated location. Su Zhihan followed the officers and concealed herself in a corner, promptly opening her ammunition box filled with marbles. The police officer beside her, lying in wait, expressed his confusion. What kind of game is this? As soon as Zhihan made his entrance, Lynn Pingting seized the opportunity to drag Song Miaoka out. Before she could utter a word, Su Zhihan swiftly launched a marble from her slingshot, striking Lynn Pingting directly in the eye. With a piercing scream, Zhihan rushed forward to pull Song Miaoka to safety. Recovering from her shock, Lynn Pingting attempted to retaliate with a knife, but Su Zhihan swiftly targeted her other eye with another marble. Zhihan swiftly kicked the weapon from her hand and restrained her. The police officer crouching beside Su Zhihan watched her audacious maneuvers, utterly astonished. Incredible. Has this girl ever considered a career change? Chapter 20. Worries for the Ji family's future. Su Zhihan was equally surprised by the ease of their operation. It seemed that even in her darkened state, Lynn Peiting lacked considerable intelligence. Lynn Peiting found herself pinned to the ground by Su Zhihan, unable to move, only able to emit furious howls. At this moment, all personnel had entered, and the police took control of Lynn Peiting. Once freed, Song Miaoka sobbed as she threw herself into Su Zhihan's embrace, who held her tenderly, his face etched with concern. I was wrong. I shouldn't have let my temper flare this morning. If I hadn't, none of this would have happened. Su Zhihan gazed at Song Miaoka's swollen face, filled with genuine regret. The one he held in his hands was now so grievously harmed. Had the police not been present, he would have undoubtedly sought vengeance against Lynn Peiting. Su Zhihan stood nearby, observing the affectionate exchange between the two, feeling as though her eyes might soon be blinded. The surrounding police officers also appeared somewhat awkward, as if they had inadvertently stumbled into a melodramatic scene. Honestly, it is quite absurd how a mere bodyguard incident has escalated to such proportions. You two truly have a knack for creating trouble. When Su Zhihan engages in banter, she spares no one, candidly expressing whatever thoughts cross her mind. Zhihan and Song Miao, though somewhat embarrassed by her remarks, had grown accustomed to her forthrightness. Moreover, it was indeed their own oversight this time. Despite Su Zhihan's prior warnings, they still fell into the trap. Song Yu, standing off to the side, played the role of an onlooker, inadvertently locking eyes with Lynn Peiting for a brief moment. Goodness! The disdainful glare from Miss Lynn was genuinely frightening. Coupled with her distorted expression, it was becoming increasingly difficult for him to recall what the former Lynn Peiting had looked like. Song Yu, please do not look at me like that. I bear you no ill will. I am merely here to observe. Lynn Peiting. Police officers. This time, Lynn Peiting truly seemed ready to take action. Although the incident had not attracted excessive attention, both Mr. G and Mrs. G were still made aware of it. Upon learning the details, Mrs. G once again questioned her son's taste in companions. Observing Mr. G still engrossed in fishing, she inquired with curiosity, "Whom do you think our son resembles in his choice? It seems all the unfavorable traits are inherited from him." Madame G's fists descended like raindrops, and amidst her strikes, she exclaimed, "So your implication is that I am not good enough for you? Your judgment must be poor, for you have chosen me." Chairman G. Oh no, I forgot about that layer. In truth, the couple themselves could hardly comprehend that they had quarreled over a mere bodyguard matter, which subsequently escalated into a kidnapping incident. If it were not for their son's meddling, they would genuinely believe that this individual had nothing but nonsense in his head. Is it not preferable to have a bodyguard accompany them? What a grand display it would be. If they disapproved, they could simply allow them to wear civilian clothes and follow discreetly. Was that Song Miaoka truly lacking in intelligence, or had their son also suffered a mental lapse? Perhaps being in the company of less astute individuals had indeed influenced him. If their son truly intended to be with Song Miaoka in the future, might their grandchildren's intelligence be at stake? The elderly couple found themselves pondering this dilemma seriously as it pertained to the legacy of the Ji family. Song Miaoka, still shaken, remained in the hospital, with Zhihan vigilantly by her side, not daring to blink. Su Zhihan and Song Yu felt a tad awkward just leaving, so they stayed to keep company. Observing Zhihan's intense gaze fixed upon Song Miaoka, Su Zhihan, while munching on a banana, remarked, "Brother, she is lying right here and will not vanish. Are you planning to stare a hole into her?" It is not as though they were filming a romantic drama. Although this is indeed a world of romance, it is undeniably sending shivers down one's spine. Upon hearing Su Zhihan's remarks, Song Miaoka felt a twinge of embarrassment. She gently nudged Zhihan, urging him to temper his gaze. "I apologize. It is my capriciousness that has led to this predicament and wasted your time," she reflected, acknowledging that her behavior last night and today had been unreasonable. Today, she witnessed the spectacle surrounding Su Zhihan, 3 male bodyguards and 3 female bodyguards, all clad in ordinary attire. In her frustration yesterday, her judgment had faltered. Zhihan was about to assert that it was not her fault, but Su Zhihan swiftly silenced him. "You are aware of your mistakes, which is a start. However, your quarrels often lack necessity. Much of your strife arises over trivial monetary matters, and yet each dispute feels like a cataclysm," Su Zhihan remarked, causing Song Miaoka to lower her head further and Zhihan's expression to darken. Song Yu quickly nudged Su Zhihan, hoping she would temper her forthrightness and show some consideration. Noticing their expressions, Su Zhihan quipped, "What else with that face, Ji? Are you considering striking me? Truth can be hard to swallow, but if it displeases you, I shall take my leave. Farewell." With a toss of her hair, she departed. Song Yu glanced around, ultimately deciding to side with Su Zhihan. Zhihan, maintaining a cold demeanor, replied, "I will not go. If they are upset, then I too shall be upset." Although he recognized the validity of Su Zhihan's words, their harshness, particularly regarding Song Miaoka, was undeniably difficult to digest. The parting of the three individuals did not perturb Su Zhihan's spirits. She exited solely because she felt disinclined to remain there any longer. Finally stepping outside, she relished the fresh air. With a relaxed demeanor, Su Zhihan approached a nearby vendor to purchase 2 jianbingguizi, leaving Song Yu somewhat perplexed. "Aren't you upset? Zhihan practically scowled at you, and yet you're not angry?" He even glanced up at the sky, as if to confirm that the sun had not set in the west today. Su Zhihan shot him a glance and offered him one of the jianbingguizi, saying, "Is my temper really that poor?" With such a good-natured disposition, she could hardly be deemed unpleasant. Song Yu met her gaze briefly while enjoying his jianbingguizi, remaining silent. Yet his silence spoke volumes. Su Zhihan chose not to dwell on it. She genuinely felt no anger. If anyone dared to speak ill of her girlfriend, even if their words contained some truth, she would certainly feel irked. After all, it is human nature. Chapter 21. Even a CEO can enjoy jianbingguizi by the roadside. The two of them squatted by the roadside, indulging in their jianbingguizi without a hint of pretension. Zhihan had been quite irate, but after being persuaded by Song Miaoka, his anger subsided somewhat. He was well aware of Su Zhihan's sharp tongue, so there was no need to take offense too seriously. Moreover, it was thanks to her that they had managed to rescue Miaoka so efficiently. As he pondered this, Zhihan's resentment faded. He realized that his earlier display of displeasure had indeed been unwarranted, and thus he resolved to call her and apologize. Upon connecting the call, the first sound he encountered was not her voice, but rather the unmistakable sound of chewing. "Yihanin kid. Where are you now?" Su Zhihan took a bite of the jianbingguizi, chewing away as she remarked, "I'm here by the roadside, enjoying this delicious jianbingguizi. Would you care for one?" Zhihan felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. He had presumed she was upset, but it appeared she was in high spirits and had quite the appetite.
Yihan plead, iat.
"Send me your location." 2 minutes later, Zhihan, accompanied by Song Miaoka, joined the gathering by the roadside. The four of them relished their jianbingguizi with great delight. The vendor selling the jianbing, unable to bear the sight any longer, interjected, "Could you perhaps find another place to eat? The dust here is quite overwhelming with all the traffic." These 4 individuals, though well-dressed and attractive, were indulging in an activity far too pedestrian, quite literally consuming the dust of the earth. Su Zhihan cheerfully acknowledged the vendor and then cleverly turned her back to the road. This was indeed a wise move. Zhihan, Song Yu, and Song Miaoka exchanged glances of resignation and turned as well. The jianbing vendor wore a look of disbelief. After finishing their jianbingguizi, Su Zhihan and Song Miaoka fared relatively well, but Zhihan and Song Yu were not so fortunate. Their suits had collected a layer of dust, rendering them quite disheveled, their shoes now appearing matte. The hospital nearby was the closest one to the warehouse, situated outside the city center and adjacent to a construction site, hence the abundance of dust. Amused by their disheveled appearance, Su Zhihan swiftly pulled out her phone and snapped a few pictures, with Song Yu obligingly striking a pose. Zhihan wore an expression of reluctance, entirely unaware of the multitude of unflattering photos stored on Su Zhihan's phone. In the past, he might have cared about such matters, but with so many images already in existence, the addition of 1 or 2 more hardly mattered. Today had turned out to be a rather uneventful affair. Madame Ji had summoned the 2 of them to the ancestral home, likely to bestow upon them yet another lecture. Zhihan had initially contemplated bringing Su Zhihan along, believing that her presence might temper his mother's demeanor, making her less inclined to target Miaoko, and perhaps she could even advocate on Miaoka's behalf. Loading more content. Please hold on. Brother, you must face the consequences of your own actions. I have already assisted you once. You cannot continuously expect me to clean up your mess. Zhihan found her metaphor revolting, and the vivid imagery it conjured in his mind was quite unsettling. He could not help but envision himself in an undignified posture, with Su Zhihan standing behind him, holding a roll of toilet paper. The mere thought sent shivers down his spine, prompting him to abruptly end the call. However, the situation was not as dire as he had anticipated. Madame G's attitude towards Song Miaoke had improved significantly compared to the past. Moreover, regarding the events of the day, she addressed the matter at hand without overly chastising Song Miaoke. Miaoke had prepared herself for ridicule and reprimands, yet she was pleasantly surprised by Madame G's unexpectedly favorable disposition towards her. As they emerged from the ancestral home, both felt a sense of disbelief. Had this incident truly passed so swiftly? They struggled to accept the reality, and Song Miaoke pinched herself to confirm her senses. The pain assured her that this was indeed not a dream. Zhihan, your mother's attitude towards me has improved significantly compared to before. Am I truly not dreaming? Zhihan rubbed her reddened hand, feeling pained as she spoke. Why are you hurting yourself? Your hand is all red. You are not dreaming. My mother really has changed her attitude towards you for the better. Su Zhihan realized that the seemingly sharp-tongued yet soft-hearted Su Zhihan did not enjoy being ordered around, and he had begun to understand her character. Initially, Su Zhihan thought he could finally relax, but unexpectedly, trouble arose again shortly thereafter. In the middle of the night, the phone rang, and it was Zhihan. Just as Su Zhihan was about to unleash a tirade, he heard the sound of Song Miaoke weeping on the other end.
Zhihan.
I didn't mean to call you at this hour, but I can't discuss this with anyone else. Zhihan is in trouble. Still groggy and dazed. Su Zhihan was bewildered by the sound of Song Miaoke's voice instead of Zhihan's familiar number. Not only did Song Miaoke call Su Zhihan, but she also reached out to Song Yu. After all, they were Zhihan's closest friends, at least in her knowledge. Both Su Zhihan and Song Yu lived not far from Zhihan's residence, and they arrived swiftly. Upon entering Zhihan and Song Miaoke's bedroom, a peculiar odor assailed their senses.
Ugh.
You two have been up to something. It smells awful, Su Zhihan exclaimed, while Song Miaoke, her face flushed, ushered them inside and shut the door. From the bathroom came Zhihan's weak voice, accompanied by a series of crackling sounds. Su Zhihan and Song Yu exchanged a brief silence before Su Zhihan incredulously asked, Is Zhihan setting off firecrackers in the bathroom? Song Miaoke whispered with a flushed face. No, he has an upset stomach. Song Yu gasped in surprise. Was the commotion of a stomach ailment truly so loud? This was the first time Su Zhihan had witnessed the male protagonist of a novel in such a disheveled state. Indeed, the illusion of a paper figure is most enchanting when confined to the pages. Reality demands its own basic necessities. A voice of despair echoed from within. Stop talking and quickly find a way to get me to the hospital. This matter must not leak out. Along with his words, the cacophony continued unabated. Song Yu's facial muscles twitched uncontrollably. He was torn between brotherly loyalty and an irrepressible urge to laugh. Truly a predicament. Su Zhihan shouted into the restroom. Then hurry and clean yourself up and put on some pants. If you don't, how are we supposed to get you out of here? Chapter 22. Even a mother may grow disenchanted with her own child. How novel this situation is. One might go a lifetime without encountering such an event. It is no wonder that novels rarely depict the bodily functions of their protagonists. Such realities can severely tarnish their image. Inside the bathroom, Zhihan felt utterly drained, exerting every ounce of strength to compose himself. He dared not summon the family doctor or call for an ambulance, as his public persona was at stake. The tongues of outsiders are notoriously loose. Who knows what rumors might arise? Thus, he had no choice but to rely on these two unreliable companions. At least they could be somewhat dependable at times. At worst, they would mock him in private but would not disclose his predicament to others. When the bathroom door swung open, Su Zhihan and Song Yu were nearly brought to tears by the overwhelming stench.
Ugh.
Oh, dear. I feel as though I am on the brink of death. Two individuals held their breath, their faces flushed, as one grasped Zhihan's arm, lifting him from the depths of his discomfort. Song Miaoke busied herself with Zhihan's belongings, preparing for their inevitable trip to the hospital. Given the gravity of the situation, it was likely he would require hospitalization. Su Zhihan urged, You must hold it in. Please, do not release it at this moment. Zhihan's complexion was exceedingly pale. His stomach had already been emptied, leaving him unable to expel anything further. On their way to the hospital, Song Yu and Su Zhihan chattered incessantly, fearful that he might make a mess in the vehicle. Su Zhihan could not comprehend why he was afflicted with such severe diarrhea in the dead of night. What on earth are you two up to? Is it food poisoning, or perhaps you simply overindulged? What do you mean by overindulged? Zhihan shot her a bewildered glare, perplexed as to what sort of amusement could lead to such a state. Song Miaoka, her cheeks aflame, clarified it was indeed food-related. We were hungry after our exercise, and Zhihan offered to prepare something for me. There was seafood delivered to the kitchen, and he said he would cook it for me.
Su Zhihan exclaimed in disbelief.
How could making seafood result in such a predicament? The simplest method of preparation is merely to steam it. She cast a disdainful glance at Zhihan, clearly unimpressed by his culinary skills. Zhihan, unable to bear her gaze, chose instead to shut his eyes in avoidance. Song Miaoka pondered whether the food had not been properly cooked. She had yet to eat as she was in the shower, while Zhihan had taken a small bite, leading to the current predicament. Though she had harbored doubts about Zhihan's culinary skills, his overwhelming confidence had alleviated her concerns. Little did she anticipate that matters would unfold in such a manner. Upon arriving at the Song family's hospital, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Song Yu hurriedly assisted Zhihan out, and seeing his frantic demeanor, Zhihan felt a wave of gratitude. Indeed, he was a true brother, genuinely worried about him. However, the next moment, Song Yu began inspecting the car seat beneath him, exclaiming with relief, "Thank goodness, you didn't soil my car. I just bought it not long ago and haven't had the chance to enjoy it yet." Zhihan, nearly infuriated, felt as though he might collapse. Despite his dire condition, this fellow was concerned about his car seat? Had their years of brotherhood been a fade? Was he truly less important than the new vehicle? As more content loaded, it became apparent that Zhihan's situation was quite grave, prompting the doctor to recommend a few days of hospitalization. This private hospital, known for its confidentiality agreements among all staff, attracted numerous celebrities and prominent figures from various fields. After a night filled with activity, Su Zhihan felt somewhat disoriented. One couldn't help but wonder, had Zhihan ever regarded her as a woman? Was he truly so indifferent to his image before her, even in such circumstances? Had she not traversed through time, the present Su Zhihan would remain the same as before. Before that very Su Zhihan, he acted as a jet fighter. Would that Su Zhihan still hold affection for him? She believed not, for childhood sweethearts always possess an aura of idealization, and that enchanting lens would surely have shattered when faced with his antics as a jet fighter. Thus, one must place the blame on Zhihan, who had previously been overly concerned with his image. Had he embraced a more authentic self, perhaps that Su Zhihan would not have developed feelings for him. Zhihan, of course. The incident of Zhihan being rushed to the hospital in the dead of night could not remain concealed from his parents. Madame Ji arrived early in the morning to see her son. Observing Zhihan lying feebly upon the hospital bed, her heart ached immensely. Despite her usual complaints, he was her only son, and she certainly cared deeply. Gently stroking Zhihan's head, Madame Ji lamented, "Oh, my poor son, how did it come to this? What ailment has befallen you? This matter must never reach his parents' ears. If they were to find out, where would he place his dignity?" He had always maintained an image of composure and maturity before them, and that facade must not be shattered. However, Song Miaoka had been silenced, and beside them were two onlookers, Su Zhihan and Song Yu, who seemed to revel in the unfolding drama. Ji Dong and Madame Ji, both wearing expressions of concern, were momentarily taken aback. What was this? Rushed to the hospital in the middle of the night due to a bout of diarrhea? Despite all precautions, Zhihan had still fallen prey to Su Zhihan. Whether out of anger or urgency, his face flushed crimson. Song Yu added, "Auntie." Last night Zhihan attempted to cook for himself, but alas, his culinary efforts fell short. After indulging in his creation, he found himself in the restroom, besieged by an onslaught of discomfort. When we arrived, the aroma! It was overwhelming, almost as if one could be pickled by it. Song Yu vividly illustrated the scene. his words painting a clear picture. It truly did seem to carry a hint of that scent. Madame G struggled to suppress her expression of distaste. However, her acting skills were not quite up to par. Zhihan, observing his mother's reaction, felt an immense sense of exasperation. With a stoic demeanor, he remarked, "Mom, you just touched my head, not my backside. Diarrhea is not something one expels through the mouth, so please refrain from such disdain." "Thank you." Madame G offered an awkward smile, concealing her right hand behind her back. I see. I wasn't being dismissive. You are my son. How could I possibly look down upon you?" Su Zhihan and Song Yu, standing nearby, were on the verge of laughter, thoroughly entertained by Madame G's endearing personality. Chapter 23. Gifts of Spicy Strips. These two mischievous friends were utterly unconcerned with Zhihan's feelings. After toiling away all night, what harm was there in jesting at his expense, especially with no outsiders present? Chairman G's mind was in a whirl. His composed and capable son had ended up in the hospital due to a midnight cooking mishap that resulted in gastrointestinal distress. As Chairman G drifted into a daze, Madame G busied herself with comforting her son's wounded spirit. "I assure you, I harbor no disdain for you. How could I possibly feel such a thing? You are the fruit of my 10 months of labor, and I even tended to your needs in your infancy. Thus, how could I ever resent you for a mere bout of diarrhea?" Zhihan chuckled, his expression betraying a hint of disbelief. It was evident that he was indeed harboring some discontent. Song Miaoka endeavored to mediate between the mother and son, striving to advocate for Mrs. G. It was rare for Mrs. G to find some merit in Song Miaoka. Though somewhat naive, her heart was undeniably sincere. Zhihan surveyed the room filled with people, feeling an overwhelming sense of exasperation. "Enough, I require rest. You all should leave at once. This is hardly a grave illness, and I shall be discharged in a couple of days." One might think he was afflicted with a terminal condition, given the concern emanating from the crowd. In the corner, two individuals were laughing heartily, utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. He shot them a fierce glare. Su Zhihan, undeterred, seized the opportunity to report to Mrs. G. "Aunt G, Zhihan actually glared at me. After I spent the entire night assisting him, he dares to scowl at me." Mrs. G promptly aligned herself with Su Zhihan, exclaiming, "Oh dear, Zhihan, why do you glare at her? Zhihan, and you toiled for you the entire night. Not only do you fail to express gratitude, but you also dare to scowl at them." At this moment, Zhihan felt an overwhelming desire to disappear. What had possessed him to summon these two last night? Surely, his mind had been compromised by his illness. Zhihan had spent 4 days in the hospital, managing all work matters from his bedside, while Song Miaoka had also taken a few days off from her company. In the hospital room, the atmosphere between the two individuals was undeniably sweet, catching even the doctors and nurses by surprise. It was well known that Mr. G and his girlfriend shared a remarkably close bond. Thus, when the medical staff entered for their rounds, they always knocked first, lest they stumble upon something inappropriate. Su Zhihan and Song Yu visited daily, seizing the opportunity to exchange gossip with the doctors and nurses. While matters within the hospital were typically kept confidential, their friendship with Zhihan, coupled with Song Yu's status as the hospital's owner, meant that the nurses were candid about Zhihan's affairs. "Oh dear. The last time I entered without knocking, I walked in on Mr. G and his girlfriend sharing a kiss. My goodness. I could barely bring myself to look." One nurse exclaimed, "I had never seen a couple so affectionate. It made me yearn for romance myself." They were constantly wrapped up in each other's embrace. Their love was truly enchanting. Su Zhihan, munching on chips, listened with rapt attention. Is it not natural for the protagonists of a love story to be affectionate? It's merely a gentle embrace. Nothing more scandalous has transpired, at least not that we know of. On the day of Zhihan's discharge, Su Zhihan had taken special leave to pick him up, and Song Yu had done the same. Now, witnessing their joyous reunion caused an unsettling flutter in her heart. The transformation in Song Yu was perplexing. Had she somehow contracted this affliction of affection? Whether or not such a contagion existed remained uncertain, yet the two were undeniably radiating happiness. Su Zhihan presented Jihan with a bouquet fashioned from spicy snacks, sweetly proclaiming, "You must have been consuming rather bland fare these past few days. So, I thought I would bring you something flavorful to satisfy your cravings. I truly am considerate, aren't I?" As Jihan gazed at the spicy snack bouquet in his hands, his lips twitched in irritation, feeling an overwhelming urge to hurl the snacks at her face. Could he possibly indulge? Was he even in a position to do so? Surely, this was a deliberate provocation.
Oh.
I almost forgot that you're unable to enjoy such rich flavors at the moment. Alas, it appears you are quite unfortunate, as these are my favorite tastes. With that, she proceeded to tear open a packet of spicy snacks right before Jihan, relishing each bite. Not only did she indulge herself, but she also shared with the nearby Songyu and Song Miaoka. The three of them gathered around him, enjoying their feast. Jihan clutched his chest, feeling a pang of pain in his heart. In contrast, the gift from Songyu was exceedingly practical, a bottle of air freshener. You will find this quite useful. Should you encounter such a situation again, make sure to call us and spritz some air freshener first. It will ease our discomfort as well. Jihan stared at the air freshener in his hand, feeling an intensified ache in his heart. There would absolutely not be a next time. Even if there were, he vowed never to reach out to these two again. He might endure a stomach ailment, but these two were driving him to the brink of madness. In moments of safety, they were the greatest peril. Song Miaoka, however, cheerfully expressed her gratitude, declaring the spicy snacks delightful and the air freshener quite practical, deeming the gift splendid. The drawback of being a boss is that when illness strikes, your work simply accumulates. Although Jihan attended to work at the hospital daily, certain tasks could only be managed at the company. Consequently, he merely rested at home and returned to work as usual, concerned for his health. Song Miaoka delivered meals to him for several consecutive days, observing the daily culinary delights that Song Miaoka shared on social media. Su Zhihan couldn't help but reflect on how well Jihan was being fed. The meals, though light, appeared delectable and were nutritionally balanced. However, after such an extended period of consuming bland dishes, Jihan must be craving something more flavorful. Perhaps she could share her own meals with him? Without hesitation, Su Zhihan promptly sent photos of her dishes to Jihan: spicy stir-fried pork, sweet and sour ribs, and spicy chicken, all rich in flavor. As Jihan savored a meal with Song Miaoka, he glanced at the message on his phone, and his expression darkened instantly. Song Miaoka leaned over to take a look and couldn't help but chuckle, remarking that Jihan was surely attempting to tempt him. Yet, the dishes did look truly appetizing and appealing. Jihan let out a cold laugh and shut off his phone. As long as he ignored it, he would be unaffected by those dishes. Indeed, he was not tempted at all. However, the following day, while in the restroom, he felt an intense burning sensation in a certain area. The previous night, he had succumbed to temptation and secretly indulged in a small portion of spicy dishes. Although he had not suffered from diarrhea, those spicy foods truly tested his endurance. Chapter 24. A poor cobbler can outwit a master strategist. Song Miaoka was baffled by his behavior. He had clearly stated the day before that he would abstain. Yet he had failed to control himself in the evening and was now facing the consequences. Perhaps this is the essence of a man's pride. The man in their household seems to possess an exceptionally strong sense of self-esteem. Unbeknownst to Su Zhihan, this little episode unfolded while the hospital was particularly busy over the past few days. She was preoccupied with tending to the ailments of furry companions, leaving her little time to focus on Jihan Song and Miao Ke. As the weather gradually turned colder, not only were humans susceptible to colds, but pets were also at risk. Each day, she diligently fulfilled her duties at work, yet when she glanced at the social media posts of affluent scions attending various gatherings, she felt her own earnestness was starkly contrasted. One day, having just exited a banquet, he made his way to the pet hospital to seek out Su Zhihan. Observing her contentedly caressing a dog, Song Yu felt a mix of envy and jealousy. "Your life seems so comfortable. You have no idea how hectic my days have been. Those elders are incessantly hinting at introducing me to potential partners. It's utterly exhausting. We are hardly familiar with one another. These affluent acquaintances feign concern. And even if they are friends with my parents, it hardly reaches the level of genuine intimacy. Though they claim to care about my romantic life, their true motives are driven by self-interest. Why adorn their intentions with such flattering words? Su Zhihan laughed cheerfully at him. In her world, her parents were utterly indifferent to her, thus sparing her from any marital pressures. Being wealthy and free from parental oversight, her life was indeed quite delightful. As Songyu continued her discourse, she inevitably shifted the focus onto Zhihan. Although Zhihan did not attend, he garnered considerable attention. His popularity was undeniable. It was common knowledge that he had a girlfriend, yet many still harbored intentions towards him. One elder, who had previously offered to introduce me to a partner, expressed a desire to matchmake his granddaughter with Zhihan, dismissing the significance of his girlfriend's existence, suggesting that her lack of a prominent family background rendered her inconsequential. When Songyu articulated this sentiment, her expression was laced with disdain. Such individuals truly lacked decency, despite the evident affection between the young couple. They were determined to disrupt their relationship. Su Zhihan also harbored contempt for this aristocratic mindset and questioned, have they forgotten the fate of the Lynn family? Do they aspire to become the next Lynn family? That is not quite the same, retorted Songyu. The standing of the Lynn family cannot be compared to this one. This family, bearing the surname Tang, has enjoyed wealth for several generations. The patriarch's era boasted several wives, resulting in a large household. The legitimate wife bore multiple children, while the concubines added to the number. Their wealth was substantial, and not a single man in their lineage was trustworthy. Even though it is now prohibited to take concubines, they continue to maintain numerous extramarital relationships. The saying goes, the red flag at home does not falter. While the colorful flags flutter outside, their descendants have engaged in numerous acts of dominance over others. With every revelation, Su Zhihan's expression grew increasingly contorted. This was indeed a family of scoundrels. Songyu remarked, in a week, my family's patriarch will celebrate his 80th birthday, and it is likely that he will extend an invitation to Zhihan's family. I suspect that Song Miaoka will also be included in the invite. How shameless of that old man to bully a young girl. Su Zhihan nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is quite shameless. I plan to attend as well. I detest such despicable families. More content is loading. Please wait. To dismantle the bond between Zhihan and Song Miaoka, has Su Zhihan consulted her? This pair, the dragon and the phoenix, must remain united. However, it is prudent to give Zhihan a heads up so he can prepare. After dialing the number, Su Zhihan began discussing matters concerning the Tang family and then earnestly proposed, Old Ji, why not consider marking your face with a few lines? If you were to disfigure yourself, perhaps fewer people would be preoccupied with you. Upon hearing her serious suggestion, Zhihan genuinely felt an urge to strike her. Su Zhihan, are you serious? He fell silent for a moment, convinced that her idea was undoubtedly foolish, yet he resolved to hear her out.
Go on.
Su Zhihan chuckled, her laughter laced with mischief. This method may be a tad underhanded, but I assure you, it could eliminate many of your unwanted admirers. While these wealthy young ladies may boast of numerous suitors, I believe most have seen their fair share of battles. If you were to spread the word that you are inadequate in that regard, I am certain a significant number of them would abandon their interest. Zhihan's fingers tightened around his phone, turning pale, and the muscles in his face twitched with anger.
Su Zhihan.
Silence yourself. What a misguided notion you have presented. How dare you tarnish my reputation? I have come to realize that your mind is filled with absurd ideas. Leave me be. Even after hanging up the phone, Zhihan's emotions remained tumultuous. Each time he received a call from Su Zhihan, his heart would race. For one could never anticipate the nature of her words or actions. Su Zhihan gazed at the disconnected call and murmured her grievances. If you disagree, then simply express your dissent. Why resort to insults? I am merely striving for a resolution that benefits us all. After all, he is the protagonist, and such characters often attract attention from all corners. The invitations to the Tang family's banquet were abundant. Initially, Su Zhihan intended to attend as Songyu's companion, but to her surprise, she had also received an invitation. The Su family's enterprises are predominantly overseas, and with her parents abroad, their influence at home has waned significantly. She had thought the Tang family might have forgotten that she, their daughter, remained in the country. However, their memory proved to be quite sharp. As the Tang family's esteemed patriarch celebrated his 80th birthday, guests naturally adorned themselves in their finest attire. Su Zhihan meticulously selected a haute couture gown from her wardrobe, a remnant of her past indulgences. Just as she finalized her outfit, a call from Song Miaoka interrupted her thoughts. It was evident that the purpose of the call was to discuss the forthcoming banquet. Upon answering, Su Zhihan stated with conviction, "This call is regarding the banquet, isn't it? Rest assured, Zhihan will ensure your safety. Both Song Yu and I are firmly on your side. Consider it merely an opportunity to enjoy a meal together." Song Miaoka timidly inquired, "Is it truly possible? I have participated in such gatherings before, and the attendees look down upon me."
Su Zhihan replied.
"That is merely a reflection of their lack of character. It has nothing to do with you. Who could possibly exhibit more poor manners than I? If Zhihan does not perform well today, I shall take the lead. It has been quite some time since I showcased my true capabilities. When dealing with a family of scoundrels, there is no need to show them any courtesy. I shall simply act. I do not believe that the suitors they introduce could possibly be of any merit." Chapter 25. Infesting others with one's own pests. With Su Zhihan's words, Song Miaoka suddenly felt a sense of calm envelop her. Zhihan was a good person. She had assisted Miaoka numerous times and even saved her once. With her presence, there was assuredly nothing to fear. Zhihan, standing nearby, felt particularly helpless. The sense of security he provided Miaoka paled in comparison to that of Su Zhihan. What could that wild girl do besides concoct absurd ideas and revel in the chaos? On the day of the Tang family's banquet, although it was held in the evening, many guests arrived early in the afternoon. The hotel belonged to the Ji family, and for Su Zhihan, the Ji family felt akin to her own. After all, was it not her home? Within her own domain, there was even less to worry about. Zhihan remarked, "Have I ever consented to my home being your home?" Su Zhihan adorned herself in resplendent attire, her striking features complemented by her dazzling aura, creating the impression that the banquet was hosted not by old Master Tang, but by her instead. With Su Zhihan captivating the attention of the crowd, the number of eyes on Song Miaoka diminished significantly. The Tang family was indeed numerous. Their clan alone could host an entire banquet. When Su Zhihan and her companions visited the venerable Mr. Tang, their eyes were immediately drawn to the two young ladies standing behind him. One girl gazed at Zhihan, while the other fixed her attention on Song Yu. Su Zhihan stifled the urge to roll her eyes, managing to utter a few polite phrases before lapsing into silence. What kind of elite family is this? It is unmistakably a matchmaking endeavor. This old man is truly lacking in propriety. Mr. Tang spoke with a benevolent demeanor, beckoning his granddaughters closer.
Zhihan.
"My youngest granddaughter has long admired you. She aspires to start her own business, and I've heard that you ventured into entrepreneurship during your university years. You two should have much in common. Perhaps you could engage in a discussion." The Tang family's daughter blushed deeply, her eyes brimming with shyness. This hardly resembled a conversation about business. Was she not rather inclined towards a more intimate encounter? Mr. Tang's expression darkened. Within his household, he was the patriarch, and few dared to defy him. Outside, people generally afforded him respect, so it had been years since anyone had addressed him in such a manner. If one avenue proved fruitless, there remained another. Song Yu was still a target. Just as Mr. Tang prepared to speak, Song Yu preemptively cut him off, stating, "Grandfather, I am not currently seeking a partner. My parents are not in a hurry, nor is it anyone else's place to be concerned." Onlookers nearby observed Zhihan and Song Yu's respectful demeanor towards Mr. Tang with admiration, all the while anticipating the unfolding drama. Although the Tang family had seen better days, there remained a venerable old family with deep roots and extensive connections, and most were inclined to show them a measure of respect. The youth, however, stood firm. As she observed the expression on the elder Mr. Tang's face, Su Zhihan could no longer contain her laughter, genuinely unable to suppress it, and certainly not intending to. Song Miaoka, who had initially been quite anxious, felt her tension dissipate in an instant, bolstered by the supportive demeanor of Zhihan and Song Yu. Su Zhihan's laughter drew Mr. Tang's attention, and upon seeing the radiant and charming Su Zhihan, he forced a smile and feigned concern as he inquired, "Miss Su, I wonder if you are currently in a relationship? With your parents not in the country, it is only proper that we, as elders, show more concern for you." Su Zhihan made a gesture to halt the conversation, asserting no, "Thank you. I do not require the concern of others' elders. I tend to speak quite candidly, so I hope you won't take offense, sir. Hearing her words, Zhihan and Songyu suddenly felt an ominous premonition. The two swiftly grasped Su Zhihan's hand, preparing to cover her mouth, but alas, they were a moment too late. Su Zhihan continued, "You mentioned your advanced age. So surely there is no need to engage in matchmaking at your own birthday banquet. I am aware that your family has many grandchildren, some of whom may be struggling to find partners, but that is a matter for your family to address, not something you should project onto others." The entire banquet gradually fell into silence, save for the music still playing. Not a single person dared to speak. Guests leaned in closer, all adopting the same posture, straining to eavesdrop on the unfolding gossip. Zhihan and Songyu exchanged a glance, both reflecting a sense of disillusionment. They anticipated this outcome. The old man Tang's hands trembled with rage, and his two granddaughters wore expressions of fury. Yet, Su Zhihan seemed oblivious to their ire. Continuing her discourse, "It is not that I speak harshly. It is simply that I cannot abide your condescending attitude. Everyone here has come to the Tang family's gathering out of respect for the elder. Are we not aware of the reputation your young ones have cultivated outside? It is rather unethical to attempt to offload such parasites onto others when you can no longer sustain them within your own household." At her words, the surrounding guests struggled to suppress their laughter. Her remarks were profoundly insightful, echoing sentiments they had harbored but never vocalized. The Tang family, relying on the elder's presence, had indeed engaged in numerous actions detrimental to others yet beneficial to none. As long as the elder remained, people were willing to extend them a semblance of respect. However, should he no longer be among them and they persisted in their current ways, the Tang family would inevitably face downfall. Now, they felt compelled to applaud Su Zhihan, for she had articulated their unspoken thoughts. She was a true warrior. Elder Tang pointed at Su Zhihan, rendered speechless by his fury. Su Zhihan stepped back with a huff and remarked, "How impolite of you, Zhihan Songyu." And all present could only think, "As if you are the epitome of politeness."
Hian promptly summoned a doctor.
Recognizing the elder's advanced age and the potential complications of the situation occurring in his own hotel. However, the old gentleman's health is indeed remarkable. Even in such a state of agitation, he remains unscathed. Given the magnitude of the upheaval, both Chairman Ji and Madam Ji have arrived, as it is imperative to protect their child from any grievances. The Ji family shares profound connections with the Song and Su families, making it unwise to offend any of them. Thus, they must swallow their pride and allow Su Zhihan to remain in their memories. What was meant to be a joyous 80th birthday celebration culminated in an exceedingly awkward conclusion. The rumors regarding the Tang family's penchant for matchmaking have spread throughout the elite circles. Many admire Su Zhihan's audacity, yet more view the Tang family's urgency for immediate results as rather unseemly. It is true that the Tang family has a tendency to introduce their children to others, effectively placing their own parasites into different households, a sentiment that cannot be denied. The current head of the Tang family even went so far as to call Su Zhihan, ostensibly to apologize, but in reality, to deliver a veiled threat. He cautioned the young people to be mindful of their words and actions, lest they find themselves regretting their choices one day. Su Zhihan chuckled lightly and replied, "Then I shall spare you the worry. Today is the old gentleman's grand birthday. I wish your family abundant blessings and prosperity." Enraged, the head of the Tang family abruptly hung up the phone, for the notion of abundant progeny was ironic. He could hardly recall the names of many of his own children. In the 26th chapter, unbeknownst to them, the male and female protagonists are being tamed. Su Zhihan has suddenly risen to prominence. Previously, as the Su family shifted their operations overseas, their stature and renown within the domestic sphere gradually diminished. Although the eldest daughter of the Su family remains in the country, it is common knowledge that her parents' relationship is fraught with discord, and their treatment of her is likely far from affectionate. Upon closer inspection, it is evident that the temper of this young lady from the Su family remains unabated. Regardless of the circumstances, she is still the sole daughter of the Su household. Far away abroad, Mr. and Mrs. Su have learned of this incident through their business associates in China. To them, this appears merely as a trivial squabble among children. After all, Su Zhihan had previously exhibited a haughty disposition and a fiery temper. It was not uncommon for her to resort to physical confrontations, let alone verbal altercations. Thus, the fact that she is now merely exchanging barbed words is, in their eyes, a significant improvement, and their expectations of their daughter are rather modest. It is a rare occasion for Su Zhihan to receive a call from her parents. As she listened to their perfunctory inquiries, she responded in kind, maintaining the fragile facade of their relationship with those few exchanged words. The tenuous bond between them could be sustained solely by this superficial dialogue. Zhihan and his companions, seated beside Su Zhihan, were perplexed by the state of her familial ties. Once she concluded her call, Song Miaoka could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired, "Zhihan, is your relationship with your parents strained?" Zhihan, having cleared his throat a couple of times, discreetly pulled Song Miaoka aside to explain the dynamics of the Su family. Song Yu also found Song Miaoka's naivety a bit bewildering. However, she mused that being innocent was typical, while being astute seemed rather peculiar. With a casual toss of her phone, Su Zhihan reclined comfortably on the sofa, indulging herself. "Ladies and gentlemen, the matter concerning the banquet has been resolved. Now it is time to settle the accounts." The three individuals present exchanged bewildered glances. Settle accounts? What accounts? Su Zhihan counted on her fingers, enumerating. "First, I helped you out of a predicament. Second, my assistance is likely to incur the enmity of the Tang family. Third, I drew the attention and ire of everyone, even sacrificing my own reputation in the process. Therefore, shouldn't you offer me some form of recompense? Particularly you two lovebirds." She showed no hesitation in extracting benefits from this pair of prodigies. Zhihan had grown accustomed to her relentless pursuit and directly inquired what she desired. The usual terms, no coveting my position, and certainly no encroaching upon my parents. Su Zhihan shot him a glance of disdain, scoffing, "Such stinginess. Do you even understand the concept of sharing?" Zhihan chuckled coldly. "Have you ever seen anyone share their parents? The villa at the resort should suffice for you. Spending a little to placate a mischievous spirit is quite the bargain." Zhihan had already calculated the debts of gratitude. This time, he would not leave any outstanding favors. Such loyalty. Truly, he is my good brother. Su Zhihan had a penchant for straightforward individuals, especially those who readily bestowed houses upon others. Song Yu chimed in with a smile. "If Ji gifts you a house, then I shall present you with a car." With that, they had both a house and a vehicle, though she had no real need for them. In this world, she aimed to remain until the conclusion of the narrative, which meant witnessing the complete union of this pair of prodigies. Once their wedding was finalized, she could then transition to the next realm. More content is loading. Please wait. It remains uncertain whether she will be able to convert her assets into tangible wealth and depart with them. May fortune grant her this modest wish. During this banquet, the Tang family indeed harbors resentment towards Su Zhihan, yet they dare not target her directly, opting instead to pick on a more vulnerable individual. Among the four of them, the only soft target is Song Miaoka. Otherwise, how could she be considered the protagonist? The heroine, regardless of her actions, is often met with animosity. In the eyes of some, even her mere existence is deemed a transgression. Not long after, Song Miaoka's company encountered business troubles, compelling her to put in extra hours. Observing his girlfriend's daily early departures and late returns, Zhihan found it perplexing that a small company could possibly have so much work. Daily, Song Miaoka was berated by her boss, burdened with all the menial and tedious tasks, while partners began to catch on to the underlying issues. The company's current struggles were attributed to Song Miaoka. "You've offended someone outside. Now everyone in the company suffers because of you. Have a little compassion for us. We are merely ordinary people who cannot afford to cross those in power. In a couple of days we have a business trip. You will accompany me to extend an apology. As long as the issue is resolved, everything else can be discussed. If not, you'll have to figure it out on your own." After receiving such a scathing reprimand, Song Miaoka emerged with red-rimmed eyes. She could not recall having offended anyone. She had always prioritized harmony in her interactions. How could she have possibly upset someone? Tearfully, she conveyed her plight to Su Zhihan. Regarding the matter of her being bullied and targeted, Su Zhihan found it quite normal. Offending a powerful individual must certainly be linked to Zhihan. He must have been out there attracting attention again, thus dragging you into this predicament. Zhihan, this time, I truly am not the sole instigator of this trouble. You should convey the situation to him and let him handle it. When issues arise within your company, a single word from him could resolve it. Instead of weeping here, it would be more prudent to seek his assistance. Song Miaoka hesitated, desiring to resolve matters through her own capabilities, unwilling to rely solely on Zhihan. Upon hearing her thoughts, Su Zhihan couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. If you wish to tackle this independently, why are you calling me? If someone bears animosity towards you, it is entirely reasonable for him, as your boyfriend, to lend a hand. Why do you insist on maintaining such emotional distance from him? You might as well part ways. It must be said that Su Zhihan's words were indeed sharp. Song Miaoka was so thoroughly chastised that she forgot to cry. Nonetheless, after being scolded, Song Miaoka surprisingly felt a significant uplift in her spirits, and she realized that Su Zhihan's points were rather valid. In her view, despite Su Zhihan's sharp tongue and unpalatable remarks, every word she spoke was rooted in truth and served to help her resolve her issues, thus fostering a slight dependence on her. Therefore, even though she faced reprimands each time she called, she felt a sense of satisfaction. After concluding her conversation with Song Miaoka, Su Zhihan promptly called Zhihan, launching into a tirade of scolding. Zhihan was left bewildered by her outburst, questioning what had transpired and who had provoked her this time, until Song Miaoka disclosed the matters of the company to him. He remained oblivious to the reason behind Su Zhihan's furious call. This wild girl's temper has indeed escalated. Can't she articulate her grievances more gracefully? Nevertheless, despite her sharp tongue, she has effectively resolved numerous issues between the two of them. If there ever comes a day when Su Zhihan curtails her biting remarks, he might find himself rather unaccustomed to the change. Unbeknownst to them, Su Zhihan has completely tamed this pair of protagonists. Chapter 27. Encountering Danger, the Octopus's Possession. With Zhihan's intervention, the Tang family has finally tempered their demeanor. Their standing has significantly diminished compared to the past, rendering them unable to confront Zhihan directly. Old Master Tang sighed, observing his ineffectual descendants, feeling a profound sense of familial despair. Forget it, forget it. I won't involve myself any longer. If it weren't for your incompetence, I wouldn't be forced into such a degrading position. If you could achieve even half of Zhihan's success, I would be eternally grateful. Old Master Tang genuinely puzzled over how such a vast family estate, preserved through countless generations, could yield no promising heirs in his own lineage. He even entertained the notion that perhaps the ancestral grave was cursed. It's one thing for his grandchildren to lack ambition. It's quite another when even his grandchildren by marriage are few and far between in their accomplishments. He now fervently hopes that this group of prodigals does not squander the family fortune too swiftly and that they marry and procreate soon, in the hopes of producing a few promising individuals. While he still breathes, he intends to cultivate them diligently, though the old man has resolved not to intervene any further. His younger kin have yet to find solace in this decision. They are now the subject of ridicule whenever they step outside, the term parasite clinging to them like a stubborn label. This cannot stand. When have we ever been subjected to such humiliation? My grandfather may not care, but I refuse to remain passive. Is it just Zhihan? I refuse to believe he cannot be dealt with. It is said that Zhihan is quite accomplished. He is the sole heir of his family, and without him, the Ji clan is destined for ruin. And what of Su Zhihan? She is merely a woman, yet she dares to look down upon them. Just wait and see how they will make her squirm. Although this woman possesses a fiery temperament, her beauty is striking, and such a personality promises to be entertaining. At this moment, Zhihan and his companions remain blissfully unaware that they have become targets. Song Miaoka has resolved matters at her company, and the group is gathered for a meal. In a flash, Su Zhihan snatched all the meat from the pot, leaving the other three staring at her with their chopsticks in hand, utterly dumbfounded. Song Yu took a deep breath, his expression one of exasperation. Have you never eaten hot pot before? Can't you leave us a little meat? I've never seen someone eat hot pot like a bandit. Su Zhihan took a bite of beef, her eyes narrowing in delight, relishing the feeling of her mouth being stuffed to the brim. Why do you eat so delicately? Hot pot is all about speed. It's the thrill of snatching food that makes it enjoyable. She waved the meat teasingly before them before popping it into her mouth. If your hands are too slow, who can you blame? Slow hands mean you can only watch me feast. The three exchanged glances, instinctively shedding their decorum. There was no choice. Maintaining civility would mean going hungry. Given Su Zhihan's temperament, she would certainly not leave them anything to eat, thus they had to resort to snatching. The four of them approached the hot pot like warriors in battle, leaving the server bewildered by their fervor. Was their hot pot truly that delectable? They certainly appeared to relish every bite. As Su Zhihan observed their enthusiasm, a flicker of pride arose within her. Forget the conventional roles of protagonists. Here, they had all forsaken decorum to indulge like ruffians. This feast lasted over 2 hours, and it must be said, such an approach to dining indeed led to greater enjoyment and satisfaction. Zhihan and Songyu found themselves loosening their belts, utterly stuffed. They had never felt so full before. Su Zhihan glanced at Songyu's protruding belly, then at Zhihan's, and with a natural motion, she opened her phone. With a couple of clicks, the sight of these two domineering figures, slumped in their chairs with dazed expressions and distended stomachs, was immortalized. Songyu and Zhihan. You truly have nothing better to do than to indulge in gluttony. Zhihan, how many photos of me do you have on your phone? This is a serious violation of my image rights. I could sue you for this. If even one unflattering picture were to circulate, the blame would undoubtedly fall on Su Zhihan. She scrolled through her photos, discovering quite a collection, most of which had been generously provided by Song Miaoka. Su Zhihan generously shared her thoughts with everyone and provocatively remarked, "If you have the guts, go ahead and sue me. If you do, these will serve as evidence in court. If I suffer, you will too. Everyone will see your disgraceful photos, and your public image will be utterly ruined." Zhihan felt a wave of frustration. Having a friend like this was indeed quite exasperating. With the weekend approaching, the four friends planned an outing to unwind. As so much had transpired recently, the Tang family had already devised a plan for their trip the following day. What a splendid opportunity for the four of them to embark on a journey together. How could anyone allow themselves to fall victim to unseen perils? The most effective method would undoubtedly be an accident. That night, as Su Zhihan lay in bed, an unsettling feeling lingered in her mind, yet she dismissed it. In a society governed by law, who could fathom that the Tang family would resort to such blatant actions? This was not mere subterfuge. It was an audacious attempt on someone else's life. The next day, as the four of them set out in a single vehicle, they headed to a picturesque resort located outside the city. The scenery was breathtaking, and it was the very resort where Zhihan had previously gifted Su Zhihan a villa. However, as they drove out of the urban area, Zhihan sensed something was amiss. Several cars appeared to be tailing them. "Everyone, be alert. There are a few cars following us." Su Zhihan glanced back at the vehicles and quickly embraced Song Miaoka, nearly choking her in the process. Just then, one of the trailing cars seemed to lose control, barreling towards them and colliding with their rear bumper, attempting to veer in their direction. Beside the road lies a steep precipice. Should one tumble down, even survival would come at a grave cost. In her mind, Su Zhihan clung fervently to Song Miaoka, convinced that this embrace was her only lifeline. As she held onto Miaoka, she shouted toward Songyu, "Why are you still dawdling? Hurry and move closer to Zhihan." The male protagonist, endowed with extraordinary fortune, was destined to survive. Proximity to him was synonymous with safety. At the very moment the vehicle careened down the slope, the two octopuses clung desperately to Zhihan and Song Miaoka. Zhihan and Song Miaoka exchanged glances, their hearts entangled in a tumult of emotions despite the peril they faced. Chapter 28. A fall from the cliff and a fractured mind upon witnessing the vehicle tumble down. The individual summoned by the Tang family feigned urgency, pretending to make phone calls. They had already tampered with their own vehicle, with brakes rendered ineffective and control lost. Even the arrival of law enforcement would not deter their fabricated narrative of innocence. Su Zhihan, steadfastly holding onto Song Miaoka, realized that while danger was indeed imminent, she had escaped unscathed. Indeed, the protagonist's aura proved beneficial when it mattered most. "Is everyone still alive? If so, please respond," she urged. Songyu replied, "I'm here." After a brief hesitation, Song Miaoka followed suit, I'm here too. Zhihan remained silent. Old Ji, don't disrupt the formation. Respond quickly. Su Zhihan insisted. I'm here, Zhihan finally conceded. She thought. Clinging tightly to the two of them assuredly ensured their safety. Cautiously, Su Zhihan loosened her grip on Song Miaoka, seeking a way to extricate herself from the vehicle. The car had not yet sustained significant deformation, so she attempted to open the door. However, it appeared to be obstructed by some object. Utilizing her petite frame, she managed to wriggle through the window. Once outside, she did not forget to pull Song Miaoka along. For after all, a talisman must never be neglected. Upon exiting, Su Zhihan initially intended to rescue the two large men in front of her. But upon witnessing their current position, she could not suppress a chuckle. Embraced face to face, they epitomized the notion of mutual dependence and affection. How delightful their posture was. She reached for her phone to capture the moment, only to discover that the screen was shattered. What a stroke of misfortune. Zhihan, observing her gleeful demeanor, found it quite intolerable. Instead of wasting time laughing, she ought to focus on freeing them. Su Zhihan, hurry and get us out of here. You can laugh all you want once we are free. Song Yu echoed his sentiments, feeling quite uncomfortable. Yes, indeed. Let us out first. It's rather awkward for two grown men to be in such an embrace. I have never even hugged my parents like this. Su Zhihan glanced at the front seat. Noting the significant deformation, the two of them had narrowly escaped disaster by huddling together. Had Song Yu not heeded her advice, he might have been crushed. With the door immovable, their only option was to break the windshield. Observing the anxious expression on Song Miaoka's face, Su Zhihan decided it was time to unleash their muscle. She retrieved the window-breaking hammer she had just found, exclaiming, "Sister, this is for you. It's your turn." Song Miaoka solemnly nodded as she took the hammer. 2 minutes later, the front windshield was removed, and the seats were dismantled, finally rescuing the two large men. However, their exit was somewhat awkward, as they were pulled out by their armpits. This time, Song Miaoka did not conceal her strength at all. Once outside, Song Yu glanced at Song Miaoka and then at Zhihan, and earnestly stated, "Brother, you must treat her well. Absolutely treat her well." Zhihan was left bewildered by this attitude, questioning, "What are you doing? Did you bump your head or something? Why are you speaking nonsense?" Song Yu sighed deeply and shook his head with significance. "Brother, I am seriously advising you. You should definitely heed my words. You must treat her well, or else, if she were to slap you, your head could spin around your neck twice." It was unexpected that this seemingly innocent girl, Song Miaoka, possessed such strength. Indeed, the women chosen by his brother were never ordinary. Su Zhihan understood the implication of Song Yu's words and couldn't help but laugh, revealing her bright white teeth. In the face of absolute power, everything else is rendered trivial. At that moment, all of them shared a common thought. This matter was undoubtedly connected to the Tang family. Zhihan analyzed. The Tang family has had dealings in the underworld before. Several adversaries of theirs from years past have met unfortunate ends, all due to car accidents. Song Yu had some understanding of the Tang family's affairs. The old master of the Tang family had already washed his hands of the matter. Yet the younger generation still clung to their old habits. I will not let this matter rest easily. If he does not perish, then he should prepare to be destroyed. Did he truly believe that Song Yu was an easy target? Su Zhihan sat on the ground, propping her head up, listening intently. Indeed, this aligned with the trajectory of a romantic novel. No wonder she felt a twinge of unease last night. It was her sixth sense at work, proving to be quite accurate. The location where they fell was rather secluded, making it impossible to climb back up directly, thus they had to take a longer route. Listening to the plans of the two men, Su Zhihan rose to her feet, her eyes resembling those of a dead fish, and extracted a mobile phone from their pockets. She then casually dialed the emergency number. "Zhihan. Song Yu." Su Zhihan waved their phones in the air and remarked, somewhat incredulously, "Are your phones merely for show? My phone is broken, yet yours remains intact. Rather than wasting time and effort trying to climb up, we might as well wait for the police to find us. It is far safer." The group suddenly realized. Indeed, how had they overlooked this? Song Miaoka gazed at Su Zhihan with sparkling eyes, filled with admiration. "Zhihan, You are truly brilliant. Su Zhihan chuckled softly and, glancing disdainfully at the two large men, replied, "It's not that I am clever, it's merely that their minds are incapable of bending." The four of them sat on the ground in silence, and soon their stomachs began to rumble. "Song-yu, I shall take a look around for something to eat. Ji-han, come along with me to search."
Jihan nodded,
Preparing to rise alongside him, but Su Zhihan pressed them both back into their seats with her hands. She then led Song Miaoka to the car's trunk, instructing her to open it. With a radiant demeanor, Song Miaoka emerged from the trunk, cradling two large bags of food. Upon noticing the bewildered expressions of the two men, she regarded them as if they were simpletons. Ji-han and Song-yu. What should we do? They seemed genuinely dim-witted. Could it be that they truly suffered a blow to their intellect during the fall? Su Zhihan began to comprehend why the protagonists in novels, after tumbling down a cliff, often found themselves in such dire straits. It was simply because they were devoid of common sense. Song-yu attempted to defend himself, saying, "Zhihan, my mind is perfectly sound. I must have been influenced by Ji-han." Indeed, he was usually quite astute, but now he seemed to have been affected by Ji-han's presence, likely due to their earlier embrace. Ji-han stared at him, wide-eyed in disbelief. "With your prominent features, you sure are quick to shift the blame." Chapter 29. The Su family. A rude bunch. Meanwhile, the Tang family was still lost in their dreams when they received the news. Given such a fall, it would indeed be a miracle if they survived. Tonight, a celebratory drink was in order. This matter must remain concealed from the old patriarch. Everyone must keep it under wraps. This group of individuals laughed heartlessly, their moral depravity laid bare for all to see. Initially, the Ji, Song, and Su families assumed that their loved ones had perished. All the parents hurriedly made their way to the scene, only to be met with the astonishing news from the police that the individuals were indeed alive. Alive? Was it truly the case that they were unharmed? Mrs. G's eyes were swollen from tears. The police offered reassurance, stating that all four were safe and had even managed to call for help themselves. They had already dispatched a team to conduct a search, and it was anticipated that the rescue would be achieved shortly. They had called for help themselves? If they were capable of making such a call, why had they not informed their families of their safety? The parents' fists clenched in frustration. Meanwhile, those gathered at the base of the cliff shuddered simultaneously. This incident quickly made headlines. The individuals in the vehicle were not of ordinary standing, yet the perpetrator appeared rather unassuming, rendering conspiracy theories futile. That very afternoon, Su Zhihan and her companions were rescued. Remarkably, none of them had sustained any injuries. When the police arrived, they were found sitting on the ground, dozing off. To an outsider, it might have seemed as though they were enjoying a picnic outdoors. It was also the first occasion for Su Zhihan to meet her biological parents. They appeared quite anxious, and upon confirming that she was unharmed, both exhaled a sigh of relief. Thank goodness she was alive. Their feelings towards their daughter were undeniably complex. It was impossible to claim they were indifferent, yet a sense of closeness eluded them.
Mother Su gently petted Su Zhihan's shoulder,
her tone unexpectedly imbued with warmth. "As long as you're unhurt, that's what matters. We will arrange some money for you shortly. Your father and I have some matters to attend to, so you should visit the hospital for a checkup. We shall take our leave now." Su Zhihan waved her hand dismissively, signaling them to go. After all, their emotional ties were tenuous. A financial relationship sufficed, while any deeper sentiments could be spared. Their family's dynamics had left onlookers astonished. Although it was known that the Su family's parent-child relationship was fraught, the extent of the disconnection was shocking. Mrs. G gazed at Su Zhihan, her eyes filled with compassion. A child devoid of parental affection must bear an immense burden in her heart. Yet Su Zhihan, who felt neglected by both her father and mother, chuckled inwardly. Haha, another profit gained. The next step involved investigating the car accident, a task that Ji-han and Song-yu would undertake, leaving Su Zhihan unburdened. The perpetrator, who appeared to be honest, was, in truth, a gambler. The Tang family had offered him a substantial sum to orchestrate such an incident. If successful, not only would he settle his gambling debts, but he could also ensure a carefree existence for the remainder of his life. For gamblers, morality is a non-existent concept. They will undertake any deed for the right price. Zhihan and Songyu promptly initiated their investigation, noting that the younger members of the Tang family often left traces behind in their actions, lacking the shrewdness of the elder. Thus, uncovering their missteps proved to be a simple task. The evidence gathered was to be handed directly to the authorities. Meanwhile, the Tang family was in turmoil, particularly the individuals involved in the incident. More content is loading. Please wait. They believed that their scheme had succeeded, yet they were swiftly discovered. When the apprehensions occurred, the old man remained blissfully unaware. Upon learning of his grandchildren's misdeeds, he was so enraged that he landed in the hospital. Upon receiving this news, Su Zhihan felt that the old man got what he deserved. Their family had taken a dreadful turn, and it was no wonder that the descendants had gone astray. If it weren't for Songyu and Zhihan intervening, she would have considered visiting old man Tang in the hospital to inquire how he had raised his progeny. Songyu was truly exasperated with this aunt. Couldn't she just keep a low profile for once? They had the situation under control, and as victims, it would be unwise for her to visit the hospital. What if she inadvertently caused the old man to suffer a fatal shock? Zhihan insisted that Songyu keep a vigilant watch over Su Zhihan, ensuring she remained in check. Su Zhihan felt indignant, thinking, "Can you not observe me like a thief? Am I truly so lacking in decorum?" Zhihan and Songyu retorted in unison, "Aren't you?" If this reckless girl had any sense of propriety, there would be no such thing as lack of decorum in the world. With her sharp tongue, she could provoke even the most composed individuals, let alone an 80-year-old man lying in a hospital bed. Su Zhihan. Weren't we supposed to be friends? These individuals clearly did not stand by her side. It was infuriating. The turmoil surrounding the Tang family had escalated tremendously, even surpassing the previous incident with the Lynn family. Zhihan and Songyu unearthed all the misdeeds committed by the Tang family in recent years. If they sought their lives, it would depend on their strength. Without such power, they would simply await their own demise. The elderly Mr. Tang, confined to a hospital bed, was burdened with concerns over his unfilial offspring. He yearned to meet Zhihan and Songyu, yet his requests were met with refusal. Ultimately, he turned his attention to Su Zhihan, who was already lamenting the lack of an opportunity to express her grievances. Upon receiving a call from Mr. Tang, Su Zhihan launched into a tirade. "You expect me to plead for forgiveness on behalf of your grandchildren? You must be dreaming. Your grandchildren wish for our demise. And if someone seeks your life, would you spare them?" Mr. Tang, in deep anguish, coughed painfully and pleaded softly, "This situation is indeed our family's fault. But the children are still young. We cannot ruin their lives over this matter. Besides, nothing has happened yet. Isn't it said that one does not truly know another until conflict arises? Let us regard this as a mere jest." Su Zhihan, having encountered shamelessness before, was astounded by his brazen audacity at such an age. His words elicited laughter from her. "Out of respect, I called you old master, but now you shall be addressed as old wall lamp. We are not unscathed. If calamity were to strike, we would lose our lives. Old wall lamp, since you deem this a jest, allow me to join you in this farce, hoping your grandchildren can withstand the consequences." Initially, she had no intention of intervening, but now she felt compelled to witness how this jest would unfold. The old wall lamp over there. Oh no, it's the venerable Mr. Tang, who is infuriated and rolling his eyes. Is this truly how the Su family raises their daughters? Addressing an elder as old wall lamp displays an utter lack of courtesy. In a fit of anger, Mr. Tang dialed the Su parents to lodge a complaint, leveraging emotional and business appeals in hopes of obtaining their support. Su's mother responded, "Is it not normal for her to call you old wall lamp? She sometimes refers to her father and me as old folks as well. Old wall lamp. Oh no, venerable elder. We genuinely cannot assist you in this matter. We have only this one daughter, and should anything happen to her, the situation would become far more complicated." Mr. Tang retorted, "Your entire family is devoid of manners." Chapter 30. Zhihan is forced to entertain the elders. The perils she experienced that night were rather overwhelming. She likely never anticipated such events would befall her. Having endured such inexplicable dangers and upheavals, it is indeed challenging to trust anyone again, as Li Songjing mused. Zhong Ningning's shameless and illogical assertions bore a striking resemblance to his own. She blatantly attempted to seize business, yet framed it as a noble act of saving lives. Copy me? Elder Chao's eyes narrowed slightly, his right hand swiftly retracting to seize Jiang Chen's wrist. He did not deviate from his intended course. Raising prices was a premeditated action, albeit coinciding with the unfolding events. Jiang Chen, unusually, indulged in a few more words. The demon warriors of the 11th battle zone faced calamity, for the strength of the inner demon Zone was overwhelmingly potent. Wherever he passed, all was reduced to ashes, greatly alleviating the pressures faced by humanity. I absolutely must go. Even if there exists but a mere 1 in 10,000 chance, I would willingly wager my life for this opportunity. A resolute expression emerged on the soft and alluring visage of Fan Taohua as she declared with unwavering conviction. Jiang Chen, should you dare to stir trouble again, I shall not show leniency. Yu Dong was greatly agitated, almost on the verge of confrontation. 3 figures simultaneously leapt forth from the obsidian depths at the very center of the dim vortex, materializing in the void. Chen Zong immediately sensed that the chilling, dark energy clinging to him was gradually dissipating, akin to rootless floating weeds, unable to sustain themselves in this realm of emptiness. Time slowly eroded all concern. A month later, no one paid heed to Su, whose fate. For at this juncture, an unexpected wave of elder ministers within the court simultaneously chose to retire to their hometowns. Zhang Ya watched as King Zhou departed, keenly observing the myriad expressions of the feudal lords. Some appeared terrified, others seethed with silent rage, while a few remained indifferent, and some quietly reveled in clandestine joy. The sound of Gu Jiangji's knife scraping against the plate was jarring, causing Lin Yuan to hastily cover her ears. Wan Qi breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that the situation remained within acceptable bounds. Such a precious entity, if it could be acquired with merely a gesture, would indeed be a stroke of fortune from the heavens. This statement both flattered the horses and subtly indicated the formidable nature of those individuals, allowing one to feel a sense of ease while also understanding the wisdom of retreat. Furthermore, this agreement was originally intended to prevent any physical entanglements with him. In hindsight, that decision seemed most prudent. Zheng Qiaoshan was in a state of acute anxiety, even at a loss for words, his mind brimming with thoughts he wished to articulate. Yet when they reached his lips, they faltered, devoid of any coherent structure. Zhou Yi, without any pretense, accepted the money. In the presence of the crowd, he unfurled the red paper and counted the amount, ensuring its accuracy before placing it into his backpack. The content continues to load. Please wait. Since you wish to engage in this game, I shall indulge you. No longer retreating under the scrutiny of the onlookers, I stood firm. My love for Yunqing is genuine. She has no right to usurp the position of Mrs. Mu. The fate she faces is entirely of her own making. Reflecting on the past, Yu Meiling screamed in fury. Lu Huaishan's visage materialized before me, his silhouette sharply defined against the light, with strikingly bold brows and eyes. Yet, at this moment, his lips were pressed tightly together, and his gaze was dark and fraught with peril. Zheng Qiaoshan knocked on the door, and upon hearing the permission to enter, he first pressed the doorknob, then cheerfully waved at Qi Weiming, a gesture of greeting. Just as Mo Yue turned to leave, a surge of demon soldiers unexpectedly appeared behind her, encircling her atop the cliff. Where is Jingwu? Ian casually seized a servant, eager to ascertain the whereabouts of Jibu, whom he had not seen for a day. For no particular reason. She simply cannot leave. Dong Ling pointed at the Du family. This is what she must endure. Unless she experiences the agony of losing her own flesh and blood, she will never comprehend how to truly empathize with her son as suffering. Lacking the spiritual talisman, I had to rely on Thor's hammer to sustain myself. To wield its full power, each strike required the infusion of spiritual energy. Following the direction indicated by the elder, Sheng Ruosi beheld Xiao Yunqi leaning against a black Maybach, smoking a cigarette across the street. In the bustling tavern, voices mingled in a cacophony. Chu Shui Yao and Lu Xiao sat across from Mu Yuncheng, both now expecting. They were particularly concerned that the 3 gods might disregard Mu Yuncheng's wishes and forcibly detain him at the Transformation Summit. A bitter smile crossed his lips as he reflected on the irony of spending his life in this dim, lifeless cavern. Had he known this would be his fate, He would have preferred to expend every ounce of energy to confront the demon sword, even if it meant turning to ash in the tempest of 1,000 blades. Such an end would be more honorable than decaying in this damp, shadowy underground. He ascended the slope alone, selecting his footholds among the rocks, bracing himself against the crevices of the steep cliff as he climbed higher. As he spoke, I tossed the beer bottle in my hand to Wang Er. Without a second thought, Wang Er caught it and approached, smashing it onto Black Brother's head. After a brief scuffle with the wild dogs, we finally unearthed a piece of equipment. Upon witnessing its appearance, I could not suppress my laughter. Chapter 31. The child from the heavens. Zhihan felt he might very well ascend in a fit of exasperation. Most astonishing was how this incident unexpectedly strengthened the bond between his parents and Miao Ke. Typically, his mother never displayed any warmth toward Miao Ke. However, that day, amidst a pile of unflattering photographs, she surprisingly engaged in a calm conversation with Miao Ke. The subject of their discussion, however, was not one he wished to overhear, as his mother expressed a desire for the unflattering pictures and even asked Miao Ke to continue taking them in the future. Meanwhile, the others ambled along the street, preparing to leave the pedestrian area to hail a taxi. Yun Xinyan began to feel troubled, pondering that cooking is indeed a skillful endeavor. It seems she must practice more in the future. She truly wonders how Yi Tian manages to create such delectable dishes. However, it is of no consequence now, as the jade had long been sold. Fortunately, it was sold. Otherwise, it would have been a loss to them. Lu Sanpeng curled his lip, harboring a less than favorable impression of his father. All his strength was channeled into the black blade, which was enveloped in dark energy, just as Tian Shan was similarly shrouded. With a swift strike from Chu Feng's blade of laws, the Forest Emperor had no means of evasion and was instantly reduced to dust, utterly obliterated. The wild bear understood that in this realm, there were no ghosts, merely the actions of formidable individuals. Dai Chong, as the leader of the Heavenly Gate, was well aware of the past misdeeds of Sima Feng, a former inner disciple of the Heavenly Gate. This fellow, wielding a life weapon, the Jade Flute, could transform others into puppets for his own command. This was akin to his attacks causing no harm to the Tiango's soul, while the Tiango's soul could inflict indelible damage upon his own. More content is loading. Please hold on. Su Zhihan cheerfully remarked, General Yang, please remain calm. If I cannot surpass Huayao, I would have no face to stay here, let alone request the best treatment. That is simply out of the question. Zhao Jingzi quickly interjected, stating that this matter must never be acknowledged. Even if there were genuine grievances, they must remain concealed and never see the light of day. The two esteemed chefs have arrived at the Han household, commencing preparations for tomorrow's culinary offerings, with numerous dishes requiring advance attention today. The origins of the Qixiang group trace back to a mere investment of 200,000 yuan. However, Xia Tianhua now bears a capital of 2 million yuan. Zhao Jingzi harbors doubts about Xia Tianhua's ability to establish a computer manufacturing enterprise. Sweating profusely, he reflects on the past week in Moscow, during which he surrendered all his public grain to the frenzied Madame Jean. One cannot simultaneously aspire to be both a courtesan and maintain a virtuous reputation. Such bargains are simply too good to be true. Yuan Hong glanced at the half-lifeless Jiao Longwang, still ensnared by the mystical powers of Zhuangmu. Shelley, how did you arrive? Wiping the beads of water from his face with a pristine white towel, Xiao Han entered the living room, smiling at Shelley. Who do you think you are?
Get lost. Gao.
The fair-skinned man struggled against the formidable strength of Tianjin, who had him in a firm grip, leaving him with a sense of numbness. The gravest injury was suffered by the Confucian sage Kong Xian, who was compelled by Jiejin to exhaust his magical powers, scattering all 24 of the Dinghai pearls. The accumulated merits and fortune of Confucianism over millennia have thus been rendered illusory. It may take 1,000 years of solitary cultivation to restore them, significantly impacting Confucianism in the process. Moreover, Zhu Rong stated that self-awareness is achieved at the 10th strike. Xiao Nong, determined to survive, is sure to unleash a formidable assault in this very moment. Chapter 32. 3 Zhihan dings equate to 1 Su Zhihan. The 5 colors upon the 5 elements disc are not merely liquids bearing hues. Each distinctly symbolizes a form of elemental power. These elemental forces interact within the disk, giving rise to a delicate equilibrium, which, once disrupted, leads to an eruption. I am aware that Xiao Xianming is resorting to a desperate gamble. His current strength is utterly insufficient, and only through the inheritance of the demon god can he rise again. He must embrace this peril. Initially, Master No. 7 intended to dismiss Gao Ang with some words and was preparing to close the door when he was momentarily stunned by Gao Ang's remarks. Upon hearing this, Chun Shiyuan's eyes widened in disbelief. What sort of statement is this? He opened his mouth, recalled Yi Chu's warning, yet dared not utter a sound. The absence of a score difference during the initial 2 minutes of the match can be attributed to defensive strategies. Standing seemed overly conspicuous, while crouching appeared rather indecorous. The ox-headed and horse-faced beings withdrew slightly, settling upon the stone steps surrounding the pavilion. 500 billion appears to be an astronomical sum. However, in the context of a man-made island, this price is woefully inadequate. The same could be said for Jiang Wan, who soon closed her mouth, biting her crimson lip with silver teeth. Her eyelids began to droop, while her eyelashes quivered uncontrollably. These two individuals are the most disobedient in their household. Insisting on proclaiming that the children of China have risen, Guanming, despite his apparent lack of strength, can only strive to advance technology vigorously, enhancing the nation's scientific prowess and causing the United States to lose its status as the foremost power. Old Master Qin displayed an expression of sheer panic, urging me to apply pressure to the master's wound while he fetched bandages and hemostatic agents. He commanded the priests on both flanks to swiftly retreat to the central city wall, relinquishing the walls on either side. Andrew gritted his teeth in fury, attributing the chaos to that ominous cloud of blood mist. Without it, how could Xianyuan Beidou have brazenly appeared before him? At this moment, Zhao Zhen disregarded the opinions of the pacifists, yet could not ignore those of the war faction, though their views were far from united. The moonlight streaming through the window cast a dim glow upon the room, enveloping it in an atmosphere of ambiguity, a silent testament to the love shared between Yi Fei and the Phoenix. It's quite impressive, isn't it? If nothing else arises, I shall seek out this fellow. After all, I can directly claim the reward then. Await the good news, Su Feng remarked to Brother Gong, as the corpse's head was shattered. Releasing a plume of dark mist, the body collapsed to the ground with a thud, devoid of any malevolent spirits escaping its form. Although the old crone's power was waning, her attacking capacity diminished, and the medium's time was nearing its limit, she still had to protect the old cat. Xuan Yen found herself compelled to follow him, while throughout, Long Sihan's gaze remained fixated solely on Xuan Yen, completely disregarding the plight of Su Ro beside him. Upon hearing this, the elders agreed to proceed. However, they opted to head directly to the mountain, for the barren ground below offered no shade. Observing the enthusiasm of the crowd, Hong Tiankuai voiced no objections. And thus they all soared towards their destination. Loading more content. Please hold on. I noticed the glimmer of greed in the eyes of the two guards as they slowly picked up the gold coins, their movements laden with reluctance, as if they were loath to part with the coins and return them to me. It seems the allure of wealth is proving effective. At this moment, Suzie lies in a tranquil slumber, appearing exceedingly frail. Her cheekbones are slightly sunken, her complexion a pallid hue, and her hair bears a hint of yellow. The area between her brows is darkened, reminiscent of the soot-stained bottom of a pot used in rural kitchens for years, surrounded by flames that stretch endlessly into the horizon. The fire, despite its vibrant colors, becomes monotonous over time, breeding a sense of ennui. The colossal beast, its wounds continually mending, gradually regains its vitality, no longer appearing utterly exhausted, but instead recuperating its strength. Consequently, Lung Qianqian feels a twinge of surprise as she gazes down at the courtyard below, which can be regarded as her first home since her arrival in this realm. Under the watchful eyes of the city guards, Gu Liuxi and Lan Shanyu effortlessly exited the city without any permits. Furrowing his brow, Chu Jiuqin regarded the maid with a cold demeanor, remaining silent. The implication unmistakable. They could leave. Perhaps it was Uncle Yi's actions that deeply provoked the corpse, for it suddenly thrashed violently, casting Uncle Yi aside. The two ascended to the celestial palace upon a cloud, with Fengxi clad in a robe of purest white, accentuating his pallor akin to freshly fallen snow. A twinge of pain stirred within him as he recalled the enchanting figure of Zhao Di from the mortal realm, adorned in a gown of 100 fluttering butterflies, resembling an ethereal sprite of the forest, vibrant and lively. He conjured a spell to transform her attire. 700 moon crystal pastries. This trade indeed proves to be exceedingly lucrative. By the way, what did you do with the 300 moon crystal pastries you initially took from me? Asked Xianglong. They were quite exquisite and suited you well, replied Hu Xuedong, her voice slightly hoarse yet imbued with a rich resonance. The bald man with a scar scrutinized the newcomer. For one must remain vigilant in this line of work. Do not speak further. I shall make my own decisions in this matter. The shark demon prepared to interject, but was halted by the old turtle. It was already late at night, and the alley was eerily quiet. Fengxi intended to slip in unnoticed when a familiar figure emerged from beneath the old locust tree. Upon returning to the dormitory, the others were still awake. Peng Sijia contemplated for a moment, then picked up his phone and stepped into an unoccupied area to call Luo Jinghuan, hoping she would persuade her brother. At that moment, Luo Jinghuan, still heartbroken, could not contain her tears upon hearing Peng Sijia's voice. It took considerable time for him to console her and restore her composure. After Lu Xingqiang spoke, he approached the officers at 110, identifying himself. Once the firefighters extinguished the lingering flames at the scene, they proceeded together to investigate the site of the explosion. Chapter 33. Su Zhihan pondered, how did this child become mine? The matter of taking the child for paternity testing was made simpler with the consent of the child's biological father. Simultaneously, they conveyed this matter to the members of the Ji family. Song Miaokao gazed at the face strikingly reminiscent of Ji Han's childhood, her heart filled with uncertainty. She had seen Ji Han's childhood photographs, in which he had recounted his own youthful misfortunes. This child bore an uncanny resemblance to those images of Ji Han as a boy. Even when compared to the legendary Neza, who had been resurrected at great expense by the Jade Emperor, the resemblance was astonishing. Neza, amidst the cataclysmic trials, had come to regard Sun Wukong as a formidable threat. Now that Sun Wukong had entered the Buddhist realm, did it not signify that he was ensnared by the very grasp of that faith? Lu Fuheng, tall and robust, possessed an impressive visage. Thus, like Lu Huai, Lu Yuan, inheriting the same parental lineage, also exhibited remarkable looks, refined features, fair and delicate complexion, and the bearing of a distinguished scion. I had made prior arrangements, and even in the worst-case scenario, I could keep him at bay. Kitahara Tokumura brimmed with confidence. The heavenly emperor of cold evil stared coldly at Qin Fei, his eyes gradually revealing a hint of murderous intent. The Pei clan remained wary of the Lord of Pantheon. Although they believed he had perished, their caution persisted. The foot soldiers remained indifferent. Guobingi observed that these soldiers were largely unarmored, clad in simple garments and wielding long knives. Sure, you could not help but feel a flicker of hope. If these mortals were to command the million demon soldiers of Flower and Fruit Mountain, how much would it enhance their chances in the impending cataclysm? Would these mortals be capable of adapting to the warfare between celestial beings and Buddhists? The elderly man with white hair was none other than Lord Wang Mian. However, unlike before, his countenance was now pallid, devoid of any trace of blood. His chest and abdomen were wrapped in white bandages, from which thin streams of crimson seeped, staining the bandages a deep red. Furthermore, on the vessel, feathers were employed to gauge the wind direction, and a plumb line was utilized to measure the water's depth. The design's sharp bottom instilled no fear of the depths of the sea, but rather a greater apprehension of grounding and capsizing. The two individuals who devised such tactics were acutely aware of their inherent vulnerabilities, yet no one had anticipated the implications. Each strategy possessed its own essence. Previously, in the underground hive base of Raccoon City, Meng Yi had also delved into the study of the T-virus, yet he could never replicate the miracle of psychokinesis. He then placed Chen Song upon the medical bed, initiating a massage to invigorate the muscles and restore vitality. In a fleeting moment, Wang Taizhu materialized before Zhou Zheng, raising his hand to strike the block from his grasp. Despite the onslaught they faced, he bled profusely. If he were indeed a cultivator, to feign weakness to such an extent seemed excessive. Lynn Jinma marked the broader rivers on the map with crosses, as well as a cliff, alongside various treacherous terrains to be avoided. Upon the conclusion of the initial simulation, I discerned that the origins of this simulator were far from ordinary, prompting my intent to investigate further. The reconciliation with the Moron clan was primarily due to his lack of loss, and unlike the Yu family, the Moron clan had not targeted those around him. At the outset, Bai Dian felt a twinge of discomfort, yet gradually he acclimated to the limitations of his abilities, realizing he could not oversee everything. Meng Yihuan's vacant gaze sharpened as he raised his hand to vigorously rub his dull, lifeless cheeks, remarking in a tone that was neither overly enthusiastic nor lackluster. He could assert with unwavering certainty that the individual he had witnessed in the car accident, whose face had been cruelly marred by a billboard, bore an uncanny resemblance to the youthful visage of the boy with a doll-like face, to the minutest detail. At that moment, Qin erupted into uncontrollable laughter, his mirthful outbursts causing him to double over in glee. The transformation of his physical form signified a triumphant success. All his previous suffering and burdens had not been endured in vain, for he had finally achieved a return to his ancestral roots. Chapter 34. The Elder's Rich Imagination. No, this cannot be. I did not give birth to this. Su Zhihan nearly spat out her words in disbelief. Did she appear to be someone in a relationship? Did she seem like a woman who had borne a child? Yet, despite the fact that this child was not hers, it undeniably belonged to her great-grandson, the offspring of Ji Yong. Upon hearing this, Grandfather Ji nearly fainted, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Meanwhile, Pei Mingsong's barrage of questions came forth like a rapid-fire cannon, leaving Pei Siyuan utterly bewildered, rendered immobile in his chair. As he tore open the schematics for the military camp's construction, a flash of white light revealed a tent-like barrack emerging in the village. Cui Bin couldn't help but furrow his brow, having devoted considerable effort to the camp's planning. However, Xiao Lin's interference rendered the atmosphere quite uncomfortable. The chief instructor was responsible for such matters, and ordinarily, it was not within Xiao Lin's purview to proffer suggestions. The chief instructor coordinating the team's exercises can issue commands directly, whereas the instructors on the periphery are unable to command. They must rely on their subordinates to cooperate, creating a disparity in difficulty. Consequently, the evaluation of results will also differ. With such a sophisticated rationale presented, Gu Zixuan, who had previously promised to follow up on the project, found herself devoid of any counterarguments. When they concluded their discourse, it captured the attention of all present. Every practitioner held their breath, recalling the legendary clash between Lin Chuan and the first emperor, which had astonished the heavens and wept for the spirits, piercing through the first world and sending tremors across a vast portion of the universe, a moment of unparalleled might. Now, with their simultaneous emergence, all hoped for a spark to ignite. As he beheld her pale countenance, Cui Bin felt a surge of compassion. Memories of that night in the hotel flooded back to him, along with the image of her limping away the following morning, and he could not help but feel a wave of self-reproach. Su Yao bore an overwhelming weight of unexpressed emotions, which seemed to erupt at this moment. Had she possessed an ashtray, it is likely she would have hurled it at him without hesitation. Indeed, that single glance, though merely a simple utterance, startled Mo Fei considerably. In this world, no being is flawless. Every creature, even divine beasts, harbors genetic imperfections. Just as the staff suddenly sprang into action, several guards instinctively raised their weapons, aiming at the crowd. These individuals had never encountered their employer, having engaged in the transaction online, thus remaining oblivious to their identity. That police officer remarked. Medusa fell into contemplation, recognizing the paramount importance of the Azure Lotus Heartfire. It was crucial for her potential evolution to a higher realm, and surrendering it so easily was simply inconceivable. Indeed, these four individuals were none other than the formidable executors Blade, Dual Guns, Short Staff, and Fine Rain, who had recently accompanied the Mo family to the vicinity of Luoshui City. However, upon catching sight of Yang Chan, Lu Yanchang's heart raced like a drum, instantly captivated by her exquisite beauty and dignified grace. Lu Yifan laughed heartily, tossing the inner core of the six-tailed fox to Gong Zili as if discarding refuse. Yu Ji had initially thought that such words would compel the opposing party to relent. Yet, to his surprise, not only did he not witness the strategist Muzi yielding, But he was instead met with a disdainful chuckle. Bai Yanqi cast a sidelong glance at Elder Bai, stifling a laugh as he observed the display of muscle strength. Clearly, such theatrics held no merit. After all, the prowess of a beast tamer was not manifested in physical strength, was it? Chapter 35. The illegitimate child incident. Observing the puzzled expressions of the group, Su Zhihan sighed and pulled them aside, meticulously recounting the events that had transpired. Upon hearing the account, the expressions of all present turned somewhat dazed. Director Ji inhaled deeply, mourning for his nephew, who was far abroad. Madame Ji expressed her admiration, noting, "I never imagined that my uncle's imagination could be so vivid. Surely, he has indulged in numerous dramas and novels?" Evidently. This is not a sum that an ordinary monk could afford, for the minimum teleportation fee has reached 100 spirit stones, which represents years of savings for a typical foundational cultivator. Moreover, given that Gao Yuan and his companion are undertaking a long-distance teleportation, the charge for a single journey often ascends to over 1,000 spirit stones per person. "Your master," sighed Shangguan Yuntian in frustration. He initially intended to teach the other party a lesson, but upon discovering the identity of Night Phoenix's master, he had no choice but to relent. Song Hai shook his head slightly, recognizing that there was no longer a necessity to continue the battle. The events that transpired, whether it was Xiaoling slaying Zhong Tai or Jiang Xiantong exterminating over 100,000 martial cultivators, had irrevocably tarnished the reputation of the life and death arena. Remaining here would yield him no advantage. The third digit appeared in a rather peculiar location. Why, was this room not typically present? This establishment boasts 10 floors, which is quite daunting, yet its footprint is not overly expansive. As one ascends the levels, the service fees increase, but correspondingly, the discounts become more substantial. "Please, take a seat," Chu Mei urged, mustering a smile as she invited everyone to settle down. Regardless of the circumstances, she could not treat her guests with disdain. Eliminate them all. Leave no one behind. This command was directed at the personal guards beside her. Its meaning unmistakable. All those who witnessed the scene must not be allowed to survive. "More content is loading. Please wait." Arya thought with a pang of guilt, her voice inadvertently betraying her unease. "Then what shall we do?" "It is quite simple. You shall descend and engage in battle. If victorious, cease your efforts. If defeated, then succumb to your fate," the man stated coldly. Distanced from the kingdom of Nanyue, "It would be prudent to command the southern forces to assist," Tao Zijie suggested. Yet, the cat demon remained indifferent, swiping a claw towards me. Instinctively, I leaned back, narrowly evading its talon. My foot pressed against it, causing its claw to glide over my down jacket. It was evident that some naval forces were sowing discord. Yet many uninformed individuals were drawn into the fray, even rushing to Ningmeng's live stream to voice their grievances. Miao Qiu was engulfed in fury, realizing that Wang Dali intended to expose Pai San and reveal his secrets. How could he remain passive in such a situation? Moreover, as Yao Yunqiu's demonic form advanced, the demand for divine weapons surged, exacerbating the scarcity of such armaments and slowing the cultivation progress of Yao Yunqiu. Additionally, constructing and organizing a dwelling was no trivial task, not something that could be completed in a matter of days. Calm Hongyue, resigned, could only continue to stay there. If I were in his position, I too would find it perplexing that all the castles were deserted, yet his was the exception. Surely, he would react. The thin man remarked. Just as Xiaoling retreated, his form suddenly transformed. His hands swiftly shifted from palms to claws, resembling a majestic eagle in flight, graceful yet commanding. As his talons lunged towards Xiaoling's shoulder. Chapter 36. Su Zhihan, Beyond Control. Ji Yong had not anticipated that someone could indeed be so utterly bored. Although such conjectures have been made, they were merely precautionary measures. It is astonishing to realize how shameless these individuals truly are. His wife has yet to be won over. Yet their son is already destined for another. How utterly tedious these people are, fixating on the private affairs of others. What concern is it of theirs who another's child belongs to? As Ji Yong instructed someone to investigate the hidden instigator, he felt compelled to express his disdain. Despite the short distance of less than 10 meters, Lu Huanong moved with excruciating slowness, each step seemingly stretching into an eternity. Behind him, Mu Shi observed the dire situation, her body trembling involuntarily, a gasp of fear escaping her throat. This old wretch merely seeks to exploit this moment to expel him from the imperial city, thereby allowing Yan Fei and Lu Kongyu to seize power, influencing the court's dynamics, one hastening to ascend to the inner palace, the other eager to claim the throne. There is no rush. Initially, she would have felt quite disheartened upon hearing the news. However, now that she knows she can also depart, she finds herself less anxious. Some things are best incinerated. Once burned, they are less likely to be discovered. Ultimately, the human heart is inscrutable. Many matters, even if not contemplated in one's own mind, incite reasonable suspicion from others. Upon encountering Huanhua, the Taoist priests hurried to kneel in reverence, but Huanhua gestured for them to refrain from excessive formalities. Even if she has not entirely relinquished her feelings for Gucheng, as long as she is willing to be with him now, the past can be regarded as a mere figment of imagination. Loading more content. Please wait. It matters not. In the face of the heartfelt concerns expressed by the guards, Lu Kongrui maintained an air of remarkable composure. However, if it were of no consequence, his initial encounter with Lu Huanong undeniably took place on Peacock Island. Confidence is derived from strength. Only with substantial power can one possess true assurance. Lin Tian, due to the presence of the Dragon Emperor, must weigh his words carefully regarding certain matters within the Dragon Group, opting for a more tactful approach. The old ghost cast a comforting glance at Mu's sorrow. With a wry smile, he pondered why, despite the short distance, the chasm within their hearts felt so vast. Initially, the family was opposed to the idea, as Tang Mingyue was a once-in-a-century martial arts prodigy from the Tang family. They had hoped to rely on her to restore the Tang sect to its former glory. However, after thorough deliberation and careful consideration of the current circumstances, they ultimately reached a decision. "Bring forth the wine," came a commanding voice. With a wave of his left hand, Hao Lian Xiaoyu summoned a soldier from behind, who approached with a tray bearing neatly arranged bowls of wine. The surface shimmered, and the delightful aroma of the wine wafted through the air. "Do you still wish to graduate?" Mu teased him, unperturbed, revealing a flawless smile. The scene at Huixing Peak, within the jade bamboo forest, was layered and lush, with greenery dripping with vitality. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the bamboo sea to rise and fall, while a delicate mist enveloped the grove like a sheer veil. The golden morning light cascaded down, gradually dissipating the light fog. Although Yulong Tian could effortlessly counter Xiao Nain's staff techniques, it did not imply he could do the same against her uncle, Xiao Shizhong's. Not to overstate, but in her entire life, she had yet to encounter anyone brave enough to claim they could surpass Xiao Shizhong's staff techniques.
Namgong Yun'er nodded in agreement.
Despite the queen's anxious expression, a smile lingered within her heart. Abandoning the rectangular tables typical of Western aristocratic banquets, the palace surprisingly lacked a single round table. Just as everyone was at a loss, the sorcerer vanished into thin air, leaving only a strong surge of magical energy and a dazzling white light. As dusk approached, the sky was high and the clouds were sparse, while leaves in the forest fluttered down like whispers of autumn. At that moment, a gust of wind rushed in, abruptly shattering the tranquility of the mountains. Xue Linglong nodded, placing her delicate hand on Foam Shizenling's back, allowing a black dragon to enter his dantian. Chapter 37. Madame Ji's change of heart towards Song Miaoke, the stiff relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Ji Yong anxiously comforted his wife overseas, while Ji Han did the same domestically. Although Song Miaoke was not angry, her spirits were undeniably dampened. Ji Han left early and returned late each day. Despite residing under the same roof, they had not seen each other for many days. Among the myriad enterprises of the Dragon Club, its profitability ranked among the highest. Naturally, those who could preside over such affairs were formidable figures within the club. As for the individual who genuinely reformed, transforming from a destroyer of flowers to a protector of them, such a red guard indeed existed. Zhang Yi was momentarily taken aback, realizing the truth of this matter. No wonder Mu Xiaojun garnered such high praise from the treasured maiden. Upon seeing Huang Yan's indifferent demeanor, Kai Dejia was about to lose his temper, only to catch sight of Jin Yao beside him, who was smiling warmly in his direction. Alas, there was no choice. for the sake of a blissful future. I shall endure. I shall endure. I shall endure. Many harbored such feelings of frustration in their hearts. However, their flustered and flushed expressions were difficult to conceal from our esteemed hero, Piao. Engaging in idle chatter with Ling Huze, it was somewhat alleviating. With Ling Huze's company, Li Tian found the atmosphere less stifling. In the presence of so many, how could the city inspectors maintain their dignity when ridiculed? A few, already incensed with embarrassment, began to berate the onlookers who laughed heartily, demanding silence. As Feng Chen struggled on the brink of despair, he abruptly received a mysterious phone call. The number untraceable and the voice unfamiliar. As an A-level dragon speaker who had unraveled the rules, sustaining injuries was already a daunting ordeal. Let alone suffering such severe wounds without any signs of healing, leaving Kirkwood and Zenobia utterly astonished. Meanwhile, Gao Chonggong and Xingran whispered softly, with Xingran occasionally bursting into a melodious laugh, which pierced my heart like a dagger. Victoria furrowed her brow, still unconvinced that the Han people, akin to street vermin today, could conquer Hawaii in 3 days. The more she contemplated, the more disheartened she became, tinged with a hint of sorrow, while Zhou Minhao resolutely executed his will. He did not believe there was any fault on his part. During his last application submission, everything had been executed flawlessly. Unless Principal Sun had deliberately obstructed him. Perhaps not exerting full effort in his recommendation? Lin Yi clearly observed his expression, the tightening of his lips signifying his ire. As Lin Yi leaned slightly, a sense of schadenfreude crossed her mind. Zhang Yulan, since you cannot control your anger, the forthcoming events will be your reckoning. Reflect upon that. With this thought, she lifted her gaze to glance at Shin Duanlong in the distance, who appeared troubled, his brow furrowed, seemingly unable to come to terms with the sudden appearance of the cloaked figure. Thank you, she said, reaching out to accept what was offered, then lowering her eyes to the jacket tied around her waist, feeling rather unrefined. Xiangzi seemed to be nearby, and by the time Lin Yi had tidied herself, Li Yun arrived to announce his presence. This only heightened Lin Yi's sense of an unusual atmosphere. Victoria silently repeated that name in her mind, seeking tranquility. Once she felt composed at the doorway, she stepped into the conference hall. Qingwan's words rang out like a thunderclap, echoing in her ears. The Empress Dowager wore an inscrutable expression, uttering not a single word. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke. Chapter 38. The CP I have safeguarded will surely come to fruition. Song Miaoka sat beside Madame Ji, her expression fraught with anxiety. She truly feared Madame Ji. Observing her discomfort, Madame Ji felt increasingly unsettled. Why do you always come to see me with such a countenance? Am I truly that terrifying? I shan't devour you. A young lady ought to be more composed. Should you marry Zhihan in the future, you will inevitably have to attend significant events. Presenting yourself in this manner at such gatherings, yet Chen Xiao exhibited no trace of impatience or criticism, meticulously explaining as she guided Zhang Ruofeng forward. Witty and perceptive, the impromptu portrayal of a distressed family member was executed with remarkable finesse. After diligently bandaging the injured and unconscious Qingjin, Lan Xian picked up the bloodied, lifeless ear and tail, cradling them as she wept heartily. However, the reality was quite different. Wu Zhenyu, in his everyday life, was rather easygoing. Aside from his occasionally piercing gaze that seemed to possess an uncontrollable intensity, he was mostly amiable. Leo Hart instinctively followed his line of sight and encountered a worried, lovely face, the once joyful black eyes now filled with anxiety. Sister, why am I in the hospital? Have I fallen ill? Mu Han asked, suppressing her cravings for the first time, her concern evident. Lu, confronted by her proximity, felt his mind go blank, cold sweat trickling down his forehead, unable to meet her gaze. Were it not for the host's incessant ramblings, the atmosphere would have felt akin to a cozy tea gathering. Unless our people accompany Yao Xian, he pondered before addressing Qindong. Dongyang, you must ensure their safe ascent to the rooftop, directing his words to the 2 officers behind him. As more content loaded, patience was required. Once preparations were complete, Lu Fuyao retrieved a dagger from her waist, wrapping it around her ankle. Xiaoli raised her brows high, her slightly narrowed eyes radiating a chilling, commanding presence. Before speaking, she firmly pushed Ning forward. Feeling lethargic, she no longer wished to engage her mind and instructed Gong Lingxiao to consult Nangong Jingxi while she decided to check on Lian Yi. As the flames extinguished, a buzzing sound emerged from the Xumi Ziding, carrying a sense of triumph. It was the fruit wine brewed in the Celestial Palace, the favorite libation of Princess Mintian from the Celestial Palace. After departing from the heavenly realm, she had forsaken her former opulence, and upon suddenly encountering the cherished wine of her past, a tide of emotions surged within her. Today, Wu's family had exerted considerable effort in adorning themselves. Clad in a creamy white embroidered robe, embellished with gold and jade ornaments, and a jasmine hairpin crafted from coral and pearls, elegantly arranged at her temples. Adorning her crown were floral golden hairpins and intricately sculpted lilacs, creating a resplendent appearance. Of course, she had succeeded, for the Blood Knight's body entwined by her hands emitted a grotesque sound akin to that of a constricted serpent, before being crushed into a scattering of crimson shards. Aang stealthily approached Junyan, and upon closer inspection, was taken aback to find Junyan's expression vacant, with a pallor in the center of his brow, now marked by a transparent that gradually spread across his face. Xiao En was oblivious to Sevilia's assessment of him. Perhaps even if he were aware, he would remain indifferent. Thus, they complied with the governor's wishes. Upon hearing Zhao Kang's words, the numerous noble families exchanged glances and spoke in unison. His complexion abruptly turned ashen. I could scarcely believe my ears. The usually aloof and proud president was, after all, as susceptible to fear as any ordinary person. Relying on these rather unclear images, not only was Lin Chong perplexed, but so were the others from the Ultraman star. In their efforts to confront Earth, the Ampila aliens employed a considerable amount of Impreza, which was only slightly less than what they had utilized during their initial assault on Ultraman star. To this day, the universe has yet to witness such a large-scale emergence of Impreza. Chapter 39, A Visit to Granduncle's House for a Performance. Su Zhihan discreetly shared all of Song Miaoka's concerns with Zhihan. In a couple's relationship, certain matters cannot be concealed. Transparency is essential. None of them possess an omniscient perspective, and expecting the other to guess can easily lead to misunderstandings. Regardless, everything that needed to be said has been articulated, and what follows now rests solely upon the two of them. Song Yulai sought out Su Zhihan to gossip, eventually bringing up this matter, genuinely feeling that Su Zhihan was invested in the relationship of the two individuals. The setting was adorned with red wine, seafood, smoked meats, and an array of fresh vegetables and fruits, creating a dazzling display that was almost overwhelming. It appeared as though there was a deliberate effort to accommodate the plump individuals found throughout the ship, with an abundance of sumptuous food. Even in the depths of night, the late-night diners continued to come in droves. The reinforcements brought by Biluo were thus dismantled, leaving a somewhat anticlimactic sensation, especially with the presence of Emperor Sijio nearby. After enduring 2 punches from the goblin slaves and goblin raiders that charged forward, Ning Hai managed to escape once more. He maintained a fade of dignity, publicly apologizing to Wang Shishir and dissolving her contract with Fong Hong. With a swift motion, 5 beams of light surged forward, leaving only Ning Hai and Mingxin unmoved. Yet, it is this very ethereal sword that reveals its true form in the hands of an ordinary young man. The last time it was drawn was decades ago, during the encounter with the millennium-old serpent demon orchestrated by Cheng Ming. Prior to this, Xiao Zuixin was escorted by Lu Wanli to a resting place 2 miles behind the royal tent. Amidst the swirling chaos, the young master had already deduced some aspects of the situation, thus relying on himself seemed the wisest course of action. Figures like Gong Butian and the Tiger King appeared to be of the same faction as the young master. Yet their ulterior motives mirrored those of the Queen Mother Yi Bihuang, seeking to gain advantages from the young master's ascendance. Ning Hai gradually approached the hunter, Swift Wind, drawing closer to his back. With the experience gained from their previous confrontation, Ning Hai refrained from hasty actions and instead meticulously observed the ground behind Swift Wind. Within Alexei's heart resided immense humiliation. Dying at the hands of the French was one thing, a sacrifice for his homeland of Portugal. However, to perish at the hands of a filthy black slave would condemn him to eternal disgrace, forever barred from paradise. Before Wu could react, A mysterious force materialized out of thin air, penetrating his being and rendering him utterly incapable of resistance. Meanwhile, on the battlefield of Andalusia in southern Spain, under the combined assaults of British forces and Spanish resistance, both the CERT and Victor units reluctantly abandoned their prolonged siege of the city of Cadiz, retreating instead to the highlands from the coastal regions. At this moment, Simeo lay atop a mountain of treasures, blissfully asleep, showing no signs of awakening. This action undoubtedly exacerbated the situation, igniting the ire of the formidable matron, whose eyes blazed with fury as she furiously swung her right hand towards her opponent. A colossal golden-scaled fishtail emerged, radiating an aura of ferocity as it struck. Upon witnessing the audacious left tiger being ruthlessly felled by Jiang Fengchang's merciless shot, none dared to emerge and confront the situation. They promptly acquiesced to Shi Dongming's commands. In the 40th chapter, returning the favor in kind, with an air of disdain, Duan Fei arrived at the entrance of Lungfu Temple, accompanied only by Su Rong and Hua Ming. The clash of spiritual energies resonated as Feng Lin's Tang Dao collided with the fist of this blood-nourishing realm, unleashing torrents of mystical power. The two resumed their search, even procuring a hoe to dig a foot into the earth, gradually assembling bowls, cups, fragrant stems, and grass ropes. The shattered porcelain pieces serendipitously pieced together 4 large sea bowls, yet the scene yielded no weapon. It remained uncertain whether it had been discarded into the lake. Ultimately, the representatives of the League of Nations remained under the sway of the legitimate Vichy France, rather than the illegitimate government of de Gaulle. This indicated that the 2 permanent members of the League were no longer as united as before. Glancing at the time, it was already past midnight. After a brief respite, they should be ready to embark, and Feng Lin felt an increasing sense of impatience. The blood upon Feng Lin's body did not descend but rather gradually floated towards the back of his head, forming a circular disc. To confront so many of you together is utterly outrageous. How could I allow you to have your way? I shall join in as well, Wang Deng bellowed as he charged forward. Disciples of the Flying Star Sect, form your ranks. The celestial being of the Flying Star Sect also discerned the situation behind him. Without a moment's hesitation, he shouted loudly, contemplating the unpredictable nature of the looming threat that could spring forth at any moment. The atmosphere was tense as the masked figures approached, exuding an unpleasant scent reminiscent of seaweed. Brothers, given our familiarity, must we be so formal? Tianyu, fearing that his concealed blade might be discovered by security, initiated a conversation with these individuals he typically disregarded. Before long, the night began to envelop the city, draping it in a veil of hazy mystery. A smile played on Tianyu's lips as he thought, how perilous it is. I almost let slip my secret. If you were to learn that I was wagering with the fat ones over you, it would be utterly disastrous. In his mind's eye, he envisioned her graceful and enchanting smile, her calm yet indifferent gaze, and the admirable diligence she displayed in her endeavors. Though the sum was not considerable, spending it on a comb seemed wasteful to the peasant. After all, the $2 comb they had used for years remained intact. Was it not more durable? Chengxing tugged at Mo Lu's arm, shaking his head in disapproval of the purchase. Just as he was about to unleash a tirade, he reconsidered. Across the nation, who did not know that Jian Man was a person of the wooden path. Moreover, he understood her character better than anyone else. Once she set her mind on something or someone, she would not easily waver. To transform her into the Emperor's informant would not be a simple task. More content is loading. Please hold on. Chao Feng, unaccustomed to such a spectacle, found himself lingering at the entrance, enveloped in a palpable awkwardness. Even in the current rankings, the hero's participation rate has diminished significantly, relegated from the top lane to the support role in the bottom lane. Without sufficient supplies, the Southern Expeditionary Force is bound to falter, leading inevitably to its demise. Given the Emperor's nature, he would never accept defeat gracefully. He would undoubtedly impose heavy taxes and conscript soldiers, resulting in widespread suffering among the populace, culminating in rebellion, and ultimately, the empire would collapse amidst turmoil. Who could this individual be to create such a commotion? Has he ascended to the status of a sage? This question lingers in the hearts of countless formidable figures. Even those on the brink of becoming sages dare not assert that they can unleash the full power of a sacred artifact. Shi Yong erupted in laughter upon hearing Chu Bing's words. You truly are something. What were you thinking? Shi Yong ceased his jest and earnestly inquired. The sudden revelation weighed heavily on Chu Mingyao's words, which began to swirl incessantly in Luo Haoning's mind. Yi Feng sheathed his dragon-scale blade and approached to scrutinize the blood-red effigy, confirming that it had indeed ceased all movement. He finally exhaled in relief. Having been cleaved in two, if it were still capable of motion, it would defy the heavens. What on earth is this? El-Shur observed the twilight sky, realizing that the sun had dipped below the horizon. Although the conversation had been engaging, all necessary points had been conveyed, and mutual understanding had been achieved. What remained was the matter of collaboration. Tan Nuoxuan's words caused Luo Haochen to furrow his brow. He understood her intentions, despite his previous anger. Tan Nuoxuan genuinely cared for her cousin and did not wish for him to drive Yunmingxue away only to suffer in solitude, embarking on a path of emotional desolation. As she watched Luo Haochen's departing figure and observed a sudden shift in attitude, no longer pursuing a futile chase, Yunmingxue felt as though she had been grasped by a great bird and soared to the heavens, only to be abruptly cast into an unfathomable abyss. Yu, unbeknownst to herself, was lost in thought, her eyes brimming with tenderness as she smiled before taking action. Esteemed sir, may I inquire the extent of your ambitions and the chips you wish to wager? Asked the bespectacled man with utmost reverence. Her face bore a ghastly pallor, as if she had traversed the threshold of the underworld, devoid of color and life. Chapter 41. The repairman at the banquet Song Miaoka was deeply invested in this matter, with Lu Mian consistently by her side to assist. While she could enlist the newly acquainted Lu Mian's help, she had never contemplated calling upon Su Zhihan for assistance. Su Zhihan was one to indulge in merriment. Expecting her to work was simply out of the question. It was evident, even to the most casual observer, that asking someone who could not even be reached by phone at night to labor was utterly implausible. Every day, Su Zhihan watched as Song Miaoka and, upon sensing this surge of power, Yi's expression filled with excitement. Since becoming a werewolf, he had long sought to locate and harness the power of the golden dragon. Yet, he had never succeeded. This time, witnessing the essence of the golden dragon felt like a glimmer of hope. How could he not be exhilarated? He had encountered both corporeal and incorporeal entities, faced decaying bodies, and even contended with intangible curses, but this peculiar specter was unlike anything he had ever seen. Magellan affirmed, indeed. He then seated himself in a chair, casually pouring a kettle of tea and drinking heartily. The sky had darkened considerably, and the color of the super-heavy rock deepened the shadows, greatly amplifying Frey's advantage in this environment. However, Zhu Houwang could not neglect his duties. Slapping his forehead, he dispatched numerous envoys to send messages of surrender to the 4 prefectures in southwestern Zhejiang, as well as other counties, extending to the southern provinces and Jiangxi. Although he had recently been promoted to the rank of camp officer, he was not unacquainted with military law. He understood that this particular law was rather lenient. Generally, severe repercussions were rare. Wu Ming, skilled in martial arts, could discern that the 2 strikes wielded immense force, capable of cleaving armor and penetrating deep into the chest, severing at least 2 ribs. He realized that, even with his strength, enduring such a blow would not be easy. This only fueled his disdain for Yu Daio further. The figures clad in black now exhibit an overwhelming offensive prowess, each move fraught with peril and malice. A mere moment of distraction from their adversaries could lead to dire consequences. In contrast, the formidable men of the estate remained steadfast and composed, betraying no hint of panic. Furthermore, the gang has yet to be formally established, necessitating a substantial amount of materials, which Andy has already identified as iron and wood, minimal requirements for a level 1 gang. With the life sword technique, he unleashes a series of relentless assaults. Having ascended to level 70, Andy possesses the ability to summon a greater number of pets, despite the disappearance of the Beastmaster's skills. Nevertheless, he can still summon more pets than any other player, owing to the unique nature of these creatures. Apologies for not dining with the Liang family, Chen Dongsheng resolutely built his own cooking fire, while several children dined within the confines of a modest shelter. Nian Yang felt no turmoil within. In fact, she was almost amused. contemplating that this minor discomfort was but a trifling interest compared to the grievances inflicted upon the original owner. Such matters, given the prowess of her master, would pose no challenge. However, one must consider the time and effort required. Let us not wait for them any longer. We shall rise in rebellion now. Those who arrive late can draw their weapons and join the insurrection wherever they may be, a member proclaimed. Peng Yuntian stood by, utterly astonished as he observed Chen Yu deftly acquire the skills of old man Yu with just a few words, signing a contract without a hint of embarrassment, while he, the guide, received no benefit whatsoever, leaving him profoundly frustrated. Chapter 43. Perhaps I possess the foresight. From now on, please refer to me as Su Zhihan. Welcome to the stage, the top 50 of the ranking list. The rankings are projected onto the backdrop, and Gao Xin is about to speak. In any case, the award ceremony is remarkably concise. With applause echoing, although the reason is unclear, the atmosphere is jubilant. Who would refuse to welcome someone wanting to sing? What is so enigmatic? Murong Fong accepted the sunglasses handed to him by Murong Chen, taking a brief glance. Your taste remains as striking as ever. Must you not be a tad more understated? With that, Murong Fong donned the sunglasses over his eyes. Upon the issuance of this land reclamation edict, the citizens of Shiha were filled with fervor. For years, they had endured the exploitation of the court, and receiving merely a tenth of their annual harvest was considered fortunate. Now, with such favorable land reclamation ratios in Shiha, who would be unwilling? Only a fool would be. As Ding Yuan's horsemen surged forth from behind him, the aura of impending doom became palpable. As the halberd swung, none of his subordinates were able to withstand even a single strike. After much contemplation, I ultimately resolved to find a large tree with dense foliage to spend the night. Although my allegiance to He-Jin has granted me the position of a yellow gate attendant, and my household has garnered some attention, it is still far from sufficient. Of course, there are exceptional individuals who, when I launch an attack, employ a defensive stance to block my lethal blow. However, this proves futile. While he may successfully intercept the first strike, he cannot withstand the second, as his vitality no longer permits him the energy required for a subsequent defense. Admittedly, his actions today were exhausting, yet unlike other stars, he presented a down-to-earth side to the public. Especially, these theories, many of which remain incomprehensible to them, were conceived by Zhang Xiao himself, representing newly discovered knowledge in the realms of novel biological molecular genetic material and gene activation states. However, the individual before her was too enigmatic, prompting Yunxi to maintain a respectful demeanor, refraining from confrontation. Once there was a youth named Yijigong who, during his lifetime, forged a Zanpakuto due to his formidable soul power. Playfully, both Wanpi and Yuanyu and exclaimed in unison, "We're in a rush." They then proceeded towards the doctor's office, following the path ahead without deviation. As they spoke, a truck burst forth from the town. Although the vehicle behind them drew ever closer, all gunfire echoed behind them. "Are you truly not in debt?" Yunxi inquired, glancing at her. "To be frank, my miraculous medicine for ailments is indeed a divine remedy. Just 2 days ago in town, I used this elixir to treat your lady's ailments." Han Shi contemplated reprimanding Ji Shaoran further, but for the sake of Ji Shi's dignity, he refrained. He tossed a bundle of money onto the coffee table in the living room and coldly stated that he would prefer not to be contacted again before departing. Loading more content. Please hold on. Last night's stars, last night's wind, the painting tower to the west, the osmanthus hall to the east. With no colorful phoenixes soaring together, yet our hearts resonate with a shared understanding. How does that sound? A touch of Sherlock Holmes, perhaps? Upon noticing Zhuang Qingqing lost in thought, Hu Lingfeng approached with a smile. That day, while Chen Feng was gathering information, he finally encountered news that delighted him. An elder brother provided him with a valuable piece of information.
Speak.
I inquire, who was attending to Shuer just moments ago. The emperor, noticing the silence, grew increasingly irate. Words of gratitude are often best expressed simply. Excessive articulation can come across as overly sentimental and contrived. While expressing kindness verbally is significant, it is even more essential to harbor it within one's heart. Just as when they departed, Ning Ziyuan and Xintong He would still occasionally exchange a few words. The air surrounding the capital of Jasoff City exudes a unique ambience. Under the influence of this atmosphere, no mutated beasts or even zombies dared approach. It is as if a ferocious giant slumbered within the city, compelling them to remain at bay. For a long time, Wang Dingfeng had felt unfettered, relying on Lu Yinxue's amnesia. However, now that she has regained her memories and recounted the injuries she once suffered, it is evident that she has recalled the past. Should she harbor resentment for his prolonged concealment, mentioning it before the Emperor may spell the end of their fortunate days. As he grasped her hand, Fiona's eyes widened slowly, a flicker of sweetness blossoming within her heart as she silently permitted him to hold her. Yi Feng lowered his head, extending his right hand to signal Oriana to refrain from speaking for a moment, as he required a bit of time. I have succeeded. Should you fail to emerge, I shall ensure your remains are reduced to ashes, forever trampled upon. After years of awkwardness, Hai Mafeng and Yun Xiong finally embraced, removing any barriers in their path. My heart swelled with joy, only to be followed by a sudden chill as I realized the gravity of the situation.
Witnessing Montag Kyongyuan's expression, Montag Kyongyun, Montag Kinglian.
And Mo Qingyu were all too aware of the unfolding events and immediately burst into tears. Greetings. One ought to possess a natural village as territory, with tax revenue, a source of populace, and land to call one's own. What purpose does an orphanage serve? Is it merely a case of having an excess of funds and provisions, seeking companions to assist in their expenditure and partake in meals? Yi was exasperated. After all, she was young and seldom confronted with such situations. Tears of indignation brimmed in her eyes. The horse, feeling pain and unrestrained, galloped away upon seeing a path, darting through every trail it encountered. After running for over half an hour, it gradually slowed down. The camp was but 10 miles from Songfeng Valley, and Zhao Shu, in this fervent dash, ought to have arrived by now, yet they remained ensconced within a dense forest, seemingly having strayed from the correct direction. Chapter 44. Two best men, one blind and one bodyguard. Having committed such a blunder, no one dared to step forward. The individuals who previously sought to deliberately target Song Miaoka had abandoned their intentions. Song Miaoka had grown significantly more resolute than before, showing them not an ounce of leniency. Perhaps she believed her position was now fortified, thus emboldening her demeanor. This was not a fortuitous development for them, yet they lacked the courage to provoke her further. At this moment, a sense of unyielding frustration enveloped Song Miaoka. She felt an intense unwillingness, a palpable dissatisfaction, as Xiao Shuyue suddenly thrust towards one of the beast's right eyes, while Xianyuan Qing simultaneously struck at its left eye. The 10-year clan meeting arrived with great anticipation. However, the ultimate outcome cast the Lynn family into a state of despair, akin to being ensnared in an abyss. Was it merely to send over 100 individuals to Mauritius, only to sacrifice the rabbit that had claimed Lu Tao's bird? Those nearby gasped in shock, as the leader oscillated between accusing the fifth brother of being murdered by Li Rong and then discussing the fifth brother's various antics. Their heads were on the verge of aching from the confusion. Now, Jiangning had also gained notoriety. In X City, no one was unaware of this figure who traversed both the underworld and the realm of righteousness, known for his treachery, bottomless ambition, and a countenance as impenetrable as armor, employing all manner of inventive schemes against others. This was, in fact, a fortunate development. Should Sun Wukong extend an invitation, both the Celestial Court and the Buddhist realm would be eager to intervene, for there were merits to be earned. Mingyue gently shook her head, while Xiao Shuyue shed tears. To be honest, Lan Shen had never witnessed Xiao Shuyue weep before. Previously, during the departure of Lady Rome, only Xianyuan Qing had caught a glimpse of her sorrow. Yet now, her tears flowed for Mingyue, which left Lan Shen somewhat astonished. Approaching Gu Yan's hospital room, Xiao Yuzhu was just seeing off the doctor who had come to check on him, her face adorned with a grateful smile. Upon noticing them, she smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Qingming felt a mix of jealousy and sympathy towards him. He envied him because it was clear that you were destined to be his. Something no one could take away. He sympathized with him for the myriad challenges that lay between him and you, obstacles that society deemed intolerable. Nevertheless, with Qingming's talent and perseverance, he would surely prevail. Of that he was convinced. Meanwhile, The black man had not comprehended what Xiao Rulan had said. In truth, he had not even bothered to listen. At that moment, he reveled in the attention of those around him, indifferent to whether their gazes were filled with anger or disdain. For the mere fact that he was being observed brought him a sense of satisfaction. Yihua followed the crowd of passers-by as they exited the city and entered a training area where they began to battle monsters for experience points. Yihua initially intended to wait for them to disperse before seizing the opportunity to engage with the soldiers resembling the elusive passerby Ding, seeking to discern which one was truly him. The slanting shield hovered before Yihua like a translucent mirror. At that moment, the energy of the Death Finger spell had been completely expended, yet the white beam from the unicorn surged relentlessly toward him. Upon hearing Xiuyo's introduction, his heart leapt violently, as if it were about to burst forth from his throat. "It's all right," Ming said with a smile, his gaze brightening as he looked into Yihua's weary eyes. Liang Luo excitedly poked his head out of the carriage, screaming as though he longed to propel his entire body through the window. The law does not punish the many. Everyone continued to laugh, striving to prolong this joyful moment, occasionally stealing glances at the changing expressions of the cunning principal. Today, Qin Mingzhu's status was akin to that of a queen, who would dare to show her any disrespect. As soon as her words fell, someone stepped forward to carry away Fu Yunqi. Chapter 45. The Grand Conclusion of the First World, a Wedding in Full Bloom. It was perplexing that two individuals, both possessing commendable appearances and charm, chose to present themselves in such an unflattering manner. Zhihan felt a slight ache at his temples and a heaviness in his chest. Why change? Isn't this perfectly fine? Su Zhihan mused, believing his attire to be quite dashing. Perhaps he fears we might overshadow him, Song Yu remarked. Change. The groom is paramount.
Suzie said,
Thinking Zhihan was rather petty. Meanwhile, while this wedding celebration was in full swing, the two warships pursued in Dinghai found themselves in dire straits. Since her promotion to the position of a favored concubine, she has occasionally been summoned by the emperor, which naturally led her to encounter Gu Yanzhao. Just moments ago, she had seen him in the imperial garden. His gaze, despite the considerable distance, rested upon her, those eyes shimmering like starlight, filled with tenderness and affection. If the system were aware that she had just flirted with the film emperor a moment ago, only to sweet-talk Mr. Shen without a hint of hesitation the next, it would undoubtedly be driven to the brink of a heart attack. Behold, this is the true source of calamity. What do those charming systems amount to? Xie Mao can play the puppet, yet he cannot turn the living into marionettes. At present, what the ninth young master truly requires is a physician. It appears that the leader of the Tokyo gang was originally elected by a board akin to a commercial group, but in recent generations, this power has been monopolized by a family named Watanabe. The elder Watanabe was the first to be elected as the supreme leader, subsequently abolishing the electoral system and forcibly passing the position to his son, who met a premature demise at the hands of a rival. With such an aloof demeanor, the eldest daughter of the Liu family sometimes finds him rather unsettling, reminiscent of a wandering spirit. Zhao Zixian was in a quandary, pondering for a while, his gaze lingering on the busy flight attendant's retreating figure for several minutes. Finally, he spoke softly. Since you wish to know, I shall tell you. To be frank, Wang Luodan has already recognized me as her godbrother. What unfolds in the future is beyond my control. The corporeal form of Yi Feisher that had been destroyed was not his true body, but rather belonged to the ancient era's Shuri Fei. During the harrowing tumult of World War II, the British Isles suffered some degree of devastation. However, it was undoubtedly less severe than the destruction experienced by Germany and Japan. The latter two nations, having faced near annihilation, rose from the ashes, establishing a firm foundation on their homeland while vigorously expanding their global trade. Today, they stand as the second and fourth largest economies in the world. It was conveyed to Yan Mo that Jun Li was once a human, a sorcerer dedicated to the sinister practice of reanimating the deceased. Ultimately, he succeeded in transforming himself into a formidable zombie, impervious and immortal. A cerulean warship cleaved through towering waves, surging forth from the dense fog. The insectoid soldiers could be categorized into three principal types. The lowest echelon, known as worker insects, were numerous yet possessed remarkably low intelligence. Above them were the soldier insects, the backbone of the insectoid forces and the uppermost tier, referred to as insect spirits, exhibited exceptionally high intelligence. Having spoken, Tang Lu leapt into action, trailing behind him a streak reminiscent of a drawn sword, his fingers outstretched as they reached toward the face of Xing Wucheng. Within the confines of the city, chaos reigned as numerous soldiers braved the relentless rain of falling debris, hauling bundles of crossbow bolts to the ramparts. The man, his back turned, uttered no words. His head drooped momentarily before he raised his right hand, pointing to his right side. Xue Gao and his companions had traveled for approximately half a day before coming to a halt, not due to a departure from danger, but rather from a genuine necessity for rest. Chapter 46. The male protagonist's misfortunate female secretary. Gazing at her boss, Ning Yunyan, who was enveloped in a haze of dark energy, Su Zhihan maintained an impassive expression, her heart rendered numb. Unlike her previous identity in another world, in this realm, she is merely a small cog in the corporate machine. As a secretary, her role is fleeting. She quickly finds herself dismissed for her disdain towards the protagonist, Yun Xiaoxiao, and subsequently faces a complete industry blacklist. In the hall, a profound silence envelopes the atmosphere as over 100 individuals remain motionless. Their gaze is fixated on the notebook held by Jiu Tian, their expressions vacant and dazed.
Fool.
You are nothing but a foolish rogue. Although Zhou Qingxuang harbors a hint of disappointment, a warmth inexplicably rises within her, an ineffable comfort that transforms her into a blooming flower, a resplendent peony. Her once lustrous hair has turned white and grown sparser, her eye sockets appear deeper, and her frame has become noticeably thinner, exuding an air of extreme fatigue. Ting Ziwei nods slightly, her pulley teeth peeking through her lips, as her wavering heart finds steadiness, her gaze solidifying with newfound resolve. The experimental team promptly evacuates, while Hayato and Adu pilot the aerial combat masquerade towards the scene without delay, under the calm command of Captain Shinmu. This sword, originating from Europe, was once deemed to lack practical combat value due to its fragile blade, relegated solely to ceremonial purposes. How pure and untainted my sister is. To call you father is nothing short of sacrilege. A mere ant from the lower realms dares to be so audacious, courting death. A murderous intent has begun to brew within her. Roar. The gray monster swiftly devours half of a human body and reaches out to seize another soldier nearby. More content is loading. Please hold on. It's nothing at all. Kong Xiao finds himself in a state of confusion, unable to articulate the source of his own unease. Amidst the throng of travelers, Hucking and her companions trailing Zhang Hao were left speechless. Wasn't it agreed upon to refrain from employing their true abilities? It appears that today, they are determined to capture me, are they not? Ming Xue inhaled deeply, and a cyclone gradually manifested from within her, exuding a terrifying force that violently tore at the surrounding battle aura, which surged into the cyclone like a spring. Though both the leatherback turtle and the neighboring giant panda are rare and endangered species, the former pales in comparison to the latter in terms of public attention and popularity, being utterly overshadowed. I understand now. Soren did not dwell on this, entirely oblivious to any oddity regarding the figure of Klein before him. The cosmic deity Aoyan was engulfed in fury, as though Chu Feng were his own brother. Nay, even closer than brotherly ties. The pain inflicted upon Chu Feng resonated deeply within him. Holly Rosie realized that Lu Shiqi was not intending to harm her. Lu Shiqi had lost consciousness, and her actions were purely instinctual. With a sword in hand, he lunged at Zhang Hao like an injured wolf, disregarding any sword technique. What nonsense! At that moment, Wang Song had gone mad, caring little for swordplay, only intent on striking Zhang Hao. Rong Xiaolan primarily spoke of matters concerning soldiers, for her environment was steeped in military life, her acquaintances being those very soldiers, while Zhang Hao recounted events unfolding around him. Liuxing was most reluctant to engage in combat with Shauna, for she could scarcely withstand even his ordinary strike, and no matter the technique Shauna employed, she could never breach Liuxing's defenses. Moreover, Liuxing was chiefly concerned with preventing any harm from befalling Shauna. Do not waste your breath on him. He is merely stalling for time. Hurry up! Zhang Xian shouted impatiently. It would indeed be splendid if a resolution could be found. However, Why must you fall ill at such a critical juncture? What an astonishing coincidence.
J.P. Morgan partially accepted Limue's explanation.
For individuals like him are notoriously difficult to persuade. Chapter 47. Leaving no face behind, a few employees accompanying them on the business trip occasionally cast glances at Su Zhihan, their eyes revealing a mix of astonishment and envy. What on earth has transpired? How has Sister Su's aura become so formidable? It feels as though even President Ning has been overshadowed by her presence. Su Zhihan walked confidently to the center, her posture erect. She no longer lacked financial resources. Her decision to continue as a secretary was merely an opportunity to observe the unfolding drama, hence there was no need for her to feel constrained. In Ajan's past impressions, the term pirate symbolized slaughter and cruelty, yet after meeting Du Lanka, he realized that they were, in fact, much like ordinary people. It remains unclear who alerted the authorities, but the police arrived just 2 minutes after the incident. Fortunately, Yi Chun and Ing Zi had no intention of leaving, otherwise the police would have been scouring the area for them. As expected, as Xiao Fengyue made a swift exit, the carefree and audacious hero from Zhongzhou, Mu Jiuge, emerged behind him. In truth, verifying my identity is not particularly challenging. The conditions have been laid out, and with a touch of patience, one could simply await the progression of my injuries. Yet, old Xing was coerced by my threats regarding this matter, driven by nothing more than the blinding allure of profit. Zhao Dekai and Zhou Ji simultaneously shifted their gazes toward the paper spread out by Qin Chao, and Zhou Ji instinctively inhaled sharply. Is it merely for this reason? Tang Yuer half closed her starry eyes, her lips curling slightly upward. No, she is your child. Yang Xianhan spoke candidly. This time, she did not shed tears, but instead, she took a step back as Chun Chao advanced forward. This drifting lasted for approximately 40 minutes, and I suddenly felt a void in front of me, bursting forth from the lengthy tunnel. Yet outside remained shrouded in darkness. I was uncertain whether I had truly emerged. Even in the depths of night, it could not be this dark. Occasionally, the sound of numerous birds flapping their wings could be heard, soaring towards the gnarled branches of ancient trees, creating a rustling noise. More content is loading. Please hold on. You truly are ungrateful. I saved you, yet you seek to take my life. She evaded his lethal strike, but could not escape the sword that came at her again. No longer dodging, her clear gaze remained fixed upon him. As for those who posted bounty tasks, they did so through a mysterious channel to the Blackstreet Forum. Before issuing an announcement, they must first transfer the bounty amount to the forum, as they cannot access it directly. At that young age, Gu Feng did not comprehend love, yet because of this single phrase, his heart would forever hold only Gu Rou. To wield a blood knife at the Destiny Realm level, Su Feng is undoubtedly the first of his kind in the Spirit God continent's history. Ah, that is a relief. Zhang Ziqing could finally set her mind at ease, her expression lightening considerably. At night, beneath a moonless sky, 2 shadowy figures flashed through the air, as fleeting as a breeze that leaves no trace behind. In all honesty, with the formidable power of Mo Yu Jingchen, combined with the influence of the Qianyi Palace, it is indeed sufficient for him to regard no one with any respect on the Tsangyun continent. Ruo Li curled her lips, dismissing the matter as merely a quarrel between a couple, realizing how fragile mortals could be, even calling for help during disputes. Zhao Wuxia consumed the pill given to her by Li Hongyong, and instantly felt as though the fat within her was ablaze. Her body ablaze and drenched in sweat. Mingwan Air felt a flicker of joy upon hearing Su Feng's agreement, a sentiment she herself could not quite comprehend. It is indeed wonderful. However, if consumed daily, you might find it tiresome. Rong Yan said, half-jokingly. Please settle down. Allow me to explain slowly. Do not let your emotions run high just yet. The doctor has warned that excessive emotional fluctuations are detrimental to the baby's development, so it is best to take care. After sitting beside Mu Yi, Rong Yan immediately enveloped her in his embrace. Tong Yuqing smoothed her already half-dry hair and cast a glance at the murky water, leaving with a cold laugh. Princess, allow me to elaborate. The evidence that Direnjie is seeking is no ordinary evidence. Do you know how General Li Jing, who fought alongside the late emperor for many years and returned triumphantly from the western regions, met his demise? Li Duo, Zhuo inquired. Chapter 48. Ning Yunyan. Su Zhihan, have you fallen into the path of darkness? Su Zhihan's condescending tone instantly dispelled all of Yun Xiao's concerns. If Su Zhihan truly harbored feelings for Ning Yunyan and wished to capture his attention, she would certainly not resort to such foolish means. No one would speak in such a manner to someone they hold dear. The gaze of Su Zhihan, filled with a mix of disdain and naturalness, emanates emotions that cannot be feigned. Yun Xiao awkwardly chuckled, her words stammering due to hunger, and with He Tingyu's remarks, Mu Kuyan managed to shroud her own eyes in oblivion, increasingly perceiving her reflection in the mirror as slender.
Su Zhihan promptly spoke.
A look of happiness illuminating his face as he gently clasped Yun Xiao's right hand within his left. Indeed, at that moment, a voice reverberated through the strategist's soul, startling him. With one hand gripping her waist and the other cradling the back of her head, he rendered her utterly ensnared, unable to escape his grasp. To simply take a knife to slay Fu Yiqing and thereby sacrifice oneself would be far too unwise. 3 years had passed, and the impulsiveness of that time had faded. My mother had risked her life to protect me. How could I jest with my own existence? The evil wolf Feng, upon hearing my words, stared at me blankly for a long while before finally storming out in indignation. However, that figure seemed entirely indifferent to her presence, vanishing in an instant. More content is loading. Please wait. Occasionally, she glanced at the man beside her. His features, illuminated by the streetlights, appeared even more three-dimensional and profound, resembling a masterpiece crafted by the divine. His manner of driving was captivating. The way he turned to look at her was enchanting. His smile directed at her was alluring, and even the way he waited at red lights was beguiling. When the revolver left to fetch dinner, he was startled by the tense and somber atmosphere that enveloped the ward upon his return. Yesterday's myriad sorrows transformed into torrents of burning tears, each fragment shattering, as his heart crumbled, piece by piece, scattering a mosaic of glass upon the ground. Yun Lishan's smile was chilling. Yet he conceded that Jin Yuanfeng's strategy of psychological warfare had proven to be remarkably effective. The Wuxian decision is divided into 5 grand realms: void, divine clarity, essence formation, chaos, and great ascension. Ling Xian traversed the realms of void and divine clarity, yet he could never grasp the essence of essence formation, until now. He finally comprehended that essence formation occurs when the ocean of consciousness reaches a certain magnitude, culminating in the manifestation of a nascent soul within the mind. Who could have anticipated that the might of the Ming dynasty's artillery would be so formidable? To witness such a spectacle, the many courageous souls present felt their lives were complete. Upon hearing this revelation, Yi Fei was taken aback. Could it be that the 4th level of the trial tower begins in an independent space? Might the powerful monsters be? Let's recount the events of that day. Gu Hanhua endeavored to conceal his disdain for the man, striving to keep personal feelings out of professional matters. 10 minutes later, news arrived from Zhengbo, just as Ling Lan had surmised. Tianqin indeed had a son named Huoran, who coincidentally was a student at Sanzhong 15 years ago, a classmate of Huijia. Meng Qi shook his head, stating that he could not release him just yet, as there were still matters to inquire about. By the way, where are you hiding these abducted children? Having made a decision, Meng Qi naturally intended to create some disturbances for them, at least to buy some time before they acted. Chapter 49. Rest assured, the other party is not interested in him. Observing Su Zhihan's earnest expression, Li Xiao felt a twinge of anxiety. She is enamored with the lofty and noble Ning Yunyan, rather than the one burdened with a hidden ailment. Moreover, she has heard that this affliction is incurable, even if it appears to be temporarily resolved. It may very well resurface in the future. The mere thought of being with Ning Yunyan, only to have his condition relapse and require her care, creates an insurmountable barrier within her heart. Li Xiao wonders if those who have troubled Ouyang Xiaoxiao would feel disheartened to learn that she is utterly oblivious to the reasons behind their visit. Aside from the flowers, the island is a realm dominated by birds and fish. The fish glide freely through the water, while the white-feathered cranes stroll gracefully in the shallows. Changshan, unable to decipher the intricate mysteries of the martial arts arena, instinctively shifted his gaze to Wukong, who was intently focused, brow furrowed, on the perplexing formation. Thus, She hinted to Dr. Liu to cooperate with her in deceiving Kong Ruiqing, claiming that she could not undergo surgery to terminate the pregnancy, lest the blood clot in her brain be affected, potentially leading to her untimely demise during the procedure. Although her heart brimmed with joy, Liu knew that it was unwise to linger and await their return. After all, the formation had already been breached. Remaining in this fifth layer of the temporal space would be imprudent. It would be better to advance to the next layer and await their arrival. Loading more content. Please hold on. Although Ouyang Xiaoxiao had previously encountered the flying wolf, she vividly recalled that she was no match for it at that time. A wave of frustration washed over her as Trosses intensified his grip on the black moon, relentlessly piercing the connection between the three-headed bird's body and wings. This provoked a series of furious howls and relentless struggles from the latter. Even if the seven-star gate were to be opened, what would it matter? It would merely grant access to the primordial chaotic power. Rather than allowing the world to be engulfed by chaos, it would be far better to maintain the seal and preserve the balance of existence. Shengming was utterly indifferent to these hearsay ghost stories. He solely believed in the authenticity of his own strength. It is indeed unprecedented for a prisoner to show affection towards their tormentor. Most would leap forward upon first meeting, eager to devour flesh and bone. There have been instances where careless jailers were completely obliterated by malevolent spirits. I gradually began to question whether such an enchanting celestial being could truly commit any heinous acts against living souls. Fireworks shot forth in dazzling bursts towards the colossal beasts, who cried out in agony. Some had their eyes blinded, while others were struck fatally, dying on the spot. Liu Yi felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him, longing only for a restful slumber. The contest between the dragon and tiger was intensely fought, seemingly evenly matched, yet the lightning dragon surged with electric vigor, infiltrating the white tiger's very essence. In time, it would inevitably be the white tiger that could no longer withstand the onslaught. The other three furrowed their brows, casting disapproving glares at the man in the green robe, perceiving his actions as exceedingly disrespectful. Tu Xianzhong nodded repeatedly, chuckling, "Indeed. There is wisdom in your words and thoughtfulness in your intentions. I see you have already summoned 2 blacksmiths, and I commend you for your perspicacity. Lu Weng, you and your son are cunning, and should you possess the military cunning of the white feather, we shall surely achieve great things. Did you witness how easily that group of inept fools was dispatched today?" Chapter 50. Ning Yunyan, I thank you, and I express my gratitude to your entire family. Unbeknownst to her, Yun Xiaoxiao harbored an unsettling impression that Ning Yunyan was merely the remnant of someone else's choices. Neither here nor there. It seemed as though her admiration for him reflected poorly on her judgment. She meticulously scrutinized Ning Yunyan from head to toe. His appearance, beyond question, was captivating. Wherever he graced the scene, he undeniably drew attention, infused with spiritual energy akin to the enchanting landscapes of celestial artistry, thus allowing Bai Chun to refine his craft in this realm. Moreover, the presence of the tool's spirit nearby could potentially prove advantageous. While others might ponder the implications of such a situation, Huang Yu felt no such hesitation. Just moments ago, this S-13 had unwittingly exposed a vulnerability. Although the cameras on the field were not directed at them, who could foresee that Huang Yu possessed a system in hand? Sterling's racially charged remarks had been thoroughly documented. Despite suffering 2 consecutive losses on their home ground, the Magic remained resolute, brimming with confidence and relentlessly devising various methods to rally support. Initially, Alex Morgan intended to dispel Li's trepidations through conspiracy theories. Yet, she was unaware that Li had merely experienced a fleeting lapse in composure after confiding in Alex. She had regained much clarity, interpreting and addressing Alex's comments through her own lens. Consequently, she swiftly eliminated all other statistics, establishing herself as the benchmark referenced by the majority of media outlets discussing the topic. How fortuitous to find you here. What troubles you? I hastened toward him, while Lei Xingda promptly joined in to offer assistance. At this moment, the leader of the Flying Sword sect, facing away from Yi Jiao, wore a venomous expression and silently prayed for an unexpected turn of events that would allow them to seize the corpse of the Gale Leopard, thereby dampening Yi Jiao's spirit. When Yang Guozhong emerged from his palace, he happened to witness a conversation between the Left Chancellor Zhang and Crown Prince Li hung.
There.
A macaque hung upside down from a branch, its courage slightly surpassing that of a golden monkey. As Lu Zhan approached, the macaque swiftly vanished into the forest. Following its official launch, the total value of these shares could potentially surpass $1 billion. Therefore, as long as there remains a glimmer of hope, whether it pertains to her own affairs or those of those close to her, she would not yield. Unexpectedly, a mechanical voice inquired whether she wished to immediately commence the next chapter. Should she succeed in the subsequent challenge, she would be awarded double points. Nangang Li briefly assessed the second young master of the Red Gate, recognizing that his life hung by a thread, rendering any deceit in this matter utterly unnecessary. The man continued to ramble, further aggravating Qing Xiaoxuan, who chose to disregard him and walked straight out. She certainly desired the business that had come knocking, yet it might be unattainable, necessitating further evaluation. Nangang Chu wished to push her away, but found himself unable to do so. How could he bring himself to part from her? At this moment, Song Chaoan's face had turned ashen, realizing he was vexed by Jianxing or perhaps by Assistant Fong. Or possibly both. At that time, she was overly eager, desperately wishing to capitalize on the downfall of Bai Jianxing to elevate her own status. Had she taken a moment to compose herself and reflect, how could she have ever considered aligning herself with the Song family? Meanwhile, Luo Tian gazed intently at the blade slicing through the air, releasing it from the bowstring with a thunderous sound. A dark mist emanated from the barrier, dissipating into the atmosphere, revealing an ordinary room before her, furnished with neatly arranged items, reminiscent of a wealthy household. Chapter 51. Ning Yunyan, just because you insulted my teacher, does that mean you cannot insult me? Following this incident, Su Zhihan, standing in the eyes of Ning Yunyan and Yun Xiaoxiao, underwent a complete transformation. Ning Yunyan regarded Su Zhihan as a capable madwoman, while Yun Xiaoxiao perceived her as both intelligent and formidable. Su Zhihan was indifferent to their assessments. Regardless of how they viewed her, she remained Su Zhihan. To be candid, serving as a secretary here brings a considerable sense of accomplishment, especially since Zhao Ji presents herself quite attractively. After all, she is young and still a maiden, although her age is not vastly different from Yao Qushi's. It is worth noting that Yao Qushi has experienced motherhood, a realm in which she undoubtedly surpasses Su Zhihan. Laughter erupted among the students. Yu Zishur, who had felt a twinge of anxiety moments ago, now felt an immediate sense of relief. With this response, Haizi was surely destined to succeed. I truly cannot assist you, Dennis said, raising his hands in a gesture of helplessness. In this era, at the age of 23, it was indeed time to consider marriage and family life. This Zhang family can indeed be considered a suitable match. I wonder if Zhang Yuan has ever been courted. After some time, I should seek out a matchmaker to inquire discreetly at the Zhang residence. Grandfather Baiyu is currently most concerned about the old man's health. Upon witnessing the disappearance of the formation's radiance, he hurriedly stepped forward to support the elder, whose body was on the verge of collapsing. Seeing his grandfather's hair turn instantly gray, Baiyu could not help but burst into tears. On the first day of filming, Zhou Bai earned the nickname Zhou One Take, as he maintained an exceptional level of performance throughout the day. Every individual shot was completed flawlessly, with any mistakes occurring solely due to other actors' errors. He himself had never faltered, earning the profound admiration of his fellow cast members. However, Kalu admonished sternly that this was not bravery but folly. One must possess a unified spirit and be under the protection of the power of prayer before venturing out. The only ones aware of her visit to the Jingwang residence, apart from Xin Yunchao, were a handful of involved parties, as this could tarnish her reputation. Su Miaojing felt there were far too many beggars and impoverished individuals in the city. She decided to first provide for a portion of them before considering further actions, contemplating how she might persuade the emperor or Xin Yunchao and his brothers to assist in finding a solution. Wu Fan listened, skeptical yet intrigued. The Tianwu divine blade had clearly struck down towards the shadow, and the peculiar floating stone had also been hit. The trees and the mountains were all affected, yet the Tianwu divine blade did not unleash any blade aura or produce any sound. It simply resonated with a thud, as though it had struck the very air itself. The two, a grandfather and grandson, both brimming with confidence in their academic prowess, couldn't help but share a laugh. Lu Qingxing was somewhat taken aback. He promptly pushed the door open and, upon casting a glance inside, noticed that everything was meticulously arranged, yet Yu Subai was nowhere to be found. Perhaps the photograph you received is from my past, Yi Fan casually elucidated. The 5 million they had brought upon entering had long since been converted into chips, now laid out before them. Perhaps it was the earnest tone in which Lu Qingxing spoke that made Yu Subai feel a touch embarrassed. I know. I've already discovered a way to deal with her. Will you trust me? Su Guoguo felt a warmth in her heart as she stepped forward, clasped her hand, and playfully swayed it back and forth as she spoke. To Long Yu and He Fong, the sight of a cat hissing incessantly seemed as if it had something lodged in its throat, quite alarming indeed. Yu Qiu momentarily failed to grasp the meaning behind Fei Ye's words. However, the fact that he chose to express this in front of He Fong suggested a deeper significance. The entire building was adorned in a uniform metallic hue, exuding a futuristic aesthetic that presented itself as a striking tableau of advanced technology. Life gradually settled into a tranquil rhythm. The tumult of past troubles finally faded away, allowing her to achieve her long-desired peace. Chapter 52. Su Zhihan, the contemporary Jia Su. After Mu Ge burst out of the company, she found no one seeking her out, which only deepened her sorrow. She was accustomed to being cherished wherever she went. Even among numerous students, she was invariably the teacher's favorite. Initially, she believed that upon joining her senior's company, she would continue to bask in that same affection. Yet to her dismay, everyone seemed to target her instead. It is undoubtedly the senior brother's girlfriend, not particularly attractive. Thus, Secretary Su, in an effort to ingratiate himself with her, has now renamed Fong Fei to Fong Fong. However, within Qingyingju, the old appellation is still used, adding an air of intimacy. Mu Yang suddenly felt an inexplicable chill at his back and, cautiously glancing around, found nothing amiss. He attributed it to the northern wind and continued to smile foolishly. Go ahead, Zhang Sheng has already discussed this matter with me, and I have consented. Furthermore, your skills have long been sufficient for you to descend from the mountain. I merely hesitated out of concern for you. Now, in this apocalyptic era, free from worldly constraints, you may indeed descend. The abbot, Hui Kong, spoke slowly, directly addressing the humble master. Ergen felt a pang in her heart, her eyes immediately brimming with tears. Over the years, she had buried her past deep within, but time had flown too swiftly, and the memories remained unspoken. Even the once cherished bonds had faded into oblivion. Wang Shouchao had lamented countless times, yet refrained from inquiring about Zhang Tao, as everyone harbors their own secrets, much like the bizarre secret he himself possessed, which he preferred to keep undisclosed, even from Zhao Letian. His ex-wife's sole condition for marrying him was to quit smoking, and from that moment on, he ceased to smoke. Although they are now divorced, this habit has been retained. The sound, even after years or decades, remains etched in Fu Chen's memory. The once enchanting Yao Wenyuan has, for reasons unknown, transformed into a figure repugnant to behold, her jealousy fused with venom, leaving all who speak of her in dread. Loading more content. Please wait. What purpose does it serve to speak further now? The events have already transpired, and the elders must now clean up the aftermath. Perhaps out of sheer terror. His once aged voice has transformed into an alarmingly sharp tone, akin to scraping bone with a dull knife. Usually serves as a bustling thoroughfare for jade transactions, renowned as the most vibrant and expansive area in Rongqing, teeming with a diverse array of jade varieties, earning it the title of the Jade Capital. Elisa was the first to complete her spell. However, in stark contrast to the icy wall within the cave, the hue of her current creation was significantly darker, its form thickening as it inclined upwards, perpetually spreading forward from Elisa's presence. With a soft puff, the exhaust of Li Lingfeng's Rolls Royce billowed out in a smoke ring, making its way towards Yucai Road's grand roundabout. Lynn ran, possessing exceptional abilities and profound insights, had befriended the wealthiest individual. She felt unworthy of him in every conceivable aspect, leading her to resolutely decline his advances. Yet, Lin Ran persisted in bringing her along. "Thank you for saving me," whispered Wu Qingling, having distanced herself from Yu Fan's embrace, as if nothing had ever transpired. As she spoke, their carriage abruptly veered, turning into a nearby fork in the road. At that moment, the sound of a fierce horse echoed from afar, and Li halted his hands, which had been honing the blade, his lips, tinted with a hint of purple, trembling uncontrollably. Chapter 53. The reunion of Ning Yunyan's cousin and an old friend. Unbeknownst to her, Yun Xiaoxiao's rival had been eliminated. By the time she became aware of the situation, everything had already settled, and even the online fervor had begun to wane. Yun Xiaoxiao felt genuinely grateful towards Su Zhihan. Their relationship had merely been one of casual acquaintance, and she had once suspected ulterior motives on Su's part. However, upon reflection, she realized how petty her thoughts had been. Su was truly a wonderful person, silently alleviating her burdens at school. Was it merely a ruse? The rare creatures at the pinnacle were quite similar to those in her family, albeit with a greater variety here. Lu Qi murmured to himself. Suddenly, the boat trembled slightly and tilted, after swiftly stabilizing the bow. Ling Qingxi turned to see that the wings of the melting force were already too weak to flap. Yet for her, as long as she did not encounter a formidable opponent at the 6th level of the Broken Realm, she felt confident of victory, a testament to her self-assurance in her own abilities. Meanwhile, Su Chu was weeping beside his loyal soldiers, prompting Guan Yu to urgently inquire about the matter. Su Chu remained silent, leading Guan Yu to take him into Liu Bei's main camp. They found themselves momentarily obstructed, leaving them feeling utterly helpless, with no means of resolution, merely watching in dismay. Xie Kelly had triumphantly defeated 2 opponents, and upon seeing a young boy leap forward, he initially felt a sense of disdain. However, he was taken aback at the sight of Qin Shu Bao's grip on his spear. As more content loads, Taylor gazes before him with a bittersweet smile, utterly unprepared for the unfolding events, the outcome entirely unforeseen. Alas, my dear brother, what does this mean? This has truly exasperated Shueli. Shuerengui hastens to assist Zhou Qing to his feet. Do not let your affections for the Tsingzhou wild goose sway you. With a single stroke of the oar, it takes flight, scattering an alarm. Although tempests may arise unexpectedly, my heart shall remain steadfast. The gas bag of the airship towers far above the rooftops. As the fleeting years silently ascend to the eaves, the armor mimics the hues of the surroundings. Seizing an opportunity when the staff is distracted, she leaps onto the gas bag, her armor instantly blending with its color. Mu Fan, I shall ensure you are expelled from the Sacred Mark Academy. Lu Yi murmurs in hatred, her loathing for Mu Fan reaching unprecedented heights. What? You are Han Dongjuan's maternal cousin, yet you serve as a servant? Ren Yulan inquires solemnly. Observing the kidnappers and the fierce tiger retreating into the distance, Jiang Yi and Zhong Zhan find it unnecessary to maintain their facade, promptly releasing the ropes to assist Xie Kuan in cutting the bindings. Hence, they turn a blind eye to every move of Song Shuyang. It is merely that Song Shuyang himself refuses to acknowledge the truth within. Surely not. This person appears rather intimidating. Could it be a familial bias that clouds his judgment? He remains skeptical of the individuals here. Even Li Shu is not exempt. Having lived 2 lives, he is acutely aware of human nature, and besides, he is but a newly inducted disciple with no ties to them. Do elders truly dote upon him? What foolishness! Lying on her bed, Su Linwan reflects on Lin Ma's words, her heart torn over whether to apologize to Lu Yuan. Chapter 54. My company has mutated. Song Yu cast a furtive glance at Su Zhihan, and after much contemplation, he resolved to confess the truth. In reality, he too was an executor of a swift traversal mission, albeit as a male supporting character. His task was fundamentally akin to that of Su Zhihan. As for the reason behind his designation as a swift traversal executor, it stemmed from his own indiscretion. His little cousin had a penchant for reading those Mary Sue novels, featuring male secondary characters. Moreover, when his grandfather departed, he had left behind a note stating that his mysterious Een body could overcome formidable spirits. The spirit stone monkey, instead of pursuing him, appeared to regard Yi Feng with trepidation, fixating on him as though confronting a formidable adversary. It is noteworthy that within this brief span of half a month, the influence of the Dark Legion in the Kanglan Empire had burgeoned to more than 3 times its previous strength. They, too, opted to concoct the advanced heart pill of the divine 12th grade as the medicinal remedy for the alchemy competition. Old man, share with me your most treasured techniques. Yi Huan suddenly implored Li Yixing, his gaze earnest. At that moment, I felt a sudden tremor. As visions of vast landscapes flashed through my mind, the three individuals were intelligence operatives stationed in the Water Nation, their identities known even to that realm, conforming to the unspoken rules of the ninja world, as all ninja villages engaged in such practices. The reason for my ascension was due to that old man, who had ensnared my collar with but a single finger. I was uncertain of his true intentions. It took a considerable amount of time, nearly half an hour, to dismantle the not-so-formidable array. Once Yi Feng emerged, it was only natural that he would easily discern the anomalies within the main hall. It is uncertain from where these individuals obtained their information to conduct their analysis. Yet the entire academic community in economics concurs that the total deficit lies between 200 million and 400 million. After meticulous scrutiny and repeated observation, I confirmed that there were no subsequent parties involved before I commenced my stealthy pursuit, eager to discover the fate of these three groups. Zhou Yi has surmised that Granny Xiong's chestnuts undoubtedly contain the Wanyu insect, though it remains unclear whether she employs live specimens or powdered forms. The latter seems more probable. The method of rearing such insects is shrouded in mystery, likely surpassing even the most enigmatic practices of insect cultivation, which piques his curiosity far more than clarifying the grievances between Gao Mai and Granny Xiong. My lord, you have misunderstood Xianzong, Sun Xianzong chuckled, his gaze falling upon the servants in the hall. Naturally, Yi Yun was aware that Xia spoke the truth, yet she still felt that such a debt to Xia would be exceedingly difficult to repay. The extermination of Tubo was abrupt. It would be impossible to leisurely select officials. A preliminary group must be chosen to accompany Song Jing, followed by further selections, a prudent strategy indeed. Surrounding the arena, aside from the exceptionally powerful and self-assured masters, such as those akin to Heartbroken and Heart-Wrenching, all others retreated several paces, no longer daring to withstand the pressure. The preceding confrontation, though not yet legendary, had already wrought such formidable aftershocks. Who could fathom the terror that the impending battle would unleash? A celestial net. With a flick of her fingertip, the West Queen Mother sent forth a beam of golden light towards me, ensnaring me within an intricate, celestial trap. The core of the star emanated an eerie green light, while a dense emerald mist surged forth unabated, enveloping the shimmering Wangfen, reminiscent of the day when old Zhang roasted a toad upside down, causing it to emit smoke all over. Chapter 55. The Master of Pitfalls, Song Yu. Such revelry was too enticing to ignore. Su Zhihan, without waiting for a nod from Ning Yunyan, volunteered to attend to the matter at hand. As she departed, she did not forget to take along Song Yu, who stood by as a good luck charm. Before Ning Yunyan could even register their departure, they had vanished, leaving him with a multitude of urgent tasks to tackle. This genuine boyfriend had yet to express his thoughts. Had it not been for Lin Qingyue's understanding of Helian Chuanbu's character, he might have been overwhelmed with gratitude. Alas, it was evident that this pill, even if effective, undoubtedly concealed hidden dangers. After a brief slumber, Yi Nanshan awoke, and upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of Anya. My sister is indeed formidable. Chu Xian felt an immense pride, after all that had transpired. His feelings for Chu Chu had undergone a significant transformation. Sister, this matter bears no connection to the Nangong family. My actions were unavoidable. For the sake of your brother, I implore you to take good care of this child in the future, Nangong Qingma said to her. Toy guns are priced at 40 yuan each. It is said that under high intensity, they can last for a month, with a daily cost approximating 1 yuan, translating to about 10 cents per shooting session. Henceforth, I must not interfere with the interactions between a Xian and Madame Chu. More importantly, I need to ponder over what gift to present at the grand wedding of Yi Xiao and Chu Chu. Very well, if gifts are to be given, so be it. The crux of the matter is, are you not merely an overseer? Is the money for the wine not to be borne by the host? Purchasing wine with the funds of the Huadong family to bestow upon others. What a peculiar maneuver. Luo Ningxuan was taken aback by his nonchalance, pondering what schemes he had been orchestrating over the years. Their reunion unfolded in such a manner. 2 months prior, when news of unusual movements in Wula reached Jianglin and the instability along the Dongyuan border became apparent, Xiao Yichen dispatched a warning to Gu Renhe. Long Chen spoke truthfully. Following this meal, he would continue his journey toward the imperial capital, where upon entering the depths of the forest, he would naturally encounter a different reality. One where hunger was commonplace and sustenance consisted solely of unpalatable rations. After several instances, Vandal resolved to withstand the blows with sheer audacity. Although the Asgardians possessed formidable defenses, he could not entirely escape the bruises. Should the other party insist on verification, he would invite them to observe his daily routine, confidently maintaining it without deviation for over a fortnight, unafraid of scrutiny. After waiting in vain for half a day, no one dared to speak up, leaving Elder Wu at a loss, as it was impossible to seek out each individual, akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Meanwhile, Butler Monroe maintained his stance, with the skeletal staff planted firmly in the ground, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, reminiscent of a cat toying with a mouse. At this juncture, all students participating in the assessment had come to realize the formidable nature of the challenge they faced, fraught with peril. Perhaps those who had previously queued at other blacksmiths, if endowed with sufficient wealth, might consider a visit to this dwarven forge. Dare you to take my life? I am an elder of the Centipede sect. You have killed me. The Centipede clan will not let you off, the venomous elder declared with resentment. Yet, on the other end of the line, there was only the sound of a dial tone, clearly indicating that father had already hung up, disappearing without a trace. Witnessing her reaction, Master Ma was filled with rage, cursing under his breath as the whip was poised to strike. Chapter 56. Are you two sunflower archers? Su Zhihan's actions left everyone perplexed, especially the affluent second-generation heir opposite her. He glanced at the bewildered Yun Xiao and then at his female colleague, whose face was twisted in disgust, suddenly feeling as though he had been discarded like refuse. Surrounding him were numerous women akin to this colleague. He had perceived her intentions from the outset. However, he had merely intended to indulge in the amusement, and her fade, while authentic, was not assured. The essence of nirvana cannot be comprehended merely through ample resources. The demon flower spoke softly. Just as Shang-Chi had mentally prepared herself for a humiliating spectacle, footsteps echoed from the stage, followed by the incredulous roar of Song Jiayin, Yan Yunji. Her voice brimmed with doubt and defiance. Observing her daughter-in-law stained with blood, the princess of Yen asked no questions. She too had been ambushed, and her daughter-in-law could scarcely evade a similar fate. Nevertheless, since the individual stood before her unharmed, it suggested that the assailant had not succeeded. Suddenly, two identical doppelgangers of Yi Qiu manifested around him, their appearances mirroring his own. Yet they were composed of condensed stellar energy, resulting in a blue, translucent form that unmistakably indicated their non-corporeal nature. A tremendous explosion ensued, flames soaring into the sky as the net-like spiritual energy shattered, and one of the figures was sent hurtling backward. I have 3 on my side. That makes 7 altogether when combined with your 4 points. Please relay the locations of your points to me, and I shall mark them with blood. Cold-maned, Yan implored Qilong Xiaofeng. In response, Qilian Cheng maintained his composure, though a sudden glint of sharp brilliance flashed in his eyes, piercing directly towards Wei Nong. Despite the dim lighting within the room, Wei Nong could feel his gaze as if it were 2 blades, seemingly intent on carving into her very flesh. At this moment, she fully comprehended from whom Zhihan had inherited his hawk-like, piercing gaze. My master has remarked that I excel in agility and precision, making me well-suited for swordplay, whereas Yan lacks in speed and accuracy, but possesses strengths in strength and endurance, making him more fitting for practicing the Sang family-as spear techniques. Thus, I am contemplating whether to impart the spear techniques to him. What do you think? She murmured to herself, lifting her gaze to seek his opinion. After all, this is the territory of Bai Wu Valley. My previous actions have disrespected both Wushuang Guqing and the entire Bai Wu Valley. If Wushuang Guqing chooses to let this matter slide, it may be resolved. However, if he becomes enraged, I fear my days may become quite troublesome. The pagoda has now been opened, and on the first level, numerous disciples reside. If one were to speak of the calm demeanor maintained by Yu Ji prior to this moment, upon hearing these words, her heart felt as though it had been struck violently, rendering her breathless. Tong Yuanyu was filled with regret. Fortunately, Jianyu realized her folly. Or else he might have been compelled to eliminate Mu Yiting with a single kick. What a splendid young woman. It is truly a pity. Observing the flight attendant's departing figure, Yao Desheng sighed with sentiment. Seizing the opportunity, while Ning Tao was queuing to disembark, Zhang Rui boldly approached with several of his father's subordinates, exuding an air of intimidation. Notably, she possessed a distinct characteristic. She would change her attire at least twice within a single day. The prince's statement implied that if he agreed to resurrect Yu Ji, he could depart from Tianshan and venture to the underworld. In less than a minute, over a dozen men clad in security uniforms surged from various corners, brandishing an array of weapons, encircling the battered black Mercedes. This visit to the palace occurred during daylight. The carriage halted at a certain point, as this was a private summons from the emperor, leaving Hong Shi and Xing Yu to wait outside. Chapter 57. Is it Old Wang next door? Or Old Wang the tortoise? By the time Ning Yunyan and Yun Xiaoxiao emerged, the company was nearly deserted. Such a situation had been rare in the past, as some individuals would often work through the night, particularly since Ning Yunyan was known for his penchant for overtime. However, ever since Su Zhihan's erratic behavior began, it seemed as though the rest of the employees had been infected by her malaise. Upon the completion of the task, one could leave work, and even the mental state seemed to align infinitely with Su Zhihan. However, there was a silver lining. These individuals were compelled to act. Wu Zhao interrupted their conversation, striding toward the corpse of the Pig King, beginning her inspection of the remains. A circle of dozens of bodies surrounded them, and a man clad in a black mask approached, incessantly chanting something directed at Yi Bai and Bai Ling, yet he did not lift his gaze. As an eerie note concluded his incantation, the divine mage ceased his inquiries and comments, harboring a lingering suspicion that the blood goddess' betrayal was not merely a pursuit of greater power, but stemmed from deeper, undisclosed motives. A second-rate sect had once offended her, resulting in a calamitous night where all 700 of its 34,000 members perished without exception beneath the sword of Qi. Nevertheless, he believed that one day he would emerge from his cocoon, transforming into a true powerhouse of stature, at which point he would question this vast expanse of land, inquiring who truly holds dominion. Qian Yi pressed both hands against the ground. The previously damaged dungeon began to resonate with a force he'd been accumulating since the moment of its destruction. The earth trembled slightly as a brown hand enveloped Lu Guan, and a dungeon materialized in place, its power magnitudes greater than before. Within the surveillance room, a gray-white tier member remained, his excitement palpable as he observed the images transmitted from the cameras. However, Xiao Wuxia wore a bitter smile, for this was none other than the continuation elixir crafted from the golden egg not long ago. While it paled in comparison to the marrow-cleansing elixir, it was still a cloud-patterned divine pill that significantly transformed and reinforced the human meridians. More content is loading. Please hold on. The anxious Guangqi and Wang Shu dared not face the camera as the intense flashes emitted blinding light, weighing heavily on their hearts, akin to deceit. Although they were among the elite disciples of the Sunway Mountain, they had made erroneous judgments in the face of the unknown and unfamiliar, resulting in the loss of one. Po Zhangfeng shrugged indifferently, casting a provocative glance at Piang, and strode toward Xingxi Chen, accompanied by 4 team members. Upon reflecting on this, Scar hurriedly shook his head, dismissing his thoughts, for after all, divine-level beings were exceedingly rare. He found it hard to believe, and dared not entertain the notion that he could easily provoke a divine powerhouse. Now, at the 9th level, there were a total of 81 tribulations of thunder, each one a bloodbath of lightning. The content of the imperial edict roughly stated that the Zhao family disregarded the stability of Yin City, breeding discord and provoking the royal family, and had been eradicated by the imperial experts. After Nye Chuntao departed, everyone spontaneously revered Master Kai as their cornerstone. He was the most experienced, having been trapped at the upper-tier spirit level for a lifetime, and no one could surpass his cultivation level. The Sword Hall and Martial Arts Academy were divided into the front and back courtyards. While the students in the front courtyard were taking a break, they hurriedly leaned against the door, climbing the walls to catch a glimpse of the Sword Hall's senior brother being ruthlessly tormented by a scarred, inhuman fiend. Rest assured, my dear aunt, I will cherish Bayer even more than you do, smiled Xingxi Chen. Thus, after merging with the memories, Wang Maoqi silently vowed to the previous owner of his body that he would ensure his name resonated throughout the world. The excruciating pain in his head could not impede his awakening. Thirdly, upon receiving a satisfactory evaluation, one is expected to depart, for the implication is subtly woven throughout the text. Special representatives. What relevance does their demise have to wine? Lu Shan inquired with curiosity. The thunderous roar of the heavens echoed, and a cold light cleaved through the air, severing half a head, leaving only a tongue to writhe on the jaw, producing meaningless sounds. Chapter 58. Who dared to provoke Su Zhihan? Su Zhihan cast a glance at Ning Yunyan. I told you. That neighbor, Wang, is nothing more than an insipid old fool. Having been at the company for such a duration, she had certainly heard the rumors surrounding him. His business acumen was passable, yet his character was truly lacking. He held onto antiquated ideologies, relishing the exploitation of his employees. His prior success was merely a result of being in the right place at the right time. His treatment of his wife was far from commendable, as he maintained several mistresses on the side. Naturally, this was all well known within the Tiantian group long before. Hence they were adequately prepared and would not be caught off guard by an unexpected influx of users causing a server crash. As he toyed with the blue demon Esther, a pearl of deep azure, it possessed little energy but emanated a peculiar aura. Furthermore, those business owners were each leveraging various connections to reach out to certain lawmakers to voice their protests. Thus, they commenced their own deification activities. Whether they would succeed depended solely on their efforts. Peng Yuqi felt utterly exasperated, yet upon witnessing Lin Mingming's tears, he couldn't bring himself to continue shouting at her. Were it common knowledge that the physicians of Tang could cure all ailments, it would not take long for the name of the divine healer to spread far and wide. That gentle gaze and indulgent smile practically blinded my titanium alloy eyes. Xiao Sun exclaimed, covering his face. The esteemed Hua Tua nodded in agreement. Whether as a husband or a doctor, one must regulate their emotions when facing a patient. As if foreseeing Chen Feng's forthcoming words, Allison, having reached this juncture, chose not to elaborate further but instead directed her expectant gaze towards the perplexed Chen Feng before her. Speaking of which, Yuan Zhongdao was also a typical case. He had once aided Li Buhua in contending with Qin Zhong. In the next moment, a surge of spiritual energy erupted from him like a tidal wave, akin to a colossal hand that firmly grasped Satan in its palm. Fu Qingzhou's gaze was fixed upon the several wardrobes in their bedroom. As Li Xingwan opened each wardrobe in succession, his eyelids twitched. However, these words would not reach Yi Feng, leaving him oblivious to the unfolding circumstances. Previously, he had inquired of Grandfather Ma about the origins of the Xian ring. I sincerely hope that your words ring true. Wan Shirtong finds himself powerless against Li Hai's assertions, although he is reluctant to see Li Hai engage in battle with Li Qing. A part of him harbors an insatiable curiosity to witness the heights to which the once great prodigy has ascended over the years. He spoke in a grave tone, summoning a divine radiance, as a blue light emanated from his being, instantly freezing the disciples in place, their eyes the only parts able to move slightly. Though his family has changed their name, they remain uncomfortable appearing in public. Li Hai focused intently and noticed the newcomer was a young man in his early 20s, of unremarkable appearance, yet possessing the cultivation of a superior martial artist, which seemed rather insignificant to Li Hai. Before long, an elderly man clad in a silk robe and traditional hat, his chin adorned with long, white whiskers, emerged from behind the screen at the entrance. At this thought, Yu Ro once again concealed her face and wept bitterly, impervious to any comfort offered by Wanyang. Everyone would agree, wouldn't they? Ultimately, the burly man turned to the crowd and shouted loudly. Chapter 59. Unfamiliar Encounters with the Wealthy Second Generation. All he seems to think about is money, money, money. Perhaps this fellow has truly fallen into the depths of greed. Judging by her attire, she does not appear to be short of funds. Ning Yunyan is increasingly puzzled by Su Zhihan. If one were to say she lacked money, her daily expenses are anything but modest. Yet, if one were to claim she was financially secure, it is perplexing how she constantly seeks to extract funds from him. In celebration of payday, Su Zhihan treated everyone to a lavish feast. As I gazed upon the restaurant, that night I was consumed by dreams of Song Juanxi, who walked away from me. his silhouette radiating an overwhelming sense of despair. Surely, he could not be allowed to continue in such a reckless manner. With a slight furrow in his brow, the young man muttered as he walked on. The Sanyi gang was adeptly managed by Momo Duo, and Walker felt reassured. However, he understood that reliance solely on Momo Duo was insufficient. The paramount concern for the Sanyi gang now rested upon the enhancement of the abilities of Walker and his fellow heroes. Once their strengths were augmented, they would significantly deter the remaining pirate factions. Within the confines of Anxi, Song Chung and Wanyu, having completed their organizational tasks, began weaving bamboo baskets alongside the children of Anxi. In pursuit of fulfilling their weaving obligations as efficiently as possible, Song Chung and Wanyu had gone several days without sleep. As the time for the 800-meter standard test approached during that day's physical education class, Teacher Liu first guided the students through warm-up exercises. Once the students diligently completed their preparations, they commenced the assessment. In a tightly knit circle, the truth would inevitably surface. It was better to disclose everything now to avoid future awkwardness when inquiries arose. Suddenly, a sense of danger loomed. Cold Fei Shui swiftly darted aside, and simultaneously, Ouyang Yifeng and the others also evaded the threat. They managed to escape, yet the guards behind them suffered a grim fate, caught unawares by the foul water that cascaded down upon them. In ancient times, mobilizing an army was a cumbersome affair, and nighttime marches were a rarity. Typically, it is the commanding generals who, guided by the weather and the time of day, make appropriate adjustments during the march, setting up camp at suitable locations for the night. Li Er was so incensed that he found himself at a loss for words, just as he was about to kick Wang Xingxin. He heard the eunuch announce that the craftsmen and materials requested by Wang Xingxin were all prepared. Yet Han Yunyan stood right before him, his original wife. Witnessing Han Yunyan holding Lu Ping's hand with such joy, felt a surge of bitterness within, almost overwhelming him with the urge to weep. A year prior, someone had attempted to create a brand premium for the Sun Chi farm, offering a staggering 10 billion to acquire it, hoping to buy out the estate. Upon hearing this, Chang Sun Wuji's expression darkened. He could hardly fathom that Su Dingfang would suddenly emerge to disrupt matters. Su Dingfang's status was exceptional, and having previously spent time in Tingzhou, his words carried immense weight, leaving even Chang Sun Wuji unable to refute him. Indeed, had it not been for the time when she saved Yi Jingming, causing the overwhelming force of annihilation within her to surge into Li Yang, the pervasive aura of annihilation in this darkness alone would have been sufficient to extinguish Li Yang countless times. Wei Zheng was bewildered. Although he had long been acquainted with Li Hao's audacity, he had never encountered such brazen boldness before. Upon learning that this sphere was the magnetic lure required to enter the Thunder Yuan Valley, Li Yang's expression shifted as he accepted the sphere handed to him by He Qingchuan. Upon hearing Shangguan Wani's words, although Huazin still felt a twinge of discomfort, he gradually managed to let it go, to present the city seal of Xiaoyao City as a congratulatory gift for his junior sister. Such a statement would surely render even the young Tang Wang hesitant to voice it. Chapter 60. The stubbornness of a headstrong female protagonist. Stubbornness can sometimes be rather exasperating. Regardless of consent, this individual has become entangled. Ning Yunyan was nearly driven to exasperation upon discovering that Yun Xiaoxiao had been followed for several days. Why didn't you tell me someone was tailing you? Do you truly consider me your boyfriend? The more he pondered, the more anxious he became. What if these individuals harbored ill intentions? Some people are indeed capable of anything. Fortunately, these affluent heirs were merely dim-witted. Some intricate betting methods could yield odds as high as 30-1, yet the casino's anticipated win rate was exceedingly high, making it difficult for gamblers to gain an advantage. This is known as a fool's bet, which should be diligently avoided. It was entirely expected that Qin Fangbai would face challenges, and as his assistant, her role was to ensure he navigated these trials with ease. Why was she here? Why was she clad in identical attire? Su Wuyo furrowed her brow, sensing that some unspoken truths lingered just beneath the surface, as if a multitude of thoughts had rushed into her mind in an instant. Eat more vegetables. Is this soup too salty? Observing Wang Jingyi, she noted that Lan Qingzhe was so preoccupied with her that he had no time to eat. He meticulously sampled each of her dishes, his gaze lingering on her as she chewed, seemingly calculating the passage of time. It must be said that cloth shoes are quite comfortable. She was enrolled in directing courses while caring for 2 children, which was indeed quite taxing. If she were to wear high heels daily, she would likely struggle to endure. She was truly grateful for Chu Jing's gentle thoughtfulness. A smile graced her face at the mere thought of him. Upon entering this bar, the ambience starkly contrasted with the raucous establishments Summer had frequented in the past. The lighting was dim, yet exuded a gentle warmth, while melodious strains wafted through the air, bestowing an extraordinary tranquility upon the space. The logistics team had arrived a day early, and Xingyu had meticulously arranged everything. Wu Yongxin was reluctant to tighten the schedule too much, understanding that the actors needed time to acclimate to the environment and climate for a smoother shooting experience. Once in the car, Ling Miao stifled a yawn and settled against Su Yuyang, drifting into slumber. Su Yuyang chuckled helplessly, draping his coat over Ling Miao to ward off the chill, unfazed by the curious, awed, or excited glances from passers-by. Su Yuyang wrapped an arm around Ling Miao's waist, his gaze fixed on the raindrops dancing against the car window. It was Su Wuyang speaking. Her mask still in place, her voice sounding somewhat different from usual. She did not glance at Qin Fangbai, making her way directly to the vehicle. This is actually filled with shredded pork and garlic sauce. How delightful! Wan Jiao exclaimed, her eyes lighting up. Beyond accumulating a few more points than in the previous round, the base in Lighthouse Country had scarcely touched the outskirts of the war fortress. I had no intention of competing with you, Lan Guang replied, a look of resignation on his face as he stood up to wring out his damp clothing. Without a speaker this time, he couldn't drown out the competition with a catchy tune, leaving him to laugh louder to assert his presence instead. The tall buildings stood in neat rows, with interwoven roads, and within them lay schools, hospitals, and all manner of supporting facilities. Bai Su held a profound admiration for his unwavering willpower. In moments like these, she would much prefer to nestle comfortably beneath her blankets. Hu Bluang sighed, then, with a deft manipulation of his mental prowess, hurled 3 stones, each precisely spaced a second apart. You startled me. At first, I thought Lan Guang had awakened some extraordinary talent, akin to that of a hero, Bujie remarked with an air of nonchalance. Chapter 61. Learning through adversity in a realm of silence, they once more unleashed their inquiries, revealing their restless unease. The new dish was unlike anything they had previously encountered, evoking an awkwardness that was palpable. A bespectacled man, his hair flecked with gray, slowly turned to gaze at Lynn. Subsequently, a flurry of arrows soared through the air, accompanied by a chorus of furious shouts and anguished cries. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Lin Yi found himself unable to calm his racing thoughts that night, as if an impending event loomed on the horizon. An irritable restlessness clung to him like a nightmare, rendering sleep an elusive dream. Thus, he chose to take a stroll. Lin Yi shrugged. The fellow's memory was commendable, recalling that the last antique had fetched a staggering 100 billion. With the global members arriving as they could, over 1,000 had already entered the venue well ahead of the banquet's commencement. He inhaled deeply, reminding himself to remain composed and not to be provoked by others, for otherwise it would all amount to nothing. In their eyes lingered a trace of despair, as if to say that certain actions once taken should not be endlessly scrutinized. Li Chengqian had devoted himself to reform, yet the winds of change had swept through, leaving him feeling like a rolling gourd. In a place like the Jianghu, unless one took special care to guard their secrets, one's true identity could easily be uncovered within days. No, your divorce is something you cannot tolerate. Had you not been so adamant about leaving, Chu Yi would never have resolved to part ways. At that time, his feelings for me were not as deep as you might think. Perhaps it was merely a fleeting curiosity, Lina mused aloud. On a mountaintop, black flames roared fiercely in the sky, only to be shattered by a flash of red light that surged forth. Zheng Jia and his clone exchanged silent glances, and Li Xiaoyi understood that this was indeed the so-called final battle. Ever since I discovered my pregnancy, I have been plagued by severe morning sickness, rendering my body increasingly frail. Hu Xiaoping spoke in a calm tone. Although he seemed to praise Haonan, the underlying sentiment was devoid of any genuine admiration. Stars adorned the night sky, dazzling and bright, resembling a myriad of playful, blinking eyes. Luo Chensi furrowed his brow slightly as he glanced at his desk, inquiring, "What's the matter? Do you have something to discuss?" He checked his watch. In recent days, a series of haunting nightmares had plunged his spirit into an abyss of despondency, evoking a sensation of impending collapse. Yet, in that moment, Zhuolongdong wiped the blood from his hands, revealing an exceptionally benevolent smile, and imparted a heartfelt admonition to the few young rascals present, seemingly harboring no intention of taking action against them. Unwittingly, she had trespassed into her own realm, leaving behind a lingering sentiment, albeit merely a fleeting thought. However, this time, an opportunity that countless authors had longed for had arrived, igniting the fervor of innumerable writers. The Avatar, upon hearing this, nodded in agreement. She and her true self shared a profound connection, experiencing the same thoughts and emotions, and the unspoken understanding lingered between them. More content is loading. Please hold on. For instance, in choosing the paper, MOBI opted for neither modern production nor antiquated parchment. Following the Qingyu's spear, the swift arrival of Bai Yan's assault necessitated Guan Yu to once again intervene.
Wait.
Dinas furrowed his brows and exclaimed, "Do you intend to assassinate the high-ranking officials of our Xia Empire?" After voicing this, Dinas turned to Lyrandula, who remained utterly silent. Shichuan Xiui, taken aback, contemplated that without taking such measures, survival would be unattainable, and thus ordered compliance with the directives of the Qin army. Upon hearing this, the Garuda paused momentarily, glancing in the direction indicated by the other S finger, and suddenly, a grave expression overtook his face, plunging the other Garuda present into an instant silence. Suddenly, within the realm of Su Yan's consciousness, a multitude of formidable fluctuations of demonic energy emerged. Concurrently, the rain intensified, the clouds darkened, and the frequency of lightning flashes increased significantly. In an instant, the tunnel transformed into an endless expanse of grassland, with Ing Un and his companions situated at its center. A collective gasp arose among the group as someone audaciously bid 3 million. While many affluent individuals were present, such extravagance seemed unwarranted. Well then, I shall present to you something you may never witness again in your lifetime. The bearded man, shrouded in mystery, pressed his hand to the ground, releasing wisps of white vapor, prompting the students to instinctively retreat. Upon returning to Jinlan Courtyard, Bai Mujin felt as though she had been liberated from burdens weighing over 100 pounds, too fatigued even to lift her eyelids. "Lady Yun, please stand beside me to provide commentary," His Majesty, the Emperor of the Martial Empire, instructed. Cold Moon, noticing Lin Fei trailing behind the Emperor, felt a flicker of unease. Upon observing the barely concealed, icy smirk on Lin Fei's lips, that unease swiftly escalated. Her heart, too, grew cold in response to the smile. Panda and Yi Xian stood facing each other, their gazes colliding, while the surrounding air seemed to freeze in tension. Shengguan Diawu blushed, wordlessly retrieving silver needles from her medicinal box, yet hesitated to make her move. Meanwhile, a dog that had burst forth from the thicket remained utterly motionless. Even as Li Lang approached to kick it merely fixed its unwavering gaze upon Zhang Liao. Following Yang Cho to the edge of a deep pit, Zhang Yang caught sight of several individuals clad in tattered garments, with two of them even adorned with grass. Throughout the years of their companionship, Shueguan had sensed a profound fraternal bond emanating from the Shenzhou clan. He firmly believed that even if the Shenzhou people were to arrive on Earth, they could coexist peacefully with its inhabitants, never resorting to domination or destruction. First profession, Golden Radiant Knight. Second profession, Peacock Knight. Third profession, Maple Leaf Swordsman. Fourth profession, Golden Lion Warrior. Chapter 62. The peacock spreads its feathers, the spotted calf ties. The individuals outside glanced at the time and deemed it appropriate to proceed. Ning Yunyan had initially intended to accompany them inside, but was halted by Su Zhihan. "Do not enter. If you do, this matter will escalate significantly. Moreover, your family has certain ties with theirs, and even in a confrontation, one must consider the dignity of the elders involved." However, I was unperturbed by such concerns. My well-being was my own, and even if they sought to target me, they would find me beyond their reach. An opportunity slipped away, and when it came time to make another choice, the urgency would not be as palpable, leaving me somewhat disconcerted, my thoughts muddled. We were momentarily stunned by this scene. What had Team Zhang witnessed on the DV that had left him so frightened? Rookie, when I served in the military, you were still in your infancy. It is not your place to instruct me. The colonel raised the whip in his hand, preparing to strike. In other words, after Xiaoming employed the forbidden technique of the Black Dragon Bracers, he has reached a level comparable to that of Shiva, attaining the pinnacle just below the two divine dragons and the Beast Emperor. However, it remains uncertain what tier he would achieve by utilizing the Tyrant Dragon. It is likely that he would still be unable to contend with that Red Dragon. Upon hearing this, Huang Jun realized the gravity of the situation. He had never anticipated it would escalate to this extent. The mere recollection of that rusty flower shoe sent a shiver down his spine. Anno smiled and whispered in his ear, "I suddenly find myself curious about what that Prince of Eros looks like, which is why I came here." Implicitly, she suggested that he should not think of keeping secrets from her. After all, someone is willing to offer themselves to him. What would he do in response? More content is loading. Please hold on. It turns out that Mother also had a fondness for nurturing plants, yet regrettably, she can no longer witness such extraordinary flora. Therefore, Shurong thought that by caring for them, she was, in a sense, doing something her mother cherished. Upon hearing Shi Tao's words, Zhongming's eyes, resembling those of a bird, began to spin. Surely, this fellow must be yearning for a delectable treat. The terrifying destruction caused the entire island to tremble, disrupting the surrounding battles, and the other combatants paused in astonishment, turning their gazes towards this spectacle. "My lord, I am currently concocting a type of poison. However, its flavor is akin to that of plain boiled water. Yet, its toxicity surpasses even that of the highly lethal heron's crest red. If Landuo were to consume it, he would meet a fate akin to that of a mouse succumbing to rat poison, suffering internal bleeding and death."
Teacher bow.
More tragically, before reaching the restroom, something suddenly tripped him as he passed by the entrance of the banquet hall, causing him to fall in an undignified manner. Embarrassed and infuriated, he pounded the ground, only to notice a pair of striking high heels before him. As the organizer of the event, Han Xiaohui felt compelled to address the situation appropriately. Otherwise, the incident could tarnish his reputation. With a resigned smile, he continued to introduce Kong Jixin. The glue-like sensation of Meng Qi's new acquisition posed a significant threat, prompting his body to instinctively retreat several meters. The man and the beast, both inebriated, finally awoke in a daze when the sun rose the next day. Next to him, Park Yongxin was no better off. His eyes appeared as though they might pop from their sockets, fixated on the painting upon the table. A fleeting glimmer of greed flickered in his gaze, as if he were pondering a singular question. Is this painting from our beloved country of pickled vegetables? It should be, right? The emperor is resting inside, having entrusted the Rihi Palace to his grandson, the serene concubine, yet the emperor did not mention seeing you. These jade pendants were crafted during his leisure hours, intricately inscribed with complex defensive formations, considered the simplest form of protective talismans. They could withstand a single shot from a conventional firearm, proving somewhat effective against offensive insects. Chapter 63. Su Zhihan. Haha, please call me the regent. Song Yu teased as he adjusted Ning Yunyan's tie, offering a profound observation. Cousin, you are quite flamboyant.
Sofian, befefere.
Ning Yunyan skovlet. You are the flamboyant one. Your entire family is flamboyant. I simply wasn't paying attention today, yet you adorn yourself extravagantly every day. A case of the pot calling the kettle black. How ridiculous. Although Ning Yunyan currently feels quite embarrassed, he insists on winning the verbal exchange. At this moment, Song Yu appears somewhat composed, revealing little of his true feelings. However, one can discern from his gaze that he is not entirely at ease, and there is a flicker of frustration within him. If such words were spoken to others, they would merely elicit laughter, but directed at Ren Yingying, the impact is altogether different. Her astute and intricate mind, when applied to various matters, proves to be unfailingly effective. Yet when it concerns herself, even the simplest of situations can become convoluted in her thoughts. 3 days have passed, and while he has encountered numerous special products, not a single living soul has crossed his path. Just as he prepares to venture inside, hoping for a stroke of luck, he hears a cacophony of voices nearby. GXIN becomes increasingly animated, extolling Tang Feng to the heavens. Not only that, but the cultivators who have traversed the northern wilderness join in his praise, leaving the surrounding onlookers momentarily stunned. Enveloped in hockey, the 1,000 cherry blossoms emanate a dark and terrifying aura, yet this effect lasts but a moment before the hockey dissipates, revealing the cherry blossoms in their former splendor, mysterious, elegant, and extraordinarily noble. It is this version of the 1,000 cherry blossoms that radiates exquisite beauty. More content is loading. Please wait. Sigh. When the annual competition arrives, we shall see how this child performs then, and whether he can rise to become another prominent admiral in the Navy. Sengoku furrows his brow and sighs, his face etched with worry. Before the nurses could pay their respects to the Supreme Lord, Jujir raised her staff high and recited an incantation from another realm. Fortunately, when Lin he arrived in the City of Seven Treasures, he sought refuge at an establishment known as the Seven Treasures Inn, taking the opportunity to gather various pieces of information about the city. Coronado Island in San Diego, California, translates to crown in Spanish and boasts the most beautiful beaches in the United States, making it an ideal choice for cycling, sunset viewing, water play, sailing, and beach volleyball. Zhou Shun observed Qin Fun at that moment, shaking her head in silence. She was oblivious to the specific trials Qin Fun had endured. Nor did she comprehend the factors that had so profoundly altered his state of mind. Regardless of the circumstances, the current demeanor of Qin Fun left Zhou Shun with an overwhelming sense of despondency. Xiao Li and her grandfather were fortunate to have been aided by a kind-hearted individual who secretly rescued them, allowing them to flee under the cover of night until they reached a safe haven in the mountain village. From a distance, muffled cries echoed, reminiscent of springtime felines, evoking thoughts of the yellow apricots outside that should not be tarnished by the whims of the feline creatures. Yun Xiao grasped the wheel of destruction. As the power of the laws within her began to coalesce, gradually merging into the wheel itself, she had successfully refined it, enabling her to instigate a self-detonation of the wheel. Gritting his teeth, Zheng Chun halted his flight, gazing at the streams of sword energy rushing towards him, inhaling deeply before charging forward. Chapter 64. Ning Yunyan, I fear not such a regent. The young ladies adorned themselves with silk scarf hairpins and even small cow-shaped earrings, while the gentlemen donned ties, bow ties, and even shirts adorned with cow motifs. He recalls that he only recruited elites, yet why do these distinguished individuals exhibit such behavior? It is certainly not something that can be easily elucidated. Wu Tong, suspended in midair, gazed at the scene before him with a sense of curiosity. This mage tower undoubtedly belonged to Faline, but he pondered what Su Tu was doing here, as their paths should have had little intersection. The fool bears no guilt, yet so many have been harmed by him. The Empress cannot be unaware of this, for she is likely the one who indulges her son the most. The Nameless One has breached the barrier. Lien Xiao murmured, her face flushed and her heart racing with excitement. You are unaware of the whole truth. Look over there. A devotee pointed beneath the tree, where an elderly woman, nearing her 70s, wept while clasping her hands in prayer, murmuring something. Yi Yong maintained a composed demeanor, his palms open as he calmly observed the 3 soul-biting spears, his dark eyes filled with confidence and tranquility. Just as Biao San finished speaking, a chilling scoff resonated out of nowhere. Such arrogance. Do you think our family head is someone any stray cat or dog can meet? An old, sarcastic voice reached Yang Xiaoyan's ears, causing his expression to darken as he turned towards the source of the sound. It seems I have yet to admire the scenery of the Gu residence. Cousin, why not take me for a stroll? Dogu Chen requested with a smiling demeanor. Content is still loading. Please wait. The crowd surged to seize the positions in the secret chamber. The first challenge was not particularly difficult, and many succeeded.
Ha!
Someone suddenly laughed aloud, their mirth laced with evident derision and disdain, as if they had heard the most absurd joke. Treasure. In the audience, many faces changed as Luo Shizong unexpectedly presented a precious artifact. The entire auction hall fell into a hush once again. Those capable of casually producing millions of gold coins undoubtedly wielded significant influence. Following a cold snort from a private box adjacent to Ming Mo, no further bids were made. For a million had evidently surpassed the limits for many. Although attaining the nirvana realm is exceedingly challenging, the more one experiences it, the greater the possibility of success. Does it not? Several subordinates were already aware of Princess Yenning's significance in their master's eyes, and they recognized that, despite her youth, she possessed unparalleled wisdom, often devising brilliant strategies to resolve issues for her master. Thus, they placed their hopes upon this slender piece of parchment, instinctively craning their necks to catch a glimpse. The master remained imprisoned for several more years, while the grandmaster, though still vigorous, could not guarantee against unforeseen circumstances. Unable to express filial piety in the presence of his master, he felt compelled to fulfill this duty in his absence, ensuring that the grandmaster could enjoy the joys of family life during his remaining years. As the 9 soul-dispersing incense ascended, the eerie aura that had enveloped the surroundings dissipated swiftly, while below, the slumbering pangolin demon suddenly opened its crimson eyes. Li Daobara was self-deprecating, yet Zhao Jingdong took his words to heart. Chapter 65, The Awkward First Meeting with the Parents, Father's Stinky Fish Love. Jiang Lue cheerfully interrupted him, bouncing forward with a playful smile. Empress Fong fell into her chair, her face still reflecting a profound shock that lingered. She glanced at Wang Qingyao, then at Yinju, utterly at a loss as to how this situation might resolve. Liang Rou's words struck Liang Shuang like a death knell, evoking a sense that Liang Rou was even more fearsome than a wild boar. At this moment, Yunyang, far from showcasing her elegance, stood with her head bowed and back hunched, appearing even less dignified than a mere maidservant. Supporting her face with her hand, she gazed into the mirror, noticing that she had become even more alluring than before, having recently transformed herself with an array of new makeup styles. As she internally critiqued herself, Lu Ren meticulously gauged the cooking process. After taking a bite, he slightly frowned. The meat was excessively tough, akin to chewing on resilient rubber. "I did
Not.
she articulated, each word seemingly forced out from between clenched teeth. The emperor, incensed, implicated several physicians in the ensuing turmoil. It was only through the earnest intercession of the second prince that their fates were spared, the emperor's eyes reddening with indignation. That James fellow is intent on overpowering me with his rebounding prowess. Sun Zhuo was seething with anger, yet felt utterly powerless to act. I have already reported your condition to the military district commander. The commander has personally flown over to retrieve you and should have taken off by now. Wang Feng entered from outside, his demeanor grave, a phone clutched in his hand. With a graceful twist in midair, Han Xiao cradled Zixia under his arm, suddenly wielding a large white axe, a flash of brilliance cutting through the sky as he swung it towards the beast with a human face that loomed before them. Unable to distinguish between Buddhism and Taoism, she had only heard of the longevity talisman that could ensure safety, and thus sought a talisman from Master Xuanjua. The ancient figure lay motionless on the stretcher, his right hand trembling as he retrieved a Beretta pistol, aiming it at the mercenary from earlier, his expression impassive as he suddenly squeezed the trigger. It was said that the soul-eating goo mother, which had absorbed millions of malevolent souls, was nearly impossible to kill unless subjected to the purifying flames of the cosmic origin fire for 49 days. Although he had subdued it, he was incapable of ending its life at that moment. However, as Qin Xinghai took a step back, his footing unsteady, he could not withstand the force of Lin Shihan's sudden assault. More content is loading, please wait. Similarly, considering Ateshtest's personality, it was unlikely he would relent. When the two met again next season, there was bound to be another brawl. Excellent. As long as matters proceed smoothly, I shall secure you a position. Haha. Shi Miyuan thought of how everything would be arranged to the emperor's satisfaction, allowing him to avenge himself. Unconsciously, he burst into laughter. Emperor Li Yuan, adorned with the crown of heaven and clad in ceremonial robes, sat upright on the throne, intently listening to the debate, occasionally furrowing his brow in contemplation, sometimes interjecting with inquiries, at times lowering his head in silence, and other moments gazing out beyond the palace. What an elite force! Lin Chuan arrived at the site, casting his gaze over the rain-soaked battlefield, unable to suppress his admiration. Just as the bone was poised to pursue and eliminate Mu Sun and his companions, Li Huairua, the portly Li, and Lu Tianda broke free from their respective opponents and rushed forward. The three radiated an overwhelming aura, shimmering silver light enveloping them, their vitality exceptionally vibrant. Upon witnessing Wu Weiwei's breathing symptoms stabilize under the influence of medication and the supplemental oxygen bag, the couple felt a sense of relief. They decided to bring over 3 more family members. Wu Weiwei's mother was still working at the daycare in Maple Tree Bay, and they planned to wait until everything was securely arranged before her arrival. The announcement provided a detailed explanation of the components of the salary within the assurance card, finally calming the restless crowd. Consequently, those who had moved into their new residence began to contemplate the acquisition of new furniture. At this juncture, the company reiterated the forest management regulations, declaring that no individual, under any pretext, was permitted to fell a single tree. Lu Qingqing, hailing from a sect of cultivation, had certainly heard the legends of the Rui heavenly talisman. She was astonished to encounter the actual artifact today. In this particular locale, where this creature had lingered for an extended period, its essence permeated the surroundings. It was precisely this aura that infiltrated Xu Ming's being, obstructing him from unleashing his full combat potential. Following this analysis by Lord Chang'an, Zhao Kuo found himself convinced his father, Lord Ma Fu, had previously drawn comparisons between the combat capabilities of the states of Zhao and Qi, consistently asserting that the Qin army was indeed Zhao's most formidable adversary. In this context, the threat posed by Qin to Zhao rendered those 2 cities inconsequential. The Ascending Dragon Order was not a singular event, nor was the interval exceedingly lengthy. For these stellar emperors, awaiting the next occurrence was hardly a burden. Your Majesty, you must not entertain such thoughts. Zhang Shichang looked up, concern etched across his face as he gazed at the emperor. Chapter 66. The neighboring Old Wangba. Is Su Zhihan toxic? Is she specifically targeting my lover? Regardless of Ning Yunyan's preferences, this dish would undoubtedly grace the dining table. Su Zhihan savored the delicacies while eavesdropping on their conversation, nearly succumbing to laughter. The affluent family feasted on the infamous stinky mandarin fish, a surprisingly down-to-earth choice. The foreign aid she brought forth went unutilized. Both Ning's father and mother were commendable individuals, albeit lacking in eloquence. Before Ji Tiansan could catch his breath, Yu Shishuan arrived with Yu Pianxian, Ji Huangtian accompanied by Ji Qian, and Qin Ba with the Qin Xian siblings, all converging at once. Noticing Fu Longzi's reluctance to speak further, Ji Tian lost the desire to continue inquiring, though his curiosity about the vast wilderness grew ever stronger. It extended its tongue, trailing a viscous path of drool along the ground. Upon seeing Lu Shiyao, it excitedly flared its nostrils, resembling a hellish hound that had unearthed a sumptuous feast. What was to be done now? The gradual depletion of strength brought not only physical discomfort, but also immense psychological strain. Lu Shiyao's voice had taken on a slightly hoarse quality. As the copper coffin creaked open, an eerie roar echoed, sending shivers down spines, while the coffin trembled violently, releasing a torrent of ominous energy. However, the litigation process was not a matter to be resolved in a day or 2, prompting most individuals to prefer settling matters privately, unless one was determined to eradicate their opponent entirely. Thus, Zhang Jiao found himself in a precarious position. The rear, once a bastion, had been besieged by countless families joining forces. Although they boasted 1 million cultivators, claiming to number in the tens of millions, they had lost their stronghold. Qin Muzhao, a member of the original force that quelled the tumultuous waters of the Thunder Marsh, could now affirm that the thunderous storm above posed a greater threat than that of the water-soiled Thunder Marsh, with destructive power exponentially magnified. More content is loading. Please hold on. Mr. Sima, given the current state of affairs in the world, in the southern lands, our sovereign reigns supreme, overpowering both the Great Qin and the Star Spirit Empire. The dominance in the south is such that no one dares to confront it. The demise of the other 4 nations is merely a matter of time. Contemplating this, Brooke called for his wife, who was busy outside, just as he was preparing to commence his tasks when a sudden, urgent knocking at the door interrupted him. To his astonishment, he realized how challenging it was to attain merit. The results of his experiments had turned out so unexpectedly. At that moment, even the 2 great powers found themselves in a state of alarm. Previously, they had believed that their enemies posed no threat to them collectively, but now, They were overwhelmingly potent, or perhaps it was more fitting to say, exceedingly enigmatic. Even the rulers of the various palaces, upon witnessing the dismal defeat of Lei Mo's, began to regard Tang Yi with utmost seriousness. Thus, he promptly opened the treasure chest, purchasing an invitation for combat from the special interface. Whispers of speculation and astonishment echoed throughout the entire Shifeng Star domain, in every sect and city, in every inhabited place. If such a situation were to truly unfold, it could render Xia Yisan a mere laughingstock. Utilizing the resources of Jiahao Entertainment, he could accomplish far more and garner greater popularity. The king of Kuaiji was indeed gracious. It ought to have been Wei Jie hosting a banquet to bid him farewell. Wei Jie smiled and shook his head in response. After watching an incomprehensible film, the two exited the cinema side by side. Sakuraji Natsu gently caressed her elegant, fair neck, casting a playful yet reproachful glance at Wu Ming, her eyes shimmering with shyness. Moments ago, in the private box, she had come perilously close to facing dire consequences. Upon hearing this, Ling Ke could not help but smirk coldly. The assailants had employed a magnetic metal net, clearly indicating their intention to avoid casualties. These two individuals, mistakenly believing themselves to be untouchable agents of national security, insisted on firing at their opponents, which prompted the activation of the magnetic net, consequently impairing the levitation capabilities of the land vehicle and causing their own downfall. When Su first circled the park twice before performing some preparatory exercises, then commenced striking a large tree with various techniques. In comparison to the training methods shown in past videos, when Su distinctly sensed that Helian Gaohun's approach was far more effective, allowing him to harness his potential more efficiently. Chapter 67. The chill sets in. It is time for the Wang family to go bankrupt. Do not restrain me. Release me at once.
Su Zhihan,
wielding a toilet brush procured from the restroom, was fiercely determined to confront the traitor, yet the individuals nearby persistently held her back. Secretary Su, please calm down. The one obstructing her expressed his own exasperation, genuinely fearful. That brush was utterly terrifying. Others kept their distance, pondering why he had mustered the audacity to intervene. However, just as Lu Zheng was engulfed in confusion, a sudden surge of intense energy erupted from the direction of Jing Tian and Xuejian. Simultaneously, the formidable team from the capital was sending invitations to various high schools within the Huaxia region, inviting select outstanding students to join them. We three have just ignited a fire. It is likely that the relevant authorities in Jishui City have already been alerted. We decided to create a time gap and rest here for a quarter of an hour before exiting through the tunnel, instructed Jing Bian. Reflecting upon the scientific explorations of my youth, Hu Lai sat in the automobile, shifting uncomfortably as he edged towards the window. In the past, Zhu Hozhao had always hunted within the confines of the gardens in the Nanyuan, never having experienced the wild. Gu Piapiao nodded. And the two parted ways without farewells or promises of reunion. He was merely a fleeting passerby in the tapestry of my life. Perhaps just a momentary spark in my existence, a benefactor whose aid I shall always cherish. Seizing the moment to exploit an opponent's vulnerability, one can easily strike at the vital points. The covert attacks seamlessly complemented the remarkable technique of the Greninja's surprise strike, thus compensating for its deficiencies in dark-type prowess. In truth, I find myself envious of you. You can simply declare an end to affection and depart without hesitation, whereas I remain ensnared in place, unable to break free. If relinquishing ties were truly so effortless, who would choose to linger in entanglement? As for the acuity of one's hearing, Xiaoyu had never tested it. Yet he could discern the faint buzzing of mosquitoes from several meters away. Forgetfulness should not be dwelled upon. Mo Yaoding extinguished the cigarette in his hand and poured a cup of hot water, offering it forward. Thus, as long as Qin Zhao remained within the royal residence, Yi Wuqing, burdened by her own guilty conscience, remained perpetually apprehensive. There would be no second thoughts, no lingering hesitation. The words that flowed from Mo Choshu were simple yet resolutely firm. On the other side, it was expected that Lung Dianchen would lead the dance with Mo Qianqing. Yet he abruptly pushed her hand away and exited the venue, leaving Mo Qianqing and Lan Yuchen in a state of stunned bewilderment. What follows now is for us to witness. Nan Gongzi Feng was eager to take action, having bided his time for so many years, waiting for this very moment. As they stepped into the seven palaces, the plan would finally commence. Reflecting on the long duration, every expression and gesture of Chen Jie struck me as eerily false. I had never imagined that her previous actions towards me were mere performances. The soothing music gradually faded, and a gentleman with slightly graying hair approached the high platform ahead. Due to an urgent call from the company, we did not reconcile, and I hurriedly made my way there. His formidable defensive capabilities were precisely what he needed at that moment, should he fail to evade the mechanical sorcerer's imminent attack. He could summon Leonard Goldsmith to unleash an ice shield for protection. Ning Yunyao was equally astonished by the unexpected smoothness of the situation. He was unaware of when and where Su Zhihan had gathered such a hodgepodge of evidence. Su Zhihan remarked, "I stumbled upon this while idly browsing during work. Watching old ones gossip is far more entertaining than the job itself." "Calm down, Dragon Sister." As Shurfan opened the dialogue box of Listening to the Heart, a knock echoed at the private room door. It appeared that despite Huang Yexin's seemingly carefree demeanor, he was deeply apprehensive. With his cunning nature, it would be quite unlikely for him to place himself in jeopardy. Heavenly Domain's vast sky. Subsequently, Fang Jiexia continued to analyze the pros and cons for Su Yifan. Yet he remained steadfast in his conviction. "I shall only attend to matters within my jurisdiction. I am simply that honest. I resolutely refuse to intervene in affairs that do not concern me." A tremendous crash reverberated as a celestial body collided with the barrier, unleashing a terrifying wave that swept across the vast expanse. The towering spirit mountain trembled violently, and the ordinary monks such as Biqiu, Jialan, and Luohan gazed fearfully at the sky. "Thank you for your assistance." After exchanging a few words with Madame Zhou and Zhou Mingxi, they proceeded towards the distant vehicle. Zhou Mingxi's heart raced as she watched Mu Yi depart. A jet of emerald blood erupted forth. Yet Li Long was aware that the venomous blood of the serpents was to be avoided, prompting him to swiftly evade and wait for an opportunity to counterattack. Lian Ziao was jolted, her internal energy surging dangerously, nearly resulting in severe internal injuries, while her physical form endured the pressure, causing blood to trickle from her lips as she involuntarily staggered back. Though he possessed the essence of the sword, allowing him to surpass Qi Xingtian, the disparity with Qi Jian was insurmountably vast. He could not withstand even half a move. Shurfan started the car, secured the courtyard gate, and drove the Ferrari out of the slum, navigating through the city streets towards the highway. Li Yingfang turned towards the sound, spotting Chen Fei clad in a roadside stall t-shirt. Beneath inferior trousers were a pair of large, worn-out sneakers, prompting a sigh of disappointment within her. The intensity of murderous intent in Yifei's straightened eyes grew fiercer, yet the numbness on his face finally shifted, revealing hatred and an ardent desire to survive, to live for vengeance. Unexpectedly, Huan Chan was unwilling to leave, instead relaying the matters that might be inquired about or observed to Suododu, advising him to be prepared, even ensuring that all expenditures since the grand wedding were meticulously recorded. The crowd, not lacking in intelligence, immediately recognized that Su Jinghui intended to test their abilities, and they eagerly awaited her words, looking to the venerable Lady Lan for guidance. Upon hearing that the formidable army of 100,000 Xinbei would soon march south, the generals collectively inhaled sharply, their concerns for Yenro's forces growing palpable. The people of Binzhou were well aware that the walls of Jilin were not as robust as those of Yuncheng County, and the military provisions were far less ample. During this time, Suododa stole several glances at Niansheng, observing her merely nodding with a smile and not posing any inquiries, which only solidified his belief that the noble lady's summoning of them was merely a formality. The white smoke wafting from the tobacco resembled a delicate mist lingering in the air, while the soft golden sunlight cascaded down, illuminating even the floating specks of dust. Yet, the woman before them, with the same features, bore a gaze that had lost its former warmth, now tinged with a notable indifference. Chapter 68. The Proper Use of Su Zhihan, Dealing with Rogues. Su Zhihan believed it prudent to inform Ning Yunyan about the matter at hand. A heroic rescue could indeed strengthen their bond. With this thought in mind, she entered Ning Yunyan's office, holding her phone aloft. "Boss, allow me to show you a video," she declared, thrusting the device towards him. Ning Yunyan, rubbing his nose in a state of alarm, retorted, "Do be mindful. Keep the phone at a distance." I can see it just fine from afar. And by the way, you shouldn't be slacking off at work. Meanwhile, Valpo, bound to the experimental table, seemed to sense something amiss and began to struggle violently. It is not that they are unwilling to leave, nor do they fear the two individuals. Rather, the price is simply exorbitant. 30,000 for a single night is far too extravagant. No matter how high one's appearance may be, they are merely a teacher, not a celebrity. After much ado, they finally produced the design plans, and now they await the arrival of your esteemed laborers. Skipping the 8th level and directly entering the 9th is unprecedented in the history of the fierce martial arena. Upon hearing the words of her agent, Wang Xian collapsed to the ground in disbelief, gazing up at her agent in shock. How could this be possible? She had been a sensation for the past 2 years. With no dark history to speak of, how could she have been dismissed so suddenly? You shall not exit through this door. Chun Feng drew a machete from the black bag against the wall and lunged towards the entrance, as long as he could guard the door. It would not be long before Li San would succumb to intoxication and become a fool. In recent days, or rather since the Eastern Japan side began to suspect the Northeast 10 Fort base, there have been numerous overt and covert skirmishes between the base and the special high class of Eastern Japan. Though unseen, these encounters are fraught with peril. More content is loading. Please hold on. Have you had lunch? If not, would you care to join me? Yi Jingjing completely disregarded Zhang Wui's comments and shifted the conversation to lunch. The person from the Shin family was indeed the butler from yesterday. He had not anticipated that Shin Junyan would vanish from the hospital, nor could he have foreseen that by heedlessly listening to her, he would incur such a severe reprimand from Shen Jianxiong. The more he contemplated this, the more resentment he felt towards Shin Junyan. It was an unequivocal matter, nothing remarkable. Chun Shaokai dismissively waved his hand. After Luo, she tidied up. She sent Chuer off to work. She was aware of the basement, as she had secretly fashioned a key, fearing she might be confined there someday, and now it proved to be of use. Su Zhihan, being exceptionally astute, quickly discerned that something was amiss. In Binfen City, how many could truly challenge him? Previously, Li Jiming, Chu Binxian, and Liang Jiaxi had all harbored grievances against him due to her involvement. Thus, it seemed that aside from her muddled father, no one else would dare oppose Jun Hao. Unbeknownst to her, an instinct whispered that Andy was likely to launch into a tedious and lengthy psychological thriller. Consequently, she endeavored to condense her words, mustering her spirits to prevent this dialogue from dragging on indefinitely. Zhihan, stay a few more days to keep Qian company. I wonder if Junhao is particularly busy, Chu Binxian subtly urged. The twilight in Xiangshan was the most exquisite that Su Zhihan had ever witnessed, with vibrant evening clouds adorning the sky, interspersed with wisps of white. The morning had presented a seamless blue expanse where the sky met the sea, while now, the horizon was a breathtaking tapestry of twilight hues blending with the golden sands, creating a magnificent panorama. At this moment, he finally revealed his true visage. His suspicions were confirmed. Much like herself, Shang Yi had indeed altered his appearance and voice to conceal his identity. Chapter 69. Su Zhihan, are you certain you still belong to the human species? Su Zhihan appeared oblivious to their expressions, continuing to explain and persuade them incessantly. Yun Daniu gazed in astonishment. She had only heard her sister mention that for these few days, she need not concern herself with anything. Yet now, the unfolding events seemed rather fantastical. Uncle and aunt, I wonder if you have come to a decision. I am rather anxious. If you have made up your minds, I shall take you there in a couple of days. He disregarded the injury on his hand, removing the bandage with haste and seizing my hand, leaving me no opportunity to resist. Sang and I closed her eyes and nodded slightly, fully immersing herself in the healing of her wounds, shutting out the world around her and focusing entirely on her cultivation. Regarding Lu Yu, perhaps due to the influence of Lu Shuangqi, she held an unwavering confidence in Lu Yu. Casting a sorrowful glance at Luo Shiji, Chu Ba remarked, Luo Bo, my earlier counsel was merely out of respect for our years as rivals. Since you choose not to heed it, so be it.
Mo Yang.
You may handle it as you see fit. With that, he turned his attention away from Luo Bo and resumed his observation. In Su Xia's sentiments, Jiang Wanhao is steadfastly an unwavering supporter of Xia, harboring a deep disdain for Gu Dongjue from beginning to end. Upon seeing him seated beside Su Zhihan, she immediately switched to a mode of vigilance, ready to intervene at the slightest glance or physical contact between them. He handed me the nautical chart previously belonging to Jenny. Upon opening it, I placed the two incomplete charts side by side, and when the two nautical maps converged, we were all taken aback. Yanbin's complexion turned ashen as he retrieved an elemental card from his mustard seed bag and handed it to the attendant. As the Iron Wolf competition draws ever closer, Luo Yun's foreboding intensifies, leaving him perplexed about the origins of such ominous feelings. Meanwhile, the group led by Sheng Wanyi becomes increasingly suspicious. They would never assume that their visit was merely to forge friendships or extend polite invitations. Surely there must be ulterior motives at play. Within those captivating eyes lies a profound tenderness, earnest and unwavering, revealing that this is not a fleeting whim or a juvenile jest, but rather a genuine emotional connection. Consequently, the several princes grow anxious, each eager to eliminate their rivals for the coveted position, knowing full well that their emergence now would undoubtedly embroil them in chaos. A most inopportune moment indeed. However, the outer perimeter is entirely guarded by the Imperial Guard. The city gates are firmly shut, and the area is under strict martial law. Given such proximity, it is only natural to aim directly at the adversary, sparing the need for further strikes after a kill. A momentary wave of dizziness passes, and the harrowing imagery flickers before vanishing, yet Zhong hopes to find himself drenched in cold sweat as a chilling breeze sweeps through. Time flows like water. Within the Su Chu courtyard, the fruit trees have completed 5 cycles of blooming and bearing fruit, and 5 years have slipped away unnoticed. Only she knows the true capabilities of Luo Rongshuan. Just imagine. A man capable of satisfying her 7 times in a single night while restrained beneath her, should she release him to act freely. It remains uncertain whether she would even rise the following day. After the events surrounding Cheng Kuan, the myth of Yang Dingtian had been thoroughly shattered in the eyes of the upper echelons of the Ming sect, leaving them with a lingering sense of embarrassment and humiliation, though none dared to voice their sentiments aloud. Chapter 70. The Divine Response of Su Zhihan. In addition to the ailing Lady City Lord, the assembly also included the Archbishop of the Amester district. The marriage between the City Lord and Lady Sor was witnessed by the God of Light, yet the City Lord had violated his oath of fidelity to his spouse. In ancient times, there existed a technique known as the transformation of the 3 purities, which, through millions of years of evolution, has given rise to innumerable variations, among which is the Elder's 3 souls and virtual essence technique. A voice from within the cauldron proclaimed, with great satisfaction. Gu Xiangpu reprimanded him, saying, "You merely assert that what is displayed is good, while that which is hidden is bad. What an absurdity! It is the same situation, yet articulated in 2 contradictory manners. As for which sentiment resonates with young Master Chu, it is evident to all. Had he not been aware of Yang's breakthrough prior to reaching the Dao ancestor, he might have already departed for the city hall, preparing to confront Xian Sha and the eastern wilderness simultaneously with the lord of the city hall. Winston found himself firmly ensnared by the corpulent figure, leaving his back exposed. With a single command, artillery concentrated its fire upon Winston's back, launching a relentless barrage. Indeed, Winston's original power was astoundingly high, and his energy barrier was impenetrable. The tremendous impact obliterated the entrance of the Liu family, leaving the ground uneven, trees uprooted, and roofs in disarray. The technique of spatial manipulation can effortlessly shatter the pseudopath of blood without trace, and with the aid of spatial force, he could momentarily preserve the potency of the pseudopath. The third category of bristles, a combination of soft and hard, embodies the harmony of rigidity and flexibility. Whether it be the unique qualities of the wild boar or the mane, the subtle nuances of the chicken and rabbit can further highlight one's prowess. With ink splashed into the spirit, an aura of antiquity is rendered, as high peaks are chanted and the winds and rains are embraced. Nevertheless, it matters not. I have already ascertained the location of the meteorite in Huaxia. Given this, I shall also investigate matters concerning like. Since you intend to resist, we too shall retaliate without hesitation. At this moment, the leader of Xiaoya lifted the telephone and dialed a number. Dais stepped forward, aware that he had previously made an appearance at the Tian family's domain. It would not be long before they discerned his identity as Dais. the master of the heavenly hall concealed within the grand banner of the divine court. Thus, even if he continued to shroud himself in anonymity, using the name Dai's would prove futile. "Greetings, journalist Wang." Qin Luo courteously acknowledged Wang Luo, casting a contemplative glance at the camera she held. The representatives from Bombardier, standing nearby, were well aware that the individual Smith referred to as Peng was none other than Peng Jiangtao from the Canadian office of Tianfeng Technology Company. "I have brought only 10,000 troops, and after ambushing, we have already lost more than half. It is unwise to engage further. I humbly request my uncle's assistance, allowing the soldiers to retreat to the northern shore for a respite and await the day we shall return in force," Hu earnestly pleaded. The assailant recognized that the optimal opportunity for assassination had vanished when that imposing figure intervened. Now, witnessing his bodyguard rushing over, he understood that any chance of success was lost. He thus chose not to linger in combat, nimbly leaping through the crowd of students before disappearing into the bustling street beyond the doorway. Loading more content. Please hold on. I previously mentioned that I merely wish for you to recognize your own shortcomings, not to dismiss you. Your foundational skills are remarkably solid, and your awareness is commendable. With further refinement, you could undoubtedly secure a place within the team, Zhang Lin remarked with a smile. Countless crimson claw marks coalesced in the air. As thousands of these scratches materialized, they suddenly surged forth, launching themselves toward Gung Tianle in unison with the preceding blades of wind. Instantly, the entire realm was enveloped in a bloody hue, as if time itself had come to a standstill before Gung Tianle. Only an expanse of red claw shadows rushed toward him. "Shall we stretch a bit?" Teacher Luo inquired with a cheerful smile, gazing at Lu Feiyu. He was exceedingly pleased with the student, though it was apparent that his own abilities had significantly waned compared to Lu Feiyu's. Even when Lu Feiyu was at level 8, he had already surpassed Teacher Luo by a considerable margin. Yi Zhou hesitated somewhat, as he was not usually one to do so. Yet, he pondered the reasons why the princess of Pingnan sought him out. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he unconsciously grew anxious. When Xie Su heard the question, he found himself at a loss for how to respond. He had not anticipated that the prince would fail to recognize his elder sister. Given that the prince did not recognize her, should he speak the truth or remain silent? Lin Tong, who uttered this phrase today, could never have envisioned that in the future, Jiwei would stand at heights unimaginable to countless others. "Mom, Dad, let me show you. This is the Wei I often talk about," Lin Tong exclaimed, pride radiating from her every feature as she held Jiwei by the hand. Fearing the sharp retorts of Gu Qianyu, the elder chose to avoid her entirely, leaving Gu Qianyu in a state of bemusement. After all, today marked the first day of their marriage, a day meant for expressing gratitude to Mona and their parents. Mr. Jiang was taken aback, and upon observing Jiu's agitated demeanor, he couldn't help but wonder whether he might pose any harm to this Miss Su. Such meticulous needlework could indeed be quite grueling on the eyes, and given that Aunt Lee's family could scarcely afford candles, she would have to stitch in the dark beneath the moonlight, which would surely strain her eyesight over time, rendering her unable to see clearly now. At the very moment the elevator doors closed, Shen Xinqing, who had been standing still, suddenly crumpled into Shu Hui's embrace. Ling Nuan. In stark contrast to those who had long been entrenched in the entertainment industry like mere actors, exhibited a level of focus that was incomparable, particularly in matters of strategy and interpersonal relations, making her a formidable adversary indeed. Chapter 71. Chen Xiaoer, a unique blossom. Song Yu unconsciously directed her gaze downward towards Ning Yunyan. Ning Yunyan's expression darkened as he instinctively crossed his legs, exclaiming, "What are you staring at? Keep looking, and I shall gouge out your eyes." Yun Xiaoxiao, too, was flushed with embarrassment, her mind swirling with rather suggestive images. Su Zhihan remained blissfully unaware that her words had rendered everyone uncomfortable. Her game was nearing defeat, and she was frantically engaged in a desperate last stand. "Oh dear, I am doomed," she exclaimed, her fingers dancing over the controls, nearly frantic with anxiety. She had perished multiple times in this game. And why was this level proving so insurmountable? Upon setting down her phone, she noticed that everyone was staring at her. "Why are you all looking at me? Is there something on my face?" Strange and curious, Just moments ago we were engaged in conversation, and now not a word is uttered. Su Zhihan activated the selfie mode to capture her reflection, still radiating unparalleled beauty. At this moment, Song Yu felt a profound admiration for her. Remaining so composed after uttering such words is not a trait possessed by the ordinary. Yun Xiaoxiao was on the verge of reminding her of her earlier statement when Ning Yunyan swiftly restrained her, signaling with his eyes for her to remain silent. What has transpired is in the past and does not warrant revisiting. Such trivialities are hardly elegant. The birthday banquet is sure to be lively. Su Zhihan and Song Yu had previously attended another birthday celebration in their former world. That event was quite spirited, though the family in question has since fallen into decline. One can only hope that Chairman Chen is a reasonable individual, refraining from introducing potential matches or promoting his offspring as third parties during the festivities. Chairman Chen holds a significant position in the business realm, with many gathered around him, engaging in conversations centered on his presence. Upon entering, Ning Yunyan and Song Yu exchanged greetings, and Chairman Chen was exceptionally amiable towards them. He didn't attempt to introduce any matches, conversing with them like an ordinary elder. Meanwhile, Yun Xiaoxiao remained closely at Su Zhihan's side throughout the event. Is that not Secretary Su and Miss Yun? It has been quite some time. Chen Xiu approached with a smile, appearing genuinely as if they were old friends. In her memories, Su Zhihan recalled the young master. Isn't that young Master Xiu? It has indeed been quite some time since their last encounter. It appears that this time, young Master Xiu is earnest about his romantic pursuits. I believe you've been with your girlfriend for nearly a year now. It is high time you consider settling down and establishing a family. Upon hearing Su Zhihan's words, the young lady's expression instantly fell. Chen Xiu's demeanor also became somewhat stiff. The previous relationship had ended, and this was his new girlfriend. A new girlfriend, indeed. Su Zhihan scrutinized the young woman closely, noting that she bore an uncanny resemblance to the former one. Standing beside Su Zhihan, Yun Xiaoxiao felt a strange familiarity with Chen Xiu, as if she had encountered him somewhere before, though she promptly dismissed the thought of him. Chen Xiu harbored a strong dislike for Su Zhihan. He had once contemplated bringing her into his circle, but her demands were utterly overwhelming. She sought wealth, status, and an array of unreasonable conditions. It was as if she was inviting him to work under her rather than the other way around. Ning Yunyan was indeed no ordinary individual, for he seemed able to withstand her. Upon seeing Chen Xiu, Song Yu could not resist the impulse to touch his floral suit. Young Master Xiu remains a standout indeed.
That suit is rather appealing.
In a sea of individuals, he is the sole butterfly, truly a unique presence. Chen Xiu forced a strained smile and brushed Song Yu's hand away, striving to forge a conversation with them. Meanwhile, his group of rascally friends had already made arrangements for the delivery of drinks. They simply failed to notice that the male attendant, amidst the multitude of voices present, could not discern to whom the wine was to be delivered. He only caught a mention of young Master Chen Xiu. Deliver it to young Master Chen Xiu, he thought. Surely, he had not misheard. As the wine approached, Chen Xiu, following the unspoken cue from the server, casually took a cup for himself and feigned nonchalance as he handed another to Ning Yunyan. This wine was purchased at great expense by my father. I trust you will savor it well. Should it suit your palate, I shall arrange for a few bottles to take with you later. Chen Xiu smiled broadly and downed his drink in one gulp. In the spirit of courtesy, Ning Yunyan and the others took a sip as well. Su Zhihan held a glass of liquid that appeared identical to the others, yet in reality, it contained apple cider vinegar. After witnessing the others consume their wine, Chen Xiu revealed a mysterious smile and excused himself from the gathering. Observing his flamboyant demeanor, Su Zhihan shook her head and remarked, "What manner of upbringing has shaped Chen Xiu? Neither Chairman Chen nor his wife possess such a character. Has he undergone a genetic mutation?" All eyes were fixed upon the young man. Chen Xiu felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his body ablaze with heat and itchiness. He had chosen a fitted suit for the sake of appearance, yet now his foggy mind struggled to loosen its grip, compelling him to squirm uncomfortably. Before long, he began to emit strange sounds, his expression one of intoxication. The onlookers were rendered speechless. Chairman Chen's countenance darkened significantly, and upon regaining his composure, He promptly instructed someone to pull this wayward youth down from his state of revelry. Once the crowd regained their composure, they quickly found excuses akin to Su Zhihan's.
Haha.
Chen Xiao is truly filial, entertaining his parents in such a manner. This level of devotion is rare among ordinary folk. Indeed, Chairman Chen, do not blame the child. Filial piety is a virtue. Everyone chimed in with flattering remarks, yet each harbored their own thoughts. Who could possibly have drugged someone else's son at another's banquet? Such malice is beyond comprehension. Ning Yinyan and Song Yu directed their gaze towards Su Zhihan. Perceiving their scrutiny, Su Zhihan widened her eyes in protest. What are you staring at me for? This has nothing to do with me. I have been right here beside you the whole time. Moreover, am I the sort of person capable of such a deed? I am a respectable individual. Mind you. Ning Yinyan and Song Yu exchanged glances, silently affirming that she indeed was. Yun Xiaoxiao, slower on the uptake, was completely stunned by Chen Xiu's display. Is this how high society banquets typically unfold? This is truly extraordinary. Chapter 72. The daughter with a swollen face from her father's wrath, crying like a charging port. Chen Xiu's few companions were now rendered speechless by fear. How could it be that Chen Xiu had consumed that drink? One person, in a panic, exclaimed, "What do we do?" Once Chen Xiao regains consciousness, he will undoubtedly hold us accountable. Another feigned calmness, stating, "This incident is of little concern to us. It was the server who mistakenly delivered the drink. We shall simply shift the blame onto him." The last individual began searching the venue for the server. However, among the multitude of individuals present, they failed to accurately recall the appearance of the young man. By this time, he had long since fled, merely substituting for a friend to fulfill a shift. Unexpectedly, he found himself embroiled in such a predicament, unable to offend the affluent young heirs, thus compelled to comply with their demands. Now that trouble had arisen, his only recourse was to escape. After all, those privileged young men were unaware of his identity, and he had not disclosed his friend's name. Having secured the payment sufficed. Meanwhile, Mr. Chen had to soothe the guests after his son's incident. Chen Xiu had already been taken to the hospital, where tests were being conducted to determine if he had been drugged. Once Mr. Chen concocted an excuse to leave, the atmosphere at the scene became tumultuous, with everyone discussing the recent events. Su Zhihan was genuinely perplexed as to why Ning Yunyan and Song Yujian believed she could commit such an act. She was a law-abiding citizen. How could she possibly engage in criminal behavior? Administering drugs to another posed a risk of severe allergic reactions, potentially leading to fatalities. How could she be perceived as someone lacking discernment? She was now a commercial elite, surely capable of considering such implications. "Who are you all friends with?" she exclaimed. "Your distrust has truly wounded me. In the future, should any issues arise, do not expect my assistance." It was profoundly disheartening. She had devoted herself to her work, only to be so grievously misunderstood. Song Yu, touching his nose, quietly remarked, "We cannot entirely fault our suspicions. It seems plausible that you could indeed perpetrate such an act. However, we misjudged you, and for that we apologize. I will make amends." After speaking, he nudged his cousin, urging him to express his thoughts as well. Ning Yunyan let out a gentle sigh, wondering if he could do away with this cousin who seemed to easily waver in loyalty. Yun Xiaoxiao was utterly dazzled by the scene. She realized that the wealthy could be just as gossipy, and their expressions while discussing others were rather amusing. The facade of elegance and sophistication was merely a disguise. In that moment, her illusions about the nobility of the affluent shattered completely. Previously, she had believed the wealthy to be inherently dignified, always looking down upon others, but now, she saw them for what they truly were, and felt that her anxiousness prior to the gathering had been in vain. Su Zhihan casually picked up a drink and remarked, "There is nothing particularly noble about them. We are all human after all. How high can one's nobility truly ascend? When it comes to lineage, that's the realm of pets. I told you that your worries were unfounded. Now, let's enjoy ourselves. It's a rare occasion to attend a banquet, so let us relax and have a good time. Any issues that arise with the hosts are their concern, unrelated to the guests who were present at the banquet. As long as they didn't administer anything harmful to that young lady, it's all good." Not long after being rushed to the hospital, Chen Xiu'er regained consciousness. relieved to find that he had only taken a sip. However, his low tolerance to medication rendered him particularly sensitive to such substances, leading to his exaggerated reaction. Upon waking, he was met with the stinging slap from his father. Chairman Chen was well aware of his son's shortcomings. Who would take the trouble to harm him at the Chen family's banquet? It was not as if anyone was truly foolish. This is undoubtedly the consequence of the ineptitude of this wretched individual, who has ultimately fallen into his own trap. Chen Xiao, caressing his swollen face, wore an expression of utter grievance. Despite his dire situation, he still faced further violence. He was left to ponder whether he truly belonged to this world. The pain radiating from his face made him fear for his very appearance. A sudden anxiety washed over him, prompting him to retrieve a small mirror from his pocket. Seeing this, Chen Dong delivered yet another slap, exclaiming, "What is there to admire in that face of yours? Did you not hear me? I am addressing you." The other side of Chen Xiao's face, already marred, now required both hands to shield it. "Woe is me! You strike me. Not content with that, you inflict further blows. Am I not your own flesh and blood?" In his lament, Chen Xiao bemoaned his fate, attributing his misfortune to Ning Yunyan. Had it not been for him, how could I have possibly consumed that drugged wine? His sobs were nothing short of tragic, a torrent of tears and snot cascading down his swollen cheeks, rendering him both pitiable and comical. Chen Dong's lips twitched slightly as he cleared his throat, turning his head away and closing his eyes. He could not bear to look. If he did, he would surely betray his amusement. The symmetry of the swelling on the boy's face, coupled with the matching handprints, was absurdly comical. His mouth, contorted from crying, resembled a charging port, eliciting an uncontrollable urge to laugh. Taking a deep breath, Chen Dong suppressed his amusement and exasperation, striving to maintain a stern expression as he remarked, "You mentioned Ning Yunyan. Does this imply that you attempted to scheme against him, only to find yourself ensnared in another's trap?" Chen Xiao's weeping abruptly ceased, and he bit his lip, lowering his head in a display of grievance. Upon witnessing this pitiable sight, Chairman Chen realized that his words had struck a chord. He jabbed a finger at Chen Xiao's brow, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, "What is it that you find so intolerable about others? Why do you persist in opposing them? Fortunately, you are my son. Had you not been, you would have long been dealt with by them. You have utterly tarnished my reputation, and now we owe them yet another favor." Thankfully, they did not take the bait. Otherwise, our families would likely have been at odds. After decades of maintaining our relationship, how tragic it would be to see it ruptured. As for this unfortunate son, he deserves every bit of it. Chairman Chen forcefully poked Chen Xiao's swollen face, prompting a yelp of pain.
Ouch.
"It hurts. I realize my mistakes. I will no longer target Ning Yunyan," Chen Xiao pleaded. Chairman Chen scoffed, "I doubt your empty promises. It's fortunate you didn't contemplate poisoning him. Otherwise, you would be in grave peril now. Take these few days to recuperate. Once you have recovered, I shall accompany you to the Ning family to apologize. You had better exhibit a decent attitude. Otherwise, I shall show you what I am capable of." He raised his fist, which resembled a sandbag, causing Chen Xiao to gasp in fright. In his youth, Chairman Chen was quite formidable. For several days, Chen Xiao obediently remained in the hospital, only daring to venture out once the swelling on his face subsided. The first order of business upon his release was to confront his wayward friends. "Where do you think you're running off to? Come, I shall take you to apologize to others. If they do not forgive you, then I shall have no use for you either." This declaration from Chairman Chen instantly rendered Xiaoer's expression uncontrollable. Faced with her father's icy and merciless demeanor, Chen Xiaoer promptly adopted a more compliant attitude. Those who understand the times are indeed wise. Submitting before one's own father is not a disgrace. In contrast, yielding to Ning Yunyan, having already endured enough humiliation, was of little consequence. The father and son duo proceeded directly to Ning Yunyan's company. Upon learning of their arrival, Ning Yunyan's first instinct was to glance at Su Zhihan, exclaiming, "It's over. Your drugging scheme has been uncovered." Su Zhihan, with an impassive expression, retrieved a bag containing an unidentified powdered substance from her pocket and poured it into his water cup before him, stating, "Do you believe I could poison you right now?" Watching his water transform into a milky hue, Ning Yunyan quietly closed his mouth. Surely, this cup was no longer usable. He could not bear to part with it, as it had been gifted by Xiao Xiao. With elders arriving, Ning Yunyan felt compelled to personally attend to them. As the two parties met, Chen Xiaoer was unceremoniously pushed forward by his father, nearly collapsing in the process. Ning Yunyan and Su Zhihan instinctively took a significant step back, avoiding the overwhelming display of respect. Goodness! Young Master Chen is so meticulous in his etiquette, remarked Su Zhihan. Though this gesture seems rather excessive, it is hard to reciprocate. At her words, Chen Xiao's face flushed crimson. Ning Yunyan shot Su Zhihan a glare before warmly greeting Chairman Chen. Chairman Chen, how delightful to see you. I wish you had notified me of your visit in advance, so I could have prepared accordingly. If my reception falls short, I hope you won't think less of me. There is no need for such grand gestures. I simply brought my son here to apologize. He has committed a wrongdoing and wishes to seek your forgiveness. Chairman Chen gazed at this junior with increasing satisfaction, thinking how wonderful it would be if this individual were part of his family. A plea for forgiveness for a mistake? What sort of transgression could it be? Ning Yunyan and Su Zhihan were both left utterly perplexed. Their lives had been quite serene lately, with smooth work and comfortable living, and no one had come to disturb their peace. Chen Xiao reluctantly began his apology. I am sorry. At my father's banquet, I slipped a drug into the wine. Although I ended up drinking that very cup, what I did was indeed wrong, and I ask for your forgiveness. His weak and lackluster tone caused Chairman Chen to furrow his brow in discontent. He delivered a swift kick to the young man's rear, admonishing him to speak louder and with more sincerity. Did you not eat breakfast this morning? You usually have plenty of energy when singing those ridiculous songs with your friends. Taking a deep breath, Chen Xiao shouted, I am sorry. I was in the wrong. I made a mistake, and I ask for your forgiveness. Ning Yunyan and Su Zhihan maintained their stoic expressions, yet questions began to swirl in their minds. So, Ning Yunyan inadvertently evaded a scheme? How fortunate. It appeared that Chen Xiao's temper was rather volatile. Standing directly opposite him, Ning Yunyan held his breath, almost wishing to close his eyes. I have forgiven you. However, I implore you not to engage in such actions in the future. Administering drugs to others is a criminal offense, and should this news spread, not only will you face repercussions, but Chairman Chen will also be implicated by your actions. At your age, you ought to comprehend the gravity of your choices. Chairman Chen is a person of high integrity, and although Chen Xiaoer is a wealthy second-generation individual who revels in indulgence and ostentation, she has not committed any heinous acts or engaged in malevolent behavior. Her penchant for revelry and boasting is rather trivial in the context of her privileged background. Su Zhihan has been assigned by Ning Yunyan to attend to him. Observing the formidable presence and exceptional attire of Su Zhihan, one might mistakenly perceive her as a business owner. Chen Xiao posed a question that piqued her curiosity. Your secretary Su Zhihan, correct? Why do you hold such a prominent position within the Ning Corporation? I have heard that Ning Yunyan occasionally heeds your counsel. Do you possess some leverage over him? If such leverage exists, that would indeed be fortuitous. Chen Xiao mused, already contemplating how to exploit Ning Yunyan's potential vulnerability. Su Zhihan shook her head, proclaiming no. My esteemed position here is solely a result of my exceptional professional capabilities. I not only manage work-related tasks but also assist him with his romantic dilemmas and can discern various schemes to provide him with strategic advice. I can confidently assert that every suggestion I have offered him has led to success. For instance, regarding your intent to administer drugs to Mr. Ning. Were he to be adversarial with your family and entrust this matter to me, you would do well to live in constant trepidation. You, the 74th. I merely desire a conventional proposal venue. What are you up to? Surely, you haven't stirred up trouble again, have you? This was the first time Mr. Chen encountered her so docile, leading him to suspect that his son had indeed caused a debacle. No. Father, can't you trust me just a little? Chen Xiao immediately retorted. As for causing trouble, he was now profoundly regretting his scheming against Ning Yunyan. What if Ning Yunyan held a grudge and truly set this woman upon him? The more he pondered, the more fear enveloped him. Chen Xiao raised his hand in a solemn vow, declaring that this time he genuinely intended to mend his ways. Observing his obedient son, Mr. Chen found himself perplexed. What had transpired during his solitary excursion? Nevertheless, he did not take his son S words seriously. He was well aware of his son's character, which was impulsive at best. Today he might express remorse, but in a few days, he would likely forget. If one were to strike him, he would only feel a fleeting pain, and once healed, the memory would vanish. Ning Yunya instructed Su Zhihan to escort the father and son duo out. Chen Xiu maintained a considerable distance from Su Zhihan, even avoiding her gaze. Mr. Chen sighed deeply within, lamenting, with such shifty eyes, how could I have produced a son like this? Su Zhihan merely curled her lip, casually remarking, what could possibly happen? I simply engaged him in a pleasant conversation and took the opportunity to discuss the repercussions of his actions against me. Rest assured, he shall no longer target you. I have indeed alleviated one of your troubles, as per our usual arrangement. Ning Yunyan. I suspect you might be blinded by greed. It was not long before Chen Xiu dealt with his unscrupulous acquaintances. Truly, ignorance was bliss. Upon investigation, the revelations were shocking. These scoundrels had been committing misdeeds in his name, nearly creating a scandal of monumental proportions. He was an upright individual who, aside from a penchant for amusement, had never engaged in any illicit activities. Yet, unbeknownst to him, he had been unjustly burdened with their transgressions. Fortunately, Su Zhihan did not intend to pursue him. Otherwise, there would be no need for her intervention. This group of miscreants could have ensnared him entirely. Chairman Chen observed as Chen Xiu confronted his dubious companions. He was aware of his son's activities, but the youth of today. Chapter 75. Song Yu was robbed. Has it truly come to a proposal so swiftly? Has she been in this world for that long? Su Zhihan felt somewhat bewildered. Nevertheless, she was quite willing to accept this task. Fear not. I shall take care of it. The proposal venue must be arranged in accordance with the preferences of the lady. I will discreetly gather information to ensure a delightful surprise for you. Observing Su Zhihan's unwavering confidence, Ning Yunyan felt a twinge of unease. With you around, I have no concerns about the hotel incurring losses, Zhou Mingxian declared with great pride. He may often appear emotionally detached, even possessing a heart of stone. Yet this time he is overwhelmed with guilt and compassion for Luo Lingxian. Ning Zhong's initial intention in coming to the heavenly domain was to utilize the ancient imperial decree of the Great Xia, leveraging the power of the Great Xia dynasty to aid him in traversing the Two Worlds Mountain in search of the demon crystal. However, he unexpectedly found himself embroiled in a struggle for imperial power. What are you doing, Brother Outrage? The royal's impatience reached a boiling point as he hastily slid down the sheer cliff. The two black dragons, formed by the black dragon Xianjin mace, roared as they descended. Should they strike with the mace's immense power, even Zhao Jingshan would face inevitable defeat. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, they turned to find Yi already seated upon the bed, unabashedly assisting Nanzhouyi to sit up, and, astonishingly, beginning to unfasten his garments. It was not until Lu Shaoxi and his entourage had departed that the members of the Lu family could finally exhale, their faces pale with relief as they slumped into their chairs, utterly drained. More content is loading. Please wait. You may go, Langia said, coldly, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the cave entrance. The forces swiftly assembled their machinery, aiming their firearms at the fire ant beast, and with the press of a button, the projectile was launched. Yet, as soldiers, obeying orders is their solemn duty. Regardless of their reluctance, they must comply. In this moment, however, regret washed over them. In the face of overwhelming power and pressure, the orders from the Han family felt akin to a death warrant. Having slept excessively during the day, they now found themselves achingly fatigued, yet utterly unable to succumb to slumber beneath the harsh light of the bedroom. What shall we do next, President? Should we proceed? Yin Hao's gaze fell upon Jean Lufeng. Call out again, and I shall silence you and cast you aside. Xiang Tianba was not one to make empty threats. His demeanor suggested he was indeed prepared to act upon his words. This man, clearly reluctant, insisted on feigning indifference, which was rather endearing. And I, Yexin, a court official, mingling with a leader of a nefarious sect from the martial world, seemed rather inappropriate upon reflection. Clad in a dusty camouflaged uniform, he stood tall and robust, his skin a sun-kissed bronze, a testament to years spent under the harsh rays. His features were not strikingly delicate, yet possessed a handsome ruggedness, with well-defined facial contours that exuded a sense of health and vitality. Shui Jing gradually comprehended the simple rules. When the deity was present, they were to adhere to decorum. This included refraining from frivolity or inappropriate remarks in such gatherings, ideally maintaining the same restrained demeanor as when she first encountered him. The man's rationality was starkly ruthless. He continued, no longer gazing at that individual. In the realm of discourse, only through heightened cultivation could one engage meaningfully. Otherwise, what was to be said? One cannot speak of ice to a summer insect, which has never experienced the grandeur of winter's chill. Chapter 76. The Second World concludes. Su Zhihan remarked, "Remember to bring money when you seek me in the next world." Although she sensed her impending departure, she was uncertain of the exact moment it would occur. Song Yu felt utterly drained by her presence. No money left, no money left. Even the landlord's family is impoverished. All my pocket money has been squandered on you. Song Yu truly felt like a fool, and yet, it appeared he was rather content in his folly. The essence of sharing fortune and bearing difficulties together resonates profoundly. The following day, upon arriving at school, Zheng Ku procured the list of judges for the 10 Talents competition from Ji Guaningning. However, he now confronted a formidable adversary, one who had dominated the City of Embers in mere months. Jian Shizhou exhibited an unwavering spirit of battle, leaving one to ponder the unpredictable events that might unfold. The two exchanged a knowing glance, subtly observing Jin Yi, whose attention was captivated by El Su. They discreetly retreated a couple of steps, and with a swift movement, they concealed themselves within the roadside thicket and hastily summoned their allies. The carriage before them was evidently no ordinary conveyance, likely possessing numerous remarkable capabilities. To their astonishment, Lu Mu seemed entirely unfazed, allowing the menacing and enigmatic 3-headed wolves beside him to dismantle it completely. I had ventured inside briefly, without delving too deeply, and indeed, there was a considerable quantity of obsidian. Wu Ying described the approximate amount he had observed. As they entered Shangyun Mountain, the surroundings were enveloped in swirling mist, interspersed with wafts of medicinal fragrance that permeated the air, providing an exquisite sensation with each breath, akin to a gentle warmth enveloping the body, far superior to the living conditions of the lowly disciples at the foot of the mountain. The time for discourse soon arrived. Pu Yongjing secured the doors and windows, ensuring that no eavesdropper lurked nearby, before sitting down face-to-face with Lin Ling, recounting his observations and experiences in detail. After concluding his words, Chu Yu prepared to depart alongside El Jinyu, who in turn offered a slight nod to the towering monk, signifying their farewell. As more content loads, a moment arrives when his communicator emits a sound, and the virtual projection of the cat immortal materializes before Xiaoping. Although the crossbow barrage appears quite formidable, evading this initial onslaught grants a brief window of 5 to 10 minutes to launch a counterattack. During the battle at Banquan County, the early phase of the Lushan conflict exploited this very weakness of the crossbows, allowing Ulung to be encircled within the Sun County. Regardless of physical prowess, weaponry, or morale, deploying excessive force under advantageous circumstances would be tantamount to bullying. Passers-by, drawn into the live stream, found themselves captivated by Guyu's beauty, flooding the comments with praises of her stunning appearance. In Xiao Yihan's eyes, Zhang Zhe represented a blemish in her life, as he had marred the entirety of her youthful splendor. As a father, it remains uncertain whether the old clan leader would betray Songzan. However, as a son, whether Songzan would betray the clan leader is a matter shrouded in ambiguity. Although Guyu's visage had been witnessed through the camera in recent days, it was only upon closer inspection that one could appreciate her flawless complexion, nearly perfect facial structure, and impeccably proportioned features. Fang Zhengqing gathered the tablecloth, directing it towards Wang Pe. This was no ordinary cloth, for it had been inscribed with symbols by Fang Zhengqing. After introducing Li Chenghu and the others, Yi Tian instructed the newcomers to don their wristbands, marking the moment they too would strive within this world. Observing the flustered crowd, Yi Tian felt a sense of helplessness, uncertain of how many would survive this return. Upon seeing the man adorned with golden ornaments, the words of Mu Yuanhan echoed in her mind, compelling Lung Hanqing to suppress her anger with great effort. Du Mu Shi did not feel ecstatic. The pain from her whip wounds served as a constant reminder. What is there to be joyful about? You are still afflicted by a deadly poison. Every part of my body aches, old injuries and new afflictions assailing me simultaneously. The impact against my back seems to have reopened the wound on my shoulder, while blood surges uncontrollably within my lungs. At this moment, I feel akin to a marionette whose strings have been severed, truly preferring death over this existence. Chapter 77. The Third World. The male lead's fiancée. Awakening in this new realm, Su Zhihan found herself on the verge of uttering curses. In the previous two worlds, although she was merely a supporting character, she had managed to maintain a semblance of control over her relationship with the male lead. Yet in this world, she is the male lead's fiancée. How absurd! Is not a fiancé the epitome of a malicious supporting character? How am I to navigate this predicament? Su Zhihan lay upon her opulent bed, unleashing a flurry of frustrations. Furthermore, the male and female leads are equally perplexing. The male lead, despite having a fiancé, develops feelings for the female lead. How utterly confounding. At that moment, the city god, along with the deputy captain and MOU, collectively gasped, their expressions laden with caution. Our gaze converged upon Ku Yen, and then we heard a resounding crash as Ku Yen collided with the massive steel ring. Meanwhile, at the training base of the Rose team, 5 young women had yet to remove their VR headsets. Although they remained immersed in the virtual realm, an aura of profound sorrow enveloped them, invoking a sense of pity. For the next few days, focus on recuperating here. Before you venture outside, be sure to notify me, she said, leaving those words hanging in the air before turning on her heel and exiting. The man adorned with arm tattoos possesses a formidable strength classified as high silver. Under the constraints of his diminished power, he wielded his hammer with nearly all the might he could muster at that moment. However, Zhang Nuenkyu is indeed strikingly beautiful. Her figure and features of exceptional quality, rivaling even Jiang Longhuan in allure. As more content unfolds, please hold on. The exterior is a steely gray, reminiscent of a colossal serpent. Aside from leeches, there exists another creature that embodies this characteristic. We have recognized your potential. Why not render yourself powerless? The Celestial Master remarked with a cold smirk. At this juncture, other students from the magical disciplines arrived in the realm of the necromancers, where they often witnessed clusters of ethereal blue flames representing lost souls. Li Zhensheng, a name as unremarkable as his ordinary occupation, epitomizes the essence of mediocrity. Although this was Sale's second visit to Valhalla City, he remained awestruck by the imposing fortifications. The streets within bore no extravagant embellishments. Nearly all structures in Valhalla were dominated by shades of black, gray, and white, exuding an austere solemnity akin to a sword stripped of its ornamentation. Just in time, Suzie caught old Li as he collapsed, gently laying him on the ground and invoking the power of holy light to heal the wounds upon his body. Though the Cloudwater sword is indeed precious, it is suitable only for those who have diligently practiced swordsmanship, and its materials, while not the finest, render its price exceedingly high. She possesses a tall and slender physique, resembling the golden ratio, adorned in a light blue short-sleeve top and a black, ultra-short skirt paired with nude thigh-high stockings. Her long legs accentuate the flawless connection between the two garments, presenting an exquisite vision, a veritable gift from the heavens. In the eyes of the world, animation espouses goodness. Evil is relegated to the role of the villain, who either undergoes redemption or meets their demise. James's words are not without foundation. The number of warriors on the continent of Max is exponentially greater than that of mages. The reasons for this stark disparity are manifold, yet 2 primary causes stand out. Now, as we approach the imminent eruption of the Fourth Celestial War, the situation grows increasingly dire. The ancient continent no longer boasts supreme powerhouses. Once deemed insignificant by the ancient relics and the limitless gaze, the supreme beings from other realms have now become invincible entities. Even when injured, he cannot bear to witness Nangong Yulua in pain. He shoulders all blame upon himself, willing to sacrifice his life for her safety, having cast aside all other concerns. For this matter is of utmost importance. Chapter 78. Jin Yan. I have truly sacrificed so much to dissolve this engagement. Zhang Xiaoyan sat atop an ox cart. With Kai at the reins, the cart laden with local specialties gifted by villagers for the teachers. Due to the use of a powerful spell, he survived. But during the retreat for revival, he was directly launched into the air by the seasoned driver, unable to activate his blink in time before meeting an untimely end. Shortly after Feng Jire took her seat, numerous doctors arrived, dispersing around the vicinity. Unexpectedly, Guan Daming and several other esteemed doctors from various hospitals were among them. However, such tasks are generally a series of interconnected steps, and any mislink could lead to the failure of the entire endeavor. Therefore, regardless of the circumstances, they can only proceed steadily forward. Upon hearing the village chief's words, the police officer finally realized it was them. Looking left and right, he found no sign of Bai Chen. As Barbara pondered this curious situation, Galinia suddenly spoke up, her harmless smile radiating brilliantly. Lin Fan was taken aback, feeling as though he was being jested with. After all, he was already retired. Had it not been for the call to serve his country, he would not have returned. Yet now he was being told he was once again retired. Chui Feng felt an inexplicable tremor in his heart, a wave of guilt washing over him. If this creature were to confront him, he could without hesitation seize these treasures and eliminate the threat without a shred of remorse. The grass rustled slightly, and in a place beyond their sight, a massive figure was slowly writhing. Unbeknownst to them, a crisis awaited just ahead. Fractured bones were grotesquely pressed outward, a harrowing sight. This tremendous force was enigmatic. Once ensnared by its grip, even one's very soul could not escape. The crevice in the rock gradually widened in their eyes, and a beam of white light enveloped them as they smoothly slid out from the riverbed. With a soft chuckle, Chen Yi slowly shifted his body closer to Lu Li, realizing that in his excitement, he had overlooked this girl. She had sacrificed so much for him, and he owed her a great deal. He could only repay her with the remainder of his life. Sang Rua treaded carefully over the scattered corpses of the eye creatures, who, sensing imminent danger, began to retreat slowly at the sound of her footsteps. At that moment, Xiaolin was inexplicably exhilarated. This notion, this course of action, had never even crossed her mind, let alone been executed. Yet, could it be that the various types of flames were similar in nature? Was it possible for different elements to amalgamate? Sang Rua recalled a remark made by the youth earlier. If a newcomer fell asleep during the welcome ceremony, they would encounter him. Suddenly, an earthquake struck again. Although it was not as violent as the previous one, those airborne could distinctly observe a portion of land on the northeastern horizon of the godforsaken realm abruptly vanish. The army continued its march for several days until they reached Peicheng. Lu Zhang personally greeted Liu Bei outside the city with a host of officials. Liu Bei then ordered the army to encamp outside the city while he went to meet Lu Zhang. The two spoke of their brotherly bond until nightfall, after which Liu Bei returned. Very well, let us reconnect. I shall take my leave now. He Guang waved to the three and departed alone. Xue Fengyi, intrigued by his words, contemplated asking a question, only to notice the great tiger beginning to descend. Ahead, a waterfall emerged, accompanied by a thunderous roar. The Medicine King's manor had always disregarded such superficial titles. His only concern was that Lin Tian might have offended the Divine Clan, which could lead to trouble. If Lin Tian's identity were revealed, the Divine Clan might exercise some caution. Since Lin Tian showed no fear, he had little to say on the matter. Regarding this, Wu Tian felt no trepidation. He possessed unwavering confidence in his ability to conquer his foes, but could he triumph over fate itself? The proximity of danger is not for me to dictate. Even if I am not in peril at this moment, should it compel me to strip in the streets, I would prefer to perish. Xian lamented. Lei Hao, how are we to account to the Jia family? Jia Fan softly inquired, suppressing the black blade in Lei Hao's hand. Before long, a horde of menacing skeletal warriors erupted from the barriers surrounding the Grand Hall. Guangyuan Mountain, a sprawling range stretching for tens of thousands of miles, serves as a significant secret realm for the Pure Land sect, shrouded in layers of intricate formations that conceal a space teeming with abundant spiritual herbs and trees, along with various spiritual beasts and insects. As guardians of the mortal realm, they find themselves seated atop a restless volcano, poised for eruption. No. The true entry into the secret realm will indeed occur in a few months. However, Assessments are required beforehand, Chen Yu emphasized to Chongqing. Isn't he resting in his chamber? Lin Yu just received a guest, and as the ship has already set sail, he is accompanying them to the banquet hall. In Luchuan, the Qian Kuan Ding suppresses all, posing no immediate issues. However, in the distant realms that Luchuan overlooks, those ominous creatures are far less fortunate. As he spoke, the elder swayed unsteadily, nearly falling, and Luo Ran hurriedly grasped his arm, causing a sharp pain to ripple through his wrist and chest. That would make me appear foolish, and I would not witness your captivating, entranced demeanor. Though these words remained unspoken, and Ming completed the final character and sent the message. Chapter 79. Su Zhihan, though impaired, possesses a keen mind in her unwavering dedication to Jin Yan. Su Zhihan truly showcased her lifetime of acting prowess. Ultimately, she succeeded in persuading Jin's parents that their son was indeed of a different orientation. Jin Yan sat quietly beside her, observing her performance. Perhaps because his previous encounters with Su Zhihan had been so limited that he remained unaware of her true capabilities. Lu Xia, feeling defeated, released him and slumped into a chair. She had believed she could forget her third uncle and embark on a new chapter of her life, yet she was mistaken. Without her uncle, she found it challenging to grasp the very essence of existence. Luo.
Yeah.
Yen Luo gestured with his hands, forming peculiar signs before his chest, as his deep voice reverberated softly from his lips. Within the dense forest, there lay an expansive clearing, measuring several hundred feet across, clearly marked by signs of human intervention. The sounds of a grand battle emanated from this very spot. Feng San was naturally skeptical of these tales circulating in the martial world, for he had witnessed with his own eyes the golden-haired elder abducting Xiong Ti. If that were the case, how could Xiong Ti roam freely, taking the lives of martial artists? The explanation given by the elder Bai at that time was that he was cultivating within the stone wall, completely undisturbed by others, which aided Li Hai in solidifying his sudden ascension to the pinnacle of a lower martial saint overnight. However, from Bai Lao's somewhat evasive gaze, Li Hai discerned that the reasoning provided was far from the actual truth. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words and perceiving the dismissive attitude of the other party, Mr. Lei was instantly filled with rage. Loading more content. Please hold on. It seems we have underestimated the power present here. Perhaps it is a force worthy of our absorption. Observing Kuan Yi departing with the token, Kuan Hong murmured. Although the three individuals at the forefront were already quite close to the mountain summit, likely surpassing 8,500 meters, they now appeared to lack the strength to continue. Despite the close relationship that once existed between Wang Peng and her, both were acutely aware that their connection had always been one of mutual exploitation, save for a fleeting moment of infatuation at the beginning. Upon hearing this, the obedient Duan Yu dared not approach nor disturb, and upon receiving the command, swiftly transformed back into his original form as a colossal eagle. Within 5 minutes, 2 more high-ranking lords were shattered, leaving only 2 cores scattered on the ground. Even before we commenced our actions, was someone unable to contain themselves?
Ai Ming murmured,
Glancing towards the direction of the gunfire. In the frigid whirlwind akin to a blade, the massive forms of Ralph and Clark were violently splattered with crimson, sent hurtling away. Pushing open the laboratory door, Gaojin took a stroll inside and soon found Bruce, who was engrossed in his experiments.
Behold, the baby grasped a severed head.
Lifted his hand, and with a swift motion, sent it soaring through the air in an elegant arc, the head following suit with remarkable precision. He exerted considerable strength, causing the head to trace a grand parabola before landing atop the roof. Chapter 80. Snacking on sunflower seeds with the male protagonist. A handful of seeds to win over a person. Upon exiting the Jin residence, Jin Yan's gaze towards Su Zhihan had transformed entirely. Yet every time Su Zhihan cast a glance in his direction, he would swiftly divert his gaze, leading to a peculiar interplay between the two. A dance of dodging and peeking that exuded an almost enchanting charm. Initially, Su Zhihan resolved to ignore him, but soon she could no longer endure the absurdity. If you wish to look at me, do so openly and without pretense. Why must you be so furtive and lecherous? Lecherous? Jin Yan pointed at himself, his mouth agape, struggling to articulate a response. He never anticipated that he possessed the capacity to pilfer from others, particularly the sensory delight of taste. If, at that moment, someone were to observe the vast abyss beneath the sand dunes through a telescope, they would witness a colossal crimson sculpture slowly ascending. Madness. This old fool has completely lost his senses. Such a thought surged within the mind of the Japanese officer, causing his legs to tremble in fear. No longer daring to defy orders, he hastily responded with respect, "Yes, sir. I shall convey the orders immediately." With that, he scurried away in a flurry. Even though Xiao Cheng surmised their identities were those of hired mercenaries, he refrained from specifying particular strategic objectives. The complexity of Olympiad mathematics does not typically stem from advanced theoretical constructs. After all, it is designed for middle school students. Merely engaging in advanced education would be devoid of purpose. The essence lies in the realm of thought processes. And the training of such cognitive skills is precisely the significance of studying Olympiad mathematics. Suddenly, his body was enveloped by another's embrace. Prior to this moment, Elder Yun had been entirely oblivious. In an instant, even with his commendable composure, his heart tightened uncontrollably. As for the Golden Cicada King, it was summoned forth by Elder Yun in an instant, shielding his exterior with its protective presence. This fusion resembles a transfer of resources from one area to another. Although it fills the gaps, it slightly diminishes the overall strength of the tower. Concurrently, a surge of searing and tumultuous energy suddenly manifests within his body. As the narrative unfolds, Zhang Bin descends into a frenzied slaughter, leaving countless avian monstrosities in his wake, reduced to mere fragments. When confronting such individuals, one must strike with ferocity, instilling fear and submission. Otherwise, the repercussions could be dire. Oh, had my mentality been as commendable as that of Zhimeng Li Yun, perhaps I wouldn't have erred in the final question regarding stock trading and finance. Now, having faced yet another setback in this week's imperial examination, how can I boast of my past prowess in the court assessments? Although Su Junhua harbors numerous thoughts in his heart, sympathizing with Feng Chengcheng and Huang Mengting, he refrains from confronting Heezy directly in the meeting, regardless of her rightness or wrongness. He must uphold her authority in front of all employees. Shu Hunhua, despite not requiring such devices, comprehends the dialogue between the elder and Mayor Sarah. However, to convey his consciousness effectively to the elder, he still relies on translation or intelligent voice translation technology. Meanwhile, Aya seizes the opportunity when Bai Yi diverts his gaze, her right hand, clad in a black glove, clenched into a fist over her chest, as if she is resolved to take decisive action, stepping closer to Bai Yi. In his eyes, President Harding on stage is merely a beautifully crafted, eloquent figurehead. The Dominators Guild recognized the issues at hand, compelling a reformation that gradually adjusted the atmosphere, ultimately culminating in the establishment of the most formidable guild in Qinglong City. With merely a hint of regulation, they wielded the strength of an early-stage 7th tier. One could only wonder about the true power of the Three Cleans. This piqued his curiosity profoundly. Su Junhua felt a fiery pang in his stomach and realized, with a sinking heart, that even as a doctor dedicated to healing, he had succumbed to poison, and there was still Elena awaiting treatment. It was truly a lamentable waste for such a vibrant life to be extinguished. Mr. Wang recalled that fateful night when the fishing vessel they were aboard encountered a hurricane, capsizing and plunging him and the bandits into the sea. Mr. Wang was certain that during this ordeal, his head had sustained a violent impact. Chapter 81. Songyu. Be silent. What great villain. Jean Yen found her words somewhat perplexing. Su Zhihan retrieved her phone to search for information, as one would typically find data on such significant figures online. However, after an exhaustive search, she discovered no information regarding Songyu. Only a blank photo and an English name, which translated to Joseon. Su Zhihan pushed her phone towards Jean Yen, stating that the internet suggested he was your greatest rival. Yet there was no further detail. Although Su by feigned indifference, his actions were gradually inching him closer to the crystal. You. The elderly matriarch of the Su family could not tolerate such remarks, her blood boiling, and her tongue ran rampant. She monitored his movements in real time, and it appeared he was unaware that his superiors had assigned a bodyguard to accompany him deep into the mountains. Mr. Carroll, in a fit of rage, bellowed at them, his arms flailing wildly, resembling a creature ready to devour. It is no wonder that these individuals can survive in the desert. An ordinary person would inevitably succumb to the desolation, ultimately becoming a lifeless corpse. It is evident that Yun Ishan harbors no benevolent intentions in seeking to accept Su Bai as a disciple of the sacred Heavenly Martial Academy. They brandish their lethal claws, roaring with raised heads, exuding a formidable aura of murderous intent directed at the ethereal figure. The Warner Divine clan specializes in elemental magic, with most of their spells exhibiting immense offensive power, precisely the aspect that white magic lacks. In truth, substantial fund transfers typically require a prior appointment at the bank. One cannot simply initiate a transfer at will. However, Gu Huai consistently claims he can do so without reservation. Yu Qingru slowly descended, sitting cross-legged, yet Lin Yu remained cautious, particularly considering her identity. During their time in the Butterfly Valley, he had gained a general understanding of the 5 major sects. The founders of these sects could be regarded as the named disciples of the Way of Spontaneity, and Yu Qingru is the matriarch of the Spirit Mountain, a figure with a history spanning over 2 millennia. Baimonda recognized the leader, Lu Jiao's Bordeaux, who was a few years his senior and also a centurion. In the blink of an eye, an expansive net converged from all directions, enveloping the area like a celestial snare, ensuring that not a single bird managed to escape. When Qin Yang eventually ascends to the position of High God and achieves the pinnacle of godhood, the consequent divine retribution is likely to be of similar magnitude. The water balloons relentlessly pounded against Pingqi's chest, causing his shirt to succumb to the force of the assault, shattering into numerous pieces that fell to the ground. As the 3rd floor of the restaurant was entirely designated for the staff's dormitory, everyone, including Xiao Yi, was spared the necessity of finding external accommodation. Except for the night watchman, all others, weary from a day of toil, gradually drifted into slumber. She felt a twinge of regret. The firefly scorpion was a rarity in the Central Plains. Had it not been for the records in the tomes of Xiongwu City, she would have remained oblivious to the characteristics of this scorpion. Pantuzzi opened his mouth, intending to intervene, but before he could voice his thoughts, Du Li and Hu Zhou had already pried open the lid of a stone coffin. Jianchen recalled that on the day he had been submerged and lost consciousness due to the sudden influx of water in the secret passage, it was this middle-aged man who had rescued him and brought him to a nearby mountain summit. Mo Chen suddenly remembered a patient from long ago who had once inadvertently remarked to him that true tycoons achieved their first fortune not through conventional means. Qin Yong listened intently to Lu Shi's narration, his murky old eyes gradually reddening, and his body trembled more violently, not out of anger towards Lu Shi, but from an ever-growing sense of dread and panic rising from within. Chapter 82. I'll treat, you settle the bill. Song Yu fell silent for a few seconds after being shouted at. However, it was merely a fleeting moment. Moments later, he turned to Su Zhihan and inquired, is he really that ill-tempered? Has his relationship with his girlfriend encountered turbulence? Su Zhihan glanced at the ominous figure of Jin Yan, shrouded in dark energy, and pulled Song Yu closer, whispering in a voice that was not particularly discreet, you've hit a nerve. He hasn't even managed to win over his girlfriend yet. Song Yu suddenly realized the implication. Following a significant financial loss, the betting company, after compensating an amount of 150 billion, was compelled to pay out an additional 300 billion star coins. Extending a finger, Song Zheng dabbed at some blood, and upon rubbing it between his fingers, he confirmed its viscosity and temperature, substantiating his conclusion that the bloodstains had indeed been freshly left behind. The heavy, a companion mineral of the Kuan-Yin soil, indicated that if a considerable quantity existed in this area, it would validate the presence of Kuan-Yin soil as well. Now, as Guz will meticulously search the vicinity, should he fail to find it, it would imply the absence of Kuan-Yin soil, allowing them to retreat swiftly without engaging in a protracted confrontation with the humanoid demon tree. Jing Jing approached with quickened steps, bombarding me with incessant inquiries. She even took hold of me, inspecting me thoroughly from head to toe. No matter how much I insisted that I was fine, she remained unconvinced, needing to conduct her own examination before believing me. Was this the reason she resorted to such potent sedatives at night? Merely to fend off that bone-chilling cold? If they had not cleared the area, it would undoubtedly be linked to the skeletal soldiers. The dead deer could not possibly manage its own blood, by Xian remarked. More content is loading. Please wait. The old man warmly invited us into his home and engaged in idle chatter. Seizing the opportunity, I surveyed the interior, which was quite similar to the Qingsong family's abode, both being constructed from mud and tiles. Upon exiting the residence of Qingsong in the village, I found myself surrounded not by towering buildings, but by humble adobe houses. Could this truly be the realm of Wugong? According to legend, such a state is reserved for divine beings. It is astonishing to realize that even a disciple from Zhen Mo Peak has managed to reach this level. An exceedingly aged figure rose, tears of joy brimming in their eyes. Lu Yu raised no objections. After receiving a subtle cue from Long Zhen, he suddenly charged forth, launching a surprise attack on Wanli Shui, who was already engaged in battle. A stone, seemingly from nowhere, struck Su Mama on the arm, causing her unbearable pain, leading her to release her grip and cry out in agony. The Yi family had hoped to leverage the Mo family for an advantageous business venture. But with the current circumstances, their plans had been irrevocably thwarted. Regardless of the formidable individuals present here, I am eager to witness their prowess. What say you, Brother Wang? A smirk played upon Bu Qianfan's lips, seemingly unperturbed by Gu Qingyuan's remarks. This time, Lu Yu's selection fell upon the Tiansheng sect, instantly provoking mockery and schadenfreude from Zhao Yunnan, Luo Zhenyu, Qing Lin, Lei Dianzi, and Yinju Li. This is precisely the rationale behind the initial paths taken by national enterprises. It is a matter of necessity. They possess the best resources readily available. While one cannot simply shut oneself away to innovate, even if one eventually catches up to their peak offerings, by the time that occurs, they will have already progressed significantly ahead, leaving one trailing in their wake. Their academic pursuits are methodical and systematic, as it is only natural. For someone like Tian Liang, attending school is akin to wrestling with fate itself, striving to alter his destiny, which explains his relentless dedication to his studies. By his second year, he had already passed the 4th level and is presently tackling the 6th. Chapter 83. I do not covet his person. But his wealth. Shen Si entered Jin Yan's office holding a document. Jin Yan lifted his gaze, initially intending to reprimand the intruder, but upon recognizing Shen Si, his expression softened instantly. Shen Si, what brings you here? Have they tasked you with another duty? He was well aware of the personalities of those under his command. Although they were capable, each possessed a distinctive character. While Shen Si was not lacking in ability, his experience paled in comparison to that of the others. Had he been like Chu Yan, eliminating all of Shilong's subordinates first and storming in with a firearm, the scope for negotiation would have been considerably broader. Moreover, Shilong would have lost both leverage and bargaining power, transforming the encounter into a virtually assured victory. It seemed that the trend of exchanging information had become prevalent, with messages flowing back and forth incessantly. Upon arriving in Luoyang, everything appeared novel, even the armor and weapons sent by Liu Yan, which Gao Fei found striking. The craftsmanship and appearance surpassed those of the ordinary Han army by countless measures. After all, they were the elite guards of the imperial palace, tasked with upholding the dignity of the royal family. I feel that neither of you is considering Yu Xie's condition. Come, Yu Xie, have some of this. It aids digestion, said Guli's father, as he pushed a rather unusual dish toward Lu Yuxie. Xing Fei sat at the center of this inky space, utterly detached from the surrounding world. In truth, he was indifferent to the current state of the exterior realm. Jiang Qing observed his figure vanish around the corner of the staircase before gently closing the door, which emitted a soft click. Hey, brother, I'm tied up here, so I've sent Hui Mei to pick you up. You can trust her completely, came a Fei's voice from the phone. Early in the morning, the alarm that Su Shi had set blared insistently. The sun in winter was reluctant to rise, and the sky remained shrouded in darkness. Deng Meiji also responded to the ringing, rising to turn on the lights in the guest room. The icy rain had a vast impact. Employing this emotional technique could effectively push the Snow Moon's front line forward significantly. Once the contact area expanded, those archers and mages would naturally be unable to withstand the iron hooves of Snow Moon. More content loading. Please wait. Something was amiss. While daylight could produce light due to the sun, it was now night. Why was there still brightness? Lu Yuexia felt an unsettling strangeness emanating from that mirror. Zhai Xiao realized that the stone wall door had been altered by Zhai Yuan and shouted, "Father, why have you done this?" This marked the first time Zhai Xiao expressed anger towards someone he had always obeyed. Zhai Yuan's dynasty, in terms of territory, was several dozen times larger than the wilderness, with a population that far exceeded that of the foreign tribes. Qin Yi, filled with fury, raised his hand and struck Wen Rinqiue, leaving him momentarily speechless. Zhao Zhihua was the focal point. Therefore, she hardly needed to serve herself, as her bowl was always filled with dishes, eventually piling up to a considerable height. Having spoken, she departed. This time, Ji Suez had resolved to enter the Black Dragon's secret realm and participate in the Black Dragon contest. In the presence of Andrew, he typically dared only to flatter, refraining from uttering even a mildly unpleasant remark. "Sienna, are you still planning to study at Harvard?" Yang Nen whispered warmly into her ear, his breath caressing her skin. "Sienna is so beautiful." Observing the rosy blush on her delicate face, Han Luoluo couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. "All right, you may shout as you please, but what about my sister and me? We're still a bit off from reaching the stage you envision."
Vignisikit.
By the way, I recall a certain Takeda Chuanza, an Olympic champion in karate, whom I sent to the hospital with one kick. He has yet to recover. Lynn Ruoffing gazed at the group with a playful smile. Chapter 84. The notion of returning to a life of work is utterly fanciful. Listening to the so-called advice relayed by Zhihan, Jin Yen felt an overwhelming resistance. Not only was he unable to express affection for his girlfriend publicly, but he also had to continue pretending to favor men in front of his parents. As a staunch heterosexual, he wondered if she grasped the absurdity of her suggestions. "I am certainly aware of what I am saying," Su Zhihan earnestly explained, "but is it not for the stability of your relationship in the future? Then let us eagerly anticipate that moment's arrival." And Ai Yuan responded with a knowing smile, playing along. Gongsun Rilan's expression was far from pleasant. It was evident that she sensed something amiss. The more anxious and flustered Li Xiqing became, the more it indicated Lin Mushua's significance in his heart. Thus, the chances of her escaping with the hostage grew ever larger. "I cannot say whether my master approves of someone like me, but I am certain he would not favor a mere mortal such as you. Moreover, it is particularly repugnant to encounter such exceedingly vulgar and grotesque members of the Gu family." Mo Qingye regarded her with an expression akin to that of one observing a piece of filth. It is precisely for this reason that the St. Deland Empire University has managed to catch up with the previously unrivaled Nambe Star University, now competing alongside the tattered rafts of that institution. I calculated that her transition from infancy to childhood should normally take 3 to 5 years, with a growth rate comparable to that of humans. Lingling counted on her fingers. "More content is loading. Please hold on." Lan Feng lowered his eyelids, and no one noticed the way his narrowed eyes darted about. Ahem, ahem, ahem. Su Xiao wished to argue further, but the courtyard was interrupted by the urgent cough of old Su. Humans and artificial intelligence are fundamentally different. Many artificial intelligences surpass my age yet remain vibrant, with some never having altered their psychological age. It would be troublesome if one were to fall at this moment. We are still in the midst of dimension switching. Should we lose the aid of flight, escape would become impossible. Indeed, this is a captivating slaughter, and the bloodthirsty are unlikely to overlook such a feast, their inner desires for carnage already bubbling to the surface. Very well, very well, very well. Luca rested a hand on Andrew's shoulder, glancing around as though sensing that such a topic was inappropriate for the setting. As for Old 8, he had initially intended to request support from the old man, but considering the latter's recent foul mood and disapproving glances, he decided against it. Perhaps he would wait until the old man felt more amiable. Denying artificial intelligence a virtual space is akin to depriving fish of water. In such circumstances, the independent development and establishment of personality for artificial intelligence will undoubtedly be exceedingly slow, if not entirely ineffective. The cultivation of mental prowess? Heaven knows how arduous it is. Only those of advanced elemental mastery can project their mental energy outward and leave a lasting, indelible mark on objects. I refuse to believe it. I refuse to believe it. Once more, the youth with thieving eyes felt the veins on his forehead throb as he roared in frustration. unable to endure the sensation of being trampled upon. Just moments before, he had been brimming with pride, only to have his dreams shattered in an instant, an experience most unpleasant. Chapter 85. Dreaming of Jin Yan's marriage. Due to a temporary disfigurement, Song Yu took several days off work. Even when he had to venture outside, he donned a pair of sunglasses, leaving his employees to speculate about their boss's condition. Although he had previously exhibited a rather sullen and arrogant demeanor, he had never been arrogant enough to wear sunglasses indoors. Why had his temperament improved while simultaneously acquiring this peculiar habit? The whispers among the company staff eventually reached Song Yu. Upon learning the details of the situation, Sun Se fell into an unusual silence, a stillness that felt ominous, reminiscent of the calm before an impending storm. No one could predict the consequences of his eventual outburst. Only then would the true nature of the situation be revealed. Sun Jian swiftly rolled over, raising his hand to strike. His treasured blade collided with the long spear, causing Sun Jian to be hurled backward, tumbling 4 or 5 times before he finally came to a halt. Jia Zheng opened his mouth to speak, but before he could utter a word, he saw Fong Bai's foot descending upon him, striking his face once more. A sharper, more piercing scream echoed simultaneously, its impact and penetrating power likely exceeding that of even 1,000,000 bulls, resounding like a clap of thunder, deafening and profound. The mountain path was rugged and treacherous, with rocky pits and crevices. Fortunately, it was the dead of winter, or else fierce beasts would pose a significant threat to travelers. In these times, certain predators are exceedingly ferocious. It is said that not only ordinary individuals, but even masters of internal martial arts have fallen victim to their attacks. Thus, merchant caravans typically avoid mountain trails in favor of well-trodden routes. Moreover, should there be individuals in Britannia who share this sentiment, they too would find support. Observing the glinting daggers in the hands of the two men, Yu Shuang instinctively let out a scream and clutched Lu Yifei's arm tightly. The crowd gasped at the formidable capabilities of the Hongmeng Starry Sky Sacred Palace, soon overtaken by boundless excitement and ecstasy. The atmosphere became charged with an eerie and malevolent aura, akin to ancient demons of immense stature. The officers and soldiers emerging from the Gavadon were still clad in the military garb of the Guion Principality era. Lin Yun ambled forth from behind the artificial mountain, his body untouched by blood, walking leisurely to the pavilion. The following day, I trudged into the classroom, burdened by fatigue, and, as usual, made my way to my seat, relishing this rare moment of tranquility. Lin Desheng contemplated placing the silver down. Had it not been for the remaining utility of the Lin family, he would have impatiently kicked it aside long ago. Complying, he turned away, revealing the innermost wall of the apparatus, which was a pearlescent white, flickering with a blue light that interconnected and activated. It was now operational. In the morning, when Xiao prepared water for Qiwan's face, she noticed others pointing and whispering about her. Initially, Xiao paid little heed, but as the murmurs grew louder, her attention was inevitably drawn. At that moment, Qiwan lay in a deep slumber on the bed. Due to an injury to her back, she could not lie flat and was forced to rest on her stomach, a position that rendered her sleep restless, her brow tightly furrowed. They harbored an almost obstinate hostility and wariness towards these outsiders, a malicious sentiment that was increasingly magnified in this shrouded environment. The searing flames within the cold cave vaporized into thick mist, transforming the entire cavern into an ethereal wonderland. Even the typically composed scientists and elites of Huaxia could not help but cheer for the super mecha. A classic text? What text? What chaotic deeds had she committed? Jin Yan regarded Su Zhihan with skepticism. In his eyes, Su Zhihan was not one to act without self-interest. Could she truly possess such benevolence? Jin Yan cut straight to the chase. Speak. What is it that you desire this time? Su Zhihan was quite displeased with his demeanor. What kind of attitude was this? Wasn't she acting out of goodwill? Though their interactions had been limited, the Tang family naturally appreciated someone capable of maintaining their position. There was a profound sense that they were not of the same caliber, and if mishandled, there could be peril. Lin Buzheng gritted his teeth, resolutely deciding to disregard everything else. Even in the face of the imminent assault from the Soul Demon sect, he was determined to seize these two enchanting sisters, to ravage them thoroughly, and to witness their complete blossoming. Here, Lynn felt no need to unleash his celestial perception, as he could already hear countless howls of despair, terror, and anguish, voices akin to wailing phantoms, reminiscent of the roars of wild beasts. Yet, in Lin Bujing's memory, there was no information regarding the 10,000 God sect, leaving him uncertain whether it was his own ignorance, or if this man was merely boasting. As they stepped out together, Xiao Jin made a phone call to Xiao Junhua. Moments later, the young master of the Xiao family dashed out, his head adorned with numerous lipstick marks, his shirt hastily tucked in, with one corner still protruding. Thus, regardless of whether he agreed or disagreed, it was a difficult choice for Tang Yuchen, one that would inflict great pain upon him. However, for days had already passed, and she still had not made an appearance. What could this mean? Could it be that since Su Zhihan had already encountered Tang Yuchen, there was no longer any necessity for her to show herself in this vicinity? At that moment, a beast man approached to report that a multitude of humans had gathered outside, poised to invade. With no vehicles on the highway, Yog-Sothoth was free to disregard traffic regulations, and the jeep's speed soared to its maximum capacity. The shockwaves produced were beyond imagination, as if the entire ocean had erupted, conjuring towering waves. Without further ado, Beihan Lai began his preparations, retrieving an array of items from his storage bag. Subsequently, he began to manipulate these objects, and under Zhang Yang's watchful gaze, a rather intricate formation was meticulously arranged. Finally, he retrieved a spirit crystal from his heart. What are you doing? The master clearly harbored reservations about the individuals accompanying Meng Qing, as she did not perceive them as benevolent. Following this, Chun Peng also began to place his orders. After completing his selection, he handed the menu to Han Mengsha. Suddenly, the teleportation array erupted with a blinding radiance, and spatial fluctuations engulfed the entire area, accompanied by a fierce blade-like aura that soared skyward. Had death befallen them? Xia Machio hovered in midair, attentively sensing the essence within the white light. Particularly sensitive to blood energy, he found himself perceiving nothing, while the sea of blood had dissipated into nothingness after that recent strike. Regarding Zhang Yang, he did not harbor expectations that the fleeting sword light would lead to their downfall. After the sword light, he directed the tip of the Zixiao sword downward, embedding it into the void. Since you are aware of my past, I assume you are already acquainted with her. Yi Feng spoke calmly. Contemplating this, Luo Xiaodi's aura surged dramatically. His fist struck out like a barrage of cannon fire, piercing the air with explosive force, as if shattering the sound barrier in rapid succession. Chapter 86. A startling encounter surprised. Su Zhihan widened her eyes. Without parental interference, Jin Yan and Shenxi's relationship grew increasingly stable. Jin Yan displayed an ever-growing fondness for Shenxi, to the point where she sometimes felt they could no longer conceal their affection. Come sit here, Jin Yan said, pulling Shenxi onto his lap. He was becoming increasingly domineering and remarkably assertive in their relationship, often leaving Shenxi blushing furiously. Shenxi grasped Jin Yan's audacious hand. Her cheeks flushed as she exclaimed, "The sun is slowly descending." Dorn visited one family after another, returning the remains of their loved ones to their kin. As it was about to dip below the horizon, Dorn halted before a grand residence. The two were rendered speechless, pondering whether this elder named Kong Ming frequently engaged in such matters. Suddenly, a knock echoed, leaving Max momentarily stunned, contemplating who might visit at such an hour. With the clock nearing 6 in the evening, typically mealtime, how could he not feel hunger? The elder and Luo Huaqiu engaged in a battle that resembled Tai Chi. Luo Huaqiu's strikes were exceptionally fierce, evident from the scars adorning the elder's body. Perhaps Luo Huaqiu's ferocity had intimidated the elder, who continuously dodged and defended, showing no inclination to attack. The grandmother displayed a hint of jealousy, her temperament not easily placated. Her overly competitive nature only deepened her disdain for herself. After a moment of silence, Zhu Yunwen was the first to stir, placing his hand on his waist. Upon seeing this, the Wheel King's expression shifted slightly. Yet, he remained silent. More content is loading. Please wait. Moreover, spatial magic is perilous. A single misstep could result in death within the crevices of space. Amidst the elemental turbulence, even the most optimistic could not believe that Hei Zi and her companions had safely departed. However, Milim merely stated that she had come to offer a greeting. which provided Rimuru with a sense of relief. Since she was not here to exact vengeance on the pig-headed emperor, that was splendid news indeed. The sheer volume of magical essence released by Lim was enough to instill a sense of terror. As a jade bottle was opened, Huanyan shook her head. The aroma of dragon's saliva was uniquely captivating, and once uncorked, it would emanate an intoxicating fragrance. Xiao Shiwei lifted her gaze, her delicate lashes fluttering as her tranquil eyes fixated on Chu Shiji. After a moment, she lowered her eyes and nestled her face into his chest, subsequently wrapping her arms tightly around his waist. Concurrently, there were those among them who relished in the chaos, stirring up trouble. The Charm Leopard organization concealed itself in the northern underground, while Ningfuchen was currently positioned in the south, tasked with a thorough search across the entirety of Africa. The journey from here to the north would require some time. Jiang Xinyu offered a smile to the lovely concubine and casually settled beside her bed, attentively examining her. Jiang Xinyu mused, preparing for the emperor's arrival, perhaps? How amusing, for both she and the emperor are acutely aware of each other's ulterior motives. What is the point of pretense? Indeed, the Sand Ninja village had strengthened its vigilance over the Land of Wind, yet it was merely superficial. For the elite, such precautions held little significance. After all, those dispatched for surveillance were seldom jonin, thus rendering their efforts largely ineffective. Was it true? The lovely concubine understood that Nangong Tian was not jesting with her. Was she truly destined to become a person of no power, no favor, condemned to wither away in the palace for the rest of her days? This sensation is not akin to the thrill derived from pain experienced by a masochist, but rather resembles the gentle touch of a massage. Indeed, the pressure feels akin to that of a soothing massage, rather than an act of violence. Chapter 87. My son, you must refrain from wielding your authority indiscriminately, for retribution shall follow. Upon receiving this news, Shen Si was unexpectedly calm. She had long contemplated that if she were to be with Jin Yan, such situations were inevitable. While her daily life may have been somewhat careless, she was far from foolish. Moreover, through her professional experiences, she had gained considerable insight and had encountered numerous grand occasions. Thus, she was confident that she would not falter, especially since Jin Yan had assured her that Su Zhihan would also be present and would assist her should any issues arise. Within Su Zhihan's being resided a core essence akin to that of celestial beings, a clash of divine realms. The 28 constellations waged battle against one another, ultimately granting Su Zhihan a moment of respite. As Lin Yi began to speak, Zinai interjected, suggesting that he forego the toxic oath and choose another. Hence, under the watchful gaze of others, Lin Yi found no opportunity to extricate himself from Zinai until dawn broke the following day. He had initially presumed he could swiftly vanquish Yi Hao, yet to his astonishment, Yi Hao possessed formidable strength, capable of engaging in a protracted battle, rendering Lin Yi unable to secure victory in a short span. The surroundings here indeed appeared rather rudimentary. If this displeases you, perhaps you would consider collaborating with me, and I shall teach you the art of investment, urged Qiao Yujia. 2 resplendent orbs of energy, reminiscent of crystal, floated forth, accompanied by numerous droplets that surged past like a torrent. To be precise, the primordial essence and the forces of yin and yang currently controlled by Chu Tian are incapable of exerting any influence over this dreary substance. The members of the Pingluan Hall, having unlocked their potential and awakened their talents, have swiftly mastered the Qianyuan Qingguang sword. More content is loading. Please hold on. Thus, on her very first day at work, Anjio entered the hospital clad in delicate pink, once again astonishing her colleagues. No. Is there anything I could possibly conceal from you? Though she spoke in such a manner, his appearance seemed even more peculiar, with his gaze wandering in a manner that felt rather unsettling. The Zhou family was left speechless. They had no knowledge of how Yuan Shuang had perished. Moreover, as a mother, who would believe that she could commit such grotesque acts, let alone indirectly cause Li Zheng's legs to be crippled? With a gentle pull, he floated upward, landing softly upon the rooftop. Sitting atop the roof, Yin Junfeng gazed into the distance, the light of the tower fading, now shrouded in moonlight, rendering the view somewhat indistinct. In silence, Yin Junfeng contemplated the heavens, harboring thoughts that remained unspoken. Of course, Wu had no objections. It was merely perplexing that Zhou had been so ill just days prior, yet had suddenly recovered. Lao Fong remarked, "Your handling of the situation has been commendable. Currently, the business climate is less than favorable, but it is imperative to address employee issues as a priority. Additionally, we must provide regulations regarding the company's medical expenses, clarifying the reasons for outstanding debts. If you can draft this now, we will take it away. It can be submitted to us tomorrow." At this moment, the two were taking their beloved son to the hospital. Gazing at her son, who had succumbed to sleep due to a high fever, and Yutong was overwhelmed with self-reproach, tears brimming in her eyes. The sight of him evoked profound sorrow in Qin Lung, who stood nearby. The earlier frustration from interrupted good fortune dissipated in that moment. She would never relinquish something so vital to Guanziqiu. Her earlier ruse was merely a feint to deceive that brutish man, hoping he would confront Guanziqiu while she seized the opportunity to escape. As Jiang Yi contemplated, the icy dragon suddenly launched an attack upon him, its towering form twisting and coiling, opening its maw to unleash its fury. Although they were all individuals of high social standing, typically indifferent to such matters, the mere mention of it prompted assistance. After all, who would dare jest at their expense, especially when the initiator possessed greater wealth than they? Yet, amidst the enveloping darkness, her voice seemed to be the only sound echoing, devoid of any glimmer of illumination. Chapter 89, Jin Yen and Song Yu are misunderstood by Jin Mu as having romantic entanglements. Moreover, there were countless individuals eager to curry favor with the Tali family, and he feared that even the slightest hint of danger could threaten Su Anning. Xiao Yun meticulously recounted the plot of the microfilm, even mimicking the dialogue of its characters with remarkable accuracy. The mountain climbing race's course was extensive, with numerous angles captured on camera. Currently, Gai Shun held the advantage. Although the competitors were closely matched, Su Anning remained unfazed, while Mu Zishi and Zhu Qin gaped in astonishment, each raising their thumbs in admiration. Deep within, Sherry felt a surge of triumph as she stepped forward, deftly maneuvering around Gu Beichen. She cast a glance around the room before turning her head towards the steaming tea table. Suddenly, Shen Shuangnian seized her phone, activated the camera, and aimed it at herself. Then, with a swift motion, she tugged at Jing Chen's collar, pulling him close, and kissed him amidst his bewildered gaze. "How shameless," Lu Menjing remarked, though in truth, on the very night they set off, Lu Yang had indeed reassured her that as long as Mulwani was present, she need not worry about her safety. Tang and snapped his fingers, causing his thumb to slice through his index finger, blood oozing out. With a flash of golden lightning connecting heaven and earth, his body rapidly transformed into that of a colossal armored giant. Yu Luo Bai wished to refrain from further explanation, simply stating, "Well, it's just that I paid for the meal. There's no need for all this fuss." He then strode towards the county town, leaving the bewildered crossbow knight behind. Simultaneously, his body remained unrestrained. After absorbing the formidable energy, he could continue to grow stronger through training. "What's wrong?" Wang Dong noticed something amiss with Hua Xuechuan and inquired with curiosity. Following her gaze, he was momentarily taken aback to see that the classmates in the classroom remained utterly still. Unharmed by the strike, Li Hexian erupted into laughter. Yet his eyes and face bore no trace of mirth. The chilling intent to kill made the atmosphere in the council chamber drop to sub-zero temperatures, leaving everyone shivering in fear. Humph! Zhang Chong let out a cold snort, startling the group of bodyguards, who quivered in response. Although they were skilled martial artists, the formidable reputation of the five great sects instilled a sense of trepidation among them at the sight of Zhang Chong's wrath. Before his words had fully dissipated, a dozen ethereal vessels surged forth, their engines roaring as they sped into the distance, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Furthermore, he was convinced that until the enigma of the Dragon Clan's disappearance over the millennia was unraveled, even if Lu Fei sought his demise, the Pishio would not acquiesce. Moreover, the Emperor had just remarked that he had aided him, thus he believed that his possessions would remain unscathed. Mistaken identity. Ling Jian Tong. Even if you were reduced to ashes, I would still recognize you. Why is it that today you accompany your family's madwoman to create a disturbance at our Ling residence? Ling Lin's haughty demeanor ignited a surge of frustration within Rui. She attempted to pull Ling Zhishuang away, Yet Ling Zhishuang seemed rooted to the spot, refusing to budge. The demon lord fixed his gaze on Long Aoleng, their eyes locking. Long Aoleng remained unflinching, betraying no hint of unease. Naturally, all of this was conjectured based on the current circumstances. The true state of affairs would require further inquiry with Lu Fei. More content loading. Please hold on. Do not lie there. Rise and allow me to inspect your injuries. Ling Jian Tong crouched beside him, gently lifting him up and meticulously examining the gaping wound. You are quite bold. The deep voice, laced with an imposing authority, rendered Zhao Ling breathless. Unexpectedly, the sound of the cold phoenix's zither, even from 100 paces away, intertwined with the whispers of the wind and the roar of the waves, resonated so vividly that Chu Tao could perceive it with striking clarity, despite not yet having laid eyes on its source. As Hai Rui approached the end of his life, when asked for his last words, he simply mentioned a debt of 5 coins owed to the Ministry of Revenue for firewood. After his passing, the emperor posthumously honored him with the title of loyalty and integrity, and during his funeral, the entire city's populace gathered to pay their respects. The young marshal remarked, "It is said that a poor crow should not be pursued. Moreover, there are still reinforcements for our cause in the southern territories. It may not be prudent." Qin Jingyuan urged, "Our Wang clan must not let our lineage extinguish. The ancestral regulations are sacred, and I implore everyone to uphold our vows." An elder, leaning on a cane, pleaded with a few individuals. In a haze of confusion, she felt a warm embrace envelop her, and soon, a familiar scent wafted into her nostrils. She murmured to herself, "Is this not the fragrance of Yi Qingxian?" Zhao Gan, unfazed, rummaged through his pocket and indeed produced a vibrant red invitation card, albeit inscribed with another's name. However, to Zhao Gan and the flight attendant's astonishment, the young man remained silent, staring blankly at the others, then opened his mouth, gesturing toward his throat, producing a sound only a mute could make. This person is utterly despicable, a true sinner of the Ming dynasty. Zhao Wu exclaimed with indignation towards Yu Shilong. Upon arriving at Lingjia's residence, she fled in a panic, as if fearing some ill intent from him. Earlier, on his way, he had learned from 2 police officers that Yan Shi was still in the hospital. "You really dared to tell Aunt Yi," he scolded, glaring fiercely at Su Liang, filled with fury. He believed his sister was merely jesting and dismissed her threats entirely. Umo was most familiar with the black bear and naturally chose to accompany it, for at least the bear would heed his counsel and suggestions. He was also curious to ascertain the extent of the prowess possessed by the voluptuous Taoist priestess of this mysterious Taoist temple and to uncover her extraordinary abilities. Meanwhile, Gu Linyang, who had been chattering away and alternating between laughter and tears, gazed at him with a grin that was almost exuberant, dancing with joy. Is there truly such a method in the world? How is it that we have neither heard nor seen anything like this? The high priest was the first to inquire. Chapter 90. The turmoil of love and hatred between Jin Yan and Song Yu in Madame Jin's heart. Jin Yan also wished to distance himself from Song Yu. After all, they had been mortal enemies, locked in fierce rivalry. He could not fathom why Song Yu had previously been so antagonistic towards him. While competition in business is commonplace, Song Yu's hostility had transcended mere commercial rivalry. Each time they fortuitously encountered one another, Song Yu's gaze seemed intent on his destruction. Yet now, Jin Yan cast a glance at the grinning Song Yu beside him, who was displaying an almost foolish delight. Wu Qinghua and Gu Ji, accompanied by troops from the Xishan encampment and a portion of the city's clandestine informants, executed a coordinated assault, breaching the northern city gate and subsequently advancing towards the western gate, leaving no survivors. The overwhelming force of the blade's energy struck Qi Xian directly. However, despite the ferocity of the explosion, it was but a mere whisper in comparison to his current defensive prowess, merely sending his body hurtling through the air. A piercing shriek suddenly emanated from the Yuming sword, evidently having attained sentience, able to comprehend the words of Lu Ming. As power was now beyond reach, it would be wiser to seek a secondary option, preserving one's wealth and status, which was no small feat at that moment. He was outside, overwhelmed by the heart-stopping sounds, yet helplessly bound by the emperor's orders, anxiously waiting. Unexpectedly, A loud cry emanated from within the room, prompting him to hurriedly find someone to force open the door and rush inside. The onlookers were incredulous as they beheld the scene before them. Only upon hearing the pained cries of the Lady Nian did they come to their senses, scrambling to assist the Empress, yet hesitating due to her esteemed status. Their gazes wavering and their steps faltering. As he observed the dazzling maneuvers of his opponent's swordplay, Lu Fei let out a cold laugh, a glint of fierce determination flashing in his eyes. He paid no heed to the transformations of his adversary's flying sword. With a sudden, forceful thrust of his long knife, he struck with lightning speed from below to above. Upon hearing Liu Bang's willingness to mobilize the full strength of the nation to assist Zhao Xie, who was filled with trepidation and Handan, was momentarily overjoyed. He hastily ordered all levels of officials in Zhao to cooperate fully with the Han army's advance northward, instructing that all cities along the route should open their gates wide, allowing the Han troops to freely take provisions and weaponry. With the man's movements, the Tujia and Jin families laid down their weapons, collapsing onto the ground, breathless and exhausted. Fortunately, although the defensive barrier of the heavenly sword armor had shattered, it did not signify the complete loss of its protective capabilities. Under the moonlight, which had just emerged after the snowfall, two figures, one tall and one short, stood in the blanketed snow, exuding an aura of mystery. In an instant, one silhouette after another sprang forth, faces alight with excitement as they embraced the moonlight's embrace. Kudzu root, a common vegetable regularly consumed by the populace in the southern regions of the Central Plains, also possesses medicinal properties, being effective in expelling pathogens, reducing fever, quenching thirst, and alleviating diarrhea. Kudzu is, in fact, a wild edible herb that can be foraged along mountain trails. One merely needs to peel and chop it before simmering it in a pot to create a delightful soup. Li Erlong is well aware of this, and he certainly would not resort to physically harming He Daqiang, as doing so would serve him no benefit. His intention is merely to instill a sense of fear in He Daqiang, ensuring that he thinks twice before provoking him again. "Are you home? Come out." Qianfen found the number in his phone and sent the message. What are they planning to do? Long Etienne approached Chu Tiantian and inquired. The others could finally relax. Although the new commander at Yanmen Pass, a historically significant battlefield, sought to assemble the troops to assess their condition, it was unlikely to garner admiration. Yet no one would criticize this initiative. Chapter 91. The Reserved Jin Yan. Jin Yan's deliberate withdrawal hurt Songyu. Songyu looked at Su Zhihan, her face filled with grievance. It wasn't him who had committed the wrongdoing. Why should he bear the burden? It was merely a machine, programmed to oppose Jin Yan. What could be done? Su Zhihan waved like a little puppy, and Songyu approached, looking equally forlorn. If you two continue to cling to one another, Madame Jean will have to endure the pages of history being torn away one by one. The new year of 1981 arrived amidst the people's anticipation. On the streets of Shaqiao and Kowloon, Hong Kong, colorful silk threads danced in the wind, adorned with bright red lanterns hung by the nearby neighborhoods to celebrate the onset of the new year. The proximity to the water allows one to first enjoy the moonlight. Only by remaining in the capital, close to Weizhongxian, can one truly spread their wings. Should one venture beyond the city limits, their strength would find no outlet. Upon hearing these words, Wei Zhongxian inexplicably shuddered, his expression darkening considerably. His fear did not stem from the Donglin faction, but rather from the emperor himself. At this moment, the entire defensive line was thrown into disarray due to Robin's presence. An increasing number of rebel soldiers fell beneath the blade of Robin, instilling a sense of panic within the ranks of the insurrectionists. The recent aerial battle had reached the ears of Ishikawa Jiro, who realized that his side's aircraft had suffered devastating losses. He understood that this area would be dominated by the newly formed 6th Army's aircraft, free to operate. Lao He was profoundly moved, for he resided within Su Che's thoughts. He knew better than anyone that Su Che's words were devoid of pretense. Indeed, these were not mere utterances but the genuine sentiments of Su Che. Days later, Lu Dahu bid farewell to Eru and boarded a plane bound for Datong. Subsequently, Liao Hui led the selected officers to Luoyang, while Ji Yunfei initiated troop movements. You, a highly evolved human, surely are not rendered speechless? At that moment, The eternal tree emitted a scornful chuckle before speaking. In the suburban city, at the Turista Hotel, one could spot a familiar figure joyfully indulging at a corner table during midday. Beside Sarah's seat, Afina smiled as she skillfully cleared the empty bottles from the table, replacing them with fresh wine, her movements as adept as that of a seasoned bartender. Indeed, it cannot be denied that although the toil of a farmer is burdensome, it affords a certain freedom, unencumbered by oversight, as Chun Hao chuckled. Haha, that is truly splendid. Usopp exclaimed with delight upon hearing of delectable prospects. From your exchange, it is evident that you both are indisputably nefarious, sighed Veijai, who had been quietly listening to their dialogue. Ah Xing, you are truly remarkable. We seem to be mere novices in comparison, Natasha marveled. The gates of Yongqing City swung open, and 10,000 troops silently emerged, vanishing into the vastness of the night. The moon hung high in the sky, illuminating the expansive wilderness. The army ventured forth without the need for torches, the path clear before them. You, as a science fiction writer, are not lacking in talent. Should you not pen a martial arts tale? Idle Cloud remarked, redirecting the conversation towards the science fiction author. Chapter 92. Jin Yen and Song Yu dance elegantly. This young lady was not the last, as many others followed, yet each was dismissed by Song Yu in frustration. Observing those hopeful maidens arrive only to depart in indignation, Su Zhihan felt a twinge of sympathy for them. Moreover, she could not comprehend why Song Yu seemed to remember them all. With a resigned glance, Song Yu replied, I too wish to forget them, but who could blame me when my previous life was so drearily monotonous? Ultimately, it was the foreign land and the absence of familiar faces that had taken their toll. As for Lynn Jinxiu, had she gone for a run or merely a stroll? It appeared she was utterly unresponsive. This time, the encounter unfolded with surprising ease, leaving Ziyue's heart entwined with fear, astonishment, and a tinge of bewilderment. Song Wangchen found himself engulfed in darkness. A profound discomfort compelled him to hastily remove the silk cloth that obscured his eyes. As he attempted to open them, the faint light pierced through, forcing him to shut them once more. In a moment of astonishment, he instinctively raised a hand to shield himself from the brightness and cautiously reopened his eyes. Although Shoali felt a sense of reluctance, he recognized his lack of options and stumbled to his feet, unsteadily making his way towards the door. Li Zian absorbed the entirety of the memories belonging to this body. He was acutely aware of the original owner's extraordinary aptitude for music and dance, yet found their creative skills rather unremarkable. At that moment, his eyes blazed with fury. With a single stroke of his sword, he managed to force the beast to evade, yet cleave the ground, leaving a deep fissure in its wake. Thus, amidst the swirling dust, a battle for survival commenced between man and beast. Only those of the divine sect's master level could distill the laws of the divine sect within their own primordial realm. An immense power far beyond the reach of mere deities, especially when it pertained to such a lethal law, imbued with a shocking aura of death, brutal and merciless, almost certain to be fatal upon contact. More content is loading. Please hold on. Brother Qin, we are aware of this as well. We simply do not know if you possess any viable solutions. Yu Jun was the first to voice his inquiry. Having previously not acquired the spiritual treasure armor, he now felt uncertain about his ability to traverse this passage into the treasure's domain. Born into such illustrious lineage, it was inevitable that he would exhibit youthful arrogance. Coupled with the influence of Morong's second son and an exemplary elder brother overshadowing him, he gravitated towards a life of indulgence, becoming renowned as a dandy in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Then, at his feet, a white hemispherical barrier flickered before vanishing entirely. A piercing screech echoed as the beast, its claws flailing, plummeted from the sky. What could possibly account for the Qin family's ability to withstand the ravages of time without succumbing to the mindless hunger of the undead? Ultimately, it was Zhou Yi who intervened, assigning Li Ryu to accompany one of her capable subordinates. This not only alleviated fears of Zhang Chuanming's retaliation but also ensured the situation remained under control. Alas, this individual proved formidable. Even the Divine Dragon's protective formations struggled to subdue him. The monk Lu Fashi was taken aback, no longer able to maintain his composure upon the 7th-grade Lotus platform, unleashing a frantic roar.
Boom!
With a single strike, The bearded leader effortlessly shattered the menacing beam that had surged towards them. Some warriors from Cybertron nodded in recognition of Chun Yi's actions. While his technique lacked sophistication, the intent behind it was commendable. Zhao Lu furrowed his brow and nodded. This was not a matter to be taken lightly. If he were to persist down the left path and others pressed upon him, he could not simply follow their lead. Upon seeing the venerable Tian Lao behind Xiao Ran, those in front immediately displayed expressions of reverence, instinctively parting to clear a path for the two to proceed. Chapter 93. When Song Yusa met her parents, it was merely the parents of another. In that moment, clarity dawned upon her, and she comprehended how the Peacock King had cunningly concealed the dragon's head when designing the pagoda. Should anyone witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be astounded, for the sight before them was that of numerous bald heads, all belonging to monks, each a venerable master of their craft. Heath. My interpretation of Batman diverges significantly from all previous cinematic renditions. You might consider my insights before making a decision, Chris Nolan remarked, a smile gracing his lips, his eyes shimmering with confident fervor. Zhang Han was still in recovery when Sima Bing rushed toward him. Instinctively, he extended his hand and engaged in a palm strike with her. She softly spoke, her lips gradually descending to place a kiss upon my neck. At this, my body shuddered, and I hastily pushed her away, retreating a step and pressing tightly against the wall.
Hey, Magia.
Have you seen the class monitor? The round figure led Xiao Chuki through a series of twists and turns before finally halting before an academic building. Just as Mo Wuji stepped into the grand formation, Tai Yi also sprang into action, a radiant light erupting beneath his feet, forming a bridge, the Bridge of Oblivion. After Haoyang departed, Mijia gazed longingly in the direction he had vanished, yearning to forsake her status as a blood slave and dedicate her life to following him instead. Zhang Xiu boarded a vessel directly from the city of Chang'an. Following the riverways of Chang'an, he eventually entered the Weishui and then the Yellow River. While the group fared well as they navigated the waters of Weishui, the moment the grand ship entered the tumultuous currents of the Yellow River, both Jia Xiu and Hu Chair, true representatives of the northern folk, succumbed to nausea, clinging to the ship's railing while retching uncontrollably. In a sudden, empty lunge, the individual found themselves engulfed, entering the very eye of the abyssal beast. The Emperor of Humanity, with a glimmer of brilliance in his gaze, summoned the laws of time, exerting his utmost to suppress the temporal flow of this realm. In that fleeting moment, the entirety of space-time appeared to come to a standstill. Murong Ling could distinctly perceive that Li Huanqiue's movements had become exceedingly sluggish, while he himself, buoyed by the manipulation of time, moved with unparalleled fluidity. Blue Horse, decisive and relentless, struck down with a palm, unleashing a torrent of celestial might that obliterated Guofulong into a cloud of sanguine mist, his terrified and frenzied soul scattering in all directions. With a swift gesture, Blue Horse summoned a cerulean fire dragon that swept across the sky, incinerating all remnants of Guofulong's essence. His gaze remained fixated on the bronze sphere, beads of sweat accumulating upon his brow in an instant.
Fueng.
Eager to atone for his past misdeeds, upon hearing these words, was illuminated with a sense of joy, realizing that as long as there was something to negotiate, there was hope. Angelic, bowing his head, raised his thumb high in a gesture of complete submission, signaling his acquiescence. As one of the most well-informed individuals in the world, he was well aware of the implications behind the name Zodike. The two lifted their eyes, and upon beholding the scene in the heavens, their expressions were filled with dread. Shurxia observed the giant spirit king seated there, his eyes slightly narrowed, his gaze seemingly wandering into the void. Having spoken, he retreated to the side, his demeanor shifting to one of cold severity. Were it not for my loyalty to the palace master, I would have dealt with you long ago. As more content continues to load, please hold on. Xiang Meizi remained silent, yet Pinru was already aware of the situation. At that moment, he produced a blood-replenishing elixir, instantly reviving himself, and then fixed a fierce gaze upon Shurxia. Negu, in a state of urgency, addressed the few young men transformed from giant wolves standing before him, gesturing and speaking animatedly. However, the young men merely glanced at Tang Ke, showing no signs of concern. Moreover, he had only managed to reach the first contact, and given the current circumstances, it was evident that he could not negotiate without some form of connection. Once the serpent demon landed, it appeared utterly worn out, writhing several times before lifting its serpent head. It stared at Bai Mu for a moment, and suddenly let out a deafening roar, exhaling a vast cloud of white mist that swiftly spread in all directions. Trees that came into contact with this toxic fog wilted within mere moments. He found himself lost in thought, staring blankly at the string in his hand, while Bai Mu called out to him several times without eliciting any reaction. Jian Mingxiu had long been eager to act, suppressing the urge until now. The long sword traced an arc in the air, hurtling towards the black-robed ghost king, its golden light radiating brilliance, while the crimson blade emitted a blinding glare. The barbarian on the puppet beast felt the exhilarating rush as the puppet galloped beneath him, the wind whistling past his ears, igniting a sense of wonder that compelled him to engage in conversation. Brother Cha, there are certain matters I must convey to you.
Yang Fei Fan stated solemnly.
She sought to find something capable of suppressing the true dragon bloodline within her, intending to merge it at the moment when Chu Feng's bloodline first awakened, ensuring that the illusion of the 9 dragons would not manifest in the future, thus making her cultivation journey less likely to reveal her true nature. Dare to kick me? The young man, resolute yet battered, spat out a crimson stream of blood, his face paling as he declared, I shall exhaust your strength before indulging in this game. He was indeed a hero, though unbeknownst to anyone, perhaps even unto the day of their demise, his valor would remain unrecognized. Yang Wan, with a smile, turned to an Enong and remarked on their sorrow, their inevitable fate. No sooner had the words left her lips than a shadow flickered before her, followed by a sudden constriction around her neck and an overwhelming weight upon her shoulders, causing her body to involuntarily convulse in agony. With a grimace and eyes squinted in pain, she pointed at Yi Qingchuan, exclaiming her distress. Pavilion of the past found herself increasingly perplexed. As her gaze shifted towards the stealthy retreat of Hachia Iron, a brilliant light ignited in her eyes. Iron had become her target.
Zhao Xinchuan,
recognizing the futility of his own frustrations, could only offer a wry smile, realizing that his current discontent was utterly unwarranted. I acknowledge my mistakes. I beseech you for another chance, Zhou Qian implored fervently. I vow not to act so impulsively again. Lu Cixi regarded Yi Qingchuan with a mix of tranquility and turbulent emotion, shaking her head softly as she whispered, then let there be no gifts. All I truly desire is your blessing. This was the conviction of Yi Tianyu, who found solace in the peculiar bond with Wen Jing. As long as she refrained from employing her extraordinary abilities, he felt an absence of fear, for at the very least, Wen Jing posed no threat to his existence. He adeptly maneuvered around her without fearing any harm to her. A circle of golden ripples emanated from long ago, as if the surrounding metallic cosmic forces had suddenly responded, surging wildly toward him. Chapter 94. Mrs. Jin's Dominance at the Tea Party. Song Yu was pleasantly surprised to receive a red envelope. Did this signify that their grievances had truly dissipated? Otherwise, how could he possibly have sent him a red envelope? Following this banquet, Shenxi's identity had nearly been unveiled to others. Under the pressure from his parents, Jin Yan's interactions with Shenxi had become increasingly natural and intimate. Lin Shihao displayed a look of despair. Could Xia Shifeng really claim to be an alien? Would he assert that he had invested $1 billion to create a shocking horror film? Or perhaps a mere 1 yuan to produce a horror movie? However, due to the urgency of the situation, they refrained from further idle chatter, swiftly maneuvering their valvrave to leap forward, following Yamamoto Raizu toward the direction of Dorsha. At this juncture, if the old king still believed Su Xiao to be the original Iron Hand, he would have long since perished under the relentless assassinations from the undead clan. Just as the subordinates of King Jian faced a dilemma, suddenly, a conversation between Kai Dao and the 10th princess echoed from that direction. Dian insisted on leading the entire battalion of elite troops to accompany him. Kai Dao understood that he was acting under imperial orders. However, he had not anticipated such a large number of people, thus. The ship arranged by Kai Duobi was not particularly large, accommodating at most 30 to 40 individuals. As the radiance faded, the already open treasure chest dissipated into the air, revealing a heavy, smooth object that materialized in his hand. However, such actions would inevitably damage the fundamental rules of his essence, akin to inflicting 1,000 wounds upon oneself while attempting to vanquish 1,000 foes. Now, having secured an absolute advantage, the Beast Emperor certainly would not resort to such measures. To successfully resolve the task at hand and deliver the corpse to Iron Gourd would not only please his superiors and the Emperor, but also allow him to extricate himself from the quagmire of the Jinui, finding a promising patron, thus resulting in a truly joyous occasion for all. We can mobilize all of Lingdu's resources to seek the thorned crown within the dreamscape. We shall undoubtedly find it, Spring Rain declared with unwavering determination. Observing Mia Bin laboriously arranging gifts intended for his family in the trunk, Shui Mei tenderly wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling a pang of sympathy for him. What are you still dawdling here for? Hurry up and go wash up.
Su Zhihan budget impaciently.
Lynn couldn't help but find it quite absurd, the seemingly illustrious her family engaged in such sordid acts behind the scenes. Aside from the cabin, which retained some semblance of form, the remainder of the aircraft could only be described as shattered, since they stood on equal ground. Could Gao Yinghui perceive that statement while Zhou Zhiyu could not? Why do you keep staring at me? Jiang Ziong pressed, extinguishing a cigarette in the ashtray, his tone tinged with displeasure. The realms of the Spirit Master and the Grand Master are fundamentally distinct concepts. While both levels primarily focus on the cultivation of artistic perception, the Grand Master is merely on the threshold of this understanding, whereas the Spirit Master has already achieved a profound integration with it. When one finds themselves in an awkward situation, they often resort to various means to mask their discomfort, oblivious to the fact that such efforts only serve to magnify it. The music being performed on stage has reached its crescendo and is about to conclude. In a sudden moment, Gu Qi interjects with a remark that brings a wave of surprise to Song Yusin. In Chapter 95, one cannot forcefully seize a maiden. Previously, Madame Jean regarded these individuals as merely gossipy, finding their comments somewhat harsh, but dismissible since they did not concern her family. However, she now finds herself unable to endure their antics, especially as they resemble the malicious matriarchs found in novels. The simmering anger within her is unyielding. It is a matter of a child marrying a wife, not about them marrying one. Had their own mothers-in-law treated them in such a manner, they would surely be discontented. Such delusions represent her most fatal misjudgment, ultimately signifying her impending downfall. Before I could finish my words, the ancient spectre appeared as if strolling leisurely, halting a few paces away from me. With his cultivation having significantly advanced, the spiritual essence of the 8th grade spirit tool, the soul slave, has gradually strengthened. Now capable of concealing itself within the heart wheel and moving in accordance with his intent, exhibiting almost no time lag. It is noteworthy that Park Ji-yeon and her group, Terra, have recently risen to prominence in South Korea and across Asia, yet in the midst of such dazzling stardom, she contemplates withdrawal. Could it be that remaining in the entertainment industry is truly burdensome? Is it not a thief, or am I merely pretending to shatter dishes for amusement? Chio Seki, in a huff, kicked the shards of porcelain scattered on the ground. The formidable reputation of the entertainment tyrant, Lee Soo-man, is not without merit. Many understand that in the entertainment industry, one may offend anyone, but it is imperative to steer clear of this tyrant, lest one faces dire consequences in the future. However, the ultimate outcome was far from satisfactory. Not only did it fail to humiliate Qian Yifei, but it also resulted in a significant loss of face in front of the esteemed figures, inadvertently bolstering Qian Yifei's arrogance. That night, Mo Qiaoqi and her family tragically succumbed to carbon monoxide poisoning, which the police concluded was a suicide. De Mao was equally anxious. Having only seen the moon hanging high in the sky for a brief moment, while Zhou Chen remained utterly still, fearing that something unfortunate might occur. Do you admit to being the thief who pilfered undergarments? Qian Yifei's expression instantly regained its icy demeanor as he demanded sternly. Loading more content, please wait. You, rustic mutt, have you grown so accustomed to this body that your habits have changed? Dou Cheng scolded impatiently. Many residents of the villa complex are large families, with 3 or even 4 generations living under one roof, as each villa in the Xuefu Mountain Villa is quite spacious, naturally accommodating a greater number of inhabitants. Initially, His mindset, which was solely focused on numbers and wagers, has gradually transformed. Now, he places greater value on the lives of patients and the poignant stories of their families. Do Chung, I warn you, this is a matter of utmost importance to my sect. Foam Chunhai fumed, fearing that Do Chung might jeopardize the situation. Humph. A man merely purchasing Viagra at a pharmacy, how imposing can he truly be? Bei Manju scoffed. There should be no issue. The floor is crafted from obsidian, distinctly different from the ordinary stone of the walls. Be silent, he remarked. Subsequently, Zhang Fei struck the air with his palm, and suddenly a doorway materialized before him. He gestured for others to follow. Just as Guan Jingyan fell to the ground, he pulled the trigger in his hand, and a beam of yellow light, as wide as a bowl, erupted forth, illuminating the sky like a sudden dawn, piercing through the arms of the Du Lang demon ape and precisely striking its slightly ajar mouth. Presently, in the instant messaging market, the iFlyTech group has lost its standing. The user base has dwindled significantly. Meanwhile, the profits from the gaming sector, which is the mainstay of iFlyTech group, have also seen a substantial decline. Cold as ice. She reflected on how Li Bai had managed to compose so much in one breath, and only a few words echoed in her mind. Impressive, my brother.
Ah.
Ignorant fool.
Perish.
The senior brother from Chang'an roared, instantly transforming into a colossal white tiger, slightly larger than Chang'an himself. At that moment, several young individuals, with brightly colored hair, sporting wild hairstyles, large earrings, and dressed in eccentric attire entered, evidently not students from the 4th high school, which maintained strict dress codes that would never permit such flamboyant styles. They appeared to be local ruffians. In Chapter 96, the canine strategist Su Zhihan, Jin Yan never anticipated that the reason his parents forbade him from going out to unwind would be this. Perhaps they feared he might sneak away. His father had been frequenting the office daily. The employees of the company are left with a sense of unease, believing that something significant has transpired. The chairman, who previously seldom made appearances, now graces the office daily. Professor, you are the highest-ranking individual present. Could you please take the lead? Implores a midwife, her expression rife with desperation. What? Su Yifei, who had been inattentively drifting through the lecture, is momentarily taken aback. Instinctively, he glances up at the large screen. What had they been discussing just moments ago? The person struggles visibly, having experienced the excruciating agony of the soul-devouring vine's toxin, and is evidently haunted by the memory. At the very least, she must first give birth to Adam. If she is to perish, she must ensure she carries the burden with steadiness until the end. At home, she finds little else to occupy her time, so meeting friends she has not seen in ages, sharing drinks and engaging in conversation, becomes a delightful diversion. Although Lord Liu has a slight paunch, he is still in his 40s, a prime age for vitality. Surely, he is not deterred by students disturbing him in the dead of night? This is precisely why Wu Yu chooses to emulate Naz, for before the Fire Dragon's lair, flames not only lack any offensive capability, but serve as a substantial source of nourishment, enough to satiate him. She approaches tasks with trepidation, constantly fearing her own inadequacies. And thus, her most prudent course of action regarding this matter is to enlist Grandma Yi to discuss reason with Teacher Zhang. More content is loading. Please hold on. Upon concluding, she raises her right hand towards the heavens, and in the next instant, the sky erupts with flashes of lightning. The elemental forces of thunder coalesce, illuminating the atmosphere with a dazzling brilliance, as thunderous booms reverberate across the wilderness, awakening even the distant subjects of the Kingdom of Oz. Surely, you are aware of my identity, and you must know that I possess the means to repay your debts, Ji Ruahua asserts once more. As the body was being pulled, Ace displayed no signs of panic. Just as she was about to make contact with the ship, she struck decisively, sending the captain flying. Evidently having prepared well and possessing considerable knowledge of the captain's abilities. Once she settled down, nearly all the guests in the Red Lotus Pavilion hastily fled. Duwei's resolve strengthened. The thought of the increasingly powerful people's forces stirred his fervor. Ji Ruahua appeared utterly bewildered. He had intended to stealthily enter the room and poison Lin Dongjin's drink, silently orchestrating his demise before confronting him. In contrast to Meng Tian, Mi Shuang was considerably more restrained. Ji Tang could distinctly sense that the position Mi Shuang clutched was now damp, a testament to her anxiety, which Ji Tang understood all too well. Initially, she had been grateful and contemplated offering herself, but after hearing Long Yuqing's words, she cast a puzzled glance at Zhao Kun. At that moment, Evie and its doppelgangers unleashed a flash of electricity, launching an attack. All the gold appeared in the form of ingots, each weighing a kilogram, continuously spilling from the cloth bag. I must go, Li Xiao declared before abruptly ending the call. Glancing at the time, it was already past 11. What they beheld was a drenched Su Xianro leaning over Bei Minji, performing mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, an expression of urgency etched on her face. Upon hearing this, Li Xiao couldn't help but smirk mischievously. He admired those who dared to strive. Nearby, Ren Kuan watched Yang Zixi with an amused expression, finding the situation quite entertaining. Yang Ruoli shook her head with a wry smile. Li Yuedong, this nocturnal creature, was wide awake in the early morning, and she had a penchant for surprise visits. Fortunately, she had already prepared her evening gown. Chapter 97. These male protagonists are truly unhinged. After receiving repeated assurances from Su Zhihan, Shen Si finally felt a slight sense of relief. He was deeply dissatisfied that his girlfriend placed her trust in Su Zhihan rather than him. How could he possibly be inferior to Su Zhihan? Although you often claim she is disorganized, one cannot deny her capabilities. If the other party genuinely sought revenge, there would be no need to divert their attention. After all, this person dared to directly confront Wang Shang. Finding a chair in the corner, the assistant seemed to have disappeared, and Xiao Chu, feeling apathetic, remained seated, lost in thought. Your Highness, wait, Zhu Ku exclaimed, her brow furrowed. Upon hearing of the incident involving Xin Yuan, she hastily rushed over. After the two armies signed the ceasefire agreement, your supplies near the northern Tang border were set ablaze. And you insist it was the work of the Deyang people. Can you provide evidence? She articulated each word with precision. Emperor Mingfeng pressed his lips tightly together, his gaze suddenly shifting to the Ink King, who felt a chill run down his spine, an unsettling sensation intensifying from his feet to his head. As the wedding date of Quan Shaoqing loomed closer, Lan Shi remained grounded in the mortal realm, showing no signs of departure. Loading more content. Please wait. 10 million. Sold. The host, indifferent to the details, noted the high bid and, seeing no further offers, promptly finalized the transaction. Is this all the cultivation you possess? You lack even the strength to shift my position. If that is indeed the case, you are unworthy of wielding my master's artifact. The voice of the cloaked figure dripped with a chilling coldness. At that moment, before Shojiro Showa could react, the resounding roar of crashing waves drew near, followed by a massive shadow, akin to a door, descending from the heavens to shield him. The door of the room had already warped due to the intense heat, and the lock had been scorched shut. This indicated that the door had been locked when the fire erupted within. Upon opening the door, it became evident that two lifeless bodies had been removed from the living room, yet the outlines where they had fallen remained starkly visible. My lord, the command vehicle of the enemy's colonel boasts the highest level of defense, equipped with Class A armor, an elemental defense coating, and a sound wave defense mechanism. The defenses of the other vehicles are rated at Class B, yet their firepower is formidable. However, my newly developed electrolytic spider silk energy shield can withstand a barrage of fire for 1 minute. The battle vehicle's AI reported the data analysis. I apologize for the delay. I just briefed the senior leadership. 50 million can secure the lease for that mountain, but it is strictly for tourism development. Should your side violate this agreement, we reserve the right to impose penalties, explained Ma Dong. With renewed focus, his vengeful sword against the enemy transformed back into the form of flying swords, now a familiar sight to onlookers, densely clustered in the air. Zhang Jin nodded. For this time, selling the pink diamonds was primarily aimed at expanding accounts. In the future, acquiring funds would be far simpler. Establishing a relationship with Harris was an unexpected gain, as there would undoubtedly be numerous opportunities for profitable transactions between the two worlds. Sun Haiyang, clutching the phone, felt on the verge of collapse. Damn it, he muttered, only to have the call abruptly end. He noticed a distinct crack forming in the claw cover he held, its brilliance dimming, as if it might shatter entirely at any moment. Blood seeped from the fissure, staining the claw cover a deep crimson. This injury had been inflicted earlier during a clash with Yin Fenghua's lunar blade. Chapter 98. Su Zhihan and Song Yu decide to execute the kidnapping plan at times. Su Zhihan genuinely found herself perplexed by the thoughts swirling in Song Yu's mind. One might argue he lacked intelligence, yet he was capable of holding his own against the male leads in their professional dealings. Conversely, one might deem him clever, yet he often committed foolish blunders. Now, once again, he was making a misstep. Despite having agreed to play the role of an accomplice rather than a villain, he suddenly veered back toward a path of antagonism. Su Zhihan observed Song Yu, sensing his unease under her gaze. Zhuanzi also discerned the subtle refusal in the words, albeit delicately articulated, and thus chose to remain silent. Her eyes sparkled with a peculiar amusement, as if she possessed knowledge of many things yet refused to speak openly. Fang Zhongxian approached the lounge and knocked gently on the door. Upon receiving permission to enter, he stepped inside. There, Long Lingshuang sat on the sofa, appearing quite drained from the recent ordeal. Lu Haimei, as per usual, stood at the forefront, guiding everyone to avoid crowding and meticulously arranging their positions. In the desolate wilderness, there exist many formidable and terrifying individuals among peers, and even those younger than Shindugu. He foolishly declined the opportunity to ascend to the realm of spirits, choosing instead to languish for a year in the outer courtyard of Lingwu, still trapped in the quasi-spirit realm. The term itself was crafted after much contemplation. For in this society, one cannot simply inscribe divination on a doorplate, lest it attract the attention of the city authorities. The appearance of that creature was exceedingly bizarre. Vastly distinct from any four-legged beast I had ever encountered, it resembled a wild boar with the head of a dog, adorned with peculiar pointed horns. Yufa Xiankong was discovered amidst the gaze of the multitude. Even if he were to retract his fan now, everyone would still be aware that it resided within their ranks. The grand opening of the establishment between heaven and earth stirred considerable waves, for its name was overwhelmingly majestic, provoking boundless imagination. However, the reviews from esteemed guests after the first day of operation propelled it to fame. An object cast down by the American short-hair tabby plummeted swiftly, targeting Zhou Hongtao in a free-fall trajectory. Like a flash of lightning, it vanished without so much as a sound, leaving Zhou Hongtao collapsing to the ground as if his very soul had been extracted. Although she had never witnessed this crimson earth fire, ignorant of the quality and specifics of this variety of flame, she had yet to examine the detailed attributes of the fiery orb in her hand. In that fleeting moment, the Malay soul warrior emitted a heart-wrenching roar, his eardrums shattered under the force of the sonic wave, crimson droplets oozing from his ears. Instead of retreating, Li Bai surged towards the swirling vortex of darkness. The tendrils shrieked in terror. Elena? She has arrived as well. It appears that the adversary's actions are far from trivial. Sensing an immense threat, they have even summoned Elena to deal with the chaos. Once in the vehicle, He Bishan pressed the accelerator fiercely, hurtling towards the He Garden community with fervor. This was a manageable situation. Jing Lin felt as if awakening from a dream. Having confirmed that Zhou Hongtao departed the train station by bus, they could simply trace the routes, one by one. They particularly relished in tormenting those who abided by the rules, diverging from their path. It was as if they were resisting the negative labels imposed upon them by society. "You child." Du Manning chuckled as she pinched his nose, yet a sense of unease lingered within her. It felt rather discomforting. After calming her thoughts, she engaged in playful banter with Chun-Chun for a while, but gazing at his serene visage in slumber, her mind remained tumultuous. Chapter 99. The real-life kidnapping becomes a kidnapping game. She directly scooped a spoonful of fried rice from Zhou Xingxing's plate. The mixed concoction of fried rice, including Yangzhou fried rice, char siu, eggs, and vegetables, was all blended together. It was said that he feared causing trouble. Although he was a creature of the night, he was still male and could hardly endure such indignities. The eminent monk was on the verge of ascending to the celestial realm, destined for the Western paradise. Carrying the sacred relics of the Panchen, what profound essence of the Buddhist path lay within. The world is replete with temptations that unlock the door to human greed, wealth, beauty, power, each a desire cherished by all. Yet, few possess the clarity to see through these illusions and live with true understanding. The lady, having indulged in spirits, was approached by Chen Yuanwei, who poured a glass of wine and offered it to Lu Yu. Just as he was about to feed her, Lu Yu tilted her head, causing the wine to spill onto her garment. This incident mirrored the predicament of the Red Boy, who, in his quest to save Princess Iron Fan, reluctantly agreed to the conditions set forth by Guanyin Bodhisattva. Fong Han was taken aback upon the unexpected arrival of Fong Haoyang, who had come without prior notice. Hadn't he mentioned he would arrive in 2 days? He clung to life more fervently than anyone else, striving to exist as an independent being, a goal he had long pursued. Jun Yaoiwe, feeling suffocated, forcefully pushed him away. Han Qingyi, wrapped in a blanket, gazed at him with a look of grievance. At this moment, within the Chuanyun villa, a banquet was being held in honor of Bai Fong. As glasses clinked and wine flowed, only after several toasts did they begin to discuss serious matters. Fo Lian, having heard Yun Shue's words, remained silent, merely observing her, aware that she could strike again at any moment. Gao Yang appraised Tang Ning, who donned a beige long trench coat, paired with black brogues. Her long hair styled into a bun that revealed her delicate neck, with a hint of her chiffon blouse peeking through. Although Su Lily felt an overwhelming urge, she restrained her primal desires, choosing to wait until adulthood. The fair-haired, blue-eyed individual, upon hearing this, beamed with delight, picked up the phone, dialed a number, exchanged a few words, and then hung up, smiling broadly at Gao Yang. Finally, he breathed a sigh of relief, regardless of the circumstances. He had embarked on a path akin to that of others. Though these practitioners of the demonic path typically regard her with reverence, one cannot dismiss the possibility that they might seize the opportunity to strike during her moments of weakness. Tang Ning released Gao Yang and began to don her garments, only to discover they were tattered, prompting her to instruct Gao Yang accordingly. Meanwhile, Wei Chan and the 2 royal brothers entered the palace to pay their respects to Empress Qian, only to be astonished to find Feng Huayan, who had mysteriously vanished days prior, now standing beside her. Feng Yu Jisha remained silent, quietly standing to the side with his eyes closed in meditation. Feng Yu Xian Lang remarked, "Uncle Sha, I have learned much," and then bowed deeply to Yi Yi, recognizing his profound wisdom and ability to discern matters with great clarity. Feng Yu Jisha's actions had already issued the gravest of warnings. One individual, clad in a form-fitting outfit, evoked a vivid image of a beloved child in Zhu Tianyun's mind, igniting a surge of excitement within him, and the room blossomed with an air of spring. A thunderous rumble echoed as lightning swirled ominously above by Xiang's head. Although the distance between heaven and earth was substantial, the incantations of Ling Zihuan enabled the restless lightning to hone in on its target. Admittedly, such a notion was difficult to accept at that moment, and was only whispered among a select few. "All right, we are both fully charged. There is no need for you to transmit energy to replenish me. It is sufficient now. Perhaps you can refrain from holding my hand," Xingyue said, feeling a touch of awkwardness as she noticed Li Menglu pouting in frustration. Yet, what truly captivated Xingyue's attention was the pulsing, pristine neck, a vision that stirred her longing. The night sky tonight is truly magnificent, so beautiful that it seems almost surreal, as if each star is nestled closely beside one another, fearing solitude. Bathed in moonlight, they emit a gentle glow, radiating a light that does not belong to them amidst the impenetrable darkness. On a grand armchair sits a robust man, gazing at Zheng Fan's well-defined physique as if he were beholding a treasure. Whispers of low murmurs begin to rise, and several prominent figures cannot help but furrow their brows in contemplation. Wang Xiang meticulously delineates 5 major points, elaborating on specific requirements. As the meeting stretches into the midnight hour, shortly thereafter, over 40 disciples pair up and ascend onto their birds, while Han Feng finds himself alone, with no one willing to accompany him. The absence of a medicinal gathering assistant breeds resentment in Zhang Chao, who casts several fierce glares at Han Feng, laden with malice. Unfortunately, the counterfeit Xia Wei has found another accomplice, a superhuman with nefarious abilities. With the land in the new countryside yet to be secured and large-scale construction of residential buildings and high-rise hotels impossible, One can only delineate certain areas within their industrial zone for foundational infrastructure. It is unfeasible to claim a lack of land equates to a lack of adaptability. The grandfather and grandson follow Wang Qing, with the old man repeatedly expressing gratitude. Wang Qing senses the fierce determination in the dog, recognizing his master's discerning eye, and thus treats the duo with utmost courtesy. Moreover, it is worth noting that the referee for this match is the Spanish official González.
2 years ago,
Bayern triumphed over Chelsea in a Champions League match officiated by him, while AC Milan suffered a stunning reversal against Liverpool in the Champions League final under his watch. In the 100th chapter, the male protagonist's indifference contrasts sharply with the female protagonist's theatricality during a kidnapping scenario. They seem oblivious to the necessity of confiscating the victim's mobile phone or the motivations of the two involved. Although Su Zhihan and Song Yu are intelligent, they lack the experience to execute such a plan thoroughly. Su Zhihan delivered a fierce monologue to Jin Yan, inadvertently revealing the location for him to rescue Shinxi. Jin Yan's calm response perplexed her. Jin Yan, indeed, possesses remarkable prowess, yet without the collaboration of my lady, his efforts may be in vain, remarked another individual wearing a cap beside the youth. Their capabilities are formidable, as both are ancient martial artists who may be nearing the advanced stages of cultivation akin to true practitioners. In another scene, 2 toothbrushes, one green and one blue, lay in contrast, leaving one to wonder which belonged to Qinjun. The mysterious puppet abruptly halted its motion, its energy levels surging to a third tier before it came to a standstill. Ling Huchuan advanced towards Li Cheng, transforming the resilient battleground beneath him, carving a deep trench that extended right to Li Cheng's feet. A true brother understands me. Today, I shall treat. Let us not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated, he declared, shifting from a state of trepidation to one brimming with vitality. The other 2 warships were momentarily taken aback, caught in a state of confusion, unsure whether to fire or to flee. It was only upon witnessing the sinking of the Pingyang that they were reminded of the necessity to escape, yet they still entertained the absurdity of combating the sea monster. It was imperative to first establish a safe distance before engaging in combat. However, he found himself preoccupied with more pressing matters. Enhancing his own strength had to take precedence. In this realm where monstrous beasts roamed freely, even a casual encounter with a Destiny-class beast could spell disaster for someone at the 5th-tier realm. After lingering for so long in the Yanhuang continent, it was time for him to elevate his own cultivation. More content is loading. Please hold on. Surely not? How could I possibly offend anyone? The young girl was equally perplexed. This former uncle had gifted her a substantial sum of 100,000. If he were someone she had antagonized, he would hardly be so generous. After speaking, she exerted herself, attempting to breach Ding Hao's defenses, only for the robust Davis to feel as though he had collided with an unyielding wall, causing him considerable discomfort. Speculation abounded. Yet regardless of the conjecture, the situation appeared dire for an ordinary blacksmith, fraught with peril. The guiding sage spat out a mouthful of blood, his breath faltering. The 12th grade merit golden lotus dimmed and wounded. Black gold deity, seize him. Upon finding a pretext of righteousness and gazing upon the crowd with an expression of reverence and awe, the itinerant sage issued his command. The mage had explored every avenue, consulted the monk, and tried every remedy imaginable, yet his son remained obstinately unchanged. However, Rui sensed her disinterest. She was unaware of what New Year's spirit compelled her to maintain such a tight-lipped demeanor. At first, it was unclear whether the retreat of the armies from Yen and Chu was due to their forces being positioned at the rear, and the Marquis of Xinling had never anticipated that they would withdraw at such a moment of impending victory. Thus he was caught off guard. The 2 armies slowed their pace, and then turned to flee. Li Linfeng was no ordinary adversary. Since the birth of his disabled eldest son, he had taken one concubine after another. Yet, relying on his own capabilities, he had cultivated relationships with many mid- to high-level officials, who turned a blind eye to his actions, for who would not appreciate an additional source of income. You help me, old man. Are you out of your mind? With that crazed demeanor, how could you possibly save anyone? Although Jiang Qi had begun to sense that the old priest harbored no ill intentions, he still found it hard to accept the hundreds of needle pricks he had endured over the past 2 days, and he persisted in his protests. Chapter 101. misunderstood by a passerby elderly lady while filming. Four individuals donned in safety helmets and masks were performing a dramatic kidnapping scene at the construction site. The scene appeared increasingly bizarre. Additionally, two onlookers hiding behind a stone, dressed in the same manner, added to the peculiarity. As Su Zhihan and Song Yu contemplated how to proceed with their performance, two elderly ladies, dragging their shopping baskets, passed by. One of the ladies exclaimed, "Oh, look, there are people filming here. Why aren't they showing their faces? Father, have you made a decision? I would like to visit our Fong family's factory in the county to better understand its circumstances." As another inquiry arises, suppose everyone successfully ascends to immortality and lines up to pay homage to the celestial deities in the heavenly realm. How would you conduct yourself? And what sentiments would you experience during such an occasion? Though the restaurant was not particularly large, it spanned 3 stories, bustling with patrons, creating a chaotic atmosphere. Nangong did not recall from which private room he had emerged, and was at a loss for how to inquire. Xian Yuan and Qinshi exchanged faint sighs. Murong Tianlon had been in this state for several days. Despite the toll it took on her health, they refrained from speaking up, believing it best for Murong Tianlon to remain by Ziyun Yuan's side during this time. Is there anyone who dares to dissent? Huang Fei's gun was still aimed at the crowd, his voice cold and demanding. Should Ziyun Yuan successfully navigate this ordeal and discover that he had not come, he would undoubtedly understand, yet a rift would linger in his heart, for he held such unwavering faith in the darkness. Determined to amend this mistake, Ding Can resolved, after days of contemplation, to sever ties with Huang Fei completely. She meticulously gathered Huang Fei's clothing, shoes, and all items associated with him, filling 2 large boxes. Naturally, there were lessons to impart, yet she fervently wished for a future companion who would share her heart and soul, a partner for life. Nangong Yuhuan wore a gentle smile, her thoughts drifting to Musheng. In light of this, the saint, no longer pretentious, took a pill from Tru Pu's hands and swallowed it. The miraculous effects of Su Zhihan's elixir were evident. Shortly after ingestion, the saint's aura noticeably intensified. Though he had yet to regain his initial state, he was undeniably in a much improved condition compared to before. Lu Si and Situ Qing turned their gaze upon hearing the commotion, and their eyes widened in surprise. It was a conflict involving several disciples of the beast-taming sect. In the days that followed, An Chengyu completely lost his moments of respite. Transitioning from a hectic filming schedule to a fulfilling daily regimen of practice, tumbling from one pit into another, yet he relished the experience. Although Orly's harbored no ulterior motives. Given the previous circumstances, this collaboration seemed destined to end in discord. Upon hearing this, Feng Ling's expression softened slightly as she silently hoped that the situation would not escalate too severely as long as Taiyin passed. They would surely be able to locate the blood man. He Wu felt a pang of discomfort in his heart, but he quickly recalibrated his emotions and turned his attention to the duel between the 2 combatants. Watching as Angel intertwined her fingers with Xinbai's, a peculiar expression crossed Xinyu's face. Nevertheless, before they ventured too far, she articulated the time and place for their next meeting. "Are you prepared to meet your demise?" Yi Chen coldly directed his gaze at the immortal ancestor, and the black cup in his hand resonated with Yi Chen's intent. Emitting a sharp cry before soaring toward the immortal ancestor, the air was saturated with a higher dimensional energy imperceptible to ordinary individuals. That ethereal aroma, mingled with the scent of dust, invaded Angel's nostrils. Sergei's words were not without merit, yet Angel remained unfazed. For the time being, the power to navigate her course of action still resided firmly within her grasp. Chapter 102, Su Zhihan's transmitter function. Although a significant mishap occurred during the kidnapping incident, it could still be deemed a partial success. As for why it is said to be only half a success, it is because Jin Yan and Xin Si treated this as a mere game, completely numb to notions of separation and emotional outbursts. However, they did succeed in revealing their relationship in front of their parents. Just look at that family of 4. They had only just established their bond yet appeared as if they were one big family. "In Junfeng, you should just die." Han Yu felt a surge of anger within. Fueled by jealousy, by Tai Xiongxue, by Yin Juanfeng's triumph, and by the heaven's apparent disregard for him, all converging into a dizzying force. Jiang Tianwei, having received an award, felt considerably uplifted. With this credential, as long as he refrained from criminal activities, he could essentially navigate with impunity. Running? You have the stamina of a Siberian husky. An energy that seems inexhaustible. Is running even meaningful to you? Jiang Tianwei, subtly stepping back, said, You all go ahead. I will join them shortly, gesturing towards Liang Wei. Lu Yao, and others beside him. The elder of the corpse refining clan was met with disdain, erupting in a furious roar. Yet he was alarmed to find Yun Fenglia's aura intensifying. With each step he took, his presence soared to new heights. Shin Tu Yuntian could glean the general meaning of the conversation from their demeanor, the few words spoken, and the emotions conveyed. More content is loading. Please hold on. She immediately cupped her hands in a gesture of respect towards Ji Zong and Shi Kun, simply expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Lord Ji Zong. And thank you, priest. Subsequently, Jiuzong gestured towards Mingxi and Tianlan as if herding ducks. The branch established by the Windy Academy here became a vital pathway for countless individuals in the realm of Zongtian who aspired to embark on the journey of cultivation. In the years that followed, someone mistakenly believed she had a fondness for fireworks, and whenever there was an opportunity, he would insist on taking her to witness them. It is noteworthy that their insistence on having Zhou Guohua purchase that raw stone stemmed from prior negotiations with the staff of Suiyu Pavilion. The exorbitant price of the stone was deliberately set to entice unsuspecting buyers. Do you wish to become my disciple? Director Mo, when stated directly. The other party hailed from the primordial world and was one of the 6 sovereigns of the celestial court. Anything he casually produced was a treasure of unparalleled value to him. Regarding the impending military campaign, the opinions among the military households were divided. Some supported it, while others hoped for the men's valor, yet the majority harbored concerns. The capital city, a vast metropolis capable of accommodating millions, was bustling with life. One could see the streets teeming with people and the roads alive with carriages. Shortly thereafter, Emperor Renjing and concubine Wan proceeded hand in hand towards the dreaming Hua Palace, accompanied by a grand retinue, making their way towards the residence of concubine Wan. Initially, the supreme deity, with unparalleled power, ruled over all beings and established the realm of the divine, where the mysteries of the gods lay hidden. All beings were subject to the supreme deity, revering his majesty, basking in divine light, and thriving within the sacred domain. Yi Jinyan dismounted from the carriage, preparing for combat. He swiftly drew a short blade from behind and charged fiercely towards himself. Yi Jinyan promptly evaded, countering his attacks. Chapter 103. How can good luck not be considered a form of strength? Such occurrences have led to a burgeoning camaraderie between Jin Yan and Shin Si, both victims of Su Zhihan's machinations, sharing similar sentiments in their hearts. Thus, Su Zhihan inadvertently fortified their bond from a different perspective, though she herself remained oblivious to this fact. Her penchant for stirring trouble has imparted valuable lessons to the duo, such as their newfound skepticism towards the words of others. The surrounding servants gaped in disbelief at the unfolding scene, astonished to witness their typically arrogant master calmly appreciating the reprimand directed at him. Qing, do not apologize. You are blameless, truly. Yi Xuanli embraced her from behind, his face resting against hers, absorbing her warm breath. His voice was deep and magnetic, imbued with a hint of joy at having regained something precious. However, Bai Mo regarded Lang Yi with an expression that seemed to question his intelligence. He rushed over and, indeed, beheld her slender silhouette, limping through a vast expanse of lilies. Just then a knock echoed, and in walked the somber-faced Sa Gao. Huiyu believed that Sai Gao was merely fatigued, as the demands of his new position as commander of the Navy required a robust voice. Most individuals lacked experience in naval combat, relying on Sai Gao to navigate the intricacies of rowing and sail management. I acknowledge my error in the matter concerning Zhang Yonggu. His Majesty's reprimand was both justified and well-founded. Even if His Majesty were to impose a penalty upon me, I would harbor no resentment, for I am engaged in self-reflection, contemplating my thoughts at that time and why I remained indifferent to the situation. Wei Zhen cast a glance at him and remarked, I advise you, old man, to refrain from further speech. I possess my own discernment. Yang Jingjie bellowed in anger. As the impending monthly examination approached, students began to fervently prepare. flocking to the museum to study. At this juncture, Tian, Di, and Yu found themselves devoid of familial support, compelled to act on Earth under the directives of none but themselves. The night was particularly silent, however. The corpses buried beneath the yellow sands and the lingering metallic scent of blood in the air conveyed a startling truth. The stillness of the night was but an illusion. Those endowed with such a constitution are naturally unable to cultivate, yet they continuously draw spiritual energy from the heavens and the earth, storing it within. With a flick of his dust brush, the purple-clad figure seemed to consume a potent elixir. The natural forces and the might of the world were wielded with unparalleled mastery. The dust brush of heavenly treasure capable of splitting mountains and rending the earth. Yin Tianpa was propelled like a kite severed from its string, soaring far away, his body leaving a long trail upon the ground before finally coming to a halt. Nevertheless, this violent blow left Yin Tianpa momentarily dizzy, rendering him devoid of the strength to continue the fight. She was acutely aware that, from this moment forth, Wu Yang's life had truly entered a countdown. Speaking of that earthen clod, which was merely a hardened lump of soil, its impact upon a person's visage was less severe than that of a stone. However, should the soil fragments find their way into the eyes, it would indeed lead to considerable trouble. Wu Yang paid no heed to the overwhelming pressure and chilling intent emanating from Song Hongji. Instead, he continued, Song Hongji. As the chief judge of the Qianlong Philosophical Exchange Conference, you must take responsibility for any issues that arise during the event. Today, Kang's mother had unexpectedly sought her out, encouraging her to take a stroll outside, marking the first time in many years that she had taken the initiative to draw near. The individual before her was equally formidable. His claims of inadequacy could only be perceived as jest. Just days prior to Zhou Tian's arrival, the royal palace reverberated with the sound of dragon roars, reminiscent of the celestial phenomena witnessed when forming Dharma forms with previous princes. Chapter 104. I told you they would surely produce offspring. Although the unfolding events diverged from her expectations, the outcome remained unchanged. Thus, Su Zhihan resolved to continue her antics. A life devoid of flavor was insipid. She would effortlessly infuse their existence with zest, showcasing her own delight. However, with this newfound objective, her days here suddenly brimmed with amusement. Su Zhihan declared, Come. Let us join in their revelry. Creating difficulties where none existed, without conditions, Qi Yuan leapt, directing the talisman in his hand to strike the demon's brow, before turning to retrieve the canvas bag slung across his back and tossing it to Lu Yi. It was at this moment that the young Taoist truly comprehended the terror of the two before him. As his mind went blank, perspiration began to trickle down his back.
Duan.
It seems I have yet to present you with a ring. How about after dinner, I take you to purchase a pair? Although he is the one being pampered, it is customary for the man to buy the rings, is it not? Qi Zihui swiftly stepped forward, extending his hand to pull the somewhat dazed Xiao up. In this vast world of De Qi, few are aware of the existence of the fat and thin sovereigns or the sword emperor's legacy. Those who do are certainly not ordinary individuals. After countless struggles, the disciple who had been napping finally awoke, drenched in sweat. Lin Fei watched as the seemingly drowsy and Qing appeared on the verge of sleep, and then glanced at Mu Yang beside her, causing his heart to race in alarm. And she noticed the shift in his tone, which had grown deeper and more alluring, possessing a texture reminiscent of sand, exuding pure masculine charm. Due to Li Yuren's unparalleled beauty, the world often overlooks her innate talents. She appears to be in her early 20s, yet she is actually 35, having achieved a high status at such a young age. If love exists, he must take her away. If not, no, that cannot be. 3 years ago, she declared she would marry no one but him. She must love him. Or else why would she conceal her true identity from Qin Wang? Xiao Ran had yet to recover from her earlier panic and was taken aback to find herself gazing at that Xiaoying. The meal delivered was indeed quite delightful. But neither of them had the appetite to eat at that moment. They merely took a few bites before abandoning it. This was how the past few days had unfolded. Xia Ying's eyes widened in disbelief as she fixed her gaze on Yu Lingfeng, utterly speechless. His physique expanded once more, with tendons and muscles swelling dramatically, enveloped in a golden radiance, while his pale hair, saturated with immense energy, began to disintegrate and fracture as if igniting in a vacuum. This formidable being, rivaling celestial beings, with a mere gesture, suddenly unveiled boundless dimensions, where various energies coalesced into swirling tides amidst the vast expanse of the cosmos. The second incarnation of immortality, an entity unrestrained, possessed tenfold the power of the longevity realm, amounting to 1,000 to 5,000 units. Presently, a task is available. Within a limited span of 3 days, attain mastery over a life skill, and upon completion, one shall be rewarded with the technological artifact, Virtual Gamma Ray Burst Control Lamp.
Ear.
Would you care to accompany me to bid farewell to your Uncle Yen after dinner? After the meal, Suzie cast a glance at the plump child sprawled comfortably on someone's lap. The once cunning and meticulous strategist, who had only grown more timid with age, seemed to have vanished. Pu Sun surveyed the group. All the excitement accumulated along the journey had transformed into a palpable pressure as they approached the impending conflict, rendering their worries and confusion entirely natural. Yunzi's guidance, however, appeared to hold little weight. With a resounding thud, his back crashed against the wall adorned with white tiles, causing cracks to spiderweb across the surface. With a mere flick of his hand, Ling Yu unleashed 4 or 5 streaks of black-red sword energy towards Long Yen, their ferocity surpassing even the intensity of their previous encounter several times over. Chapter 105. Unexpectedly, Jin Yen relies on the child before long. A solid stone wall came into view below. Upon breaking through the stone barrier and lowering his gaze, he discovered it was divided into 2 chambers. One room was neatly stacked with over a dozen large boxes. Zhang Qi, indifferent to the contents within, hastily stuffed them all into the crystal space. He had initially contemplated that if the dean was absent, he would first practice his swordsmanship in the training hall before returning. At the 7th level of soul refinement, known as Falling Arrow, one's soul governs the 7 spirits and commands consciousness. Reaching this level signifies a complete unification of body and soul, elevating one's realm even further. Xiaoshang had never witnessed a man adorned in such a deep, fiery crimson hue, and she felt that the overwhelming yellow sand and scarlet earth accentuated his jade-like complexion and exquisite features, bestowing upon him a breathtaking beauty. His hair and attire appeared meticulously crafted, with a blood-red mark between his brows. Xu Fu delicately plucked a strand of his hair, requesting a Jiao to do the same with a piece of her own. Reina unleashed several solar orbs which detonated against the shield of the cross flagship, revealing its protective barrier. In that moment of pause, a laser beam precisely manifested at that location, as if it had anticipated Zhang Qi's emergence. Xiang Yun felt a stirring in her throat. She was undoubtedly captivating, though today she seemed somewhat different. Her skin appeared as though it had been immersed in water, tender and fair, with a subtle blush gracing her cheeks as she parted her lips to exhale fragrant puffs.
Yeah.
Remarked grandfather. I had allocated all the assets I could mobilize to her back then. It was utterly unjust. These 2 practitioners of body refinement were formidable, and regardless of who triumphed, either could potentially be her opponent in the next round. Therefore, they needed to prepare in advance. At this juncture, it appears that both sides are roughly equal in number, with the Qing army comprising 4,000 troops, 1,000 armored soldiers, and 3,000 flag bearers. At that moment, she was oblivious to the significance of the situation. It was only later, when inquiring where to make a purchase, that her husband mentioned the fragrant grass collection, which piqued her interest. This valiant cavalry officer was merely the beginning, as the soldiers deftly readied their lances, each finding its mark. The resounding thuds echoed incessantly, as those struck in the chest were pierced through, and those who met their fate in the head were doomed to lose their lives. Regardless of where the lance landed, in such a clash, death was the sole outcome. A shiver ran through everyone present, for what could provoke a change in expression on Helian Ye's face? Could it be that they were being pursued by numerous formidable foes? Lu Feng feared that his steed might startle the children nearby. With a swift motion, he propelled himself forward, leaping from his horse toward the fray. Emperor Yong'an was elated, bestowing the name Li Lingjia upon him, inscribing it into the royal jade tablet, promoting him to the 4th rank as a suitable consort, and granting him residence in the Lu Hua Palace, specifically in the Zheng Hong Hall. After Su Yusin spoke, a dark cloud drifted in, completely obscuring the radiant moonlight. On the city walls, the valiant volunteers were due for a change of guard, with Captain Gao who personally leading a squad down from the ramparts. Regrettably, his arms had been forcefully seized on either side, rendering him unable to resist as he was dragged away, leaving him to despair, even as Jun Bogong's cries faded into silence. This Bagua planar mirror was no ordinary artifact. It was a magical instrument. Not only could it withstand being dropped, but as long as its aura remained intact, even a stone could not shatter it. Mu Yixuan nodded vigorously, her movements animated, eager to take action, yet hesitant to voice her thoughts. The sword aura from the approaching ninja was perilously close, the sharp currents enveloping her in every direction, leaving no room for evasion. A resolute expression crossed Xiao Tao's face as he immediately pushed Lei Bailing behind him, invoking a protective barrier to withstand the impending sword strike.
Su Fei,
with her head bowed, watched his polished shoes advance step by step, a hint of panic flickering across her beautiful visage. Xiang Fong offered a gentle smile, encouraging Tao Wei to indulge in the feast before him. Tao Wei, unreserved, focused on the roasted pork chops and leg of lamb, causing Xiang Fong to swallow with desire. However, as the host, he refrained from competing for the dishes favored by his guest, opting instead for other offerings. Qi Yu, in despair, curled up within the confines of the talisman prison, weeping uncontrollably. Though he uttered words of defiance, he knew their every statement bore truth. And in that moment, hope had abandoned him, with his sister gone, who would come to his rescue. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lixian felt an authentic sense of relief for Ru Hua, while Madame Jiang, observing the glint in Ru Hua's eyes, realized that she was not a reckless girl. Perhaps she and her husband had yet to truly understand her. For Ru Hua likely possessed her own calculations. Junior brother Xiao, you must heed our counsel this time. Do not engage in battle, admonished Master Chongyun, his seriousness reflecting the sentiments of others, even the usually irascible Bai Jinru furrowing his brow in concern. Perhaps acknowledging the grim reality, Bai Miao Miao let out a bitter laugh and closed her eyes in despair, just as Yu Jimin approached her. In that moment, her countenance darkened ominously. The military camp was filled with the injured, with nearly every inch of ground occupied by the wounded, many of whom bore grievous injuries, some even missing limbs. One could easily surmise the dire consequences of the previous battles, where Jin Shi suffered a devastating defeat. The sight was enough to instill fear in the hearts of the onlookers. The existence of zombies, which had persisted for over a century, seemed to vanish, suggesting that fate was sealed by the heavens, with no one able to escape it. The bishop implied a ruse of logging to attract the attention of the elves, a notion echoed by a more clear-headed monk. Amidst the chaos, a Japanese soldier shouted vehemently, yet one of them was struck by artillery fire. Although a few members of the Burmese Independence Army could discern the sounds of the Japanese, the cacophony of gunfire rendered such distinctions moot. They too assumed it was a tactic employed by the Thai military to confuse them, thus they paid it no mind. "Young man, how much for that suit? I wish to purchase it," exclaimed a stout knight jostled to the front. "You seem only concerned about others, never about me," she retorted, as the man narrowed his eyes, casting her a sidelong glance. Finally, he opened the door and instructed Zhong'an outside to fetch some hot water from the kitchen, while Bai Yan and her companions were to gather more white cotton fabric. He then re-entered the room, directing Rui Nyang and Chun Hong Lu LV to assist. In Chapter 106, Su Zhihan took Jin Yan's place in this household.
Smile, Bon Mei.
Give me a smile. Hand me the blanket, thought Haydn, as his thoughts transformed into intent directed at Pan Mei. As night fell and the city lights illuminated the bustling world, Zhang Hanchen emerged from the hospital, traversing the most vibrant streets of the city center, ultimately coming to a halt in front of the most renowned Western restaurant in the area. At this moment, Lu Zihao was filled with gratitude towards Tang Feng. When he awakened on the 6th day after his unconsciousness, he could hardly believe he was still alive. His thoughts were consumed by his sister, Lu Xiaoxiao, and the last encounter with the young man and the words he had spoken. "Isn't there you, a master alchemist?" Mo Yen remarked as he approached the round table, casually picking up a medicinal herb to study. Moments later, the sleek Nissan suddenly swerved left and right, forcing the closely following motorcycles to retreat, before accelerating and darting away. The expression of Hao Tianjinren turned somewhat flushed, as the prolonged utterance of the word "you" had visibly affected a sect master-level expert, highlighting the profound impact of Yin Feng's words. Stop him. Seeing that the master did not intend to comply with his arrangements, Lord Yin's expression promptly soured, his feigned smile vanishing. With a wave of his hand, a squad of elite guards advanced, unceremoniously restraining the master, twisting his arm behind him. As Lynn activated the spiritual artifact ribbon, she simultaneously cast a freezing spell, instantly encasing Huang Weixing in ice. They had a premonition that Su Zhihan's song would undoubtedly leave everyone profoundly shaken. I softly murmured, "Good." A faint emotion began to blossom within me, a gentle fondness and nostalgia. Regarding the informal apprenticeship ritual of the Crimson Master, GMO had previously witnessed that there were no formal ceremonies, merely a passing remark. Time swiftly passes, with spring giving way to autumn. Yet the mystical realm remains perpetually autumnal. 2.5 years have slipped away in the blink of an eye.
Hey,
I didn't intend to surprise you all, which is why I didn't give prior notice, Olji said with a hint of frustration as he struggled. Fortunately, at that moment, the elevator came to a halt, allowing Olji to finally break free from Zheng Zhao's grasp and dash towards the team's room. Eagerly testing the efficacy of the dragon scale, Yang Ruofeng found it remarkably effective, smooth, and devoid of any lag. In a broad transfer, Albinabando barely managed to stop the ball with his chest near the right sideline. Loading more content. Please hold on. After the ancient shattering, the descendants of the Confucian Temple began to establish their own sections.
Today,
the founders of the 8 schools of Confucianism, such as the Academy of Scholars and the E-Gate, are all descendants of the Confucian Temple. The 2 venerable ancestors, Nandi and Shuihong, cast their gazes towards Master Zhuge, knowing that among those present, none surpasses Zhuge Ho in the mastery of formations. At this moment, they all turned to listen to his insights. In fact, as the war demons mounted cannon fist assaulted Kyle, the diminishing stamina numbers ceased to appear around Kyle's body, and his health bar halted at 1/3. Fong Hao, caught off guard, instinctively activated his fighting spirit shield, only to forget that he had transformed into a great lion. His efforts to summon fighting spirit proved futile, and in that brief delay, the 2 large wolf dogs had already sunk their teeth into his front legs. Yan Onping smiled wryly, uncertain how to convey his feelings to Huangkai. Given the nature of Huangkai, even if he were to explain himself, it is likely that Huangkai would remain unconvinced. The economic development of Xijing City, while considerably lagging behind that of coastal cities, boasts a substantial population base exceeding 3 million when combining urban and suburban areas, allowing its dining, commerce, and entertainment sectors to rival those of major coastal metropolises. In 1806, Dombrowski complied with Napoleon's command to assemble an army in Poland to oppose Russia, heading to the Poznan region. By the end of that year, Dombrowski had organized a formidable force and became the defensive military of the newly established Duchy of Warsaw. Yu, disinterested in the girl, simply pressed his ear against the surface, peering through the gaps ahead. I believe that interstellar warriors truly exist. They will inevitably emerge. Fong Hao clenched his fist, his thick brows furrowing, his gaze resolute. When the temperature reached 1,000,000 degrees, those souls, including the previously arrogant Satan, were obliterated in an explosion, reduced entirely to ashes. It seems that old Zhu's collection of spiritual plants has been discovered by Sun Wukong, who crafted this narrative tailored to his interests. Finding a secluded spot, Fong Yi and Bai Jingjing sat facing each other, with Meng Wei seated not far away. Yangtze River Bandits. Yangtze River Bandits. Remain vigilant. Remain vigilant. The urgent warning from the soldiers echoed. These self-sufficient divine weapons, 6 of which old Zhu seized from the hands of the Black Bee deity, now leave him with 3 intact. The trident, cast into the flames of the Doshui deity, has not yet been attended to. It remains uncertain whether it has been reduced to cinders. A disagreement over marriage. However, it may be wise to wait. Perhaps once her anger subsides, everything will be resolved. She has never been one to regard the demeanor of formidable opponents. Once enmity is established, she engages in battle without hesitation or delay. The 3 pure ones observed the world-destroying blade with growing trepidation, fearful that even their master, the venerable Hongjun, would stand powerless against the might of heavenly retribution.
Now.
The celestial punishment had summoned the world-destroying blade to obliterate a young man of unfathomable strength. Chapter 107. Jin Yen, I have been robbed by Su Zhihan. Madame Jean had not noticed these peculiarities until she pointed them out. Upon her observation, Jin Yen indeed found the two photographs unsettling. Why did Su Zhihan wear such a repugnant smile? What was the purpose of her hand resting on Shun Si's abdomen? Jin Yen could no longer focus on any documents. The bend was a ruse, yet it was quite peculiar. Lin Fugui had lavished numerous gifts upon Xiaoxue, such as clothing and jewelry, and her smile had remained unwavering throughout. Altogether, nearly 800 yuan had been spent, essentially depleting the 1,000 yuan New Year's red envelope gifted by Lin Fugui's sister. Observing her radiant demeanor, it was evident that she was utterly captivated by Zhang Tianba. He could not help but feel a twinge of regret, for such a blossoming flower was undeservingly placed amidst dung. As Li Fan concluded his performance on stage, Wang Zihao lowered his voice even further while speaking. Just as they exited the alley, they encountered Hu Yu, whose eyes were downcast, eagerly clutching today's Jingshi urban report. All eyes were drawn to him, perplexed by the mysterious intentions of this young man. Moreover, just prior to this, he had already settled the payment for the expenses incurred, and it was only natural for Yuji to be aware of it. Allow me to inform you, my friend, I am currently at home, riding away, with a gentle breeze wafting through, sipping coffee, and indulging in some succulent pork knuckle. It could not be more delightful, Do Wei remarked with a smile, teasingly. It's not my company. Qiu Fei began, only to suddenly recall the presence of outsiders, instinctively falling silent. More content is loading. Please hold on. As they conversed, they arrived at the front of the house, which featured a spacious foyer, the door slightly ajar. Liang Xinhui slowly pushed the door open, causing the mice and bats within to scurry chaotically on the floor and flit about in the air upon hearing the creak of the opening door. Yu Chen did not linger, hastily departing from the premises, while Qin Yang refrained from pursuing, as his own situation was even more precarious at that moment. Gathering all 4 legendary beasts was indeed an arduous task. Given their current capabilities, managing to locate even a single beast would be quite commendable. Back then, Xia Meng had also sought to collect the 4 legendary beasts, yet ultimately faced failure. Feeling deeply moved by the assistance of so many, Qiu Shuang's eyes brimmed with tears. And I duo-sure gently pushed her towards Long Xian, saying, Miss Long, I kindly ask you to look after her for a moment while I check inside. Without waiting for Long Xian to respond, he hurried into the room, only to find 3 cocoons woven from spider silk swaying gently from the beams of the hall. After 2 rounds of tests, Yi Xian passed with flying colors. As for the proof of power, there was no dispute once Yi Xian presented the red jade token from Anhui City. What remained to be evaluated were the aspects of combat prowess and lineage. A grand army of warriors surged into the open expanse, each member taken aback by the devastation that lay before them. However, upon catching sight of the pallid-faced Qin Yang, their excitement reignited. Qin Yang regarded the middle-aged man before him with furrowed brows. Having just broken through to the realm of Tao, he found it perplexing that such arrogance could arise. He wondered from whence they drew their audacity. The 9th floor served as the office area, in stark contrast to the opulent decor below. Here, the environment was pristine and luminous, devoid of any noise, resembling an ordinary office building. After making his statement, Zhuanxuan Jingshan playfully winked at Yi Xian, who immediately grew alert as 2 more of Zhuanxuan Jingshan's formidable punches materialized before him. Ever since she had become acquainted with Satan, this sovereign had orchestrated plans with precision, as if nothing in the world could elude his grasp. I parked the car in a lot in front of the villa, stepping out to find it filled predominantly with luxury vehicles. Even those priced over $1 million were scarce, rendering Lin Kerson's R8 merely average among such opulence. Chapter 108. Jin Yen. Is there anyone who can speak for me? Su Zhihan and Jin Yen were locked in a fierce battle of wits. Whenever one mastered a particular task, the other would invariably excel even further. You can prepare formula milk now, so I must master it as well. Su Zhihan, possessing a nimble mind, often found herself in the lead. Yet, She never truly engaged in labor, for her primary pursuit was the enjoyment of life, attending merely to partake in the lively atmosphere. Thus, after persuading Jin Yen to take action, she immediately sought out Gui Yume, revealing her dual tails, transforming them into a barrier that thwarted the ambush from the original tree. Agony. An endless, excruciating pain. Though it lasted merely a few breaths, it felt as though she had traversed countless centuries. As the echoes of the sound waves dissipated, Yiyang remained crumpled against the mountain wall, clutching his head in torment, the searing pain in his mind lingering stubbornly. The deceased had departed. Do not indulge in futile sorrow. The living must strive to carry on, seeking vengeance for their loved ones with their own hands. Xing Wujing spoke with a tone of detachment, yet as he concluded, an aura of murderous intent enveloped him, thick with ferocity. No matter the extent of his strength, he would inevitably be cleaved in two, forever unable to approach the Blade Emperor. The current Blade Emperor stood firm like a rock amidst the tumultuous sea, impervious to the crashing waves. Old Master Zhu paused and inquired, "Do you know what the greatest market risk is?" "It is the risk of being so large that one can never topple." Tu Ming patiently sliced meat for the children, presenting them with jars of fine dew for consumption. As they gradually became familiar with him, the children began to relax, taking over the care of the disabled ones, relieving Lei Do Do and Li Qianer. Such provisions are rare, usually bestowed only when people are on the brink of starvation, reflecting the nation's considerable hardships. More content is loading. Please wait. If it were truly for the purpose of refining magical artifacts or gathering resources for an attack, there would be no need to venture to the demon suppression peak. Although the battle has yet to reach this place, the streets have lost their usual vibrancy, as residents, under the directives of Ji, have sought refuge in shelters. Lu and I nodded slightly once more, feeling no surprise. Conversely, Shuelyang and the other two bodyguards were once again astonished beyond belief. After all, the school was preparing to host a distinguished guest, reportedly of utmost importance, causing everyone from the principal to the dormitory matron to appear invigorated, as if readying for a fierce contest. Such matters seemed trivial. Evidently, you are of little use. Merely a blind man. Our expectations of you were indeed too lofty, Siko Mingxian remarked, shaking his head as he moved aside with Bailey Yen. Huang Yaoshi, previously unaware that there existed a realm beyond the innate, found himself invigorated and filled with fighting spirit upon hearing Logan's words, as he was in a state of confusion regarding his martial cultivation. In this moment of emptiness, Bing Li struck down another foe and then shouted towards Tian Qiu, "Let us go. The sixth elder must have dispatched others. We shall retreat for now." With that, Bing Li accelerated away into the distance. Qin Yuan, in a fit of rage, hurled anything within reach towards the door, and once he had vented his frustration, the gloom in his eyes deepened. In the capital of the Peacock Kingdom, a tumultuous era of transformation was unfolding, while the three major legions of the Federation, as outlined in the agreement, were simultaneously maneuvering in the shadows. Shikamaru's unexpectedly grotesque expression, devoid of pretense, caused Naruto's lips to twitch slightly. He pondered and reflected on how his seemingly foolproof tactic, which had even deceived Danzo, had gone awry this time. With a face full of helplessness, she repressed her aggrieved expression. Chapter 109. The Completion of the Third World. After such a lengthy discussion, the gender of the baby remains unknown. Su Zhihan had presumed it to be a boy, only to discover it was a girl. It is often said that daughters resemble their fathers. Yet as Su Zhihan gazed upon Jin Yan's visage, she could not fathom what a daughter resembling him might look like. There exists an application on her phone capable of altering gender. Thus, Su Zhihan promptly opened the app and snapped a photo of Jin Yan. Observing the transformed image of Jin Yan, both Su Zhihan and Song Yu exchanged knowing glances, their eyes sparkling with mischief as they cast a teasing look at Chu Qian. Like a specter, she darted through the air, utilizing her speed to engage in combat with Chu Qian. Nangong Ro, what brings you to Haishur?
Nangong war demanded.
Her tone severe and authoritative. My lord, simply activate the Blood Will Palace upon the elevated platform ahead, came the voice of Anluode. For had it not been for him, the outcome of the situation with those who had been steeped in societal vices for over a decade remained uncertain. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Each painting above depicted Li adorned in ancient attire, capturing her expressions that were at times endearing, at times vivacious. More content is loading. Please wait. Just as Shin Mingyu had rescued Yi, she leaned against the bus, urgently calling out. Meanwhile, Yang Xiao, still embroiled in a bloody battle with zombies, heard Shin Mingyu's cry, swiftly dispatched the undead before him with a shovel, then thrust the shovel toward the roof of the bus. Using sheer strength to hoist Yang Xiao up, Chu Qian coldly placed a knife against Zhang Chang's neck and stated, "The wager. I have won. And the victor is entitled to his prize." Perhaps there exist disparities in environment and individuality, yet the significance of sleep for the human body is undeniably evident. Upon hearing this, Ing Mo Dai felt a surge of urgency. She channeled her spiritual energy into her legs, donning a black night garb, poised to spring forth. Nevertheless, she harbored no great concern, for she possessed confidence in her formation, and additionally, she had dispatched a clone to guard the valley. Should the valley be discovered, she would be promptly informed. Despite her corporeal struggles, she found herself unable to inflict severe damage upon her adversary. Rather, she was met with a sword strike to her back, causing her to bleed profusely. Had it not been for the advancements she had achieved in her mountain technique, she would have sustained unimaginable injuries just moments prior. These treasures are not bestowed without cost. What I seek today must be repaid 100-fold tomorrow. Dragon's Sword Fei stated with utmost seriousness. Indeed, there are no free lunches, nor do opportunities fall from the sky. One must offer something in return for their desires. A truth that Dragon's Sword Fei comprehended well. The prince's summons is not merely for the sake of these two individuals, is it? Lu Rongwing gestured toward Sheng Guanyun. Have you slain a few beings from the Void Realm and now feel invincible, forgetting the essence of mortality? And Yuan and I remarked with a hint of mockery. Yusher Tian let out a long howl, unleashing a mist of magic as he took flight. The white-bearded spirit attempted to intercept him, only to be struck down by a black spear. Fortunately, Tian Gua and Yu Xiao Tian arrived just in time to rescue the white-bearded spirit. Now that you have regained your spiritual vision, it is time for you to be informed of certain matters. Lu Song's expression turned grave. Even the usually haughty Yan Xiao sat upright, and Lu Xia instinctively held her breath, bracing herself for the seriousness of the moment. Chapter 110. The male protagonist's white moonlight stand in the man's voice was laced with a cold detachment tinged with disdain. Su Zhihan rubbed her ears and rolled her eyes in a most ungraceful manner. The man confronting her with harsh words was none other than the male lead, Xiamingzi, while her identity in this world was that of a stand-in for the elusive white moonlight. Neither she nor her mother had yet grasped the unfolding plot of this world when the sound of shattering porcelain served as a signal. In an instant, a dozen shadows descended from above, forcing the mother and son, who were perilously close to the dragon bed, to stagger backward. The imposing figure, in a bid to salvage some dignity, personally led a team to the city gates for inspection. As a city, eerily silent and almost terrifying, loomed before him, he couldn't help but feel a shiver run down his spine. It wasn't long before Shui Xian was brought before Su Jingwei. Perhaps due to the extended absence from this room, or the unexpected arrival of her relatives causing a disturbance, she appeared somewhat flustered. I beheld the brilliance of moonlight, and within his eyes, remnants of a deep violet hue lingered, contrasting sharply against his snow-white skin. Those violet-tinted eyes were half enchanting, half valiant. In response to Li Yunqi's persistent inquiries, Xiao Changfeng chose to remain silent. After all, the truth would eventually be revealed. Knowing it a day sooner or later was inconsequential. I lifted my gaze, and indeed, upon clicking the icon, the situation in the Demon Spirit Hall became abundantly clear to all players. That night, who was it that held me tightly? This was the first question Bai Li Mingjing asked upon discovering their identities, for it was of utmost importance. Brother Lan, have you sensed that the young master Pingyang seems to have suddenly become melancholic? Just look at his slumped figure. It evokes a sense of sympathy. Long Qianin can perceive the fluctuations in Nian Pingcheng's emotions, as he has always been rather carefree and cheerful. The flame of the primordial spirit. Li Hao furrowed his brow slightly. Indeed, his original self held scant memories regarding this matter. Originally, He intended to share a ride with a pair of young tourists from the same hotel, but Du Jianshan reconsidered, realizing that he would need to discuss numerous matters this morning. Operating these establishments, he could not guarantee 100% profit. However, he was unafraid of losses and wished to engage in endeavors within his capabilities while pursuing financial gain. Chen Xuanyang's form reappeared in his room, distorted by the surrounding space. He was momentarily taken aback. Aside from upgrade cards, one could also acquire materials for enhancing the heavenly communication divine record through the path of enlightenment. What is it? Is it not permissible? Lynn inquired, feeling somewhat despondent at Li Jiangnan's silence. Nevertheless, it should not pose a significant problem. We can endure. Li Tang set down his wine glass and continued, stating that, on average, a single transaction amounting to 10 billion is quite commendable, with a profit exceeding 1 billion deemed healthy. Of course, if S-level or A-level abilities possess an equivalent mastery of secret techniques, as long as their application and operational skills are not lacking, they would have a guaranteed victory against lower-tier opponents in similar circumstances. Once the grain production triples, those from the 6 nations who harbored animosity towards the Great Qin will no longer bear hostility. The sound of the deer's footsteps drew near, stealthy and agile like a cat, yet devoid of pretense. It was only before Lanzi that the creature lowered its guard and disguise, allowing its presence to be heard. The connection to the Divine Mechanism sect was a directive from Mo Fan, hoping that they would dispatch skilled individuals to guard against unforeseen circumstances. Based on Lin Yu's understanding of Huangshi, the latter would never engage in unnecessary actions. He had ostentatiously constructed a grave for himself in this very spot. Even if he had resigned himself to death, it was improbable that he would leave no trace whatsoever. That is impossible. The trio of Gu Yun spoke in unison, simultaneously grasping their chopsticks to bring a piece of chicken to their mouths. Chapter 111. The stand-in unexpectedly becomes the younger sister-in-law. Su Imoer listened to her sister recount recent events. Instead of feeling anger, she was filled with compassion for her sibling. It was one thing to be misunderstood as a mere substitute, but Xiaming's treatment of her was equally disheartening. If you seek a refuge, at least treat it with some kindness, she mused, incredulous that so many could misinterpret her. This man had not matured in all these years. The exquisite gold was a gift from a dwarf saved by him in the subterranean crystal caverns, belonging to the Silvery Light organization of Dwarven City. In addition to the precious metal, the dwarf also bestowed upon Barrett the emblem of the organization for future correspondence. Whether it was anxiety or trepidation, Quan felt an overwhelming restlessness in such an environment. Old 8. Have there been any updates about 17 in recent days? The figure known as Shan Pao, seated prominently in the hall, gazed anxiously at a tall, slender individual of initial mystic quality below him. In her heart, she hoped that the merchant was affiliated with a certain family, preferably one that was not entangled with the authorities. The capital was home to numerous noble families, and should it be one of theirs, complications would inevitably arise. As Su Linglong led her large white dog and was about to depart, a man clad in black riding attire approached her, presenting her with a silver ingot as a token of gratitude. She accepted it without hesitation, recognizing that one cannot simply refuse a gift of money. After assessing him, she lowered her gaze and spoke nonchalantly. Pray tell, do you recall the incident by the river involving the abduction of Situnanyan? Ching Foam inquired with an air of mystery. After numerous twists and turns, they had finally confirmed one fact. The angel and the whale resided in Madrid, the capital of Spain. However, beneath the water, the efficacy of his bow and arrow was significantly diminished due to water resistance, and their speed was considerably reduced. Yet, they were certainly not hindered by the mere 5th-level large fish before them. Due to this unique trait, mermaids had formed symbiotic relationships with many formidable magical creatures in the ocean, and through millennia of directed evolution, they had even transformed themselves into a treasure beneficial to all beings. Bishop Felci feigned astonishment, exclaiming, "Is it truly so?" He then furrowed his brow, directing his gaze towards the 2 dignitaries of the tribunal. In an instant, those in the ranks wielding bows, arrows, and flying daggers initiated the assault, while the remaining warriors armed with long swords and broadswords charged swiftly towards the beasts, shielded by their comrades. Cheng Lingji glanced at the visibly displeased Situ Hayu seated on the sofa, raised an eyebrow, and proceeded to the kitchen, where she began to prepare dinner with a clatter of utensils. The slaughter was relentless, a frenzied massacre that saw untold trillions of the human race and millions of tribes obliterated in less than half an hour. The rivers of blood rendered the scale of this carnage indescribable. Collapsed huts, crimson-stained earth, and dismembered human limbs lay strewn about, while the stench of blood coalesced into crimson clouds swirling across billions of miles of sky. Thunder rumbled ominously above, soon followed by a torrential downpour, a rare occurrence in this early spring weather. Did heaven also harbor disdain for Chalamon, or was it merely sympathetic?
No one could say.
As night deepened, the temperature in the desert plummeted dramatically. The chill enveloping everyone reached an astonishing degree, causing even the players, with their extraordinary physical prowess, to feel somewhat overwhelmed. Chapter 112. The Real Big Dog. Xiemingzi. The photograph swiftly circulated within the circle. They all knew that Xiemingzi had a favored substitute, one who bore a striking resemblance to his beloved. Observing the image, it seemed as if he and the substitute were on the verge of a confrontation, raising questions about the dynamics between a cherished substitute and the benefactor. Chun Yan's thoughts were entirely consumed by the assassination attempt on Hezhen, rendering her indifferent to the gazes of others. Upon sensing a pair of eyes fixed upon her, she cast a fleeting glance in their direction, causing the young general to flush and hastily avert his gaze. Endless, yet preferable to truly becoming a demon. Ko Yangzi scoffed coldly, disregarding Jing Yushuan's curses, as he inserted needles into various acupoints atop her head. After merely a dozen needles, Jing Yushuan was rendered voiceless, and moments later, she succumbed to unconsciousness. Though masked, she retained an elegant silver attire, standing tall and graceful, her movements ethereal and proud, akin to a silver gale. Fu Qingjue found himself at a loss for words to articulate his overwhelming joy in that moment. After 5 years, Fu Qingtong had spoken no more than 20 words each day, uttering only a few at a time. He had long feared there was something amiss with his son, but now it seemed hope had finally arrived. What secrets could you possibly hold? Fu Xuejiao's pretentiousness elicited palpable annoyance from Lu Guang, her tone laced with icy sarcasm. As Zhang grew increasingly resolute in her convictions, she could hardly fathom how she had inadvertently entangled herself with the clan of Yuming Island. What had she done to irk them? By the way, Outyan, how do you intend to elevate your realm? Will you immerse yourself in your game once more? The great uncle, sensing no immediate concerns, hastily engaged Outyan in conversation, preempting any potential outburst from his elderly spouse. As thoughts swirled in her mind, Zhang felt a surge of determination, a courageous willingness to embrace the unknown. After signaling with her eyes that she would remain composed, her lips, previously covered, gradually parted under Mu Yun's watchful gaze.
Yet now,
this smile in her eyes had taken on a different essence, devoid of warmth and affection. Instead, it was filled with the disdain and indifference of a conqueror gazing upon humble captives after achieving victory. It was time to awaken. Patience was required, though for how long? She could not tell.
Soft whispers echoed in Shu Kai's ears.
Throughout these events, the elder of the Xing family did not shy away from the presence of the crowd in the square. Even the recent threat posed by the man had been made abundantly clear to all present. It was she who had once conversed with Shu Yizai. Yet now the role had shifted to her. This realization stirred discomfort within her. Today, he wielded power, and thus those surrounding him displayed utmost respect and courtesy. However, should he suddenly depart, his family, let alone outsiders, would undoubtedly descend into a fierce struggle over family assets, particularly his mother's-in-law. As a prodigy of the Zhuge family, Zhuge Mashue was well aware that certain formations required the use of spiritual blood, a practice strictly forbidden in the central domain. Yet, to her astonishment, she encountered such a formation here. Zhang Yuan awkwardly smiled at Jiang Banya, then discreetly gestured to the gathered individuals, subsequently closing his eyes to ponder deeply. The yin-yang diagram, embodying profound principles and encompassing all things, was acquired by the holy son of yin-yang in a secret realm, astonishing the entire yin-yang sacred land. Tu, who directed his spiritual energy along a predetermined meridian, ultimately gathering it into his fists, and let out a soft exclamation.
Su Zhihan.
Witnessing the transformation of the imposter Su Zhihan felt his previously tense spirit relax, though he could not discern why. The imposter seemed to possess a more nuanced understanding of him than he had claimed. Chapter 113. Su Amour. My sister has changed before him. Two spheres of light, one crimson and one emerald, coalesced, crashing towards the destroyer. The scene displayed Kai Kai and Fong Jian profile, with Su Zhihan visible in the kitchen behind them, diligently preparing a meal. Zhang Gonggong, well aware of his temperament and fiercely protective, could only elucidate the unfolding events. It seems we must establish a platform on Weibo as well. However, due to certain procedural and qualification constraints, we are unable to authenticate the new account, Zhu Shengxiu, as a verified entity, so it remains a personal account. Sister, you need not worry. Lu Zichen attempted to continue, but was interrupted by Su Ruan's dismissive gesture. She sighed inwardly. This girl, Dongqing, nearly divulged her plans to lace the pastries with drugs. The peculiar individual's physical prowess was exceptional, having thrived in this environment for years, expertly navigating the waters like a duck. Fury bubbled within Fry, who longed to exclaim, "Damn it!" Yet, his impatience would surely hinder Ignaza's cooperation. Originally, I had intended to give you a good thrashing upon our reunion. Mu Qiu, however, maintained a calm demeanor, devoid of any malice. The shockwave instantaneously obliterated the squadron of Chitauri aerial units, while simultaneously an invisible curse mushroom cloud surged upward, shattering every pane of glass in Stark Tower. In a few days, following Liu Yang's request and drawing closer to Zhonghai, I would find it increasingly difficult to interact with Lu Ting at the company. At the very least, I must maintain a certain distance to convey my dissatisfaction with Liu Yunba's faction. Jinxi, is that you? Tang Ming's voice trembled. In that fleeting moment, he seemed to forget the grim reality that Su Jingxian had indeed perished. Should he and his companions be captured, a being of his kind would likely be torn to shreds in an instant. In merely 2 or 3 breaths, Su Zhihan was already drenched in sweat, gasping for air as if he had just emerged from a fierce battle. Thus, in such a moment, even someone as composed as Tang Luoluo gradually began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Yet, amidst this turmoil, a voice, icy and clear, suddenly pierced the air. Uttering a disquieting remark, Lu Ting, unfazed, inquired with remarkable calmness, leaving Xiaowei incredulous at how adeptly she maintained her composure. Lin Jian, upon hearing this, could not help but furrow his brow. He did not deny the validity of Tang Yan's words, yet he struggled to summon the resolve to usurp the throne. Once actions against the royal family commenced, halting them would prove exceedingly difficult. The thought that such an endeavor could imperil countless lives made Lin Jian exceedingly cautious. When did it come to pass that everyone perceived the relationship between Tang Luoluo and Su Qingchuan as so uniquely special? Huang Puqi had been thoroughly ensnared this time, having offended not just anyone but that madman. He could still sense the lingering odor of his own misfortune, which was utterly revolting, especially considering he had consumed quite a bit. What on earth is happening? The guests at the wedding stood in stunned silence, bewildered by the chaos that had ensued. Jiang Jian had not forgotten. According to the plan meticulously devised by him and Anren, in the coming days, their parents would take the initiative to be candid, striving for understanding and support. However, they needed to maintain utmost secrecy regarding the school. Nonetheless, they were still somewhat inferior to Ling Qian. At this moment, Ling Qian was engaged in combat with the monstrous spirit ape, which was nearly rendered unconscious by his relentless strikes. Coupled with the binding forces of the illusory independent realms surrounding him, its massive form could hardly move an inch, akin to a fish on the chopping block, utterly at the mercy of its captor. Suddenly, the skin and fabric on Ling Qian's back erupted, and the blood, unable to escape due to the immense pressure, merely soaked his white attire. Since encountering the insatiable Tian, I had grown accustomed to being regarded as prey. In this world, I was merely a novice of the lowest tier among the myriad of monsters. I had yet to earn the right to hunt them, as they were often capable of hunting me instead. I departed from the lottery outlet clutching a ticket numbered 123 for 567, my pockets laden with heavy red bills, totaling over 60. Yet, as I strolled through the streets, I found myself unable to conjure any wealth. Indeed, we had dismantled the crystal nexus of the Scythe army, successfully seizing the base. Yang Bufan unhesitatingly declared this victory. Suddenly, he stepped onto a cloud and soared beyond the confines of the Hundred-Eyed Gorge, transforming into a streak of golden light. Vanishing into the unknown, Bei Yiming believed he would eventually discover a reasonable solution within the legacy of his own physical imperfections, yet this would undeniably require time. For this legacy encompassed medical knowledge, chronicling the treatment of various ailments, particularly numerous plastic surgeries. But it lacked any record on how to perform such surgeries without leaving others the wiser. As Lemon listened, the flicker of defiance within her gradually dissipated, giving way to a burgeoning admiration. The younger generation pondered, why not extend some earnestness in advance? How about inviting the Ghost Clan to join us now? Even if they temporarily do not regard this place as their home, the fruits of their labor shall belong solely to them, thus serving as a preliminary adjustment to our collaboration. Qin Shi remarked. Upon entering the valley, Xue Wusuan soon realized that the space was rather modest, with the total number of dwellings barely exceeding 20. Counting the inhabitants, there were at most 30 to 40 souls, isolated from the bustle of life. Residing here would likely become exceedingly monotonous. Chapter 114, Second-Hand Xiemingzi. With the tiger claw technique at his disposal, Lu Tua, observing Lu Heng's display, was well aware that the tiger claw was an esteemed yellow-grade martial art passed down through the Lu family, specifically designed for targeting the head and neck of adversaries. In the pitch-black night sky, a brilliant flame flashed, accompanied by a resounding dragon's roar that echoed through the heavens, sending shivers down the spine. Su Tianyan let out a hearty laugh, adorned in a dragon robe of deep crimson, as if it were steeped in blood, lending him an air of sinister eeriness. Tu Xuanzhong furrowed his brow and inquired softly, "What has transpired on Jiang Beishan's Lotus Island?" "Jiang, what are you all doing?" For one with a proud disposition, nothing could be more irksome than having someone dangle mysteries before them. Yi Zixin surely found it quite vexing, which explained her expression resembling that of someone on the verge of bursting forth when Liang Xiao deliberately played coy with her. The spectral wolf of death opened its maw, unleashing a tremendous tide of mortality, as if it could crush mountains and collide fiercely with the myriad bolts of lightning. "Come forth." A low command resonated, infused with divine soul power, transforming into a colossal hand that stretched forth like a mountain range, its enormous fingers gripping the chaotic expanse with immense force. Regarding Hu Bai and Qin Juanxi, he could only harbor such thoughts, for this being was procured by him from the trading apparatus. It was only then that Zhang Yu became aware of his predicament. Upon emerging from the realm of souls, he had been preoccupied with matters concerning Murakumo, inadvertently neglecting his own state. This was truly terrifying. Gong Danming observed his two former companions, writhing in agony and despair, suffering a fate worse than death, sending chills through him. Both the authentic primal energy storage plates and the counterfeit storage talismans were activated by energy fluctuations. Due to the dim lighting, Wu Tian took a moment to recognize him as Huang Yong, a trusted aide of Song Jin. He had been present that day at Wu Guixing's restaurant, alongside Li Shuangjiang and Zhong Jun, part of the Tai faction. Lang Tan surveyed the 4 new graves nearby and the departing Lu Gongzhu, his teeth grinding audibly. "I know each of you harbors your own schemes, intending to use my Wuxing army as mere cannon fodder for your grand ambitions. I can defend the borders and vanquish foes, but I refuse to endure your humiliation. No matter how formidable the Jin cavalry may be, they could not easily venture into the sea. Meanwhile, the Navy could launch a considerable landing operation behind the Jin forces, rendering them defenseless. Some high-ranking officials within the Jin army regard gunpowder weapons as somewhat superfluous. They may serve well in defense, yet they possess numerous shortcomings in open-field combat. Instead of squandering substantial funds on ostentatious gunpowder armaments, it would be wiser to invest in the development of cavalry. In this era, lacking advanced illumination devices, one can only rely on rudimentary torches, which are easily targeted. Compounded by the prevalent night blindness, nearly everyone becomes visually impaired after dusk. Many avoid nocturnal battles solely due to the challenges of command, relying instead on the soldier's personal discipline to engage in combat. Is this truly feasible? With great delight, Cha-Cha joyfully wielded her hatchet, bursting into hearty laughter. I find myself unable to capture even the pure beauty of simplicity. At this juncture, Hina felt somewhat disheartened. The pristine white bedsheets, adorned with vibrant plum blossoms, proudly showcased the remarkable experiences they had just shared. The Tubo people must not be overlooked. Since the rise of the Kublai Khan, it has become their duty to honor the deities and esteemed guests with the offering of katas, a commendable tradition that they are responsible for initiating and propagating to the Liao kingdom and the distant steppes. As October approached, the weather began to cool. With a widening temperature disparity between day and night, daytime temperatures hovered around 20 degrees, while night fell to a mere 10. Shen Yan did not anticipate that she would actually fire a shot. She was genuinely enraged, truly furious, and in a moment of impulse, she aimed and shot at him. In that instant, Naruto's expression shifted to one of awkwardness, while Longue's face gradually flushed with a light crimson hue, which deepened into a full blush, ultimately turning his entire visage a vibrant red. Within the scene stands a slender young man, adorned with spectacles, approximately in his early 20s. His gaze is gentle, reminiscent of Ding Pu's elder brother. This suggests that Ding Pu's attire bears a semblance of admiration for this idol. Is the lady engaging in whispered secrets with the tree spirit? A soft, mischievous laughter emanates from behind, revealing the identity of the newcomer through its provocative undertones. Hoda, ranked second on the Forbes celebrity list at the tender age of 30, boasts a fortune in the billions, having risen from humble beginnings with assets sprawling across Asia, Europe, and Africa, most notably recognized for his real estate ventures. Jing Yi, presenting a cup of tea with a smile, remarked, "Sister is indeed fortunate, even within this grand palace. She has such a devoted maid. Alas, how unlike my sister's plight. In these years, I have only my phone girl." As she spoke, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Song Chuesong, who seldom visited the palace, found herself unknowingly wandering close to a palace she had never before encountered. As the blood symbol formation took shape, a resonant hum filled the air, and from its center erupted a spray of multicolored light, coalescing into a colossal sphere of crimson radiance, measuring several dozen yards in diameter. Yet, in this moment, the most profound reaction came from Kong, who had always maintained a semblance of rationality. Instinctively, she reached out, as if to grasp something elusive. However, before her hand could extend fully, Zhao Cheng's figure had already vanished. "Rest assured, they will inform you before you enter the trial. Regardless of the danger, you must proceed. Whether they tell you now or later makes no difference," Bai muttered. Although this method may lack aesthetic appeal, its practicality suffices, especially since there are no others present. Furthermore, it would be a profound waste for Li Qian, a true youth, to neglect the potent exorcism tool of youthful urine. Tangen's foray into the realm of technology has not been without its challenges. However, he excels as a director, creating cinematic masterpieces that are beyond reproach. It is inconceivable that she would relinquish the opportunity to collaborate with Clint Eastwood unless something extraordinary had transpired. After all, is it not peculiar to feel such urgency upon reuniting after merely a century apart? Princess Jiayao smiled alluringly. Across the vast and tranquil grasslands, the eye is drawn to a verdant expanse that seems to stretch infinitely, instilling a sense of serenity. In close proximity, the grass sways gently in the breeze, rising and falling in a rhythmic dance, adorned with wildflowers that intermittently reveal their delicate beauty. Even during the filming process, there were requests for the director to curtail Johnny Depp's overly flamboyant performance, ensuring that other actors were afforded the opportunity to shine. In Chapter 115, Song Yu astonishingly became a university professor. A predicament was effortlessly resolved by Su Zhihan, who ultimately transformed the trouble into a friendship. When Miss Ma departed, she added Su Zhihan's contact information, stating that she could be approached for assistance in the future. I am not one to engage in false politeness. I will undoubtedly utilize my connections. Miss Ma was amused by her candor. As the day progressed, Yu Suifeng snapped her fingers, igniting the oil lamp upon the table, only to discover that the bed across from her was empty. Could it be that a wild beast had passed by? You are the expert. Do not wild creatures typically emerge at night to hunt? Yang Qing emulated the manner of Shang Han, stepping to the outer side of the city wall and straining to gaze downward. There is no need for idle chatter. It has long been said that the white dragon of the southeast possesses the most extraordinary talent, yet they remain at the late stage of the mysterious star. As for Qin Song, it is rumored that he has lost all his mysterious strength, rendering him a mere waste. Now that you and I have reached this level, it is time to determine our superiority. The speaker was Wen Houyan, his countenance etched with defiance. After uttering a lengthy discourse, Yin Xiu silently observed the expression of Xiao Qingtong, awaiting his response. Liao Shi was momentarily taken aback, but choosing not to dwell on it, she offered a gentle smile and remarked, "Had it not been for the three of you capturing Wang Lang, there would surely be incessant bloodshed in Kuaiji County." Liao Shi stepped forward, assisting the three of them to their feet. "More content is loading. Please wait." Master Yuan San practiced for an extensive period, yet still struggled to grasp the essence. No matter how she sensed it, the water remained unified. She felt disheartened, casting doubt upon the intelligence she had always prided herself on. Was she truly destined to languish in this dilapidated temple for eternity? Yunzi had heard tales of her biological mother from others before, yet this time she felt an uncanny closeness to her. From the words of old Master Xiao and Yan Jinnan, she could almost envision her mother seated in this very parlor 20 years ago, conversing with old Master Xiao and the others. Sun Qingyue was seething with rage, her chest heaving violently. In that moment, I shared the same sentiment as Sun Qingyue. Neither of us wished to witness the other suffer under our very noses. Currently, the four elemental embodiments have transcended to the void refinement stage, leaving only the earth attribute embodiment yet to break through. He understands that should he fail to achieve this breakthrough now, finding another opportunity in the future would prove to be quite a challenge. However, her remark nearly revealed the truth, and he silently chided himself for employing the term one, which could evoke memories of the previous awkward atmosphere that felt rather amiss. As Shirley pondered how to efficiently obliterate the three warships, he recognized that while deploying the ruby laser cannon could annihilate them, it would be impossible to do so silently. Was there a way to unravel this conundrum? The storm inquired tentatively of the lit mirror information processor. Yang Yifeng, akin to a duck being shoved into water, reluctantly adjusted his tone. Is Shu Qing acceptable now? Yang Yifeng himself was bewildered. His tone bore no semblance to that of addressing a mere acquaintance whom he had met only thrice, but rather resembled a jest shared among longtime friends. How had He Nuying ever been subjected to such humiliation? With a furious roar, he entered a state of unity with heaven and earth, a golden meteor descending from the heavens to envelop him. As the radiance faded, a set of second-tier mystical armor materialized upon him. This should suffice, wouldn't you agree? Some are still engaged in monthly publications. Observing the peculiar gazes exchanged between Lu Yunxian and his partner, Tang Xin deeply rationalized his position once more. The elder bellowed again. Though with utmost caution, the seventh celestial star river's city was exceptionally enigmatic, and should an army charge recklessly, a single misstep could lead to utter annihilation. Chapter 116. Tempted by Su Zhihan, no wonder she was unable to uncover Song Yu's identity through Xieming's friends, brothers, and rivals. It turns out that this time he did not belong to any of those circles. Yet this fellow has become a university lecturer? Is this for real? Surely, this will not lead to misguided students. Moreover, he hails from humble beginnings, which she had accurately predicted earlier. In his previous life, he was immensely wealthy. But in this life, he requires financial assistance even for his education. Su Zhihan's mind is now filled with questions. Despite the passage of 2 incense sticks worth of time, Li Dalong and Nangong Duan remain engrossed in their tasks, dedicating their entire being to the alchemical furnace before them, fearful of any unforeseen mishaps. The entire testing period lasts approximately 20 minutes. When the 20 mercenaries emerge from the combat simulation room, their faces are etched with exhaustion and distress, as though they have just endured the ravages of war. Much like the cicadas of July, who can comprehend human speech because they have consumed it. Seeing him gaze down in silence, his demeanor profound yet desolate, a pang of sorrow gripped her heart, both bitter and painful. In the sky, Ao Dingtian unleashed a roar akin to a dragon's cry before plunging into the ocean, an ensuing spectacle that could only be described as tumultuous. Although Ma Yin and he were not closely acquainted, he was ultimately a member of the Yutian Demon Palace. Lin Zhao's slaying of Ma Yin significantly undermined the prestige of the Yutian Demon Palace. Witnessing Wang Tianyin's current demeanor, particularly after the failure of the elixir refinement, was inevitably disappointing. Shen Suixin stood a third of the way down the runway, her exquisite visage devoid of any emotion. Her striking black and white irises betraying not a hint of sentiment as they gazed towards the camera. Rome Tang, with his remarkably handsome countenance, maintained a frosty demeanor. Just by observing his face, Emperor Jingming could discern his son's indifference to either discomfort or delight. The Yin family primarily operated in America. With one subsidiary located in B City, how could it possibly encroach upon the Mo family's interests in the city? Without hesitation, he swiftly drew the fish sword from Su Dinggua's back and, in a single fluid motion, severed Su Dinggua's head. Yet that was far from sufficient. Gu Zixing gently pinched Qin Yuan's earlobe, casually observing the subtle shifts in her facial expressions. Regarding the inquiries about Jiang Cici, he had already made an appearance on her behalf, but as she was not his child, Yuan Wangyang was undoubtedly aware of this. Thus, there was no need for further explanation. She leaned in slightly, yearning to hear him call her name in his deep, husky voice. After all, she had previously engaged in various endeavors, including hacking, but this particular matter would remain undisclosed to them. One arm was pinned beneath her head, while the other embraced her waist. Gazing at the familiar visage, she found peace in the tranquility of his slumber, and a smile finally graced Mo Qing's face. Lin Yiren had schemed to entrap Lin, yet Shen Jingyan was not a person to act in bad faith. She had visited the palace several times to cultivate a friendship with Lin Yiren, even leaving a carrier pigeon for urgent communication in times of need. At that moment, Ilea burst through the door, urgency etched upon her features. She anxiously inquired whether there was any news, and Connie handed the letter back to Ilea once more. The two remained silent, awaiting her thoughts after she had read it. Unbeknownst to her, a hint of coaxing crept into her sweet, delicate tone. "Shall I pour you a glass of cold water?" The water was still warm in her hand, likely having just been boiled. Su Qian shook her head, indifferent to whether it was hot or cold. Chapter 117. Su Moer, the white moonlight of adolescence. Let us not say anything further. We must see the boss immediately. Upon hearing this, the subordinate dared not utter another word and turned to fetch the car from the parking lot. "Zhuanan, I will now begin to interfere with my brainwaves. You must persuade these individuals to lay down their weapons." The voice echoed in his mind. After a restful sleep, I was stirred awake by Nua Nua, groggy as I sat up and took a deep breath. Indeed, it was remarkable. Amidst the smoke, his voice was chilling and dreadful. As the dust settled, one could see the shield marred by a multitude of spiderweb-like cracks. For instance, the captured Empress Dowager Xiao, alongside a certain Genghis Khan, who was bowing in reverence beside a pile of corpses. "Understood," the four replied in unison as they galloped down the mountain, swiftly disappearing from Han Yang's sight. Upon waking, I was greeted by a rich aroma, instinctively leaping from the bed. I hurried to the living room, where everyone was gathered around the table laden with delectable dishes. This way, he could effortlessly complete the assassination task without bearing any risk. An undeniably splendid strategy that achieved two objectives at once. At this moment, he should be aware that the performance of the Eastern Mountain Cat far surpasses that of their own mountain cat, a fact he has long acknowledged. However, the city gates have now been closed to entry, as it is rumored that the Southern Army will enter the city at noon, allowing the common folk to pass freely only at dusk. The garments worn by Lingrong are likely of a quality that even the servants of Ikuan Palace would not don. It is evident that the purity of the medicinal solution has significantly improved. Nevertheless, it still harbors numerous visible impurities. While luck may indeed exist, Xing Tuo would never entrust his fate to such an elusive concept. Arriving at a jewelry store by taxi, he quickly realized that the treasures within were beyond his financial reach. Embarrassed, Sun Xiao prepared to leave when the manager approached him. However, Nian Shirlan cast a glance at Feng Ruozhao, who, like herself, was without offspring. On the black market, the onlookers observed a compassionate man clad in a robe, calmly dragging an unconscious man whose face was marred by bruises. Meanwhile, inside the room, vibrant scenes were unfolding. While outside, Su Lan repeatedly dialed a number from her car. Yang Ruoli shook her head, interrupting, "Let us not discuss my matters. We should first concern ourselves with Yuetong. We still do not know how she is. What am I truly to do?" With a heavy heart, Yang Ruoli supported her forehead, deeply troubled. Her shoulder bore the mark of a wound inflicted by Chen Nian just days ago, leaving the injury far from healed. Upon hearing her words, Chen Nian paused in surprise, unsure how to proceed with her next move, momentarily lost in thought as she turned her head away from Feng Junyang. Feng Junyang chose to remain unperturbed, quietly observing the newlyweds as they gracefully made their way to the hall. A ceremonial official stood at the front, extolling praises in a resonant voice that evidently belonged to a master of internal arts, overpowering the clamor of the guests and distinctly echoing into every corner of the courtyard. Whether friends or not is beside the point. It is apparent that he holds considerable regard for you, Yang's mother delicately remarked. Do you comprehend the identity of the person you have slain, the rationale behind your actions, and where is your firearm? The interrogator, observing Dong Erga's obstinate demeanor, felt a surge of frustration. He was acutely aware that even confessing would lead to a death sentence, which clearly contradicted their expectations. What wallet? I arrived with nothing, Shu Qi exclaimed, astonished and infuriated. It was evidently a provocation. Upon hearing this, Chen Nian gently lowered his gaze. Jiangnan was the cornerstone of Feng Junyang's foundation. Could he truly forfeit half of Jiangnan's territory to remain in the north and continue resisting the Xian clan? What weighed more in Feng Junyang's heart? I merely wished to assist my cousin, Feng Xinru. Yang Ruoli was taken aback by his words, yet found a semblance of understanding in their inherent logic. Time flowed like a discerning connoisseur, savoring his treasures with unhurried appreciation, as if only through such patience could he genuinely affirm his ownership of the prized possession. It is a consensus among Chief Zhao and several veteran prison guards that every inmate harbors the potential to be a threat, and this notion is undeniably sound. The raccoon, Coco, was concerned that Lan Ruoxin might not comprehend her words. She pointed to herself, gestured towards the cave entrance, and tilted her head in a way that was meant to reassure Lan Ruoxin. Meanwhile, Gui Liren observed the blood and mud that adorned the figure seated in his chair, feeling a tumult of emotions within him. However, seeing their disheveled state made it difficult for him to voice any complaints. I approached the blonde-haired individual, and as I stood before him, he regarded me with a haughty demeanor. Yet I was taller than he, causing him to slightly tilt his head upward to meet my gaze. It seemed this fellow was utterly oblivious to the circumstances. Su Ning's dark locks cascaded like clouds, now tinged with gray, her gaze vacant. She attempted to speak, but her throat felt as if it were stuffed with cotton, allowing only muffled sounds to escape her lips. Understand this is my home, all right? Cross me, and you shall be expelled in an instant. Humph. Yuan Sanyi dusted himself off and rose from the ground, only to find Qin Jifan and Su Qian distancing themselves from her as if encountering a specter. Consequently, Go Wei was compelled to assume the role of the guide. The group arrived at Xian Buluan, weary from their journey, and secured accommodations at a local inn. Young clan leader, is the information you received accurate? Inquired the clan's sole special Jie Nin, Uchiha Ji, with a hint of trepidation. Chapter 118. Song Yu. I am a burden. Xiemingze, now completely devoid of anger, had initially believed he was faced with a romantic rival, only to discover he was confronted by an indomitable cockroach. The resilience of Mu Xiao was truly remarkable, and he now felt a genuine admiration for him. Su Zhihan found it quite amusing. Sister, why do you embellish yourself so much in your diary? If I weren't aware of the reality, I would think this was a scene from a romantic drama. The childhood friends offered each other assistance, while Yun Qingfeng gazed at Yun Guiwan with an expression that was difficult to articulate, as if questioning, what has happened to this dog? Tung Qing turned and exited the room. Throughout the day, Hui battled against the sharp pangs of discomfort, and it was only with the arrival of night that the sensations dulled to a faint whisper, allowing him to engage in some modest activities. Zhuangyang trembled as he addressed Hui. Under the water, there are people. Both Hui and Zhuangyang hung precariously from the ropes, straining to twist their heads in order to glimpse the dark surface below. Yan Baishui's breathing became slightly rapid, and his heart sank to an abyss of despair. He was merely a few paces away from the old man in black. Yet, with the old man's demise, he could only perceive a faint ripple in the air. Utterly oblivious to how Yi Han had executed the strike, Tian Shiner hastily brushed off her clothing, anxious about dog hair, completely unaware of the seething, furious gaze directed her way. Observing Su Chen's relentless pursuit of Zhang Xiyu, the crowd erupted in praise for Su Chen, while those who had long resented Zhang Xiyu's arrogance reveled in the spectacle. A Jiao, still wavering, hesitated upon hearing the need for confirmation. His eyes revealed a lingering reluctance to part with Dong Ming. As I witnessed this, a thought crossed my mind. This could spell trouble. Although Hu Xingzhou was the chief celestial master of the Celestial Master S Bureau, one could never be certain that he would not, swayed by familial ties, indiscriminately take Qiu Bai's life. Are such occurrences still infrequent? The actual number of spectators is, in fact, comparable to that of many established professional large-scale competitions. It is evident that Su Nen has played a significant role in this. I concur. The reasoning is largely similar. Moreover, I believe that elevating the task's level to that of a decade-long endeavor should sufficiently capture the attention of the major guilds, ensuring that they will not hesitate to dispatch their elite members. After nodding, Yajima spoke. What did you say? The bewildered copy of Zheng Jia halted his frenzied outburst, staring in disbelief at his original self. On a new day, Xinyu rose early, for a delightful event awaited her in a few days, leaving her too excited to sleep. This is the battlefield of the Battle of Yanling during the spring and autumn period. The chariot stuck in the mud belongs to Duke Li of Jin, while he himself appears to be none other than the valiant son of King Gong of Chu, Xiongzhan. Although Paul did not comprehend why Morong Chen suddenly broached the topic of etiquette, he discerned from Morong Chen's stance as he drew his sword that trouble was imminent. He promptly commanded his subordinates to retreat while he, himself, brandished his sword and stepped forward to stand before Morong Chen. At this moment, Xia Yeno, clad in casual attire, emerged from the bathroom, picked up the clothes that Hao Meng had carelessly discarded, and took them to the dryer. I do not know, but I believe he is not merely jesting. How Xian felt an unsettling anxiety within her. Though she held a deep affection for Xia Yeno, she realized that she did not truly know him. All she was aware of was that he was the president of Sky Corporation and had harbored feelings for her for 7 years. Beyond that, she knew nothing of his other affairs. Chapter 119. The assassination expert. On the day of their meeting, Xiamingzi rose early to groom himself meticulously. Although he held a steadfast confidence in his appearance, he felt it prudent to put forth extra effort in the presence of his rival. Su Emoer, observing his overly serious demeanor, found it quite amusing. Do you really need to be so dramatic? You look as if you're preparing for a blind date. Shouldn't it be me who's concerned about dressing up? Though they did not reside together, when they caught sight of Qin Mo's gaze, they were instantly filled with embarrassment and ire, hastily submerging themselves in the water and reaching for the bathrobe on the shore. A decade ago, Zhou Hanjing experienced a fleeting infatuation, making what he now deemed the most foolish mistake of his life, a thought that still left him anxious. Yi Chen did not disclose his salary, yet the villagers buzzed with excitement, sensing an opportunity to earn. What audacity you possess, daring to come here. The voice held a hint of anger and mockery, surprising Qin Tian, who turned to look. She merely sought to present the truth before Yu Sheng Yiming, allowing her the agency to choose for herself. Fortunately, Qin Linlin had agreed to pay him a monthly teaching fee of 10,000, which would barely help him maintain a balance between income and expenditure. Indeed, it was not just that he possessed the ability to foresee the future. He also wielded king-level offensive power. Yi Tianjiao, the Grand Master has instructed me to let you enter directly, the attendant said with utmost respect to Yi Luyuan. This time, instead of purchasing vast quantities, they procured some pots, pans, and furniture for Fu Yunting. In truth, had Yi Luyuan not sealed Su Songhai's sorrowful matters, perhaps he would have already transcended his current limitations. As the narrative unfolds, a particular specter, having tasted the sweetness of power, could not restrain its insatiable greed, incessantly gnawing at the assassins beneath it. While this beast may often wield a venomous tongue, it indeed attends to all matters with meticulous care. Suddenly, she comprehended that Nanha Alley was the very place bestowed upon her by the esteemed Mu Xianzi, for, True to her character, she would never reside in Shueyon Alley. Zhou Ji frequently peddled aphrodisiacs and kidney tonics. Initially, Xinyu paid little heed, as such remedies were abundant in the mortal realm and often passed down through generations. However, recently something seemed amiss. The arriving team members, having listened to Yuan Yi's teachings, finally grasped the obscure essence of their usual training. "What are you doing? Have you lost your senses?" A boy, in a fit of madness, seized the willow branch from his mother's grasp. Xinyu beheld the immaculate Mu Xianzi, who appeared to be in high spirits, standing beside the vanity, admiring the flowers in the vase. Qian Xia had intended to tell Han Chuan that she wished to eat more, yet she caught sight of Xian Qi entering from outside the cave, accompanied by a tall, dark-haired beast man. Meanwhile, Gyupot's gaze sharpened as he heard Gyupot's words. The intensity of his stare betrayed an undercurrent of tension. Although Gyupot had brazenly proclaimed his intention to rebel moments ago, Gyupot had dismissed it as mere stalling tactics, unaware that Gyupot genuinely harbored rebellious sentiments. He glanced at the plate before him, the steak's appearance passable at best, and let out a sigh. However, the legendary axe, seemingly summoned by the formidable spirit of Qiyu, transformed into a fleeting light in an instant, vanishing into the thick, dark malevolence of the atmosphere before the monkey could grasp it. Yang Guangrong, now 70 years of age, with hair turned gray, found his career abruptly halted at the position of Director General of the State Administration of Radio, Film, and Television. It has been 5 years since his retirement. I was the first to step into the magical array, and the moment I reached its center, I felt a sudden tug of space. Before I could comprehend it, my figure flickered and reappeared underground. "Thank you, Master Ancestor." The young warriors from the Ning clan rejoiced upon hearing Ning's Yuan sigh of relief, promptly rising as one and surging outward. Chapter 120. The Charming Xiemingzi. Slightly dazed, Tu Li issued a stern command. Despite the circumstances, he had not been paralyzed by fear. If they were to retreat in a panic, the remaining tens of thousands of Hu warriors would become easy prey for Zhao's army. Then so be it. "I never truly intended to govern," Zhao Zhen declared, having resolved to abandon the notion. Realizing the lack of feasibility, he firmly chose not to act against the current. As the crowd found themselves unable to take action, they paid no heed to his self-absorption, departing from the Forgetting Emotions Mountain along with Tian Xianwudi. On the journey, the South Dipper true master could not contain his indignation. A man, when faced with such clarity, should act with straightforwardness, whether right or wrong. If one feels compelled to act, they should boldly declare their stance and accept the responsibilities that follow. "Your Majesty, peril looms imminent." Zhang Jingzong's words were astonishing, with tears glistening at the corners of his eyes. Although the cultivation levels of his seniors, such as Fang Zhuang, limited the rank of the magical artifacts they could control, Jiani managed to identify the most effective refining methods within the constraints imposed on the artifact levels. A sense of calculation dawned upon the crowd. If the Wang family does not encounter any particularly grave mishaps, Wang Laosan is destined to become at least a deputy national-level talent in the future. Seated within the confines of the subway, Lin Tiansheng unfurled the documents sent by Wu Tianghua, delving into their contents with meticulous attention. Just as Wu Tianghua had indicated, this dossier encompassed not only the power struggles among high-ranking officials, but also extensively covered the families of these officials. As the gods broke free from the confines of the investiture of the gods, the very heavens and earth transformed anew, and the ominous aura of calamity thickened. Ambitious schemers displayed faces of unrestrained joy, for the long-awaited opportunity was finally at hand, while the countenances of the two Western saints darkened ominously. And Nianji, ultimately outnumbered and feeling the tide turn against him, guarded himself against the crossbow bolts while casting a fierce glare at Xian Shao, declaring that this matter was not yet resolved. With that, he leapt from the precipice. The sirens stepped into the 100-story tower, immediately sensing an aura distinct from the mundane world outside. Since taking office over 3 months ago, a vigorous internal anti-corruption campaign had been launched, sweeping away Civilong's influence entirely. Moreover, this anti-corruption initiative began to extend its reach to various investment countries, with senior officials from nations such as Senegal, Nigeria, and Burkina Faso currently under scrutiny. Clad in the world's most exquisite luxury attire, adorned with a meticulously curated makeup ensemble and assisted by an elite makeup artist of unparalleled skill. She exuded an undeniable aura of sophistication. This was merely the initial round. The financial consortiums composed of North American policymakers would undoubtedly demand that the bridge software initiate subsequent rounds of funding, a reality dictated by the geopolitical climate of North America. However, Li Chen's unwavering resolve was to maintain absolute control alongside Morthy. As the conversation reached its climax, tears finally cascaded down Xianyue's cheeks, only to be hastily wiped away by her own hand. As he reveled in the myriad powers bestowed upon him by his ancestors, he simultaneously bore the weight of their suffering. Finishing the last sip of tea, Zhao Zixian rose, preparing to head to his workshop, as he needed to make arrangements for the evening's freckle removal treatment. Surprisingly, the envoy from the Western Xia did not issue a reprimand but instead took it upon himself to remove the cloth from the mouth of the man in black. "What? Am I to be your assistant?" After the family finished their meal, Li Chen broached the topic of the afternoon's decision at the dining table, eliciting an exaggerated reaction from Zhong Chuhong. The others, apart from He Chaoqiong, were equally astonished. That afternoon at MBS International was a sight to behold, as countless bouquets of roses were systematically transported to the rooftop. "What do you think?" A forbidden spell eradicated the monsters within the room, prompting Petit-An to glance at Lin Fan and inquire aloud. Before their departure, Lei Zhan took a moment to convey to Long A the perilous nature of their mission. For they were not merely confronting adversaries, but rather the formidable forces of nature itself. What could be more terrifying than the might of the natural world? Tomorrow, Su Man will be entirely his. Today, he will temporarily let her be. Those reports must not hinder him. With Su Man nestled in his embrace, the sleepless, white nights transform effortlessly into delightful dreams. I sensed that Qian Zhuzai, after a brief moment of astonishment, was about to rush into the warm cocoon of spider silk. Focusing my energy, the great black fish emerged, instantly enveloping the spider silk tent in a shroud of darkness. It was only then that the mother spirit spider realized that I was not jesting. The intent to kill was indeed ignited. How could the Blood Clan parasites continue to feed? Furthermore, I have researched that they are unable to wear braces. Mo spoke with utmost seriousness and righteous indignation. Ultimately, the crazy Thunder Mercenary Corps could not conceal Dejia any longer. In the semi-finals, they encountered the formidable Bull Corps, and Dejia finally donned his armor. This was precisely the technique Zhang Yu had once employed to decisively defeat the Tea-country competitor, Lan Tai, known as the Lion's Roar of the Buddha's secret skill. The middle-aged man felt a golden light enveloping him, rendering him momentarily paralyzed, as he was dragged toward the Golden Tower. He gasped in horror. But there was no time to react. "I shall inquire with Director Huang Ting of the Narcotics Bureau. If she is available, I will invite her to join as well. Additionally, I may need to bring along my younger sister, as this would assure my wife," Yi Xiao stated. With the support of 3 layers of buffs, Qi Jiao successfully turned the tide, mercilessly dismantling the Red Door boss tank in this game, reducing it to a charred heap of flesh after the attack ceased. Qi Jiao took a deep breath, confidently stepping over the tank's remains toward the descending helicopter. Chapter 121. The wealthy and mysterious Su Zhihan Xiamingzi, upon seeing her diary, was no longer angry. In fact, he felt compelled to prevent her from destroying it. Su Mo pushed his large head away and retreated, insisting that he not disturb her work. The prospect of obliteration was indeed difficult to bear. Perhaps it would only be when her mental fortitude surpassed the monumental threshold of 100 that the system would undergo a transformation. Lu Qing was left to ponder this. The blow delivered was insufficient to bring down the Black Yao dragon, yet the anguish it inflicted was beyond the capacity of an ordinary person to withstand. After speaking, the individual began to form hand seals, and a blue radiance emanated from his palms, revealing him to be a mystic. The clash between Wang Shua's celestial body and Chu Feng's demonic body resulted in a scene that left Wang Shua utterly petrified. This was due to the fact that Chen Shi had always treated me with such kindness. His affection for me was overwhelming, and I feared that such indulgence would soon be exhausted, leaving only annoyance in its wake. As the group conversed, a resounding roar of helicopter blades filled the air, prompting everyone to instinctively look towards the source. Guowei spotted an armed helicopter. Chu Feng was certainly familiar with the formidable ancient formation, even to the point of being well-versed in its intricacies. "Do not run into the village. Flee outward," Ed shouted urgently as he noticed others heading towards the village. Loading more content. Please hold on. The melodies within the palace were not unfamiliar to Li Longji. They included many of his own compositions and numerous adaptations he had crafted. With only 20 or so pieces remaining untouched, he had yet to engage with them. As the rhythm shifted, Li Longji immediately responded. After a prolonged search within the silk and bamboo ensemble, his gaze finally settled upon the drummer seated at the far edge. "Is the Lord's intention to expand the navy and seize these 3 territories?" Zhou Yu inquired. Chu Jingxian had gradually adapted to the life at the martial arts academy. His days were primarily spent in training or attending public lectures by his instructors, from which he gleaned immense knowledge. It was the first encounter for Hua Lanting and his companions with Tu Xiang. Given their opposing positions, there was little to discuss, and they merely nodded in acknowledgement. Sun Quan soon grasped that Zhou Yu must have suffered due to this issue, leaving him with a concealed injury that led to his untimely demise. Since Hua Tuo had already eradicated the root cause of the ailment, recovery was therefore assured. As usual, Sun Quan indulged in deep slumber, while in the city, Cao Cao found little rest, rising at the break of dawn to rally his generals and orchestrate the military's preparations for an offensive. After a shared glance between Shangguan Jingshi and Qin Wan, the latter uttered a remark and proceeded directly to the cockpit alongside Shangguan Jingshi. Moreover, the white-clad sword cultivator before him bore a resemblance to the long-lost Chu Tianjing, evoking a sense of familiarity. During the incense lighting, my father realized that this was an aged, ghostly latch celestial box. Subsequently, at my father's behest, he learned a tale from Zhang Yi. Although my father remained perplexed by its significance, Lin's mother was quite concerned about his closeness to me, advising Lin Jing that the family had exerted considerable effort to secure his residency in the capital, hoping he would prioritize his studies. Chapter 122. Song Yu. There is no need for comparison regarding shamelessness, is there? Are you curious about me? Since they are curious about my words, let them seek me out themselves. I am no monstrous creature to devour them, but rather a warm and hospitable individual. Su Zhihan, upon receiving a call from Ma Xiaoqing, expressed her enthusiastic welcome to those curious souls, provided that they do not interfere with Su Imoer and Xiemingze's budding romance. Although she often delights in teasing Xiemingze and takes pleasure in his flustered reactions, it is merely in the spirit of fun. At this moment, Shangguan Wuhan found himself quite indecisive, his gaze flitting across the cultivators in the grand hall, making it exceedingly difficult for him to arrive at a conclusion. He appeared as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant, utterly helpless, and could only brace himself to respond affirmatively. The soldiers ushered everyone into the partition of the front hall, where the Yanqi general, who had managed to break through, lay upon the bed, bloodied and on the brink of death. After a day and night of relentless sprinting, Chen Yun arrived at the encircled forest, where the cumbersome and massive head of the lion-like rhinoceros huffed heavily, clearly exhausted from such a prolonged exertion. This fatigue stemmed not only from the creature's inherent diligence, but also from the special care provided by Qiu Shinkong. This was evident in how his father could practice alongside the elders of the divine sword sect. Qian Mimi glanced at the empty courtyard, suddenly at a loss for how to position herself. Resolving to keep herself occupied, Qian Mimi determined that she must not allow herself to idle, lest she drive herself to madness. For, unbeknownst to her, she had already woven herself into the fabric of this world. One by one, the students were sent off. Although Shui Rui was reluctant, he ultimately called out to Li Yusin to inform her that he would not be joining for lunch. Though a tinge of disappointment lingered in her heart, she soon reconciled herself to the fact that Shui Zhonggui had made a rare visit. After bidding farewell to Shui Rui, she guided Li Mingho back home. The wind howled past their ears, and moments later, the group of 9 reached an altitude of 500 zhong, catching up with the slower flying young warriors. Before Gong Yingxue could speak, Luan felt a peculiar gaze upon him. Turning his head, he discovered Gong Yingxue watching him with a smile that was both enigmatic and teasing. The young man's voice, deep and husky, resonated with an almost eerie calmness reminiscent of the stillness before a storm. As strands of profound energy emerged, Various pieces of information flooded Lu An's mind, all pertaining to the three-yang body refinement technique. With reddened eyes, tears streamed down his cheeks, quickly soaking the pillow beneath him. I understand now, Brother Kai. Let us fulfill the regrets of the past today. Upon hearing Zheng Kai's words, Zhang Yang exhaled deeply, suppressing the murderous intent within. One thing she could ascertain was that the pendant was of extraordinary origin, containing a mysterious power that even surpassed that of a heavenly-grade spiritual artifact. Meanwhile, Jun Yanqiu supported Zhou Lingsu's grandfather, falling back a step to keep pace. The old man, full of vigor, insisted on standing upright rather than accepting aid, which seemed rather unbecoming. His brows were furrowed, and his expression grave as he scrutinized the large characters above the city gate, Insha, ancient city. If now 2 carpenters were to accompany the blacksmith to the frontier, the blueprints and the actual items would inevitably spread, and even the royal princess would find it difficult to intervene. It is truly exasperating, utterly disappointing. I didn't even have the chance to fire a single shot before it was all over. The others lamented the formidable firepower of the heavenly palace city, while Zheng Kai, blushing with indignation, muttered bitterly. He had wandered for 3 years, and although he had no fixed abode, he had gradually formed bonds with fellow exiles. Now that he had secured the princess's promise to sever ties with them, he felt compelled to bid farewell. It was the first time she had called him by his formal name, more melodious than 1,000 strings, yet it would also be the last. Chapter 123. Traveling with 3 dependents during his stay at Su Zhihan's residence, Songyu discovered the advantages of relying on someone else's support. Su Zhihan was genuinely magnanimous. As long as his requests were not excessive, she fulfilled them with ease. Initially, Songyu believed he had fared quite well in previous worlds and thought he had endured hardships in this one. However, ever since he had latched onto this benefactor, he felt as though he was truly living a charmed life. Although occasionally, when they went out, many referred to him as a mere kept man, the crowd's words finally eased their concerns. It appeared that the rumors circulating in the capital about the 6th prince's assassination were merely superficial, while the true target was his own master and King Jing. This was no mere fantasy, as the burning tip of the cigarette that had fallen onto his lap had jolted him from the ground. From her somewhat calloused hands and the wrinkles etched on her brow, it was evident that her life was not as easy as outsiders might presume. I share this only with you, not for others to hear. Qing Ying nonchalantly curled her lips. Just watch, the prince will soon grow weary of Princess Anren.
Who knows what her fate might be at that time?
Jason bent down to examine Quan Tianyu, finding no anomalies, yet curiously, he remained unresponsive. After all, he was unaware of the formidable capabilities of the Federal Intelligence Agency. What if they were able to deduce his identity? They formed an unusual formation, distinct from the typical battle arrays seen on the battlefield, and different from the formations of Ludmilla's subordinates. Sealwan tossed an object at him, striking him, and the White Demon King could hardly believe that someone dared to throw something at him. Griffin's desire to rescue the Imperial Guard stemmed from his fear of General Caesar causing him trouble. She clutched Yang Jinhuan's hand tightly, feeling her breath gradually slipping away. Her sister's eyes before her filled with a deep-seated hatred, burning red. Seasoned interrogator Zhang Meng realized that nothing could be extracted from Meng Liang today. So he refrained from continuing, gently patting Meng Liang's shoulder before turning to leave the interrogation room. At that moment, a general obstructed their path. Yu Chengfeng resolutely raised his weapon to strike, while General Chen disregarded battlefield protocols, wielding his halberd to engage the adversary. With cool lips pressing urgently against her brow and eyes, this fleeting kiss stirred something within him. The delicate skin by his lips mingled with salty tears. Qin Mu Yang lingered on her cheek, ultimately soothing Yang Jin's weeping. Han Sui, upon arriving at Xiabian, observed that a formidable army of approximately 30,000 had gathered. Well-equipped with provisions, preparing to traverse Baishiguan and advance into Guanghan County. Chun Tian looked at Zhou Feiyu with incredulity, questioning if he really was that kind of person. If not, how could he possibly have found such a place, appearing so familiar with it? Qingyang was in high spirits, taking large gulps before suddenly rising and dashing out of the camp, braving the rain to head directly to the tent where Dai Dai resided. Su Quan finally regained his composure, smiling as he confessed, "To speak candidly, I have long harbored feelings for Miss Su," yet he faltered slightly, struggling to express himself. Ling Aoshue believed it was utterly impossible. What gave him the confidence that he could vanquish Xian Yuan Qingyu? In a hidden cavern of the Demon Gate, an earth-shattering roar erupted, and boundless crimson, demonic energy surged forth, causing the very void to tremble. A massive skull materialized within the emptiness, exuding an aura of terror. As a dragonfly flitted overhead, Dong Fengyu reached out, and the insect landed gently on his hand. With a subtle exertion of force, his internal energy intensified, and in an instant, the dragonfly burst into fragments, scattering to the ground. Chapter 124, The Little Wolf Dog, Xiemingzi. Su Zhihan sighed in disappointment, having hoped to board a private jet today. However, even this was not so bad. The feeling of not having to spend money was quite delightful. Su Moer had a fondness for natural landscapes, which is why Xiemingzi chose this picturesque town. Along the journey, Mu Shao shared numerous customs and entertaining spots of the area with them. During moments of leisure, one may come here to rejuvenate the body. Within this celestial expanse, there exists a multitude of materials that require rigorous experimentation to unveil their purposes. Even seemingly mundane and commonplace substances may harbor astonishing hidden attributes. Not to mention the allure of newly encountered materials. Luo Li, having become accustomed to siege activities, has participated in nearly all such events since the inception of the game's beta testing. The consecutive days of overtime have rendered him unable to fully appreciate the grandeur of this siege operation. "Why did you not awaken me?"
Montag Ziki lamented.
Surveying her progress on the English exam, which was less than a quarter complete, the individuals encircling the round table rose in unison, extending their arms to clink their glasses together. "No, my mother is kind-hearted and understanding. She would not heed the gossip of outsiders.
Besides,
I am merely here to extend my congratulations to them." Chun Tao exhibited an unusual confidence, a departure from her typical demeanor. The falling debris was not the greatest peril. Rather, the burning steel beams and plates obstructing the path posed a significant challenge. Each time Peach encountered an obstacle, she scrutinized it carefully. As the flames behind her grew increasingly formidable, leaving scant room for maneuver, relying solely on leaps would evidently be insufficient.
meanwhile,
The duck believed itself to be selflessly stepping aside for the benefit of others, willingly taking a substitute position to showcase its magnanimity to the young lady, only to realize it had miscalculated, inadvertently accounting for one too many. More content is being loaded. Please hold on. Dear students, tomorrow marks the beginning of the May Day holiday. You have merely a month and a half until the high school entrance examination. Thus, you are granted only tomorrow as a day off, and classes will resume promptly at 8:30 the day after.
please do not be late.
The homeroom teacher concluded, gesturing for Cheng Shuang to approach. Although Qi Sen serves as their esteemed benefactor, the jesters showed him no respect whatsoever. The 5 element sacred beasts were crafted by humanity, while the 6 chess spirits were the creation of the guardian from Atlantis. Thus, the 5 elements sacred beasts preceded the 6 chess spirits. However, due to Atlantis's superior technological prowess, the abilities of the 6 chess spirits far surpassed those of the 5 elements sacred beasts. It was akin to a sudden appearance in Jiangning, which indeed occurred unexpectedly, particularly following the assassination of Duke Qin. With a subtle gesture, Xing Luo and the 3 individuals opposite him, including Nangong Shuiyue, offered a slight bow, indicating for the other party to proceed first. At that moment, Principal Li Sun and his entourage pushed through, his countenance visibly displeased. Yet, upon spotting the troublemakers, all his ire dissipated, and he merely cleared his throat, standing there in silence. At first glance, the dock was cluttered with countless containers, with only a handful of dock managers moving about. However, in the shadows, there lurked an unknown number of hidden figures. This was quite deceiving, as few would suspect that operations had commenced immediately after the dock's recent unblocking. Thus, upon discerning the implications of Yu Huiying's words, Lu Fian bowed deeply and proceeded to execute a graceful maneuver on the chessboard that had already been interrupted by Yu Huiying, showcasing her declaration of assent. Seeing Tang Jin asleep, Qin Rui hesitated momentarily before asking, "Wake up, I have a question for you." She instinctively raised her voice as she spoke. Lynn stood in a daze for quite some time, waiting until the sun began its descent towards the western hills before concluding that Rome Rudy would never appear again. He sighed as he tidied his disheveled attire, suppressing the profound sorrow that weighed upon him as he chose his path down the mountain. Chapter 125. Mastering the Proper Use of Three Burdens. That night, everyone enjoyed a restful sleep, and Xiemingze was soothed by Su Zhihan, allowing his anger to dissipate. The following morning, they unanimously decided to ascend Floating Cloud Mountain. The innkeeper thoughtfully provided them with raincoats, a gesture that was graciously accepted by all. Countless houses sprouted like bamboo shoots after a rain, as the surrounding forests were felled to make way for newly constructed residential areas. Newly paved roads transformed the city into a neat chessboard. Upon bending down for a closer inspection, one could discern the inscription 1645, crafted by the Roar Trading Company on every stone brick. If you're going to fight, then fight. Just stop boasting, will you? Su Zhihan remarked impatiently, his gaze fixed on Yuan Tianrui. His intention was to provoke Yuan Tianrui, thereby revealing the flaws in his techniques. Otherwise, victory would be nearly impossible. The use of a large gun relied heavily on skill and practicality, and their sparring sessions were aimed at enhancing their understanding and application of various techniques. At this, Master Yanling chuckled mischievously, due to its immense size. Xiao Ping had yet to glimpse its tail fin when he heard a tremendous splash. The whale, which had devoured the red-throated bird, plunged back into the sea. Had it not been for the recent uproar at Wuxing Academy, he would have subdued Chu Fingmian without hesitation, rather than negotiating terms with him. The three dragon sword guards, upon arriving at the Heavenly Sword territory, had evidently matured significantly in their awareness. It is quite remarkable how the essence of Zhou Yu has been effortlessly acquired. As Yan Kai savored the intimate embrace of wind and fire in the air, he couldn't help but express his admiration, then raised his hand. Renaud Maglany, a trusted lieutenant of Xue Huan, has long been notorious as the second patricide in the annals of Warcraft history, following only in the footsteps of Arthas. He has been reviled as a traitor and a sinner, despised and condemned by countless players. As Yi Tianhao and his companions set forth, the other battalions also sprang into action, each entering the forest from various locations to silently explore Tsueyun Island. Ultimately, the chilling light reflected from the blood-red spear tip returned fruitlessly, striking against the black round shield. When this building was originally constructed, I had the foresight to ensure a designated escape route, just in case. At this moment, it is deep into the night, with stars twinkling in the sky and a luminous moon suspended above. The gentle night breeze brings a refreshing chill, imbued with a hint of fragrance. Although Wang Kai's actions may have been somewhat foolish, they did not warrant arrest. Li Lifeng resolved to show a measure of compassion and rescue him. Yet, concern triumphed over stubbornness as he pushed open the door to the hospital room, discovering the man lying on the sickbed. And Sijin understood that her identity forbade any connection with men other than Jiang Chen. This was a solution he had devised after a month of contemplation, allowing him to remain close to his mother without disregarding his father, while completely overlooking that Lin Yuan, forced into solitude, also yearned for a family. Li Leifu, witnessing Zhao Feng's exuberance, clapped his thighs and hands, fully aware that this was merely the beginning. He anticipated that once her tears flowed, she would undoubtedly engage in a frenzied dance. Contemplating this, Li Zhihan felt a surge of anxiety. He shook his head, rekindling his resolve, and rose from his place to navigate in a random direction. He must find a way out or another source of light before his phone's battery dwindled. Otherwise, he dared not envision the dire consequences of his predicament. The valiant warrior astonishingly withstood the thunderous onslaught once more. Following the third bolt, the cloud that had loomed over him dissipated, signifying that he had triumphed in the trial and earned the right to ascend the arena. Jiang Yanji retrieved a handkerchief to wipe the sweet fragrance from his fingertips, gently cradling the dazed individual who could only lean on his shoulder, whispering soothingly to her. Chapter 126. The Eccentric Duo. Atop the towering cliff, a figure was laboriously climbing. After arduous efforts, Shinji finally reached the summit of the snow-capped mountain. Those entering the Buddhist hall were all of their own kin, Discovering some unsavory matters regarding his sister was of little consequence, as family secrets were best kept within. However, the maids and servants. When Yuko deliberately paused, observing General Wen's expression, and indeed noted that he was contemplating her words. After several days of arduous travel, Shinji arrived at Fuyan Town, located at the foot of the smoke chimney. It was said that the hot springs of Fuyan Town maintained their warmth due to the volcanic activity of Smoke Chimney Mountain. According to legend, those who immersed themselves in the hot springs of Fuyan Town would alleviate their fatigue, rejuvenate their spirits, and attract prosperity. The various envoys would soon find themselves occupied, employing their eloquent tongues to persuade the diverse factions. Meanwhile, Xia Wujin would not remain idle. To subdue these forces, mere monetary inducements would prove insufficient. He would first display his formidable army at the gates, making negotiations significantly more favorable. The Shadow, the legendary foremost expert, indeed impressive, however. To vanquish me in one fell swoop would not be an easy task for this tenacious vine. Having endured 4 blood strikes and yet remaining standing is quite an uncommon occurrence for a mage. I swear. It was only upon witnessing the demise of my 11th brother that I felt malice, for they were the ones who brought about his fate. Later, I learned from their own mouths that I had captured Zhang Yuren. Song and I addressed the transformed Ant King, Mo Yuli. Yet, even if she harbored ulterior motives, if she herself were unwilling, it would be impossible for her to force her will. With this thought, Mu Yi gently nodded in agreement. A mere letter. Yet it exuded such terrifying authority that even the Earth Immortals found themselves unable to stand tall, a truly astonishing spectacle. Father Yang Jinli felt somewhat bewildered, but upon perceiving Xie Fifin's hint, he approached his father. Song Jiying was oblivious to these matters. She had yet to receive the sample issue of the magazine and had not accessed the internet.
Wife.
You have married? For reasons unknown, Mozi felt a profound discomfort, even a flicker of anger. Sima Yu pulled Zhao Qiqi and turned to leave, while Nangong Ji shot a glare at Xena and hurriedly followed suit, accompanied by 3 guards. This is the nation's inaugural television drama that centers around the translation industry. Should Xie Fifin recklessly participate and the quality of the series falter, it would render her a laughingstock within the profession. It remains uncertain whether the outside world has sensed the outcry against her, as not long after, the door to the lounge swung open. A well-dressed man strode in, treading upon the carpet, while Lin Xiu glanced at his disheveled appearance. As the officiant is the deity of the temple, the attendees are primarily there to admire the deity's grace, with the wedding itself being secondary. Once humanity mastered the art of spear throwing, an irreversible advantage over animals was established. This advantage proved overwhelmingly significant, leading to the extinction of numerous colossal beasts. In the heat of battle, within mere seconds, a dozen adversaries were vanquished. As a gap appeared in the encirclement of foes, both individuals' eyes lit up, prompting a simultaneous shout from their colleague. Indeed, Brother Zhao. How may I assist you? Chun Ming immediately donned a cheerful expression, devoid of any dignity. Not only in this region, but throughout the entire realm of bloodshed, similar roars echoed. Who ascends as the master of the law? With a sudden rip, Lu Tua tore away the pink undergarment from Yulan Qing, revealing the fragrant red belly band. Her armpits glimmered with a pristine whiteness akin to freshly peeled lychee, while her ample bosom seemed to quiver as if in danger of collapse at any moment. As for the notion that this bone plate serves as the key to unraveling the seal, Lu Yu dismissed it entirely. If such a bone plate could indeed breach the seal established by the combined forces of Longhushan and the underworld, then that seal would be woefully inadequate. Lu Shuangyang released Qin Yunfei's hand and slowly moved forward. With the infusion of this potent life essence, even without holding Qin Yunfei's hand, she would not be vulnerable to the encroaching deathly energy for the time being. The two of them took a monocular from their companion and diligently observed the Yanhuang Trading Company's security team, positioned 800 meters away from the wooden wall. As soldiers trained in 21st century military tactics, the first course of action upon nearing enemy territory was to establish robust defensive fortifications. Thus, Jing Ming strode forth with a commanding demeanor, evidently on an inspection of the fervent solo situation. At that moment, wisps of mist began to rise around the castle. Under the shadowy ambience, such mist could be expected, yet its hue was an unsettling crimson, reminiscent of blood. Defy and Song Suzie were quite familiar with one another. Upon encountering Song Suzie, Defy wagged his tail and barked a couple of times before willingly diving into the trunk. The scent of smoke allowed me to momentarily forget my pain. As I inhaled, I turned to gaze at Wu Wu, whose eyes were reddened, her expression tense as she drove, tears streaming down her cheeks. The following day, I anticipated once more succumbing to Song Suzie's allure, enduring yet another day of the dragon rising. The four great mysteries were vying for dominance, filling Han Lang's heart with apprehension. A misstep could lead to irrevocable ruin.
Roar.
Song Yi exhaled slowly, now resembling a Mars beast stripped of reason, driven solely by the instinct of his mutated bloodline. Chapter 127. A play between two cousins in the quiet of the night. Lu Yuan stealthily slipped out of her room. She recalled which room Xie Mingzhou occupied. Currently, he was in the throes of pursuing his beloved. Although there were moments of intimacy when they were at home, the decorum of courtship must be upheld in public. If it were just the two of them enjoying a private world, a single room would suffice. However, the presence of 3 additional companions complicated matters. Indeed, the creation of a master is no simple feat. Throughout the years, there has been no word of anyone capable of producing a divine-level expert, let alone a martial monarch. The serendipitous encounter of a blind cat and a dead mouse is predominantly attributed to luck. He smiled as he conversed with his assistant. At this moment, they had caught up with Yu Yuan and his companions. Duanjian, are you all right? Carter inquired, his condition stable yet slightly fatigued, while Duanjian had indeed sustained genuine injuries. Duanjian's temperament was such that he could not tolerate any hint of error. Chun Mingshan's words were sharp and malicious. Yet Guan Mingshan spoke with an audacity that knew no bounds, regardless of time or circumstance. Were it not for his loquacious nature, he would have undoubtedly had a successful career in the A-League without facing retirement. Jingzhe glanced down, noticing her skirt, which had previously been stained with a considerable amount of Chao Sen's blood. Now, as if animated by a life of its own, the blood seemed to detach in granular form, swirling like a crimson mist towards Chao Sen, vanishing into his gunshot wound. Wan Xiao now represents a wound in Lin Jianlan's heart, a pain that remains untouched. Despite her rational assertions that her departure from her family holds little significance to him, the ache lingers deep within, subtly throbbing, ignited by Lu Man's words, leaving a glimmer of hope that Wan Xiao still exists in this world. In a swift motion, Qianyi stood before Mo Yan, demanding to know why they had retreated, insisting on a full frontal assault to seize the city of Xiaoguan. Had it not been for Mo Yan's command to withdraw, he would not have been distracted, nor would he have allowed the heavenly demons to launch a successful ambush. In a fit of rage, Han Gong Shui lunged forward, her fury consuming her as she assaulted the lifeless body of Gui Mian. Upon arriving at the hospital, having ensured Lu Ergo was settled, I continued my search for my master, as well as Xing Tian and Daoist Wu Yan. The audience in the live stream was startled by Li Qing's sudden turn. The already eerie atmosphere intensified, causing their bodies to tense involuntarily.
Zhu Shuang,
who had been cultivating in the divine light pool, immediately rose upon witnessing the clash among the 3, directing his gaze towards them. He had been observing the earlier skirmish, initially believing that Chu Xiaoyang was doomed. To his astonishment, Chu Xiaoyang effortlessly vanquished the greedy Ba, inflicted injuries upon the fierce Ba, and compelled the gambling Ba to surrender all his assets. Consequently, I stepped forward to gain a clearer view. As I focused my gaze, I noticed a tunnel-like structure extending beneath me, with 3 iron chains connected to its entrance, seemingly endless, as they descended into the depths below. As Wu Feixiong aimed at the armored vehicle, he fired, and with a resounding explosion, the vehicle that had been traversing smoothly on the ground was instantly reduced to a heap of scrap metal. Last night, while Meng was reveling in affection with Lingzi, he finally revealed a certain sense of annoyance simmering within him. A pair of pristine white wings appeared on Yan's back, perfectly overlapping with a single wing she possessed, enhancing its brilliance to a snowy whiteness reminiscent of the wings bestowed by Li Yu's angelic blessing. Chapter 128. The true eloquence of Mu Xiao. He had just been pulled over, and thus he couldn't recall whether he had locked the door. The 5 individuals gathered outside were engaged in a brief discussion, while inside, Xin Hui felt a tumult of emotions. Initially, She had merely intended to take a glance that evening, but upon discovering that Mu Zhao's door was ajar, an impulsive decision took hold of her. From childhood, she had harbored feelings for Mu Zhao. Despite the succession of boyfriends over the years, he remained her first love, holding an irreplaceable position in her heart. Qin Yu had been observing Chen Shiyuan's consciousness and sensed that Chen had departed, prompting him to leave with Jiangli. Originally, Fu Lan intended to playfully bombard Li Ling with a flurry of projectiles, but unexpectedly, he had swept her into his embrace, thwarting her efforts. "Then what will you do?" Anin glanced at Cui Hua hanging from the nearby tree, pondering whether placing her before the Rong family and Yin Iran might frighten her to the point of being rendered immobile, thereby simplifying matters. How could Su Qing fail to perceive the implications behind the words? Her expression darkened in an instant. Over the past few days, she had come to understand Catherine's sharp tongue, unlike Yishuan's reserved demeanor, which, despite its displeasure, did not dwell on grievances. Catherine was entirely the opposite. She would retaliate with a ferocity that far exceeded the initial provocation, and for this reason, Su Qing endeavored to avoid conflict. During her time in Japan, others had feared her status and refrained from befriending her, and she had hoped that upon arriving in China, she could lead a more ordinary life, but to her dismay, the situation remained unchanged. A young man nonchalantly excavated his ear and flicked the resulting debris onto Li Ling's clothing, an exceedingly vulgar act. These soldiers, capable of soaring through the skies, were no ordinary troops. They were undoubtedly elite warriors within their ranks. Meanwhile, Luo Xingfei realized that he had never truly considered the matter of money, to the extent that he lacked even a basic understanding of its concept. After administering the medicine, and noticing that Lin Xiao showed no signs of awakening, Yueshio instructed Shangguan Ju and El Air to take their leave and rest, while she remained to watch over Lin Xiao. "Look at you. Your lips are smeared," she remarked, raising her hand to wipe away the crumbs of pastry clinging to the corner of Lin Xiao's mouth. Lin Xiao, biting her lip, lowered her gaze bashfully, lost in thought, akin to what one might call daydreaming in modern parlance. The group continued to engage in idle chatter for a while, during which Liang Yi proactively sent a text to Xiao Xiao, inquiring whether she had risen yet. This inquiry seemed to strike a nerve with Beigong Ziju, who had appeared in high spirits moments before. His mood darkened dramatically, his countenance betraying his inner turmoil. The elderly couple, Yu Bai and Yu Ming, were genuinely alarmed upon seeing Lin Xiao. They hastily rose, gesturing for the others behind them to do the same. Qin Fei, having matured significantly over the past year due to his extraordinary experiences, had developed a mindset and capabilities befitting a team leader. He understood that achieving goals could not rely solely on impulsive enthusiasm. The inn bustled with activity, and this was the only establishment still in operation that they had encountered on their journey. The staff worked tirelessly, attending to the incessant demands of guests who arrived and departed in a ceaseless stream, each traveler appearing weary from their journeys. As the weekend approached, a sense of urgency gripped him. He recalled historical records indicating that in just 16 days, the mutiny at Mawei Slope would occur, coinciding with the mysterious disappearance of Yang Guifei. No wonder the system had allotted a travel time of 15 days. It was now June 30th. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming desire for vengeance. Just as he contemplated drastic measures, another guard had already summoned Prince Shou to the rockery. Regardless, he had numerous means to procure wealth. Even without the blood-cleansing potion or the electric penicillin serum, with his automobile and Starry Sky Technology Company, he remained an entity of immense profitability. Chapter 129. The disdain of a mother towards Xiemingze. Such a minor episode did not dampen the spirits of Su Zhihan and her companions. Throughout the ensuing journey, Xiemingze and Su Emoer basked in their sweet affection, enveloped in a rosy haze, while Su Zhihan and the others discreetly allowed them the privacy they desired.
Mu Shao,
Observing the indulgent Su Zhihan and Song Yu, perceptively inquired, "Would you two like to venture out and explore on your own? I could manage quite well by myself." In his eyes, Su Zhihan and Song Yu were also present. Kai Yajiang pursed his lips. The visage of the general captured her heart at first glance. Yet he often wore this bamboo mask, which left her slightly disheartened. In the next moment, Qing and I hastened towards the throng, leaving Director Li far behind. Bai Yuliuxi remained motionless, a soft laugh escaping her lips, laced with sharp aloofness and scorn, instantly dispelling the inner power emitted by the man, slicing through the air near his ear. It became evident that Yin Luoxian indeed cared about the relationship with the kingdom of Qianfeng. For within a mere cup of tea's duration, he had personally arrived. Gu Lanshan had witnessed the grand wedding scene of Han Chengqi that afternoon on her computer. It was quite a spectacle. Feng Ting Snow. A glint of cold light suddenly flickered in Rong Qianzan's bright eyes, and the temperature of the surrounding air seemed to drop significantly. The men in black, upon receiving orders, leaped from the ship. Yao Qingmu rushed over and peered over the ship's railing, discovering that numerous dark boats were concealed in the shadows around the large vessel. Leaving with us? Wasn't this her home? How could she consider departing from such a beautiful landscape? The Sheng family's old residence was in close proximity to the Han family, thus that evening, those from the Sheng family with nothing to do congregated there. Sheng Shi embraced Gu Lanshan and went to greet them first. More content is loading. Please wait. You should soar higher. The observation range of a long-range aircraft is the farthest, enabling it to detect enemies at the earliest opportunity. Xiao Baizhu reminded her. Before long, the once boisterous auction hall fell into a hushed silence, with those possessing seats taking their places and those without seats fixating their gazes upon the elevated platform. Earlier in the day, Xiao Yan had discreetly stationed 3 teams within the county, avoiding the county magistrate's residence to facilitate forthcoming plans. I have just heard that the enterprises under your purview are to be auctioned. The moment the phone connected, before Su Tian could utter a word, Xiao Fengbao bluntly declared. Wan Qingchen and Hu Xiqing were momentarily taken aback. The manner in which Chu Yuan had addressed them was markedly different from his usual tone. You should hurry down. No one will come looking for you, Hong Yang proclaimed loudly as he opened his eyes. Su Qingyang, oblivious to the transformation occurring within him, felt his eyes gradually darken until they resembled a void, with his pupils morphing into the slitted green eyes of a serpent. The chilling aura permeated Su Qingyang's consciousness. Should anyone enter at that moment, he would not hesitate to eliminate them. Initially, the released spiritual energy was beyond his control, however. The energy he now emitted was under his dominion. This inexorable flow, if left unchecked, would soon lead to dire consequences. He pondered whether Fenting possessed the means to subdue the multifaceted Exian and placed his last hopes upon her. Due to the nature of military aircraft, Zhao Xiongfei's flight to Huaxia landed at a military airport situated near a border outpost in the southwestern region of Huaxia. Observing the vacant cabin, Zhao Xiongfei turned to wave goodbye to Anna and the departing old barker, awaiting the aircraft's ascent. Shua, has your memory returned? Bing Qianche could hardly believe his eyes. The reunion with his brother, now that his memories had returned, was indeed a moment of pure joy. Chapter 130. Mingze, could you please act a bit more reasonably? Is it really necessary for them to react so dramatically to his slightly darker complexion? Their gazes were as if they had never known him before, despite his height and features remaining unchanged. The sardonic remarks from Xiemingze made those around him hesitant to glance his way. However, discussion soon shifted to a private group where the boss was absent. My goodness. How did President Xie become so dark after just one outing? Did he go coal mining? President Xie's transformation is also due to the fact that if the Earth Violent Bear's bloodline can only meld with the spirit during an earthquake, even it would take countless years to advance from the melding realm to the spirit aperture realm. Ahem, although everyone knows where this ultimately leads, during the process, we must all pretend to be oblivious, just like last time. Her lips trembled, and before she could utter a word, he leaned closer to her ear and whispered, "Do not act recklessly. Avoid consuming anything inappropriate. One cannot overreach. Taking too large a step can be detrimental, especially since we have already taken substantial strides. If we were to run without caution, it could lead to unforeseen consequences." With that, he turned and entered the Wind Shadow building, determined to locate the minutes from that meeting, which meticulously documented everything. At that point, Qian Dai would have no grounds for denial. How could there be unlicensed fox demons roaming within the great Li Imperial City? How audacious of them to leap down and cause disturbances. Had the political situation greatly deteriorated to such an extent in the 2 or 3 years since he last visited Jingzhou that demon practitioners were now rampant? Professor, I find myself somewhat perplexed. Su Zhihan interrupted Professor Gudrian's lecture-like introduction. They are about to enter the battlefield, and it is the most perilous of arenas. Akin to Lake Shikatsu, where ordinary practitioners cannot resolve the bizarre occurrences. More content is loading. Please wait. Ling Tian, in a moment of frustration, unleashed a punch through the air, causing Yi Yunfei to cough up blood. Oh, how curious, how curious. Lian Sheng sat silently on the ground, lost in contemplation. Soon, Hong Huan and the others arrived, witnessing the transformation of a pristine waterway into a desolate expanse of yellow sand, leaving them disheartened and dispirited. No, my martial essence? In an instant, Xiaomin fainted, realizing that all her innate martial essence had been violently dispersed by another. Avi's tightly clenched fist relaxed slightly, for Zolanos's words left him no room for rebuttal. What perplexes me is that he left no trace of information. Yunfei pondered while stroking his chin. Curiously, he crouched down to observe the cyan-gray corpse, completely disregarding the overwhelming stench and the bloodstains on his shoes. Upon witnessing Lu Yaoxi's predicament, Lu Mengyao couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety for him. How did you come to know so much? Lu Yaoxi was somewhat taken aback by Yunfei's depth of understanding in such a short time. Su Imo raced forward tirelessly, determined to evade pursuit. This time he advanced alone, pressing onward until his stamina waned, at which point he directly clicked to upgrade his character.
Le Yuzu?
How could it be him? Jia Taihua furrowed his brow, and after a moment of reflection, he finally recalled who Lu Yuzhu was.
Danjing Chen Inyan Shapi.
Releasing his grip as he forcefully pushed the door open from the outside, a cloud of smoke and the scent of alcohol enveloping her. Early in the morning, several teachers from the school's infirmary had been on standby, with medical equipment readily transported to the arena's edge for immediate use. In Wudan's, despite having a master, fellow disciples, and a sect of her own to cultivate within, she found herself tormented by the absence of those she longed to see and the sounds she wished to hear. Her heart remained in turmoil. Chapter 131, addressing the female protagonist's romantic entanglements. Su Moer had not overlooked the changes in Xiemingzi. In fact, she found herself rather fond of his current demeanor. What girl does not yearn to be cherished wholeheartedly? After being chastised by his girlfriend, Xiemingzi's gaze fell, as if he had lost all vitality. Su Zhihan thought to herself, "Here we go again. This trick never fails, does it?" Indeed, this tactic proved to be infallibly effective. As Su Moer observed his expression, the words she had intended to voice faltered on her lips, swallowed by the sight of his face, leaving her with no intention of uttering a single question. This most lavish and grandest oven stood apart from the ordinary. It was a sanctuary, free from disturbances. Even after the terrifying shadow had vanished, the negative energy festering in Gus's wounds remained unrelenting, far exceeding the limits of chaos and pollution. Though fundamentally, the residual energy from that monster mirrored Gus's negative essence, their levels were not even remotely comparable. Elder Qingyuan cradled the silver, seemingly engrossed in an exhilarating plan, yet secretly observing Elder Qingwu's movements, aiming to lower his guard. Bo Yeli, momentarily taken aback by the unfolding scenario, immediately grasped her hand. Subsequently, he tugged at his sleeve, urging him to sit beside her. Meanwhile, Lin Qi found himself ensnared atop the mountain, devoid of provisions, with the very mountain itself offering no solace. If they could merely endure the night, their fervor would dissipate, and they would pose no further threat. The ordinary disciples of Lingxi's sect lacked elixirs or healing potions, let alone methods for recuperation. They typically managed with hasty meditative practices. Yuangu, among us, you possess the greatest strength. Perhaps you might wield the 5 radiant sword. The elder Tianwen exclaimed, his gaze alight with anticipation as he regarded the man he referred to as Yuangu. However, upon witnessing the latter's subsequent shake of the head, hope faded from his countenance. As he spoke, a self-assured expression adorned his face, as if he had already claimed victory in the martial arts tournament, casting a sweeping glance at the assembly. Indeed, the Penglai immortal sect had stood tall in the realm of cultivation for millennia. How could an unheralded newcomer possibly rival its stature? Were it truly so, the Penglai immortal sect would have long been erased from the annals of the cultivation world. The vast reservoir of energy implied prolonged usage, and with the soul jade palace shattered, the pace would only slow further. Do you comprehend whom you have offended?
Do you?
Gu Chuanqiu had just engaged in amiable conversation with the young man, yet in an instant, he turned to confront his companion with an imposing ferocity. Do you desire it? Observing Chang Rui's avaricious expression, Lin Feng recognized the inherent nature of humanity. A formidable artifact in the hands of an insignificant individual could only incite the desire to seize it. Thus, he resolved to take action. With that, Lin Feng cast the blood-stained shield into the air. As Xiao Feng's words resonated, the heavenly opening sword quivered, its blade emanating a resonant cry. Embodying the supremacy of countless swords, an unparalleled divine weapon. The clouds obscured the moon's radiance, casting a dull halo akin to a lifeless disk. Plunging the entire earth into slumber, enveloped in tranquility. In the boundless expanse of the starry cosmos, darkness began to engulf all light. The stars, once luminous, gradually dimmed into obscurity. Beneath the shroud of darkness, the brilliance of all celestial bodies vanished. As darkness prevailed, the entire firmament succumbed to an absolute void. Chapter 132. Do not speak to me thus, or I shall strike you. Pray allow our impertinence, Mr. Qin Tianqi. Might you accompany us? Our master wishes to meet you. The bodyguard spoke with utmost courtesy. Haha, how did you come to know of us?
Lin Yichak Teartili.
Not because he was recognized, but rather due to the fact that they referred to Uncle Duncan as Big Brother, while entirely overlooking the past concerning George Hill. This fellow had not even attained the status of an uncle, let alone that of a big brother. To the onlookers, it merely appeared that Ling Tian and Hong Tai had engaged in a brief aerial skirmish before descending to the ground. After a series of 10 strikes, Ling Tian's energy was nearly depleted. He stored away the bamboo leaf green and, from that moment on, resolved to reserve some food for himself before offering it to this gluttonous creature, lest it devour everything in one gulp. Xue Shu was not entirely aware of the extent to which his involvement would propel the entire narrative, nor did she fully comprehend the significance of Tsunade's decision to send him. However, with Shimada's designation, she did perceive some underlying issues. On the day of the examination, Wang Zhani and Cui Hao arrived early at the examination venue, which was already teeming with scholars at the entrance. The progress of innovative national construction was commendable, yielding a series of technologically groundbreaking achievements with significant international impact. The success of manned spaceflight and the first lunar exploration mission was celebrated. At first glance, when Xue Shu beheld the album, she felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Yet it was during her departure from the hot spring inn, and she did not dwell on this aspect of the plot, her memories having long since faded. In an instant, a flicker of golden energy surged in Luo Jia's fist, followed by a powerful strike aimed at Su Yang. The 50-acre plot acquired by Fengxing was situated on Zhongheng Road, and the Fengxing Park was still under development. In the future, it would serve as the headquarters for Fengxing in Shanghai. However, the formidable third generation of the Tsuchikage, inheriting the will of stone from the IWA ninja village, was resilient and unyielding, certainly not one to surrender easily. Demons and perverts. Lin Cecier was filled with indignation, yet dared not voice it, fearing her fingers might truly be broken. She had long since abandoned any hope that he could be a decent man. Lu Jialing was taken aback by the words, her chaotic thoughts abruptly quelled. And she found herself pondering, would he treat me unfairly? To obtain an extraordinary sword, one must endure trials and tribulations. Once the young master acquires the sword, he shall bring glory to the family name. Zhang Mei, observing the proud Tian who remained out of reach, promptly spoke up. In truth, she had been lurking nearby, several times nearly succumbing to the urge to rescue the pitifully humiliated Qinyang. Yet, time and again, she managed to restrain herself. Ling Han's 2 months of introspection encompassed not only insights into the principles of the universe, but also the final honing of his realm. Having taken this step, it was evident he had gained confidence. This was, indeed, the primary reason for the fervent competition for the position of the Grand Alliance leader. Even the various 8 Extremes Fist schools scattered across the nation yearned to partake in the opportunity. It is no wonder that, 99 years after the original tale, Ba Shin ceased to utilize the ancient technique of the 8 wine cup. I do need a bit more practice, but do not let your pride swell too much. You insufferable fool. Su Mimi remarked coldly after a moment of contemplation. Sometimes, a fine magical artifact could significantly enhance the chances of successfully transcending tribulations. As a being who had survived for millennia, he had witnessed the failures of countless individuals attempting to transcend, numbering not fewer than 50. Observing his demeanor, it seemed he was assured of success, prompting a collective gasp from those around him, fearing he might become the next Xia Hua. After a considerable pause, a disgruntled man with a bushy beard, appearing to be in his 50s, cast an irritated glance at Lu Shu and inquired displeasedly. Similarly, this represents the sole opportunity for the younger generation of the Hengyue sect. Should Qingxi fail to gain admission to the Tianyan Academy, it may indeed herald the most profound nadir for the Hengyue sect in a century. My heartfelt gratitude to Director Du, you may have just saved us. At that moment, Wang Chonglin's phone rang. Upon glancing at it, a flicker of terror swept across his face, prompting him to immediately silence the call. This place is merely a residence for the registered disciples and external disciples of the Yuhua sect, yet it boasts such an extravagant display. Several days later, the venerable Mo, entombed within a cerulean cocoon, awakened, his complexion restored, and his aura steady. We are all acutely aware of the peril that accompanied this battle. By now, the outskirts of Tianshui City have been completely besieged by these malevolent spirits. The overwhelming presence of these entities, I trust, has not escaped your notice. The burden upon us is considerable, Gong Sun Cheng stated gravely. Chapter 133, Selling Insurance. Please step outside. The threat posed by this device is indeed significant. While its implications may not be readily apparent within the sphere, if cast into the cosmos, it transforms into a formidable weapon. Possessing a vessel capable of vanquishing true immortals and true demons, and capable of traversing the cosmic seas, the heavenly river divine ship holds immense value for him. He was certain he had not encountered this individual before, yet he discerned an inexplicable hostility in the man's gaze. It is rather peculiar. The spiritual energy here is remarkably sparse, and there is an undercurrent of ghostly energy. This locale is ill-suited for the cultivation of ordinary practitioners, nor is it conducive for the training of ghostly cultivators. Rather, it seems to favor the natural emergence of certain innate spirits. Uxian nodded in agreement with Bai Ye's assertion. Individuals like Jianya, who can seamlessly disguise themselves for their own purposes, have been meticulously scheming from the very beginning to get close to her, subsequently manipulating the dynamics between her and Mo Fei Mo. After refining the first batch of powerful cultivators' primordial infants, the originally second-tier Silverwing Berserk Bees cultivation ascended to the third tier, while those already at the third tier, though they did not reach the fourth, nonetheless experienced a significant enhancement in strength. At this moment, he recalled that since the emergence of the heavenly auction house, showcasing more precious items, he had yet to peruse its offerings. Along the way, numerous individuals discreetly probed, their attention drawn irresistibly to the two large, black-covered objects situated amidst the caravan. Could it be the Bubuk of the White Tiger Gang? The fierce tiger of the mountains has never been subject to threats. With his face reddening, Bubuk rasped slowly. Does this relate to Mark in some way? The situation appeared to be growing increasingly intricate. I admit I possess no sympathy for the German fellow. His life or death is of no consequence to me, just as our fates hold no significance for him. Yet, in the vast expanse of the celestial realm, throughout history, only one has truly comprehended the laws of immortality, the one renowned as the god of immortality. Celia shook her head helplessly, gently flicking the back of its head before heading towards the immense magical array in the depths. Contemplating these matters, Lu Chen couldn't help but cast a serious glance at Yang Tian, realizing that Yang Tian seemed to be at a dead end. His heart steeled as he fervently burned his essence blood, striving to empower the Great Formation with even greater strength to eliminate Yang Tian and his companions. The realm of the Sun God has reached the 4th level. Lin Bai's expression brightened as he began to consolidate his cultivation using the 5-element scripture. What? Are you going to rescue my Adis? Old Li looked at me again with a gaze that resembled one reserved for a monster. More content loading. Please wait. I did not wish for the 43 to discern my attention, particularly my dissatisfaction with the fishy odor emanating from that individual. So I urged Old Lee to continue our card game. Old Lee readily complied. Several tens of thousands of miles away from the self-detonation of two formidable spiritual realm experts, Wu Yuanjun was left with but a wisp of his spirit drifting about. Soja paused momentarily before continuing. Well, you should go check on that fellow Qin Qiubai. After all, you have a match against him this afternoon. Soja kindly reminded Nagasawa, indicating that he was likely the one favored by Soja above all others. Otherwise, what if Lan Xingxue remained by Di Yinshang's side and on a day of turmoil, he decided to eliminate her? Don't worry, dear. The child will be safe. Ji Rouge remarked, growing increasingly anxious in response to the group's speculations. However, this warm and tranquil existence did not endure for long, as Wu Mashi and Zhao Tianshi unexpectedly faced a heart-wrenching separation. This tale begins on the 81st day of their acquaintance. The scent of cosmetics was overpowering. Young Master Jean recoiled slightly, displeased by the perfume wafting from the red silk. That winter, when Wu Mashi was merely 7 years old, he fell gravely ill with pneumonia, battling a persistent high fever. His father, Wu Jianshan, took him to a large hospital for treatment. Hello everyone, my name is Zhao Tianshi. I look forward to your guidance. Zhao Tianshi politely addressed the gathering as he stepped forward. General, I believe it prudent to investigate further, for there may be treachery afoot. Wu the Vice General advised General Ling, coupled with various incidents, Aguda perceived the impotence of both the Liao Emperor and the elderly Shao. Thus, with the demise of his imperial brother, Wyas, everything became conceivable. Liang Hongying and Zhu Jing, who stood beside him, were deeply moved. 10 strings of cash for a single horse? Such a notion was utterly absurd. The number of deceased horses on the battlefield, alongside those grievously injured beyond salvation, would not be fewer than 80,000. When calculated, these items, which ought to have been squandered, were astonishingly valued at such a sum. It was now the turn of TJ Fan to express astonishment. The recent punch was indeed formidable. TJ Fan was confident that he could render Mr. Satan incapacitated, yet circumstances once again defied his expectations. Zheng Jia expressed his perplexity. He could not discern how Chu Xian merely glanced at the map, measuring it with his hand, and concluded he had located the Eastern Sea team. Zhang Xuezhen was momentarily at a loss for words, her mind in a tumult of shock. Before she could voice her thoughts, she heard when Qianni continued to issue commands. The Wang Group had entered into a cooperative agreement with Star Spirit Sports to commence mass production of independently branded athletic apparel, simultaneously leveraging the fame of world record holders to promote their brand across various media platforms, including radio, television, and the internet. Chapter 134. Songyu, I am but a businessman. In light of Su Zhihan's remarks, the three individuals were quite indignant. Growing up in such backgrounds, they were inherently unaccustomed to dining in this manner. Xiemingze merely had a greater knack for pretense. The elite male defended himself, asserting, I could learn all that you speak of, but do you not find Xiemingze excessively ostentatious? Given his lineage, it is utterly improbable for him to dine at such an establishment. His sole intention is to leave a favorable impression upon you. I remain oblivious to the events that transpired within the Forest of Death, yet I implore you to consider Naruto and his companions. Instilling thoughts during the formative stages of one's mindset is most effective. Once a perspective is fully developed, swaying it becomes exceedingly arduous. Margaret approached Shasta with a somber demeanor, taking her seat beside him. Shasta observed the transformation in Margaret's appearance and discerned faint crimson marks upon her alabaster neck, conjuring vivid images of the tumultuous events of the previous night in his mind. Beatrice gazed at Yi Qingnian with an endearing softness. Had it not been for Beatrice's presence, she would have longed to embrace him tightly. After their affairs were settled, peculiar occurrences began to plague their pharmaceutical company, prompting Sister Tang to directly seek a divorce. It is now July, and the weather has turned warm, with the air conditioning humming within the carriage. Alster concealed that parcel of land for decades, ultimately bequeathing it to Roman. She nurtured numerous birds with whom she shared a close bond, creatures of remarkable intelligence that served as vessels for her spirit. Alas, now, the majority have perished. To triumph yet still pay tribute to the adversary is a vexing predicament that even the Qing dynasty never encountered. Observing the retreating figure of Qin Siyuan, Bai Jian could not suppress a sigh. It seems her own days are fraught with difficulty. How about this? I shall enlist their assistance in vanquishing the leaders of the other 3 tribes, thereby enabling you to claim the allegiance of their people. What say you? Yang Yu pointed at the 10 holy heaven guards led by Yang Juanhao, reflecting on how his previous impulsiveness nearly cost him his life. Bai Mujin suppressed her urgency, obediently keeping pace with Su Nani. Zhuang Wei had initially planned to extinguish the smoke, as the muddy path made the ascent arduous. The pressure was immense, without extinguishing it. Having not seen Yun Qing for several days, he found himself yearning for her presence, desiring her embrace. As these thoughts consumed him, he longed to hold Yun Qing close. Evelyn, with her hair still damp, sat on the bed, hugging her knees and casting a reproachful glance at Liang Yi. Kaihua occasionally scrutinized Liang Yi in the back seat, feeling a twinge of frustration as suitors lined up from East Street to West Gate, yet this man showed no interest. What remains unattainable always stirs restlessly, while those favored grow complacent. Look! Truly, I am the proud grandfather of Wang Jinshan. Splendid! Grandfather shall commence frying the ribbonfish. Wang Jinshan's eyes squinted with delight, unable to contain his smile. The two emerged from behind the pirates, no more than 5 meters away, and upon raising their gaze, they beheld the fierce-faced pirates roaring and shooting at the ship. Alas, even facing the heavy machine guns and the firepower of hundreds of mafia elites, their fearless courage could not propel them forward. Lu Changshi maintained a calm demeanor, devoid of shock or exaggeration, whereas Xin Changqian blushed, clearly vexed, likely regretting his own gullibility. Chapter 135. Song Yu receives praise from Madame Xia. Perhaps sensing the impending crisis, the crucial mirror began to emit a white glow, which confirmed Bai Chen's intuition was indeed correct. With the revival of spiritual energy, the miasma within the marsh swiftly corroded an entire city, creating a zone of desolation. He arrived aboard a private jet, a discreet Boeing 737, its exterior resembling that of an ordinary commercial aircraft, yet the interior was a realm unto itself. The choice of a Jiangheng livery was due to Wang Huayan being the largest private shareholder of Jiangheng. The aircraft boasted formidable power, its upper walls beginning to crumble, with shattered glass strewn about, a gaping hole emerging from the glass walls. Before the 4th wave had subsided, the 5th wave surged forth, thousands of luminous orbs radiating outward. This time there were simply too many. Even with thousands of individuals attempting to intercept, a significant number of the orbs vanished into the distance. One strike sent the colossal serpent flying, as a vine suddenly emerged from the water, coiling around the serpent-esque body. Lu Kunlun shook his wrist. The watch, worth 13,000, indeed felt remarkable, though it was merely a timer indistinguishable from a $50 electronic watch, perhaps not even more accurate. Yet last night, as she lay obediently in his embrace, his earlier irritation dissipated into oblivion, leaving him in high spirits. Just like the previous night, due to the need to cultivate his energy, he scarcely rested, dozing for only brief moments. Most of the time, he remained awake. Unlike the last time, Gao Xin truly plunged into the fray this time, not merely traversing through the mist as before. The figure of death had clearly materialized. As he moved through the cacophony of wails emanating from the corporeal form of death, a shiver ran down Gao Sen's spine. If these twins were to go grocery shopping, they would surely purchase whatever they desired in any quantity they wished. Kong Quan had initially felt no urgency, but upon hearing about Wendell's condition, he inquired slightly and discovered that this cerebral abscess was indeed a terminal illness. You are quite young yet possess considerable knowledge. Even roasted sweet potatoes have been thoroughly studied by you? I half joked. I couldn't tell if it was a figment of my imagination, but when these individuals appeared, the overwhelming aura of malevolence from the 18th layer was palpably intense, sending chills down my spine. Whether intentional or not, Xiao Hen subtly stepped to the left, and in that instant, a long sword grazed his right rib with a sharp sound. Carl proposed that the software company collaborate with the telecommunications firm to identify the code and signal pathways, ensuring they obtain them first. Meanwhile, the battlefield nearby echoed with the wild laughter of the old man, who surveyed the scene and saw the dismembered form of Qianxuan, a sight too gruesome to behold. It was the culmination of over 100 successive attacks that had caused the iron sword to develop cracks in such a short span, ultimately shattering under the combined force of the netherworld divine art and the cold ice heart technique. Wei Qingfan stood nearby, listening as they shifted through various topics, seemingly oblivious to his presence. "What is it that makes you so concerned about your rules?" The bald, muscular man could not help but inquire at that moment. The sound of the river seemed to indicate that Jiang was gravely injured, as he stumbled several times within a mere 10 meters. Yi Xia, with great effort, supported him onward, inch by inch, until, under the glow of the setting sun, he became almost indistinguishable. Indeed, Chen William felt a gentle breeze, yet at that moment, he said nothing and entered the villa alongside her. The master had once proclaimed that the armies under the Snow Kingdom's Blade Emperor were forever destined to charge forward, never retreating. It was the existence of this Iron Army that enabled the Blade Emperor to accomplish a unification feat in the polar snowfields that had not been achieved in millennia. As he delved deeper into contemplation, the inky blackness of his hair turned increasingly white, with the white overtaking nearly 80% of his appearance, while his expression grew horrifying. Just as Li Sun and Zhu Erlong were bewildered, two figures gradually emerged above the jade coffin. For Jinru, Ao Tsongxing was met with waves of heat akin to the ocean, and with it, questions arose. The hall contained little beyond the essentials required by the oil workers. As the divine light dissipated, Chen Fan's figure was revealed. Even after facing an arrow from the Wanshang Bao with his palm, he appeared largely unscathed, with blood merely trickling from his hand. "Brother, I no longer desire this so-called demonic power. I feel as though I have become ugly," came the voice of Luo Li from behind Luo Ho. "Thus, it seems this position is indeed a hot potato. No wonder the others retreated at the last moment. Only I, shouldering a mission of significant importance, had no choice but to take it on for the sect." Ningyu furrowed his brow, yet resolved to accept the situation. He ceased his idle chatter and focused intently on ascending the stone steps. At that moment, Jing Xiaominghua was in the kitchen, her head filled with frustration as she learned to steam rice and fry eggs under the guidance of Zuetian Louise. The stones suddenly crumbled, collapsing like a heap of sand. The gentle breeze from outside swept in, causing the molecularly accumulated sand to drift away, vanishing in no time. Chapter 136. Discontent among employees brings misfortune to the boss. The relationship between Xiemingze and Su Emoer was progressing steadily. Although Xiemingze occasionally displayed a few minor temperamental outbursts, these were merely playful quirks between the two. At least in the presence of outsiders, Xiemingze appeared increasingly mature. However, Su Zhihan could not tolerate his pretentiousness when dealing with others. "Have you mistakenly allocated your skill points? I believe you would fare better in the entertainment industry," she remarked. Naturally, there was a flurry of whispers below, most of which were perplexed, yet one person might have discerned something. Su Captain. He had served under Lord Lynn for many years, long before the Jinwu clan arrived, making him the longest-serving subordinate of Lord Lynn, without exception. He understood that if this young man before him wished to end his life, it would merely take a single thought. Moments ago, he could have easily become a lifeless corpse. The leader of the Falling Moon Blades sect personally ascended the mountain on foot, seeking refuge. This unexpected act astonished the leader of the Xian Sword sect, for the former, possessing peak golden core strength, was no less formidable than his counterpart. The mere fact that he had come all this way left everyone in awe. Concurrently, a beam of sword light erupted from the sword lotus, slicing through the swirling demonic flames. With a decisive strike, the flames parted, allowing the golden figure to swiftly escape through the gap before the flames could close in. At that moment, the world yearned for absolute power, a force capable of crushing all opposition. Suddenly, a series of discordant beeps broke the tension, heralding a message notification from Long Ling's device. As more content loaded, please hold on. Yun Tianhe found himself deeply ensnared in this web of intrigue. His beloved elder brother had merely been exploiting him from the very beginning, while his parents were the architects of his brother's downfall. Upon the appearance of the Empress Nuwa, the crowd exchanged glances, each perceiving the unspoken thoughts in one another's eyes. Kong Xian nodded at the ancestral dragon, who chuckled and shifted his attention from the transforming dragon pool to stand beside Niwa. Indeed, otherwise, how could such a formation capable of vanquishing high-level spirit beasts be entrusted to me? Wu Ling remarked nonchalantly. If it were merely the peak of the undying realm, Tian Xian could still manage, but a half-step to supremacy raises considerable concerns. As the night enveloped the city, Yi Qingqing furrowed her brow, fearing that after today's events, those sent to assassinate her would likely become even more formidable in their cultivation by tomorrow. Furthermore, the elementalist assassins dispatched to eliminate her would be seasoned veterans, making the situation increasingly troublesome. Were it not for the constraints of the spatial black hole, the formidable extraterrestrial sovereigns would have long since descended to annihilate them all. Yet, within the Ning royal manor, there resided an elementalist leader, 6 elementalist masters, 20 elementalist practitioners, and over 200 elementalist soldiers. How could she possibly navigate such a multitude of skilled adversaries to rescue herself? The dark guard, with vacant eyes, murmured several precise figures, appearing utterly detached from reality. A lingering sensation suggested that the architect of this tempest lurked within the confines of the formidable arena. The day of reckoning approached, as the Japanese aggressors rampaged, and the hot river was on the brink of capitulation. Though I am not alone in this bloody struggle, how many among our illustrious China can truly stem the tide against the adversaries? The morning greetings, though bittersweet in their separation, evoke a reluctance to part ways. My remaining forces reside in the valley, observing the battle lines of both sides, where our advantages lie. From this moment forth, she could no longer dwell in that place. Her only recourse was to flee to another city. However, as a powerless orphan, she would be subject to bullying wherever she went. Rest assured, had I harbored any malice towards you, I would have acted long ago. There was no need for me to venture into this secluded valley. First, have something to eat and regain your strength. Your comrades are still awaiting your rescue, Ling Xiaotian said, presenting a perfectly seasoned roasted delicacy to Feng Feishua. Chapter 137. Su Zhihan engages in verbal sparring with the elder executives. The affairs orchestrated by Xie Mingze had even reached the ears of Chairman Xie. Su Zhihan often accompanied Song Yu to the Xie residence, primarily out of curiosity for the unfolding drama. As fate would have it, they stumbled upon a rather lively scene. Several middle-aged entrepreneurs were fervently reporting to Chairman Xie. Entrepreneur 1. Chairman Xie, this is not how business is conducted. Your son is indeed a prodigy, but I believe one should adhere to the righteous path in commerce. Yet, these two individuals were nascent divinities, significantly lacking when compared to their established counterparts. Thus, they often secluded themselves, observing that the other party had not crossed any egregious lines, nor had they caused any fatalities or meddled excessively. By all accounts, she had emerged victorious. Therefore, her actions were intentional. Why, one might ponder, would she act in such a manner?
She sought to escape. Indeed.
As long as she could elude capture, she would not suffer a fate worse than death. Lu Mengting offered a bittersweet smile, fully aware that Mu Zixin was with child, carrying Tang Ming's offspring, which would forever bind her to him. A faint scream echoed in the distance, and simultaneously, the originally harmonious brown walls, which complemented the surrounding blue, began to ripple with a surge of different energies. Tang Ming raised an eyebrow, noting that in Mian and Bloodblade's remarks undoubtedly contradicted the commands of the spiritual staff. Li Daoren stood in a stupor, gazing towards the main hall, where a cascade of radiant light descended, a reward from the will of the heavens for cultivators who had surpassed tribulations and ascended to the royal ranks. Approaching the towering Tsang Sang Feng Shin list beneath the human rankings, Yi Yan pressed his hand against it. As more content loads, please hold on. Song Lingyun smiled and remarked, well, there may be some elements of truth in that, but it is not the crux of the matter. The essential question is, what do you desire from the White Tiger? Moreover, how shall Xia Wire account for her mysterious disappearance, especially now that she is to be engaged to Lu Mengting? Historically, no one has ever achieved such a feat, not even the most formidable beings who have ascended to divine ranks. Ziyu glanced at the chair and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. How could she dare to sit on such a dark, seemingly moldy contraption? It stood 3 zhang tall and 2 zhang wide, supported by a single base, with an upper section resembling a gigantic fly. Its purpose was a mystery. Surely, There exists something superior to you. Luo Tsong spoke slowly, revealing 2 sharp teeth as he did so. He could no longer contain himself. Every inquiry felt overly contrived. Yet perhaps it was simply the nature of things. Approaching Enrua closely, he continued, the earlier points are open for agreement and can be discussed in detail. But the final matter requires careful deliberation. Zhang Haifeng had consistently displayed stability, never faltering in competitions, although his performance remained unpredictably erratic. Tui Siyu pulled Xiao Yuan towards an octagonal pavilion within the Jingwangfu, maintaining silence throughout their journey. The trees lining the path had already shed their vibrant greenery due to the onset of autumn, their leaves tinged with yellow. A gentle breeze caused them to flutter down to the ground, where they crunched softly beneath their feet. Few individuals can truly find slumber in such a position. And before long, Li Qingye and Gan Xian found themselves unable to remain seated. Was their interpretation of Azra's intentions flawed? Surely, they could not directly oppose their superior. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion resonated as the force of the true energy, imbued with the might of lightning, detonated above the human stronghold, toppling its very roof. Chapter 138. Su Imoer's Unusual Craving. Xiemingze was bewildered by the familiarity this fellow had developed with his parents in such a short span of time. It was astonishing how quickly he had infiltrated their lives. Upon hearing the disdain in his tone, Su Zhihan felt he was being somewhat petty.
Come now.
Your home is my home. You are already with my sister, so why the need for such distinctions? Madame Xie concurred. Indeed, you impudent lad. What is with this unnecessary separation? Your father and I are quite welcoming. A sharp cry from Hai Linga shattered the restless tension among the monsters. They emitted a cacophony of amplified roars, shifting uneasily, as if in fear of something unseen. Subsequently, a wave of exquisite tingling coursed through him, a sensation unlike any he had experienced before. It felt as if he had entered this realm, and the celestial force, previously confined within the Mingshan's secret realm, surged forth like a relentless river, conjuring colossal, tumultuous waves. Meanwhile, the horn's mournful sound intensified, its penetrating resonance overpowering the war drums, alleviating the dire predicaments faced by numerous races and providing them with a measure of relief. Many formidable beings surged towards the direction of the horn, rallying to combat the Tianyu clan.
Throughout
the past week, apart from fulfilling the tasks assigned by Feifei, he had also occupied himself with the development of the alien surveillance device number 1 during his leisure hours.
Consequently,
he had amassed enough space currency to procure an additional 200,000 elite members of the Purgatory Legion, rendering this sum inconsequential to him. A furious bellow erupted from the Minotaur as it swung its arms, generating a powerful gust that gradually dispersed the smoke produced by the explosive energy in its palms. What materialized before his eyes was an utterly disheartening scene. Do not overspend. A sum of 1 or 2,000 will suffice. Let us not be too concerned about it. His cousin sincerely advised Gao Qing. Before long, Fang Yuankai sensed a peculiar shift in the atmosphere. He raised his head to find Lei Chun and Duan Muqing gazing at him in astonishment. Lu Yu's words caused a dramatic change in the countenance of the 9 sons of the Jade Dragon, their expressions darkening considerably. Although it was merely the phantom of a dragon, it was not something one could easily insult. Subsequently, Guojia hurriedly shut the car door and secured it with a heavy lock. Her actions stemmed from a concern that Dong Zhuo might escape, rather than an intention to imprison Sun Yu inside. In any case, as long as Sun Yu called out from within, she would promptly unlock the door. The 3,000 Chu soldiers were stirred to fervor by Xiang Zhuang's words, unable to contain themselves as they struck their shields with their blades, stomped their feet, or pounded their chests with their fists, while simultaneously howling in a frenzy. Indeed, when Pang Wanchun missed his shot, his expression turned grave. He knocked another arrow but hesitated to release it, while Hua Rong remained steadfast, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on Pang's hand. Is there anything that could possibly deter someone like Huang Fuyi from being with his beloved? Ge Cheng Meili, filled with indignation, understood the futility of her opposition. With a disdainful snort, she turned on her heel and strode purposefully toward the office exit. The members of the guard seemed momentarily taken aback, glancing at her before shaking their heads and proceeding forward. The members of the Qian family were perplexed but respectfully followed suit. Wu Shi spoke a blunt truth. The circumstances in Qi and Zhao were indeed markedly different. Although Zhang Er, the king of Zhao, was also conferred by Liu Bang, he never regarded Liu Bang as his sovereign. When the Chu army invaded Zhao, Zhang Er merely ordered the lighting of beacons across various regions to inform the Han military, without dispatching a single soldier to aid in the battle. Chapter 139. Do not assume their status as employers equates to refinement. Previously, Mr. and Mrs. Xie may have held a less favorable opinion of Song Yu, but their perspective has since transformed entirely. The young man, possessing both charm and culinary skills, has diligently cared for Su Zhihan, and what is wrong with a little soft reliance? Seated nearby, Song Yu maintained an impassive demeanor while listening to Mrs. Xie's praises. He, too, felt a sense of accomplishment in his efforts. Su Zhihan could not help but glance at him several times, questioning in puzzlement. Do you truly feel no discomfort at all? Gao Ling, with paper stuffed in her nostrils, slowly reclined on the bed, feeling her life ebb away gradually. Every ounce of strength drained from her body. The Jade Emperor remarked, though the underworld has undergone a transformation in spiritual energy, this is something that ordinary mortals remain unaware of. Surely, the common folk here comprehend the principle that the heavenly realm surpasses the underworld? It is apparent to all that the downfall of the great King Li, along with others, is merely a matter of time. As for Ji Ning and the others, they have refrained from intervening, safeguarding the wounded Shinnong clan. Suddenly, the white-haired elder opened his eyes, a brilliant light surging within them, accompanied by an overwhelming spiritual pressure that momentarily shook the heavens and the earth. In that fleeting instant, this seemingly inconspicuous elder transformed into a figure of unfathomable terror, capable of annihilating all existence with a mere thought. To comprehend the magnitude of over 1 million, one could purchase a spacious residence of over 100 square meters in Pingchu City, even for Xie Yumei, who has ascended to the position of Deputy General Manager. It would require 3 to 4 years of labor to amass such wealth, let alone for ordinary employees. Based on my extensive experience, I firmly believe that the world behind Mountinghua harbors extraordinary treasures, and many of them at that. Shall we venture there? With a beaming smile, Ba Yi's previously distressed expression transformed into one of clarity. The fairy of the green flower cast a cold gaze towards the leading youth clad in black, her rosy lips curling slightly, as if to mock. In such circumstances, does General Yin truly march forth to alleviate the concerns of his sovereign and the populace? Or does he harbor ulterior motives? The moment Qin Yibai produced his elixir, even the celestial emperor beside him was visibly envious. For the pill he had concocted had reached the realm of the void pill, nearly formless in its appearance, with effects that were nothing short of miraculous. Even the alchemical celestial being who oversees the old monarch's furnace in the celestial realm could not replicate such a wondrous pill. Could it be that this wind witching has indeed reached a level of mastery that the younger generation cannot hope to surpass? I could only say that you have reached into my chest. After Ariana spoke, she deliberately glanced at John's arm and her own chest, feeling assured that she had not wronged him, as John's arm was indeed resting against her chest. Wang Jun had visited Macau as a highly skilled professional gambler. He knew that if he won too much at such large casinos, he would attract the attention of the establishment and risk being blacklisted, thus barred from entry. Chapter 140. You could raise birds on your head. Sometimes, the truth of a situation is indeed that what one fears most is precisely what comes to pass. Xiemingze meticulously timed his actions to sneak into Su Mor's room after the entire family had fallen asleep. However, just as he was on the verge of success, the door to Su Mor's room swung open, revealing Su Zhihan's beaming face. The boiling blood within Xiemingze was abruptly chilled. What are you doing here? Why aren't you sleeping at this late hour?
He stammered.
Aren't you afraid? Du Run blurted out without a second thought, confident in her innocence. Elian covered her nose and politely nodded, but He Tianman paid her no mind, his full attention fixated on a bridge opening concealed by yellow cloth not far away. She understood all too well that Mengren was right. As the camp leader, being away from the camp for extended periods was simply unacceptable. Upon returning home, Deng Ningshi felt increasingly vexed, yet she dared not tell Deng Hongru about the verbal dispute she had encountered. not only having gained nothing but also tarnishing the family's reputation. The remaining 8 security personnel swiftly drew their firearms, aiming at Mengren's position, and without hesitation, they opened fire. I previously assessed the status of the Paradox engine. Aside from the transdimensional transporter, the prism cannon, pocket space, and propulsion system, the remaining engine components have been completely repaired. He was contemplating whether he could personally meet with the monk, pondering if he might cunningly extract some benefits from him. This privileged heir found it impossible to connect with the former version of himself, as they belonged to entirely different worlds. Currently, the beloved one he had long yearned for was effortlessly taken away, a situation that left the ever-proud Kong and in torment. Sherlock instructed the waiter to bring a pot of tea and 2 delicate teacups. After pouring the tea, he dismissed the waiter and closed the door, producing a cigarette and offering it to me. I believe we must prepare in advance. Even if we cannot intercept those from Luohua, we cannot allow their plans to come to fruition. Even if Jiu Ge does not contest for the throne, we must ensure it does not fall into the hands of these 2 individuals. If all else fails, supporting the underage prince is a viable option. During our meal, a servant unexpectedly approached to inform us that a man named Jiang Ling was requesting an audience with Su Ping and at the estate. Lin Zhonghu appeared rather carefree, engrossed in the spectacle alongside Bai Li Tian, while Bai Li Qinglan seemed distracted. We are here to find him. You can leave. Yang Wei shot Zhang Xiaoya a glare and pointed at Lin Han, speaking coldly. Outside, the peach blossoms were in full bloom, fluttering in the breeze and cascading down. The ground was adorned with pink and white petals, and the black hem of clothing swept through them, becoming infused with their delicate fragrance, subtle yet enchanting. Shirkuan bowed respectfully to Grandma Yao, offering neither explanation nor verbal apology before turning to leave. Mr. Lin, you have arrived. The security guard beamed at Lin Han, as though greeting a long-lost relative. Qing Yao, with a cheerful demeanor, paid no heed to Qin Bao and strolled into the house, thoroughly pleased with the simplicity of the present generation. Wang Shudun cast a reproachful glance at the guilty Li Zhaodi, having admonished her numerous times not to exhibit such favoritism. Especially since they were still following the second son, this old woman was simply obstinate. Chapter 141. The fierce woman Su Zhihan. Dare to spread rumors about me? Face my wrath. Just as Xiemingzi departed, Song Yu appeared, disheveled with a messy hairstyle. Su Zhihan sighed and closed her eyes. How could 2 handsome gentlemen neglect their appearances? Yawning, Song Yu struggled to keep his eyes wide open and said, "Could you lend me your hair tie? I need to tie my hair for washing up." Su Zhihan silently handed him the hair tie from her wrist. After receiving it, Song Yu. Li Qing was perplexed, having already served Emperor Qin Shi Huang. Why did the emperor still harbor lingering thoughts about the Kansong clan? Did he possess knowledge of their secrets? At that moment, Qin Yi was unaware that she had become the imagined rival of Rina, an artist under Feiyue Company. Even if she found out, it would hardly concern her, for not everyone was worthy of being considered her enemy. The tent had been pitched in the valley, yet Go Haodong still carried his backpack. At that time, Song Sichuan was puzzled, but upon hearing a noise, she hurried over without asking any questions. Go Haodong reached inside and pulled out a heap of spicy duck necks, chicken feet, and snacks. Feng Yuanqing noticed the wind on the rooftop was quite strong, so he removed his suit and draped it over Ling Lingqi. He bowed deeply, and memories of that year under the moonlight at Lugo surfaced in his mind, where Chu Jinghong, adorned in a costume, gracefully stood atop a stone lion. Particularly, the emergence of the new humanity instilled a profound sense of dread even among the Night Clan, who had weathered many storms. The audience below was uncertain about the ultimate victor of this competition. Some believed Wu Wei would triumph, while others felt Ouyang Xiaofeng had the upper hand. Su Chuanqiu pouted in silence within the elevator, which had ascended to the 32nd floor, the scenery outside moving steadily. Steward Yang was eager for this. He would remain here, enduring the foul odor, determined to uncover the truth behind the Huangshi poison. With damp hair, rhythmic breaths, and a face as radiant as blooming peach blossoms, nothing could be more pleasing to the eye. No wonder the Dan Emperor advised me to empty my mind and begin anew, to see my true self clearly. At this moment he seemed to gain insight. Entering this place, yet still finding it sparsely populated, with only a few groups scattered about. He noticed the attire of the attendants differed slightly from Dongsheng. Many still donned long robes, enveloped in a shimmering aura as they hurried past, while others were clad in fur garments, their heads wrapped in white cloth, with only their eyes visible, shielding themselves from the wind and sand. With a delicate reprimand, a brilliant blade of azure light erupted forth, radiating in myriad directions, resembling a colossal sphere that surged through the cosmos, cleansing the hearts of men and purifying darkness. The path of the sword had not only absorbed the teachings transmitted by Xiangyang, but had also ingeniously carved out a unique path of its own. Lady Luo yearned to cover her son's mouth, wishing for him to cease his words. Yet, before she could reach for him, Luo Yunin was swiftly seized from behind by Luo Yunshua, his head tucked under an arm, as the latter lifted his robe and delivered a few smacks to his posterior. Even if there were a handful of patrons who purchased excessively, they typically arrived aboard a tricycle or some other means of transport. This unexpected strike left Yu Changfeng utterly unprepared. Caught off guard, he could only retreat to evade it. Having witnessed the old man Xiaohou merely activating the ominous net, which nearly cost him his life, he dared not act recklessly. Although Lin Ge had long attained a true human form and had studied the profound teachings of the Songlong Temple for over 4 years, his sporadic learning and lack of practical skills limited him to merely cultivating for self-protection. As he entered the room, he had yet to fully comprehend the situation when Mou heard the resounding slam of the door behind her. Regrettably, at that moment, Li Song had already grasped the essence of the matter, no longer in a state of disarray as before. Chapter 142. Who is Miss Wei's rival? Life in this world unfolded with remarkable tranquility. The bond between Xiemingze and Su Imo continued to flourish. Su Zhihan observed as Xiemingze matured increasingly in the outside world. However, regardless of his outward maturity, he remained as naive as ever in the presence of Su Imo and them. Song Yu observed Su Zhihan lost in thought and inquired, "What is it? Are you preparing to depart this world for the next?" "Indeed, it has been quite a lengthy stay in this realm." With a chuckle, he added, "Isn't it a bit too quiet these past few days?" Xiao Hechuan reclined on the bed, gazing up at the ceiling. "If you have come to redeem him, I must regretfully inform you that you'll be disappointed. A single division of my troops easily triumphed over them, yet he managed to escape. Upon reflection, he must have perished amidst the ice and snow." Sei Zhuangni raised her hands, placing her hands on her hips as she addressed the shadow. With eyes like winter frost, she struck decisively, driving her dagger straight into the chest of the approaching soldier. Seizing the moment while Tai Kai was incapacitated by pain, Cheng Bengxia disregarded her own injuries and charged forward, plunging her blade into Tai Kai's neck. When Wang Su and Chu Guoqing arrived before the second sheep, they found it utterly stunned. No matter how they bound it, the creature did not struggle, which saved Wang Su considerable effort. Perhaps it's best to leave that aside. Do not mention it to Auntie in the future. As for my marriage, you may decide alongside the matriarch, Ning Yenyuan said with a hint of resignation. As they opened the door and beheld the person standing at the threshold, all present were rendered speechless. "I wish to indulge in the pastries from the Karma family. Their fruit pies are absolutely delectable," Lux exclaimed eagerly. She approached Lan Mingqi and suddenly raised her hand, delivering a sharp slap across her face. In response to the shouts from the perverted man, the most handsome man in the world chose to entirely disregard him, and without the slightest hesitation, his fist descended upon the intended target. On that day, Zhang Nan hosted Chen Yisa in a residence that resembled a